Welcome back, everyone. I would like to thank each and every one of you guys for providing huge support to the channel. I am truly grateful. If you haven't subscribed yet, please consider subscribing. Today, we are diving into a new world where our protagonist becomes a part-time dragon and manages his full-time harem. On the eve of the year 2076, the boundary between reality and fantasy blurred as a game-like scenario descended upon the world. The arrival of countless perilous dungeons, teeming with hordes of monsters, marked the beginning of an unprecedented crisis. Powerful beings mercilessly decimated the human population, pushing humanity to the verge of extinction. Amidst the chaos, divine talents were bestowed upon select individuals, enabling them to awaken as formidable hunters. These hunters eventually turned the tide, rescuing the world from the monstrous onslaught and ushering in a new era where strength ruled supreme, and survival of the fittest became the undisputed law. Hunters were thus compelled to constantly enhance their abilities to maintain their positions in this newly established order. In their quest for dominance, these hunters ventured into the depths of various dungeons, confronting formidable bosses, securing treasures, and advancing their levels. This relentless pursuit of power and wealth signified the dawn of the era of global hunters. During this era, the establishment of the Hunter Square marked a significant development. This grandiose structure, renowned for its imposing height and the aura it radiated, presented a preliminary challenge to those who sought to embark on a pivotal journey within society. To gain entry, individuals were required to ascend 1,000 steps, a symbolic trial preceding the awakening of their hunter class. Successfully entering the Hunter Square allowed them the opportunity to awaken their potential and commence their path as esteemed members of the community. However, not every hunter hits the jackpot, and Su Yang is a perfect example. Walking down the grand staircase of the Hunter Square, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He had hoped for a special or rare class, but ended up as a warrior, the most basic kind you can get. His stats weren't anything to brag about either, with his strength at 12 only, and both speed and spirit is at 10. When warriors like him doesn't have a great start, they often find themselves at a disadvantage in close quarters combat and face a higher risk of injury or death. Despite investing considerable time and effort into their training, warriors like Su Yang often feel their contributions are overshadowed by those with more specialized abilities. As Su Yang was trying to wrap his head around becoming a basic warrior, a useless shit who has nothing better to do than strut around with parasites on his back decided to approach Su Yang and start throwing shades at him. As he had heard how Su Yang had just awakened as a warrior, and that he should be happy since it is what he deserves. A nobody orphan who couldn't afford a clue, let alone a spot in any respectable guild, basically, calling him the perfect candidate for grunt work. But Su Yang, having none of it, hits him with a quick clapback, literally clapping his hands like he's trying to catch a fly that ain't there, stopping Wongfay from yapping. And then he pretended to congratulate him on becoming an ice mage, a class as rare as a good hair day for Wongfay, while sneakily dicing how mages turn into glass cannons after their awakening. Strong in magic, but as sturdy as a wet paper bag in a fight, so if he's so courageous to provoke him, he should run them hands because he would gladly give him the smoke if he desperately wants to. But as Su Yang expected, Wongfay can only muster up some weak threats while hiding behind his squad instead of squaring up to him like a man. And in the midst of an escalating standoff, the air was thick with anticipation as everyone braced for what seemed to be an inevitable clash. However, the dynamic shifted dramatically when one of the members of Wongfay's group caught sight of something that instantly demanded everyone's attention. Turning their heads, the crowd was taken aback to find themselves in the presence of the Spirit Hunt Guild's raiding team. This wasn't just any guild, but an A-tier powerhouse known throughout East Spirit City for its formidable achievements and influence. The crowd's initial shock quickly morphed into excitement as they recognized Zhao Ming, the vice president of the Spirit Hunt Guild. Zhao Ming, a figure usually seen gracing the guild's posters and promotional material, stood there in the flesh, his presence commanding the space around him. Seizing the moment, Wongfay stepped forward with a mix of eagerness and ambition. He approached the raiding team, full of praise for the Spirit Hunt Guild, and openly expressing his desire to become a part of their ranks. He didn't hold back in showcasing his rare Ice Mage profession, hoping to impress and secure a spot in the guild. Initially, his request was declined by another guild member of the Spirit Hunt Guild, stopping his advancement and redirected him to apply at their recruitment crew down the stairs. However, Zhao Ming respects the hustle that Wongfay had just demonstrated, and the strategic advantage his control skill could bring to the guild. And so he decided to give Wongfay a recruitment card. This gesture not only highlighted Wongfay's potential value to the guild, but also served as a testament to the Spirit Hunt Guild's openness to scouting and embracing new talent. Witnessing this interaction, others in the vicinity were quick to jump on the bandwagon. They began voicing their own aspirations to join the Spirit Hunt Guild, each citing their unique professions and abilities in hopes of catching the raiding team's attention. However, the raiding team made it abundantly clear that their current mission was not centered on recruitment. They advised all hopefuls to follow the guild's official recruitment process, emphasizing that proper channels and procedures needed to be adhered to. Their response was delivered with the kind of efficiency and professionalism that left no room for further discussion or negotiation. But before they could leave, Su Young asked if they are also interested about warriors. But he was only met with disdain, as if he just asked a stupid question and wasted their time to even consider talking to a warrior. This encounter, brief as it may have been, left a lasting impression on everyone present. It showcased the prestige and selectiveness of the Spirit Hunt Guild, while also highlighting the competitive nature of the world they inhabited. And for Su Yang, this was yet another reminder of the challenges that lay ahead. There was definitely an isolation treatment for warriors like him, and it seemed to garner no interest from the elite guild. In a world where strength and the rarity of one's profession determined one's future, Su Yang couldn't help but feel that his fate was already sealed, given the general reluctance of even lower-tier guilds to accept warriors. But as he was in deep thought, Su Yang overheard why the vice president of Spirit Hunt Guild was here in the first place, and it was because they are actually planning to raid the Black Dragon's lair today. And they are using the teleportation gate inside the Hunter Square to get to the entrance of the dungeon. This was a surprise to you, Su Yang, because the Black Dragon's lair is the largest S-tier dungeon in City C. It not only has numerous small monsters, but it is also filled with powerful elite creatures. Even though death in this world doesn't mean immediate demise, instead, one loses levels in experience until one level drops to 0. The heavy competition between top guild is at all-time high, so the risk of losing a level and rare equipment should really be considered. There is also the most terrifying boss that awaits in the Black Dragon's lair, the level 99 Black Flame Wings Athos. And Su Yang had heard that even the strongest S-rank guilds have fallen at its feet. But they say the Spirit Hunt Guild has a large number of hunters at 4th Transcendence or higher, and they've never failed a raid, so Su Yang assumed that maybe they really can do it. But thinking about what others will accomplish really bummed him out, thinking the harsh reality that he may be destined to be a pauper in this life, trampled under the feet of these powerful beings. But before despair could fully take hold of him, Su Yang was startled by a sudden notification, lifting his gaze. He was met with a system interface proclaiming him a perfect soul host, indicating that the part-time system would soon be bound to him. The revelation was astonishing, but nothing prepared him for what came next. A notification asked him to activate the role. Su Yang confirmed, yes. New notification popped confirming the initiation of jump. Upon reopening his eyes, Su Yang found himself transformed into the level 99 Black Dragon, Athos, Black Flame Wing. His new form boasted an incredible health pool of 5 million, alongside staggering strength, speed, and spirit values. He was even equipped with talents that seemed straight out of a legend. The dragon bloodline gave him an incredible advantage, making him nearly impervious to both physical and magical attacks with an 80% immunity. His innate mastery over the destructive black flames allowed him to unleash powerful fire-based attacks without any cost, dealing massive magical damage to his adversaries. Not to mention his dragon's suppression ability, which lowered the attributes of any creature below his level by 20%, giving him an overwhelming edge in battles. Moreover, his arsenal of skills was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The Dragon Blast could inflict damage equal to 300% of his strength, while his dragon's roar had the power to stun all beings within a 300-meter radius, with lower spirit values than his for 5 seconds. The Dragon's Eye skill granted him the ability to survey any area within his domain without needing direct line of sight, adding an element of omnipresence within his territory. The realization of his capabilities left Su-yang in a state of shock and disbelief. Unlike a typical level 99 player who might excel in one attribute, the Black Flame Dragon's attributes were off the charts, with over 3,000 in strength alone. Coupled with his resistances and unique skills, Su-yang felt an unparalleled sense of power coursing through him, a feeling so exhilarating that he couldn't help but release a mighty roar, a primal expression of his newfound might. Despite knowing that his transformation into Athos, the Black Dragon, was temporary, the thrill of experiencing such power was intoxicating. He understood that if he could leverage this power to defeat other players, the experience and strength gained could be transferred to his original body. This realization filled him with excitement and determination. Even if his original form was considered the least desirable among professions, this opportunity could catapult him to new heights, allowing him to level up rapidly and redefine his destiny in this world dominated by the strong. In the midst of his awe, however, Su-yang noticed the monsters in front of him were clearly affected by something. On closer inspection, he realized they were reeling from the after effects of his Dragon Roar skill, which he had unleashed unintentionally. Among them, a hooded figure stood out, addressing him as king and begging for mercy. It dawned on Su-yang that these monsters recognized him as their leader, presumably because he was currently embodying the Black Dragon, and so he acted what he assumed a superior being would do, looked down at his subordinates as inferior beings, and command them to rise as he no longer uses his roar. After that, the hooded monster praises him for having such power even at this early stage, and if he reaches maturity, he would undoubtedly crush the human world. With this, Su-yang was reminded that the dragon he possessed right now is just at the juvenile stage, and this is surprising since everyone knows that a boss in an instance have fixed level. But it seems like it wasn't the case for this Black Dragon, for its title suggested that he has a chance to gain level. This revelation piqued Su-yang's interest, but his attention soon shifted to a captivating sight, a beautiful elf imprisoned within a cage. Her elegant silver hair and striking crimson eyes contrasted sharply with her distressed state, struggling to breathe under the influence of Su-yang's dragon aura. When she noticed his gaze, she demanded her release, threatening retribution from the Elven race. However, Su-yang was more fascinated than intimidated. Since the merging of the game world with reality, various mythical races had emerged, and elves, known for their seclusion within instances, were among them. Seeing an elf was rare, and Su-yang was captivated by the opportunity to interact with one firsthand. However, their conversation was cut short by the sudden ripple of a spatial disturbance, a sign that a player was about to enter the scene. The elf, interpreting this as the arrival of a savior, openly taunted the dragon, believing her freedom was imminent. She was taken aback when the dragon, whom she expected to ignore her jibes, turned its attention towards her. This unusual behavior puzzled her, as dragons typically disregarded such provocations. However, Su-yang had more pressing concerns than engaging in banter with the elf. He was aware that the Spirit Hunt Guild was on its way, and despite their reputation for unbeaten strategies, Su-yang doubted their ability to overcome him in his current formidable state. Still, he reminded himself not to underestimate his opponents. Overconfidence could lead to defeat, and the Spirit Hunt Guild wouldn't dare face him without a solid plan. To get a better understanding of the guild's approach, Su-yang activated his Dragon's Eye ability, allowing him to oversee the guild's movements from afar. He quickly spotted the guild's main assault team, led by Lei Shan, a level 99 Thunderstorm Master. Accompanying Lei Shan were the guild's elite members: Zhao Ming, a level 95 Storm Archer, Chen Yuan, a level 96 Healing Paladin, and Li Dan, the level 98 Holy Shield Master. They were all marching towards his lair with a single goal in mind: to defeat the Black Dragon Athos and elevate their guild's status to the 5th stage of transformation. Su-yang couldn't help but respect their boldness, yet he was curious to see how long their confidence would hold up against his minions. Thus, The guild's advance was soon challenged by a swarm of flying magic wyverns. But Lei Shan, who was completely unfazed by these lesser creatures, calmly ordered his tanks to lead the charge, while the rest of the guild used fire attacks to maximize their output, which his guild members followed thoroughly. And with this, they completely dispatched the wyverns effortlessly without halting their march. Meanwhile, Su Yang was duly impressed by the Spirit Hunt Guild's prowess and coordination, recognizing them as the formidable force they were known to be. Realizing that his lesser minions had barely made the guild break a sweat, Su Yang decided it was time to up the ante. He summoned a dragon warrior, a behemoth that towered over the battlefield, causing even the seasoned members of the Spirit Hunt Guild to freeze momentarily in awe and apprehension. Even Lei Shan wasn't an exception. He was momentarily taken aback by the dragon warrior's sudden appearance and impressive capabilities. Still, he quickly organized his guild for defense. The dragon warrior, matching even the guild's elite and strength, presented a new level of threat with its ability to teleport short distances, catching the guild off guard and nearly overwhelming their DPS units. In a critical moment, Li Dan activated his Divine Light Shield barrier, thwarting the dragon warrior's assault and protecting his fellow guild members. While Zhao Ming seized control in the chaos, ordering the ranged attackers to retreat and the melee fighters to engage, his strategic use of the Storm Arrow skill was pivotal, taking down the elite dragon warrior and demonstrating the guild's resilience and strategic flexibility in the face of unexpected challenges. Despite the Spirit Hunt Guild's success, Su Yang remained composed. This just proved to him that an elite monster of that level could definitely challenge the guild. But the elf, on the other hand, tried to mock him again for even attempting to send his lackeys to do his bidding just to die like that. Little did she knew, he had a few more of those elite for him to command. Completely surprising the elf yet again, as Su Yang released 6 more elite dragons into the fray, the guild faced an unprecedented situation. Scaring all the members of the guild, even their elite units didn't know what to do, as there were no records that the dragon would send units after them even before encountering it, so it was definitely a strange occurrence. Still, Lei Shan remained calm, because to him, they are all but just elite monsters, and he specialized on dealing with elites, and so with his leadership alone, he is confident that they could overcome this, and due to their trust and respect to their leader, the guild members steeled their resolve and listened. And Lei Shan then commanded to reform their ranks, prioritize healing the tanks, as they would maintain aggro until the battle ends. Combining this tactic with their raw power, they managed to overpower the new threats. Meanwhile, Su Yang watched and was surprised by the outcome. Initially, he thought that using elite monsters and catching them by surprise would be enough to drive them away. But it seems like it wasn't the case. They are more tenacious than he thought, but still, he can't really understand why they are so eager to challenge him. It was no doubt they are strong, but they aren't strong enough to defeat him yet, and even the elite monsters that he sent made them struggle, unless they have an unused cards that will turn the tides in their favor. But as he was in deep thought, he was surprised to notice that the guild had decided to go to the other direction. This was such an unexpected thing, as they are just few steps away before they meet him. This prompted him to assume that there must be some secrets hidden in the direction the guild was heading. Utilizing his dragon vision, he discovered they were heading towards the Dragon Slayer's tomb. Inside it, there was a glowing item that caught his attention. It was the Dragon Slayer's heart, a quest item capable of negating dragon talents. Following the threat this posed, a surge of rage overtook Su Yang, and his subordinates was startled yet again, asking him if he was okay. But he couldn't care less what they asked, as his mind was more preoccupied of the fact that what's happening right now is just like the strategies and what happens in games, where a boss with almost invincible resistance was weakened by the players through certain mechanism or items. And if that item allows player ignore his talent, then there is indeed a possibility that he will be defeated. But now that he knows this, he wouldn't just stand and wait for them to acquire this item. And so, with a powerful flap of his wing, he left his lair. The sight of him taking first really made the monsters rally in excitement. Their king taking action could only mean victory, so they cheered as he leaves. And even the elf was taken aback by this sudden change of attitude of the dragon, because the dragon usually waits for adventurers to get near his lair and never leaves early. And the way that it reacts was much more concerning, as if the dragon was in a rage, leaving the area with intense speed, breaking the sound barrier and creating a shockwave that even the ground collapsed. Meanwhile, as the Spirit Hunt Guild continued their march through the instance, Lei Shan expressed frustration at the unexpected challenges they had encountered since entering. This wasn't in the guide that were given to them. Hearing this, Zhao Ming speculated that the heavenly mechanism pavilion that gave them their guide might have deceived them. Lei Shan, however, remained confident in the pavilion's reputation and the authenticity of their strategy, especially when he had exchanged this strategy using his universe ring, which Zhao Ming understood, so he dropped the subject. But since there were too many uncertainties that happened in this raid, Qingmen raised concerns about potentially alerting the Black Dragon if they faced another unexpected situation. To which Lei Shan dismissed these worries, since the Black Dragon is just a boss in an instance with power, and it's complacent, as the guide had stated, it is but a lazy, overpowered lizard. As long as they don't initiate an attack, he is confident that it won't leave its lair, and they really shouldn't worry. This dragon is just a stepping stone for their guild, and now that it has caused so much damage to their guild, he promises to take it all back from it. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, was enticed by other things, because as long as they complete Elf Maiden's Easter egg, not only they can obtain a pass to the Elven Kingdom, but the Elf Maiden will also obey their commands, and Lei Shan quite understand the needs of his men. So he promises to have the authority with the elf, as long as they defeat the dragon first, but their planning was abruptly interrupted when Qian Yuan spotted a large silhouette in the sky. Initially, they mistaken it for a small flying dragon monster, which wasn't a threat by any means. But still, this was yet another unexpected thing to happen, because flying dragons are labeled as guard monsters. Therefore, there is no reason for them to appear here. But as soon as the silhouette got close, it also got larger, and now they wish it was just a simple guard monster. Unfortunately for them, it wasn't the case, as the true identity of the silhouette became apparent. It was the Wing of Black Flame, the boss they were supposed to confront later in their quest. Shock filled everyone's face, but one thing was in their mind. Those bastards from the Heavenly Pavilion had truly deceived them. Faced with the sudden appearance of the Black Dragon without the Dragon Slayer's heart, which they believed was essential for their victory, the guild contemplated retreat, and seeing them cower only made Su Yang smirk, as the supposedly invincible Spirit Hunt Guild was just a coward all along without their tricks. But even still, this was in favor for him, so he decided to eliminate them and level up in one go. However, Lei Shan's resolve hardened as he witnessed the dragon preparing to attack. And so, before the dragon could release his skill, he quickly used his lightning ability. Although it wasn't the most powerful attack, it successfully interrupted the dragon's assault. Li Shan then radiated a powerful aura of electricity, signaling his determination to confront the dragon head-on. And he firmly instructed his guild that retreat was not an option, as he believed in everyone's ability, and there is nothing they can achieve. Though this dragon is strong, his guild members are strong as well, so they should get back to their position and get ready to slay this dragon, and if that's not enough to convince them, he promised to reward them generously. May it be money, equipment, or women. There are no such thing as impossible after they overcome this. With this, Li Shan had gained back everyone's spirit, even though the dragon was still looking menacing as before. They believed in the captain's words, and now believed they could overcome everything. Meanwhile, Su Yang was equally excited on what this renowned guild may show him. As the confrontation with the formidable Dragon Atos escalated, Li Shan swiftly issued commands to bolster their defenses and offensive capabilities. He instructed Li Dan to activate the strongest defense barrier, and called upon the healers to support him with mana regeneration, aiming to sustain their position. Meanwhile, the support classes apply all single-target buffs on him and Xiaoming to maximize their output, as they just have to make an opening even for a little bit, because according to the guide, they are not far from the Dragon Slayer's tomb, so as long as they manage to open a fraction of a second of opportunity, there is still hope for them to defeat this dragon. However, their planning was abruptly cut short when Atos's tail crashed down among them, causing chaos and destruction. Since Su Yang was determined not to allow the guild any time to execute their plans, but to his surprise, amidst the settling debris and smoke, a light flicker and magic attacks came to his face soon after. It seems like the players were still alive, and it was all because of Li Dan, setting up his triple holy light barrier on the nick of time. It was uncharacteristic of a boss to make the move first, so they didn't expect this to happen. But since a boss can only use one skill at a time, they have the opportunity to retaliate, and therefore Qian Yuan invoked a divine blessing to enhance their holy light skills, while others follow suit with this. Lei Shan and Zhao Ming were enhanced with buffs, and has maximized their potential, preparing to unleash their full might against the dragon. Meanwhile, Su Yang acknowledged the execution power of an A+ level guild. They just got caught by surprise, but in an instant, they were able to ready themselves to counter, making it late for him to even dodge, and therefore he just focuses on the defense just in case. With that, the two had released their most devastating blows all at once, mixing all their most potent skills to make one highly concentrated attack to Athos, that its impact was visible far beyond the immediate battlefield, and Lei Shan was confident that they at least managed to lessen Aidos's health by 5%, so he commanded his guild to prepare another attack. But to his surprise, as the smoke dissipates, he was in shock to see that the guild's most potent attacks barely scratched Aidos, dealing a meager 10,000 damage. It wasn't even at 1%, showing to them how powerful the dragon's reduction rate was. With this, the others were thinking of retreating, but Lei Shan urged his guild to persist, since the dragon's health hasn't dropped to 75%, so it won't release its skills anymore. Therefore, they still have a chance to distract it and get the artifact, and so they continued. However, Su Yang was growing impatient with the guild's tenacity. They are just like a swarm of mosquitoes now. Their attacks can't even damage him anymore. And what's worse is that they still seem to grasp on hope, but he can't just entertain them for this long. And so he decided to end their resistance with a devastating dragon roar that even the ground that he was standing on had crumbled. While the guild members received the full-on blast of its devastating power, they lay flat on the ground defeated. Only Aitos remained standing proud, as it seems like even an A-level guild is not matched for him. In the aftermath of Aitos's devastating dragon roar, Lei Shan, struggling to remain conscious, was confounded by the dragon's use of such a powerful skill. Unexpectedly, the guide had failed them once more, providing false hope and strategies. Despite this setback, Lei Shan's spirit was unbroken. He urged his guild members to regroup and launch another attack, clinging to the belief that Atos would be momentarily vulnerable after using its roar. But as he surveyed the battlefield, Lei Shan's heart sank, as his guild members was already incapacitated, sprawled helplessly across the ground. Even the guild's strongest fighters had been overwhelmed by Aitos's formidable power. But what really broke his spirit was the dragon he thought was paralyzed was far from immobilized. Contrary to their guide's information, the dragon was on the move, ready to strike again. Without warning, Aitos unleashed a dragon's breath, a skill even more destructive than what they had made, laying waste to what remained of their defenses. The breath's sheer force and intensity were beyond anything they had anticipated or could withstand, while Lei Shan could do nothing but curse at this damn dragon, and promised to return this favor 100 times more. After that, a system interface popped up. Since the intruders had been completely eliminated, the distribution of experience would now commence, and to his surprise, the amount of XP was overwhelming. But it was to be expected since he just eliminated a guild that consists of high-level players, ranging from level 80 to 99. In turn, leveling up won't stop, and he could even see that he is overflowing with experience. He accumulated 990,000 points that propelled him from level 1 to 20, reaching the level cap of the first transformation, and due to the experience, overflow 40% of it was lost. So currently, his remaining experience reserve is now at 430,000. But it's still huge, and this meant that his level can continue to skyrocket after he job change. He might even reach level 40 of the second transformation today. This is simply terrifying and exciting to him. Furthermore, he has 200 unallocated attribute points, so he was thinking of coming back to his original form as soon as possible. But before he could, Su Yang noticed the battlefield was littered with shimmering lights. A clear sign of equipment drops from the high-level players he had just defeated. Excited by the prospect of acquiring rare items, he eagerly collected them, expecting gold tier gear at most. However, to his astonishment, among the loot were items of even higher rarity. A diamond-tier longbow, accessory, and cloud flow boots, along with a platinum-tier staff and a flame greatsword. These finds exceeded his expectations, particularly the longbow, which he recognized as Zhao Ming's. The vice president of the Spirit Hunt Guild, Suyang, found amusement in the thought of Zhao Ming's reaction to losing such a prized item. Despite being a warrior and unable to use some of the equipment, he knew their value on the black market could net him a substantial profit. In addition to the weapons and armor, Suyang discovered a variety of potions and premium skill scrolls capable of boosting his abilities. But what excites him even more is that among these treasures was a broken boundless gem, an exceptional item that could remove level restrictions from equipment. This gem was particularly exciting for Suyang, as it would allow him to wield equipment like the platinum-tier greatsword, which typically required one to be level 79. This weapon was not only a perfect match for his warrior class, but also boasted incredible attributes, including an enchantment that added flame damage to his attacks and the ability to summon a flame giant, albeit with a one-day cooldown. This is such a strong weapon to have, so as soon as the system had notified Suyang that he could now return to his original form, he didn't hesitate to go back. Instantly, light enveloped Suyang's dragon form, and in the next moment, he found himself back in his human form, surprisingly, right at home. He had expected to return to the location he was at before the transformation, but it appeared the system had a more convenient approach. But that's not really what matters. The most important thing is that he was now level 20, and what happened was not a dream. And with this, Suyang went straight ahead and allocate his points, putting 100 on strength and 50 each to speed and spirit. Although warriors usually don't add spirit with the advantage he has for receiving a system, he can't just follow the usual path, and he had obtained scrolls, which has a minimum required spirit for him to use. But to his surprise, the moment he confirmed the distribution of his points, an overwhelming aura burst forth from him. It was as if the very essence of his being had been supercharged, unleashing a wave of power that resonated throughout the room. This sudden manifestation of strength was so intense that it sent a shockwave through his belongings, leaving a trail of disarray in its wake. The experience served as a stark reminder of the raw power he now commanded, prompting a mental note to not to overdo it in the future. Now that was settled. The next thing he should do is to go to the temple to make a job change. But as he get a look at the time, he realized that it's already too late for him to do that today. So it seems like he has no choice but to rest for now, and just go to the temple tomorrow and take the transfer quest, which really excite him as he looks forward to complete his job change. Back at the Spirit Hunt Guild headquarters, the return of their leader so quickly stirred a wave of shock among the members. They understood that his early return signified one of two things. Either they had swiftly vanquished the dragon or faced a crushing defeat. The latter became apparent as they observed their leader's diminished state, noting the drop in his level from 99 to 90, a sight they had never before witnessed. The guild had always prided itself on its invincibility, bolstered by their strategies, and they also have the guide from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, so there was no chance that they could be defeated, but this just pissed the leader even more, and commanded them not to mention that backstabbing of a pavilion in front of his face ever again. He had traded his universe ring, but they just gave him a shit strategy that led them to their defeat. This is unforgivable, and his men had also taken an impact, especially his vice president, Zhao Ming, who not only had dropped his level to 86, but he has also lost his diamond tier weapon, which took a toll on a mental health. Even his priest is now having a tantrum as he had lost not only the boots, but the chance to have himself an elf girlfriend. With this turn of events, Li Shan's eyes sparked with the fury of thunder, a clear sign of the storm that was about to be unleashed as he vowed to seek retribution against the pavilion for their betrayal, and will not rest until he got answer from those deceiving shits. The next day had arrived, and the ancient orphanage was alive with activity. It was a scene unlike any typical day. Kids ran around playing, their laughter and shouts filling the air, while the adults were busy with their responsibilities, trying to keep everything under control. This particular day was far more chaotic than usual, because the orphanage received a surprising amount of deliveries. Piles of boxes and packages had arrived, addressed to the orphanage, which puzzled everyone, especially the elderly man in charge. He couldn't help but wonder if there had been some mistake, thinking perhaps these goods were meant for another place. However, the delivery staff were certain they were at the right location. They showed the paperwork, which clearly stated that these items were to be delivered to the Anshan orphanage, and the person who ordered them was a young man named Su Yang. This detail shocked the old caretaker. He knew Su Yang very well, and was aware that Su Yang didn't have much money. The caretaker couldn't figure out how Su Yang could afford to send so much to the orphanage. But as the caretaker was lost in his thoughts, his attention was suddenly drawn to a more pressing matter. His parental instincts kicked in when he saw a little girl playing dangerously close to a stack of crates. And just as he feared, these crates were tipped over, and the little girl was about to get crushed by it. But because he was old, he couldn't reach her in time, and all he could do was shout. Fortunately, just as the crates began to fall, a figure rushed forward with remarkable speed, and arms shot out, catching and stabilizing the crates in the nick of time, preventing them from crashing down on the little girl. The rescuer was none other than Su Yang, the same person who had sent all the deliveries. He had arrived just in time to save the day, and it seems like he is well loved by the kids in the orphanage, as they immediately rushed towards him the moment they recognized him. And seeing them lively like this put Su Yang's mind at ease, and the old man was equally excited to greet him. And it seems like Su Yang becomes so powerful, holding the crate like it was nothing, making the old man proud that he had already received a profession. Despite his joy, the caretaker's concern for Su Yang's well-being lingered. It was second nature for him to worry about the children he had raised, prompting him to advise Su Yang to remain cautious and prioritize his safety. Su Yang could only offer an awkward smile and response, fully aware that he was the monster that others should beware of. Nevertheless, Su Yang was touched by the caretaker's care and concern. Having grown up an orphan, he felt fortunate to have someone who looked out for him like a family member. Eager to ease the caretaker's worries, Su Yang reassured him that he had nothing to fear, since the monster are pretty obedient towards him, and they can't even hurt him, thanks to his considerable strength. And he's even going to the temple right now to change his professions. That's how strong he was, and this brought a momentary sense of relief to the old man. Shortly after his departure from the orphanage, Su Yang made his way to the profession change hall. Upon arrival, he was immediately caught up in the whirlwind of rumors swirling around the place. The hot topic of the day was the shocking news that the Spirit Hunt Guild had been completely decimated. This disastrous event was traced back to an issue with the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's branch, specifically a fault in the guide they had provided. Known for its meticulous and highly regarded raid groups, was now under scrutiny for a mistake that seemed out of character for such a prestigious organization. As Su Yang mingled among the crowd, absorbing the gossip, he pieced together valuable information. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was not just any raid group. It was a top-tier organization, boasting numerous experts of the 5th tier. The implications were clear. If there were indeed flaws in their raid strategy, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion would soon take steps to rectify their mistake, likely leading them directly to Su Yang as their next challenge. But this just put a smile on his face, and the thought of going up against the members of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion didn't intimidate him. Instead, it sparked excitement at the prospect of the high-quality equipment he could potentially acquire from them. However, his trains of thought were disrupted yet again by the same fucker who can't mind his own damn business. It was Wongfay and his group of nobodies. And with Wongfay's usual arrogance, he questioned why Su Yang still keeps on appearing at the temple when his profession is nothing but trash. And before he could respond, he emphasized that was a rhetorical question, as Wongfay was well aware why, and that no guild had wanted Su Yang, so he asked to come every day to try his luck. A fact he found amusing. But all jokes aside, since he was now in front of him, it is a good time to continue what they couldn't the day before. He was lucky he lets him off yesterday because of the guild business, but now that his schedule is free and had allocated his points and learned some skills, why not he demonstrate this newfound abilities and teach him a lesson for crossing him? But unfortunately for Wongfay, even before he could release his skill, Su Yang decided to act first and cast Fist, letting Wong catch his hands with his face, and he smacked him so hard that he practically became a human pinball. And this attack of his knocked Wongfay's HP down to 5%. nearly killing the dude. Also, this sent a strong message to his band of goons to not mess with him anymore. Because if they did, he is free to let them feel his hands like what he did to Wongfay, a proposition they decidedly weren't keen on, prompting them to collect their homeboy, Wongfay, and make a hasty retreat from the scene. And as they vanished to view, an applause from his rear caught Su Yang's attention. Turning towards it, he was met by the sight of a woman clad in black, her attire reminiscent of a nun's. Yet the slit in her dress that revealed her thighs suggested she was anything but a nun. Cheer up, guys, I think the first thick waifu just appeared. Look at those curves, I mean clothes. Shit. With this, it became immediately clear that she was a temple profession transition guide, a key staff member of the Changing Hall, and she is really impressed by the prowess Su Yang displayed, leading her to inquire if there was any way she could assist him, which what Su Yang exactly need. So he expressed his desire for a profession transition, a service she was perfectly positioned to provide. With a welcoming nod, she asked Su Yang to follow her to begin the transition process. During their walk, the guide couldn't help but notice Su Yang's appearance, which suggested he was a newcomer to the world of hunters. As they arrived at their destination, before them stood the transition god statue, an imposing figure carved from marble that dwarfed them in its grandeur. This statue wasn't just a piece of art, it was imbued with magic capable of detecting a person's profession and level, assigning them a transition task based on these criteria. Successfully completing this task was the key to undergoing a profession transition, a critical step for any hunter wishing to advance their skills and status. Speaking about transition tasks, these are categorized into 4 levels of difficulty, each designed to test the hunter's capabilities. Before Su Yang could begin, the temple guide offered some advice, suggesting he attempt a 3-star task. This recommendation piqued Su Yang's interest, leading him to question why not aim for a 4-star task. The guide explained that 4-star tasks are significantly more challenging. While it might seem a bit harsh, she pointed out that Su Yang's current profession as a warrior comes with its set of challenges, especially since these tasks demand completion solo. Furthermore, she emphasized that transition tasks are not just any ordinary challenges. They are commitments for life. Opting for a 4-star task comes with the risk of a lifelong inability to transition should he fail. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Su Yang decided to proceed, extending his arm towards the statue to discover his task. A flash of lightning filled the room, a sign that the statue was evaluating his eligibility. Once it confirmed he met the prerequisites, various transition tasks appeared before him, each with its own set of challenges and rewards. The 1-star transition task was straightforward, requiring him to defeat 10 level 20 ordinary sharp-toothed boars. Success would grant him the opportunity to choose between becoming a charge warrior or a defense warrior. Progressing to the 2-star task, the difficulty slightly increased, maintaining similar objectives, but with the added reward of a common-grade first-tier warrior skill book. The complexity further escalated with the 3-star task, which also promised a superior-grade first-tier warrior skill book, enriching Su Yang's arsenal. The 4-star task upped the ante, challenging him to undertake more daunting feats, but offering the prospect of transitioning into a bloodthirsty warlord, accompanied by a fine-grade first-tier warrior skill book. But the most notable of all is that there is option beyond what he was initially informed of. A daunting 5-star transition task. This task stood out with its unique, ominous background color, and looking at the information closely, it was indeed, on a whole, another level. It required him to venture into the perilous Cold Moon Forest, where he needed to kill 100 level 20 ordinary gray wolves, 10 level 20 elite savage wolves, and 1 level 20 boss-grade gray wolf. Furthermore, he was restricted from using any equipment or items obtained through gifts or trades, adding to the challenge's intensity. This is beyond overkill, but its rewards justified it, promising a special transition to the Path Demon Warrior, an additional 100 points of Spirit Attribute, an epic-grade first-tier Demon Warrior special skill, and the privilege of enjoying certain exclusive temple benefits. This revelation came as a shock to him, especially since he was initially informed that only 4-star tasks were available, and so he quickly turned around and confronted the nun about it. The nun promptly apologized for the oversight, explaining that the sheer difficulty of the 5-star task was the reason for it hadn't been mentioned. It was so difficult that not a single person in the Hua Kingdom has accepted this task for many years. Furthermore, with the advent of the transition era, the strength of each country's upper limit is determined by the transitioners. And so, rather than letting potential professionals remain stuck at level 20 forever due to a wrong choice, both the country and the temple advise against attempting the 5-star task in the hopes of cultivating more high-level professionals. Su-yang grasped the rationale behind this guidance. The 5-star task presented an extreme challenge. It requires him to take down a boss-level monster without any assistance or the use of equipment received as gifts or trades. Such daunting requirements explain why many opt to steer clear of this path. But still, the allure of gaining 100 spirit attribute points and the opportunity to transition into a demon warrior piqued Su-yang's interest, not to mention the mysterious temple privileges that accompanied the task. These factors solidified his decision to pursue this rigorous path. Meanwhile, the nun really tried her best to convince Su-yang to take the 3-star task. Unfortunately for her, he already made up his mind, and so Su-yang just thanked her for the advice, which made her happy. But even before she could finish her response, and the system chimed in, confirming Su-yang's acceptance of the 5-star challenge, her shock was palpable, her advice eclipsed by his audacity. And all she could do now is ask why the hell he would do such a thing, and Su-yang just confidently replied that it was all on his feelings. He felt that the 5-star task was more suitable for him, but before she could say anything more, Su-yang assured her that she doesn't need to worry about him failing, because he will definitely complete the task, and they should ready the temple since he is very curious about what the temple's privilege hold. I think I have a rough idea of temple privileges, and I think you guys too. Comment down now and let's see how many were correct. After that, he just walked away like a Chad and fade away from view. The nun, who was paralyzed by disbelief, soon snapped back to reality in panic, and then shouted at one of her co-workers, instructing them to report to the high priest that someone was foolish enough to dare accept a 5-star task. Upon his arrival at the transmission center, Su-yang was met with an unusual scene. A multitude of hunters idly gathered, not out of choice, but due to an unexpected energy fluctuation disrupting the portal's operation. This delay, a rare inconvenience at the center, had caught everyone off guard, including Su-yang. However, Su-yang, unlike many others, was not particularly perturbed by the holdup. He had no immediate rush to begin his journey to the Cold Moon Jungle, and decided to use the unexpected pause to better plan his trip. But not many shared his opinion. Among those affected by the delay was a city girl named Shu Yan, and she stood out from the crowd. Her distinct displeasure was noticeable. Coming from a large, bustling city, she was unaccustomed to and unprepared for the inefficiencies and problems of smaller towns. Her disappointment was compounded by the unwanted attention from local men, prompting her to caution her sister, Shu Qian, to stay close and avoid getting separated in the crowded space. I think she deserves the attention she is getting. Shu Qian, understanding her sister's concern, complied, but her attention soon shifted when she spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. It was Su-yang, calmly waiting in line for the portal, a sight that unexpectedly warmed her heart and brought a blush to her cheeks. But this moment of recognition did not go unnoticed by Shu Yan. She sensed her sister's sudden interest, and so she quickly inquired about the focus of her gaze, which flustered Zhu Qian immediately. But still, she tries her best to downplay her reaction by explaining that Su-yang was simply a classmate who had also changed professions the day before. But Shu Yan just found this odd because Su-yang is currently lining up for a portal leading to the notoriously dangerous Cold Moon Jungle, a destination ill-suited for novices. Concerned that Su-yang might be unaware of the risks, Shu Qian felt compelled to warn him against proceeding without adequate preparation. However, before they could act on their intentions, the portal's operations unexpectedly resumed, and Su-yang was swiftly transported to his destination, leaving Zhu Qian in a state of shock and worry for his safety. Unbeknownst to her, Su-yang stepped into the Cold Moon Jungle with confidence, and therefore quickly noticed the absence of other hunters. This solitude in such a dangerous area piqued his curiosity, suggesting that the other hunters had perhaps sensed the imminent danger and scattered, leaving him to face the jungle's threats alone. And his suspicions were confirmed when a monster launched an attack from behind. But Su-yang was fast in his feet and avoided the attack. But as he faced the creature head-on, he recognized it as a target from his quest. which he didn't expect to appear so soon. Since dealing with this kind of monster is really tricky if one relies on oneself alone without using trading prop and equipments, and as expected, the monster was fierce and fast, closing the distance instantly. Unfortunately for it, Su Yang has tricks of his own, taking out his long, red, flaming sword and sliced that big, black monster like butter, and quickly cooked it right after, as its buff ability was on effect. This was such an unnecessary overkill, but Su Yang just wanted to use this sword at full power as fast as possible, since he had used a great amount of money in order for him to use it, all because this weapon doesn't have a gem slot to begin with. At first he thought he could use it right away since he got the gem which ignore level requirements, but without a slot, it was useless. So he has to use a high-level drilling stone to carve in one, but luck wasn't on his side when he was doing this, as it kept on failing again and again, which drained his wealth from 100 million to 60 million. Nonetheless, getting to use this weapon is lucky enough, so he just decided to look at the brighter side of things, and he still has the long bow that was owned by Zhao Ming. If he is able to sell this, then he will gain the money that he lost, and maybe Zhao Ming himself would buy this back, which is very funny if he thinks about it. But his financial concerns must be put aside for the moment, as Su Yang found himself under attack from monsters once again. Fortunately, he didn't need to flee thanks to a silver-level scroll in his possession. This scroll activated a charging barrier around him, capable of absorbing up to 50,000 points of damage, effectively shielding him from the onslaught, and the low-level monsters have low IQ, so they keep on continuing to attack the barrier non-stop, unwittingly positioning themselves exactly where Su Yang had intended. With this, Su Yang unleashed a devastating swing of his sword, emitting a fiery whirlwind that swept through the monsters. This powerful attack allowed him to eliminate 15 wolves in a single stroke. However, his quest required him to vanquish 100 wolves, and he realized that hunting them down individually would prove to be a troublesome and time-consuming task. To streamline this process, Su Yang pulled a monster attraction stone from his inventory. This unique item, usually dropped by low-level bosses, had the ability to lure both ordinary and elite monsters within a considerable radius directly to him. Recognizing the tactical advantage this presented, Su Yang activated the stone by tossing it into the sky, where it shattered and unleashed its magic, and almost immediately, the gem's power was evident as wolves swarmed from all directions, surrounding Su Yang, leaving Su Yang with nowhere to run, but retreat was never an option. He considered he was determined to fulfill his quest objectives in a decisive manner. To achieve this, he consumed an intermediate spirit potion, boosting his spirit points significantly, and unfurled a special baptism of fire skill scroll. This scroll allowed him to unleash a devastating area of effect fire attack, enveloping him in a pillar of fire that incinerated any monster daring to approach. This maneuver allowed him to meet the requirement of slaying 100 wolves. But it seems like the attraction stone proved to very effective, as he had attracted all the monsters in the forest. But he is not worried for one bit, as he had numerous amounts of scrolls at his disposal, so he can easily respond in kind against this large number of monsters. Meanwhile, in a remote part of the Cold Moon Jungle, a puzzled group of hunters roamed, perplexed by the eerie silence that had replaced the usual cacophony of monstrous growls. Accustomed to fending off aggressive creatures at every turn, their 2-kilometer journey without a single monster encounter raised alarms. The mystery deepened when one hunter recalled seeing a monster that, instead of attacking, fled in the opposite direction. An unheard-of behavior for the typically hostile inhabitants of the forest. Piecing together this odd behavior, the group's most seasoned hunter deduced that a monster attraction stone must be at play, drawing all the monsters to a single point and away from them. And this is such a selfish tactic, as this just wasted the opportunity of other hunters. With this, the group was determined to confront this shameless son of a that wants to get all the rewards for himself, and teach him a lesson that he won't ever forget. But they may have to postpone that thought, as a sudden immense power emerged from where they were headed. The attack was so strong that it had reached the skis above, and the shockwave of it can't be ignored either, as the trio had felt it even from a distance, which made them curse out loud, as this level of magic fluctuation was likely from a third-level magician. So it's safe to say that confrontation was no longer an option. With this, they decided to quit now, and just do something else, as they can just complete their task next time. Meanwhile, back in the desolate aftermath where Su-yang stood, the scene was markedly different from moments ago. The vast number of monsters that had swarmed him were now nowhere in sight. Not a single corpse remained, and the landscape around him was scorched, devoid of vegetation, extending for miles in every direction. This level of destruction marked the completion of 2/3 of his ambitious 5-star job transfer task, leaving only the formidable boss as the final hurdle. A sense of anticipation lit up Su-yang's face. Despite having to utilize several scrolls to get to this point, the task had proven less challenging than he'd initially thought. Based on the nun's reaction back at the temple now, with only the boss battle ahead, he wondered if this would be the challenge he had been seeking all along, and he eagerly made his way towards its lair. The destination was the Cold Moon Cave, known to be the dwelling of the fearsome Blue Wolf King, a challenge typically recommended for a team of 3 or more hunters all over level 20. With this, just a few blocks away, a group of 3 can be seen peeking through a corner. They are above level 20, and a well-rounded team at that. Among the trio was Zhang the Mage, Li Sen, the tank, and Zhao the Archer. Each plays a crucial role in their planned confrontation with the boss, and Li Sun was particularly confident since their brother Zhang had bought him a primary strength concoction which allows him to survive for a longer period of time. But Zhao the Archer, on the other hand, was skeptical about all of this, since he had just changed his profession recently and haven't tried his new skill yet, so he doesn't even know if they are strong or not. But Zhang couldn't have that, especially when he had prepared this much and he was more than motivated than the other two, because the Wolf King had a 100% chance to drop its crystal core, a prize that could forge a silver-level staff, which is enough for him to use until he reached level 40. And so he tries his best to make Zhao confident about himself, set aside his apprehensions, and focus on the potential rewards their victory could bring. But before he could even finish his speech, Zhao signaled him to stop as he noticed an unexpected figure approaching the cave. With this, all their eyes focus on the mysterious figure, and it was actually Su-yang confidently walking towards the boss lair, quickly alarming the group as they feared he might claim their target first. But upon closer inspection, they realized that this guy is quite young and was notably lacking any form of armor, suggesting he might be inexperienced or lost, and the tank guy asked if they should inform the kid about it. But the selfish Zhang quickly dismissed this idea with a scornful smack, believing his suggestion was stupid. As he thinks differently, he saw this as an opportunity to use the newbie as a bait for free, and while they wait for him to absorb the first wave of the boss skills, which they assume he couldn't even survive, they can go up and reap the benefits. With this, Li San couldn't help but admire Zhang's cunningness. Unfortunately for them, it didn't go as they had planned, as the ground beneath them began to tremble. This unforeseen quake was the result of Su-yang's actions. His eradication of a significant number of wolves in the Cold Moon jungle had incited the rage of the Wolf King. Infuriated by the loss of its pack, the Wolf King's power surged by 30%. But as an onlooker, the trio remained clueless, unable to comprehend why the boss was enraged by the arrival of the newbie. With this, Zhang assumed that the newcomer had messed up their whole plan, and he wasn't about to let that slide, especially when there were spoils to be claimed. So he pops out of hiding, trying to rally his crew to move now before the boss dips out on them because of this mess. And he was convinced that the kid would get folded easily, so they have to get their ass up immediately. But before he could even get close, an intense gust of wind suddenly blew on his face, pulling his hood back and forcing his gaze forward, and he couldn't believe what he is witnessing right now. Even his crew were exactly the same expression as him. Turns out, the newbie they thought was going to get wrecked flipped the script entirely. As he took down the boss with one clean hit, light work no reaction type of shit. It wasn't even a fight! Now they realize not to judge a book by its cover, as the kid is one hell of a monster himself. Meanwhile, Su-yang remained stoic as it proved that the 5-star quest he was made to believe was hard, was nothing but child's play. After taking down the boss, Su-yang sifted through his loot with high hopes, only to be met with disappointment. The items dropped were mediocre at best, a far cry from the riches he'd amassed as a dragon. Among these, the Wolf King's crystal core stood out, not for its value to Su-yang, but for its sheer lack of appeal. Still, he was done with his quest, so there is that going for him. And so he decided to go back to the transfer hall. But before he could, Zhang completely heard his dismissive comments about the core, and so he tries his luck by asking Su Yang if he would be so kind to just give it to him. But little did he know, Su Yang had caught every word of his earlier disrespect and his plans to use him as mere bait, and therefore Su Yang confronts Zhang about this, and his shitty personality, because now that things didn't go as he pleased, he has the audacity to try befriend him and get what he wants. Well, too bad. Su Yang isn't a pushover that they can just step on. And so Su Yang shattered the core in front of Zhang's face, establishing dominance and a lesson not to mess with him ever again. And if he so wants to fight him right now, he would be glad to give him some smoke. And because Zhang was bitchmate, even though he was violated like that, he didn't do nothing and just let Su Yang walk away. At the same time, Zhang's crew can't believe what just happened as well, and they wish all of this was just a dream, because no one would even believe them that they encountered a damn rookie this strong who can kill a boss with one swing. A few moments later, Su Yang had successfully returned to the Hunter's Square, where he was met by the nun he had recently encountered. She initially thought he had come back with more questions, but Su Yang quickly set the record straight, informing her that he had completed his 5-star task and was ready for his job transfer. And only shock could be seen on her face. This was understandable since he took up a 5-star transfer task after all, and finishing at this rate is totally unheard of, which in turn made the nun skeptical. But as she checked out the receipts, it seems like Su Yang wasn't lying at all. Su Yang had indeed accomplished the task, and with this, the nun began to see him in a new light. This guy isn't a show-off nor an idiot after all. It turns out he was really powerful, so powerful that it made people wonder if he was cheating. But the system won't lie, and the fact that he returned uninjured speaks volume of his strength. As she continues to look at him intently, Su Yang felt increasingly uncomfortable, and so he snaps her out of it by inquiring whether he could now initiate his job transfer, which was successful, and so the nun led him to the statue once more. But as they made their way to the statue, the nun found herself increasingly preoccupied with thoughts of Su Yang's remarkable strength. She considered how advantageous it would be for her church to have someone of his caliber exclusively. Luckily, she had already informed the priest about Su Yang, reducing the risk of him being recruited by others. But as she continued to think about Su Yang, her thoughts took a more personal turn. She revealed to be down horrendous for real. Like damn, she a nun, but she down to get dirty with Su Yang since he is also pretty handsome, and she was even thinking of getting his contact information after this ordeal was over, and the thought of being with this guy is already driving her crazy. But these thoughts were momentarily set aside as they arrived at the statue, and not a moment wasted. As Su Yang stepped closer, and almost instantly, a burst of light shines above, and then several beams of light descended swiftly and penetrated him in succession, filling him with powerful energy. This spectacle signaled that he had successfully passed the test and was now prepared to undergo his profession change. And then immediately, a golden halo started to materialize around his wrist. This was a job halo, a special reward given to players who complete the job change tasks, and its color and the bonuses it provides vary according to the difficulty of the task completed, starting from white for a 2% bonus, green for a 4% bonus, blue for a 6% bonus, purple for a 10% bonus, and then to orange for the highest tier, offering a staggering 25% bonus to basic attributes. This is beyond what he expected, and he could feel it. He had really grown significantly. Additionally, he also changes to a demon warrior class, a hybrid class, adept in both close combat physical skills and a broad range of magic abilities, enhancing his versatility and overall power. Furthermore, since he had completely changed his job, his level cap was elevated to 40, and the surplus of 400,000 experience points from his previous endeavors instantly boosted his level to 34. This significant jump provided him with 210 attribute points, which he swiftly allocated to enhance his strength and spirit to 90 each and his speed by 30. This strategic distribution of attributes, combined with his flaming sword, dramatically amplified his capabilities. Su Yang's strength surged to over 500, his spirit reached 300, and his speed climbed to 100, marking a substantial evolution from his initial state. But the blessings didn't end there, as he had also received the promised epic skill book specific to the demon warrior profession, in which contains an epic grade skill named Magic Blade, enabling him to forge a weapon out of condensed magical power, inflicting full magic damage, and the damage of it increases with his strength and mental attributes. This was such a great skill that Su-young didn't think twice to try it out, materializing a blade made out of mana and swung it. But to his surprise, the skill's capabilities exceeded his expectations, as the blade can be controlled through mere thought, and can even be transformed at will without being restricted by appearance. This adaptability made it invaluable for close-quarter combat and ranged attacks alike, and the most important thing about this skill is that it could be enlarged infinitely, and only limited by Su-young's mana reserves, which is equivalent to owning an heirloom weapon that couldn't be destroyed, showcasing remarkable cost efficiency. There was no doubt that it was indeed a 5-star job transfer mission. The distinction was clear, as the rewards far surpassed those of lesser tasks, and with this, Su-young resolved to pursue more 5-star challenges in future job changes, but his trains of thought were disrupted by the nun, congratulating him on his achievement, and from today on, his name will be engraved on the temple monument, and he will become a VIP guest of the Job Transfer Temple. But speaking of VIPs, Su-young went ahead and asks what the privileges were. My man got his priorities in order, eager to get all the benefits. But the nun was unsure of the details, and so she suggested waiting a moment while she sought clarification from her superiors. But it seems like there was no need for that, as another figure showed up to the scene, willing to explain everything regarding matters related to VIPs. And all I could say is, damn! I don't know about you or what the temple is cooking here, but I need to reincarnate now. I will definitely work damn hardest and become a pope that will spread the temple's words and... I am sorry my emotions just took over. I apologize. Dressed in an enchanting white gown, the newcomer was none other than Bai Ling, the senior priest of the transfer temple in Tianling City. Her arrival caused a stir, surprising even the nun. The position of senior priest is nearly equivalent to the highest authority within the temple, making her presence at this moment noteworthy. But the equally surprising thing that Su-young had accomplished was enough of a reason, and naturally, she had to receive such an important guest in person. But, with Bai Ling now present to address any inquiries and formalities, the nun's role was rendered unnecessary, prompting Bai Ling to politely dismiss her, which she understood. But deep down, she was crying her hearts out, as she had not yet acquired Su-young's contact information. Now that was settled, Bai Ling approached Su-young, extending her arm for a handshake. Simply puzzled by her gesture, Su-young hesitated until Bai Ling explained that it was simply the easiest way to transport him privately to the VIP room for a more detailed discussion. Trusting her intentions, Su-young grasped her hand, only to witness a magic circle envelop them, a precursor to their sudden teleportation. In an instant, they found themselves in a different section of the temple, revealing the handshake to be a sophisticated space transfer technique. Su-young marveled at the realization that a temple priest from a third-tier city possessed such advanced abilities. No wonder people say that the strength of the transfer temple is unimaginable. And as Su-young was thinking this, Bai Ling noticed Su-young's look of wonder and modestly downplayed her abilities. She mentioned that her skills weren't inherently powerful. Rather, they are just borrowed power from the temple's sacred statue, that's all to it. On the contrary, he is more surprising. According to the current records, there had never been a 5-star job changer in Tianling City. And even in the Tianling City, the last successful 5-star job transfer had occurred a decade prior. This surprised Su-young, since Tianling City is the superior city of Tianling, and its development level is several levels higher than that off Tianling. But only one of them had been able to complete a 5-star task in 10 years. So it seems like the value of completing this 5-star transfer task were far greater than he had initially perceived. And just as he had realized, Bai Ling began detailing the suite of benefits awarded to him by the Transfer Temple, in accordance with its long-standing traditions. Firstly, Su-young was to receive a generous monthly allowance of 10 million in the national currency, a substantial sum that underscored the value placed on his accomplishment. Secondly, he was granted a black gold status authentication from the X-Alliance, entitling him to a 20% discount on all purchases and transactions, a privilege that would undoubtedly make his adventures and endeavors both more efficient and cost-effective. I think there are some hidden ones they are not telling us about, but we will find out eventually. This revelation left Su Yang in awe of the temple's largesse, particularly as these benefits were seamlessly integrated with his ID, simplifying his access to these newly acquired privileges. However, Bai Ling had more surprises in store. She further explained that Su Yang's exceptional status also afforded him the opportunity to join any A-level guild within the city. But Su Yang, accustomed to operating solo, inquired Bai Ling if joining a guild was obligatory, which Bai Ling reassured him it wasn't a requirement, but strongly recommended considering it, as the collective resources and support a guild offers could significantly accelerate his growth and strength. An individual's ability is limited after all. Furthermore, joining a guild comes with added benefits like experience buffs, aura enhancements, and crucially, team protection, making it an attractive option over going it alone. And Su Yang understood this line of reasoning, and it is also true that a solo player can easily be targeted, especially those like him who had taken the spotlight. While confident in his abilities against a hunter of the same level, facing a significantly higher level hunter could pose real challenges, and having a guild would likely prevent that from ever happening. And he really needs any help that he could get. Since his aspirations extended far beyond the confines of Tianling City, he aimed to become a dominant figure across all realms, a prospect that puts a smile on Su Yang's face. Now that was decided. Su Yang asked Bai Ling what guilds are there to choose from, prompting her to reveal that there are currently only 2 A-level guilds in Tianling City, and based on various data, she recommended the Spirit Hunting Guild as the most suitable option for him. This suggestion landed awkwardly with Su Yang, considering his recent encounters with members of that guild, eager to explore alternatives. He prompted Bai Ling to introduce the other guild, leading to the mention of the Yu Yun Guild. Unlike the Spirit Hunting Guild, the Yu Yun Guild was known for its strength and discretion, competing closely, yet maintaining a low profile. But Su Yang doesn't care. He only wants to join any guild other than the Spirit Hunt Guild, so he chose Yun without much thought, which surprised and confused Bai Ling. But choosing this guild would be much more of an entertaining sight for her, and so proceeded to manage the membership formalities on his behalf, seamlessly integrating him into the Yu Yun Guild's ranks. But before Su Yang could depart, she very much liked to inform him that the Yu Yun Guild is composed entirely of women, completely catching my boy Su Yang off guard. Our boy has failed the mission successfully. He just took the first step toward making his harem, or you can say managing the harem. In the city of Tianling, the Phantom Cloud Guild stands out with its base resembling an opulent mansion, befitting its status as an A-level guild. And just like what had been stated before, the guild is exclusively comprised of women. Among them is Lin Yu Yu, a level 85 hunter and leader of the B-rank guild named after her, the Yu Yu Guild, and Lin Yu Yu often finds herself lamenting the lack of engaging activities. Meanwhile, Lin Yu Yan, wait a minute, Lin Yu Yu and the other is Lin Yu Yun. Why does it have to be confusing? I had to confirm twice just to make sure they have different names. I'll just call Lin Yu Yu Blackhead and Lin Yu Yan as a Redhead. Redhead is a formidable level 99 hunter and the leader of the A-rank Phantom Cloud Guild. She overhears the frustrated remarks of Blackhead, and so she pointed out that she is not even in her own guild. She is just freeloading every day at their place, so she doesn't have the right to complain. And since Blackhead is in the wrong, she humbles herself, but she can't just go back to her guild since she finds the responsibilities there overwhelmingly tedious. But before Redhead could respond, another familiar character had arrived at the scene, opening the door with such force and immediately responded to Blackhead that, even though Blackhead likes slacking, she can't just skip out on guild duties without notice, especially when it comes to welcoming new members. And this newcomer is none other than Zukian, who introduces herself as an ice elementalist. The head-turning lady and the cutie are here, guys. I bet the blonde cutie will be the first one to fall for him. While Blackhead finds Zukian's abilities satisfactory, she's particularly more interested in how cute Zukian looks, so she approves of her joining the guild, which surprises Zukian, but she barely gets a chance to respond as Redhead's reaction overtakes the conversation. As it seems like she was engrossed in some information displayed on a system window, Requesting Blackhead to inquire about the commotion, Redhead revealed that a male member had unexpectedly joined their guild, causing a stir among the guild members, all curious about the sudden new member. Blackhead found this peculiar, considering the Phantom Cloud Guild's policy of only accepting female members, and wondered if there might have been an error on the part of Redhead's subordinates. However, Redhead corrected her, stating that the Transcendence Temple directly assigned the new member after completing a 5-star task and being designated a VIP, giving him the privilege to join any A-rank guild of his choosing, leaving Redhead with no grounds to deny him. This revelation left the guild members in awe of the mysterious new member's achievements, but the question still remained. Why the hell didn't he choose to join the Spirit Hunters Guild instead? But Redhead is still the guild leader, so she maintains an open mind, refraining from jumping to conclusions without evidence. She proposed setting the speculation aside for the moment, intending to personally meet the mysterious Su Yang. Redhead was prepared to take action if he turned out to be troublesome or disrespectful, reassuring everyone that there would always be ways to remove him if necessary. Amidst this discussion, Shu Qian, recognizing Su Yang's name, expressed her astonishment, prompting Redhead to inquire if she knew him. Shu Qian shared that Su Yang was indeed a friend from Tianling City and had recently ascended, suggesting he should still be at level 1 just like her. This led Redhead to assume it was merely a coincidence in names, but before they could move on with the matters at hand. Another lady came barging through the door just like another girl. This girl was none other than Mu Rongshui, a level 95 hunter who is also a member of the Phantom Cloud Guild. Wow, these are all well-rounded girls. I mean, in terms of talents, no literally. She is here to confirm the shocking news that the Spirit Hunt Guild had indeed suffered a total defeat in the Black Dragon dungeon. Though the details of their mission were murky, the outcome was unmistakably a disaster. Mu Rongshui continued explaining that during the incident, Zhao Ming's weapon might have exploded during the raid, and when she checked the auction house, there was already a similar weapon called Storm's Call listed for auction. According to her, there was only one bidder for the weapon, which was likely from the Spirit Hunters Guild, and she asked others to guess what she did. The redhead replied, "You shouldn't raise the price too much?" With a cheeky smile on her face, and in response, Mu Rong had a proud smile on her face while explaining that she kept pushing the bid with other bidders and raised the price over 12 billion, which caused a heavy loss to Spirit Hunter Guild. The Blackhead also praised Mu Rong for this act. Damn, these girls are smart and cutthroat. I would stay clear of these crazy ladies. On the other side, in Spirit Hunters Guild, we see the Soar Express of Zhao Ming, who was literally crying and declared Ice Witch her sworn enemy. The leader also had a dark expression as he explained that he can't reach the seller through private messages and had paid 14 billion for the weapon, which was a huge hit for the guild. Wow! Our boy Su Yang must be super happy. He got the power as Black Dragon, money from selling all the overpriced gear, and soon will get the harem also. Lucky bastard. Qian Yuan guesses that the news about Zhao Ming's weapon explosion might have spread, which caused this pre-planned malicious bidding. Lei Shan kicked Zhao Ming on the butt and told him to quit his sulking attitude. As they all walked toward the exit, and Lei Shan mentioned they had successfully bought back all the lost equipment during the raid, and it's time to get back to the business. Zhao Ming was still rubbing his butt while trying to recover from the impact of that heavy kick. The scene then shifts to Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion headquarters, where the leader of the group, whose name is Zhou Tai, with 110 level and is a bloodthirsty warrior, was denying the claims of Lei Shan that their strategy had a flaw. He continued his explanation saying they have cleared the Black Dragon Fortress dungeon 5 times, and based on those raids, they came up with this strategy. He further explained that they meticulously verified every step, and there shouldn't be any issues if they followed the guide step by step. Lei Shan explained that they followed every step, but the behavior of the Black Dragon was completely different from the description in the strategy. He continued further saying that he is not questioning Zhou Tai's professionalism, but he is not a fool to sacrifice his guild's main force just to blackmail them. A hooded guy then called Lei Shan's guild members a bunch of useless people, as they had a clear strategy, yet still they lost, and now came back to demand money from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. This guy looked like a typical thug who is first to get beat up when the fight starts. He is a regular thug who is trying to act cool while juggling his dagger during his whole remark. We came to know that this guy's name is Liu Qi, and his level is 103. Lei Shan get offended by his remark and asked him to watch his words. In response, the thug teased Lei Shan to train harder or stop playing if he can't handle the defeat. At this point, even Zhou Tai got annoyed and cut him off by telling him to hold his tongue. Then he addressed Lei Shan and said that Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has always placed utmost importance on integrity and will never sell any incorrect information. Therefore, he will arrange an exploration team to retrace the steps, and if they find any errors in the strategy, then they will bear all the losses incurred by Spirit Hunter Guild. If the strategy is correct, then it will mean that Spirit Hunter Guildmaster made a mistake somewhere, and it will not be their concern. And asked Lei Shan if that is acceptable to him, to which Lei Shan agreed. Then he proceeded to inform Zhang Kexin, who is a level 108, a 5-star holy healer, and Zhuang Zhen, who is a level 104, 5-star Mountain Barrier Master, and Liu Qi, the typical thug, to investigate the dungeon with him and Lei Shan tomorrow. While all of them were agreeing to Zhou Tai's decision, the door of the room busted open and black smoke started rushing in. Lei Shan and Qian Yuan quickly took a defensive stance and readied their spells for the attack. Zhou Tai asked them to stay calm as the person barging in is Mr. Chen Lun from the headquarters of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Lei Shan was surprised that a big shot was here. We get a clear look of Chen Lun, who is level 115 and a 5-star necromancer. He said that Zhou Tai needs to inform him whenever he is going to the Black Dragon Fortress as per their previous conversation. Zhou Tai apologized and explained that they are going only as a part of their follow-up service, and he didn't want it to trouble him with such tiny matters. But Chen Lun cut him off and said he did not need an explanation and would go with them tomorrow. To which Zhou Tai agreed. Chen Lun was excited for the Black Dragon raid as he called his soul delicious, and every harvest made his treasure even stronger. He looks like an old pervert, and Zhou Tai fully agrees with me. Lei Shan was surprised that a team of 5-star professionals, plus an expert from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion headquarters, will do a raid, and with that much power, can easily clear up the 4th-rank dungeon. In case they kill the Black Dragon, it will work out fine, but if they get wiped out, they surely deserve it. Whether it's a genuine strategy or a fake one, with the heavy losses on his side, these self-righteous strategy groups should pay some price. He had an evil smile on his face just by the fact that the Black Dragon and exploration team will kill each other. The whole day passes and it's nighttime now. Our playboy Su Yang is lying defeated on the bed. He is annoyed by the continued buzzing of the chat channel and all the females talking about him. He is thankful that he blocked it quickly, otherwise he would be annoyed to death. Another notification gets his attention, which is from the auction house informing him about the continued bidding on the weapon. He wondered if both of the bidders might have a grudge against each other, as Ice Witch kept bidding 1 yuan up from Elf Noble. Eventually, the price reached 14 billion, which was 40% higher than average. He immediately confirmed the sale. He thanked Ice Witch for helping him raise the bid. The transaction was confirmed, and in the next notification, his temple benefits came into the clutch. As he was the Black Gold member, he was exempted from the auction fees and also received a 5% additional bonus on the auction price. He received a whooping 15 billion from this transaction, and his new balance came to 15 billion. He was quite satisfied with the transaction and wondered that he earned another billion just from 5% exemption, which was equal to 10% profit. He thought of taking a break and looking for a part-time job tomorrow. He wondered that after experiencing this pleasure, who would want to laboriously grind monsters like he did in the past? At 7:00 p.m., his part-time boss cooldown was complete and a 5-member team was challenging the dungeon. The notification asked him to confirm his transfer. The notification further explained that it is a renowned exploration team who are known as Dungeon Killers and has conquered numerous dungeons and made strategies based on them. He wondered why there were 5-star professionals above level 100. They should have already cleared this dungeon before, so this sudden visit must be related to Spirit Hunter's wipeout incident. Regardless of their intention, since they bought only 6 people, they must be extremely confident of their abilities, and he won't hold back. With a smile on his face, He confirmed the connection and started his second part-time challenge.
Please hit the like button so more people can enjoy this awesome story, and subscribe to the channel for more videos. Now let's get back to the story.
When he opened his eyes, all the elite monsters that died before were resurrected, and it was no surprise to Su Yang as he knew that the Black Dragon Fortress was just a diamond-level realm that gets refreshed like a game, and only the star-level or higher realms become non-replicable. While Su Yang was lost in these thoughts, the elf lady questioned him, saying, "What are you up to again?" But Su Yang ignored her question, and thought that from the perspective of the Black Dragon, this elf looked like a beautiful pet. What a pet! Look at our boy wondering the right things. I also wonder how the dragon and a small little elf work out. You know what I am wondering about. Sorry, I get distracted easily, my bad. He wondered the reason for her abduction, and he thought the Black Dragon must have acted according to the established rules when he was not connected to the body. Maybe this dragon is also just a pervert. Or he wants a harem too. Well, I don't blame him. Who doesn't? Su Yang then used his skill to take a look at the raiding team. This confirmed his suspicion as Lei Shan from the Spirit Hunter Guild was also here in the team, which means they were here to clean up the previous mess, and he also complimented the after-sales services of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. As all raiding party members were 5th-level professionals, Su Yang thought that their combat power is much stronger than last time, but as long as they didn't get their hands on the Dragon Slayer's heart, they should not be able to cause him much harm. Just to be on the safe side, he thought of testing them and finding their weaknesses, as he should not be careless against level 5 professionals. He ordered 2 of his dragon warriors to take all the wyverns and go outside to deal with the intruders. They obeyed his command and started to leave, but Su Yang stopped one of them to stay behind. The scene shifted to the raiding team. They were swiftly dealing with all the monsters, but they hadn't come across any anomalies so far, and everything was matching the strategy so far. They thought that the Spirit Hunter Guild might have messed up on their own, deliberately looking for the trouble. The healer Zhang Kexin warned everyone to not be careless, and to keep up the defensive barriers until they take down the boss steadily. The random trash thug guy noticed a lot of dust from one direction, and wondered what that is. To his surprise, in the next moment, everyone felt the killing intent coming from the dust, and all the dragon warriors and wyverns jumped out of the dust cloud, screaming, "Kill them all! Leave no intruder alive," watching all the monsters coming at full speed. Lei Shan freaked out that he is going to meet the same fate again and screamed it was the same last time, but there are even more monsters now. While hiding behind Zhou Tai agreed that it was unexpected, but this level of threat still couldn't affect his exploration team. In an instant, the trash-talking thug jumped ahead and said he would draw the aggro of the elite monsters, and everyone can eliminate small fries in the meantime and then focus on the elites. I guess this fool has some skills after all. He is not just an idiot with a loud mouth. Everyone agreed and launched their flashy attacks and took care of all the monsters swiftly. After taking care of all the monsters, Zhou Tai ordered everyone to continue forward with the raid. After watching this massacre, Su Yang thought that they were truly worthy of being 5-rank experts. Their strength seemed like immortals descending to experience life. He noted that the mysterious-looking mage didn't even make a move during the attack. He decided to take care of the things by himself and took a flight, to which the elf girl was surprised and his underlings started cheering. Lord Atos is taking action again? Wait, why did I say, again? The underlying questioned himself. The other one added to the statement by asking, have you ever seen Atos take the initiative before? They answered, saying no, but this scene looked familiar to all of them. The elf girl questioned, how could this be? The dragon is acting ahead again. What was happening to the dragon, and it was not like this when she was captured? The scene shifted to Zhou Tai's team, where Lei Shan was praising the strategy team for their top-notch strength. He also added that the situation they just witnessed is not mentioned in the strategy guide. Zhou Tai agreed to the statement and promised to look into it after the raid ended. The creepy old necromancer mocked Lei Shan, saying that he can't handle even these small fries and still calls himself the Never Fail Guild. He laughed while adding all the corpses to his necromancer army. To this statement, Lei Shan replied by saying that maybe in Master Chen's eyes, his guild does not have noteworthy strength, but there is surely an issue in the strategy they provided, and as a leader of Sky Pavilion, he should take responsibility and speak fairly. This statement pissed the necromancer and like a cranky old man. With glowing eyes and creepy smile, he dared Lei Shan to say a couple more words and he would kill him and add him to his dead army collection. This scared the shit out of Lei Shan, but before the situation escalated, Zhou Tai came in between them and sled the necromancer to stop scaring the clients and calm down. Man, this old man is like a sketchy neighborhood drug dealer who sells you crappy products and threatens to kill you if you complain. Lei Shan wondered that for a moment he thought he was done for, and the old man was really going to kill him. Zhou Tai questioned the old guy, saying he should consider the consequences of his actions. If he kills Lei Shan, then how would they get more contracts in the future? Lei Shan was annoyed by all this and thought he should let him gloat for now, and he would see who would laugh after meeting the Black Dragon. While thinking this, he noticed a huge shadow and looked up. There he was. Black Dragon, he screamed. It's the Black Dragon. Guys, I think this guy is traumatized from the last meeting with the Black Dragon. The boss actually acted ahead of schedule. How is this possible? Zhou Tai wondered. Is this a bug? Spirit Hunter didn't deceive us. Everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of the Black Dragon boss. In an instant, Zhou ordered everyone. He told Lao Zhuang to maintain the barrier, Lucy to be ready to transform at any moment, and the healer to prioritize healing Liu Si and keep his health at 30%. Everyone agreed and shouted understood. Zhou Tai activated his skill-frenzied blood song, which is a berserker talent that significantly increases all attributes when his health drops below 30%. It also reduces the amount of damage taken by the user. They landed multiple attacks in the next instant. Physical damage dealt 15,893. Physical damage dealt 14519. Shadow damage dealt 13774. Magic damage dealt 13343. Magic damage dealt 112678. To all these attacks, Su Yang wondered that something was off. Due to damage reduction skill, even the 5-star professionals can't deal him much damage. This Black Dragon has damage reduction buffs, keep chipping away, Zhou Tai shouted while dodging an attack. The hooded crappy thug was behind Zhou Tai and shouted that he saw the attack coming from miles away. This pissed off our boy Su Yang. I guess this guy has a unique quality to piss off everyone he speaks to. Can you guess what I'll do next? Su Yang instantly switched his target to the priest standing in the back line and launched himself with a dragon charge attack. But Zhou Tai blocked his attack, and Su Yang wondered if he wasted the opportunity to eliminate the support team. While the dragon's attack was blocked, the crappy thug took shadow form, which significantly increased the attack, speed, and critical hit ratio. All of his skills also increased the dark attribute damage. He yelled, "Taste my strike! All of your vulnerabilities are behind you," while jumping toward the back of the dragon. He started attacing frantically and dealt some physical and shadow damage. He used his most powerful skill, called Shadow Stab, which can even take down small bosses in straight-tier instances with millions of HP. Yet he wondered why it was dealing so little damage to this dragon boss. Is the damage reduction of this boss, is this outrageous? Now it's your time to reveal your vulnerabilities. Go to hell! The dragon smashed the thug with his wing, which did major damage to the thug and left him only with 1% HP. He landed on the ground defeated, and everyone ran toward him wondering how many times his luck can save him. Zhou Tai was glad that he shielded the healer earlier and ordered him to heal the thug. But the dragon was not gonna let them just heal the dude. I think the thug really pissed him off. The healer looked at the dragon, and it was ready to launch the next attack. This move, could it be Breath of Annihilation? But isn't that supposed to be the transition ultimate skill that's used when health is below 70%? Why is it being used at the beginning? Our boy Su Yang is really abusing the major power-up and launching special skill attacks one after another. In the next instant, he launched the attack and the entire field was covered with fire. When he looked down to check the aftermath, to his surprise, everyone was alive and the thug was getting healed by the healer. He's still alive, but that move should be the last resort defense skill of the Barrier Master, which reduces damage taken by the allies inside the sanctuary by 90%, and it also restores the health continuously and lasts for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 360 seconds. The next breath of annihilation should finish them off, he wondered. Why isn't the boss following the usual pattern, and it seems to have gained some intelligence and stated understanding of tactics and exploiting the vulnerabilities? Everyone was wondering about the different behavior of the boss dragon. Zhoutai questioned that it's a stone-tier boss and its behavior patterns should be fixed. How could it suddenly grow a brain and start acting differently? The necromancer started floating in air, while calling everyone a useless trash, and stated in the end he had to take action himself. He started casting a large-level spell and summoned the bone dragon, Malthus. Looking at the summoned dragon, Su Yang remembered that necromancers are extremely rare occupations. It is usually said that high-level necromancers can even summon the creatures at a dungeon boss level. He questioned if the summoned dragon would have a comparable strength to him. While he was lost in thoughts, the necromancer commanded the summoned dragon to attack. In an instant, the bone dragon rushed toward the black dragon, and they locked claws with each other. The impact of the collisions causes shockwaves in the surroundings. Such immense power! Does this seemingly fragile bone dragon actually have such strength? Su Yang wondered. Su Yang threw the dragon back while yelling "Het lost!" The bone dragon was knocked back, but instantly gained footing and launched a counterattack with Cloud Crop Inferno, a giant fire breath attack. Su Yang also responded with the Breath of Destruction, and a massive explosion covered the entire area in flames. Lishan was amazed to see that the bone dragon was actually countering the ultimate move of the black dragon. Zhoutai also added that the pervert old geezer is annoying, but his strength is real. Meanwhile, the dragons were still using the fire breath attacks and trying to overpower each other. Su Yang thought that the bone dragon's breath was powerful, but he himself is holding back for now. Then he put in some more strength in his attack and overpowered the bone dragon. The entire field was covered in fire, and only the bones remained in the end. He started walking toward the necromancer, but something grabbed his feet. He looked down, and it was the bone dragon. It was resurrected after being destroyed from last attack. The necromancer geezer smiled and commanded Bone Dragon to keep raising and fighting back. The Bone Dragon launched multiple attacks, dealing physical damage, 5941 on 8, dealing magic damage, 17491, dealing magic damage, 119652, dealing magic damage, 80313. Multiple notifications popped indicating a major amount of damage to the Black Dragon. Its health was lowered to 81%. This damage is much higher than that of a class changer. This continues, I might lose. Su Yang wondered and took a flight back to catch his breath, while he was worried that the Bone Dragon would catch up with him and that he needed to recover soon. He looked at the dragon, which was still on the ground, looking at him. This guy can't fly. Su Yang figured it out. Geezer Necromancer commanded the Bone Dragon to continue attacking from the distance, and it launched multiple fire attacks at the Black Dragon. But our boy was able to easily dodge all those attacks because he can see them coming from a mile, literally. Su Yang looked at the Necromancer and saw he was defenseless and prepared to attack him. The old geezer realized this and commanded the Bone Dragon to protect him. But the Black Dragon actually fooled him. He grabbed the Bone Dragon and threw him at the Necromancer, which reduced his HP to 20%, and they landed on the ground, creating a large dust cloud. Su Yang was amazed that the Necromancer still had 20% HP. He thought he was just a squishy mage and would die in a second. When Su Yang looked down, Zhuangzhen was managing the barrier and healing the geezer Necromancer. Due to the sharing the pain skill, which shares half the damage taken by teammates, and also provides a 50% damage reduction. Everyone was still able to hold on somehow. Zhoutai was the main reason of their survival, as he was assisting everyone at the right time. Has Liu Qi not returned yet? The Necromance questioned. Why is he talking about the crappy thug guy who got wrecked in the last chapter? I almost forgot about the guy. Zhoutai replied that, according to his calculations, he would be here soon. Liu Qi? That assassin! I didn't even notice he'd been missing for a while. Su Yang realized the crappy thug was missing. Guess I wasn't the only one forgetting about him. Su Yang guessed that he might be gone to retrieve the Heart of the Dragon. Captain Liu Qi is back, Zhang Kexin shouted. That's great, Zhuangzhen said with a relieved expression, and Lishan also got his hopes up and thought they could win. But instead of Liu Qi, It was a subordinate of the Black Dragon who was running toward them. He shouted that he had accomplished his mission and presented Heart of the Dragon to Su Yang. Su Yang praised the Dragon Warrior for swiftly completing the task. Jotai was shocked by the realization that the only hope they had to defeat the Black Dragon was gone now. "How is this possible?" he muttered. Su Yang mocked Jotai for scheming and using low-hand tactics to win. He touched the heart, and a bright light surrounded him. A new notification popped. Detecting uncontrollable factors. Diamond Tier Secret Realm. Black Dragon Fortress. Level change imminent. The secret realm begins to rise to Starlight Tire. The scene changes to the city where people were shocked and wondering if there was an earthquake due to the intense vibrations. The MILF priestess questioned the master priest that there was an unusual surge in spiritual energy and what could be the cause of that. The head MILF Bai Ling explained that she is sensing a powerful aura emerging from a hidden realm. She explained further that she never expected it to affect the real world. She was afraid that something big was about to happen in this world. I guess she is right. Something big and black is coming for them. I mean, coming for Jotai. Shit. Everybody was shocked. Star level? How could this happen? Lishan said with a pale face. I never heard of a hidden realm upgrading like this before, Zhuangjun added. Jotai was too shocked by the current situation and kept looking at the Black Dragon. With the realm upgrade, Su Yang's Black Dragon also leveled up. He reached level 100 and all his attributes increased. He also unlocked a new skill Starshine. Su Yang opened his status window, which showed that he is now an early growth stage Black Dragon with level 100. The new skill he unlocked was Spirit Town's Purifying Inferno Prison. It conjures up an infernal prison with incredibly potent black flames. It annihilates anyone who tries to resist and deals 1000% strength attribute magical damage. It has an additional effect that destroys the souls of professionals who get killed by it. He can also choose to destroy the soul or not. Su Yang was amazed by all these new developments. The new notification informed him that the advancement was due to him obtaining the Dragon Slayer's heart. Su Yang wondered if the Black Dragon was supposed to be at Starshine level strength from the beginning. The only reason holding the realm back was the presence of the Dragon Slayer's heart, which was the weakness of the Black Dragon. Now that he has the Dragon Slayer heart, the difficulty naturally increases. Su Yang was still wondering about the meaning of the early growth stage title while looking at the Dragon Slayer heart in his hand. He also realized that the situation is changed now. They won't be able to defeat him as he evolved and got more powerful. While he was lost in his thoughts, he heard the footsteps of someone approaching toward the battlefield. Surely it was the crappy thug who has successfully failed his mission. While still running toward Jotai, he shouted that he searched the tomb but couldn't find the heart. He looked toward the Black Dragon and it was holding the heart. Noticing this, the thug instantly changed his direction and started running toward the Black Dragon. Jotai tried to stop him and shouted not to act on his own and to come back. He wondered why this idiot didn't notice the system notification earlier. The stupid thug ignored his warning and boasted that the stupid bidfool dragon can't possibly keep up with his speed. See, I told you guys last time that this guy is going to die first. I could clearly see a dead thug written on his face. In an instant, the dragon lifted his front paw and smashed the thug into a pulp. The notification announced his death to all the team members. Lei Shan asked Jotai what should they do now. He responded by saying that usually, Starshine tier realm bosses require a team of 10 to 25-star players to defeat them. With the number of people they have now, there's no hope of winning at all. According to him, there was only one option available. After saying this, he started running back toward the entrance of the dungeon with full speed. Watching this, the geezer necromancer questioned him, saying that he shouldn't run at this critical moment. He ignores the geezer and replies that it's foolish to fight under these circumstances. Looking at Jotai running back, Su Yang praised him for making a wise decision, but he was not planning to let anyone leave alive. While everyone running toward the portal, the dragon dashed past them and stood in front of the portal, blocking the only escape route the team had. Seeing the Black Dragon in front, Jotai ordered everyone to stack all the defensive buffs and charge in with all their might. He wanted to make it out alive. the Black Dragon used Annihilation Breath. It was a massive breath, and it left the whole team in shambles. Everyone was lying on the ground, and Jotai was barely standing with the help of his axe. The attack instantly shattered the barrier, and everyone's mana and health were at the lowest points, and they would not be able to handle the next attack. Jotai recommended everyone to put their valuable items in the Infinite Ring to prevent losses, as he announced that there is no hope for escape. At this remark, the old necromancer geezer was not happy, and replied saying that he will not give up as he had already killed the Black Dragon thousands of times before. He stated that he knew all of his abilities like the back of his hand, and even if I has advanced to Starshine level, he will kill it once more. He was surrounded by an ominous green mist while casting his spell, and in the next moment when he raised his staff, thousands of undead creatures were standing behind him. It was a skill that raised all the dead creatures with infinite duration, but it will continuously consume his health and mana. He commanded his army to attack, and all the creatures rushed toward Su Yang. But our Giga Chad boy Su Yang is on a totally different level now. He shouted, "Die you worthless trash," and attacked with his tail to take care of all the low-level monsters. The Bone Dragon launched its flame attack, but Su Yang laughed it off, saying that it couldn't even scratch his skin. He punched Bone Dragon to the ground and held his broken skull while looking at the necromancer. The old geezer mocked Black Dragon, saying that transmigrators are immortal, and even if he fails this time, he will keep coming back again to torment him until he devoured his soul completely. He added that it's too bad that Starshine dungeons can't be repeated, and he wanted to kill him a couple more times. Our boy got annoyed by this statement and said, since it had come to this point, how could he let them leave this easily? He took a flight to the sky and used his new skill. There was a big bowl of fire in the area. Everyone was burning and screaming in the fire, and the necromancer replied that he will make the dragon taste this pain 100 times more. There won't be next time, the dragon replied. The necromancer was shocked with this answer and noticed his HP had reached 0, but the transfer hadn't started. His body was decomposing and falling apart. You have no chance of resurrection anymore. Disappear, Su Yang mocked the necromancer. Multiple notification windows popped. You killed level 110 bloodthirsty warrior Jotai. Gained experience +2198763. You killed level 110 bloodthirsty warrior Jotai. Gained experience +221986763. You killed level 108 healing priest Jung Hexen. Gained experience 1986123. You killed level 104 mountain barrier master Zhuangzhen. Gained experience 1577633. You killed level 103 Shadow Hunter Liu Qi. Gained experience 1662321. You have completely killed level 115 Necromancer Chen Lun. Gained experience 2546198. Total experience gained 9.91 million. Su Yang's level rose from 34 to 40, and he reached the limit of pre-transformation level. Due to experience overflow, 40% of experience is lost, and the remaining experience was 5.99 million. With this, the chapter ends here. Our boy has made some major leaps and already reached level 40. Let's see what happens on his first day in the guild. Jotai was sitting in the room holding his head, probably reflection upon the beating they just recently received. Nobody was uttering a single word, and there was a dead silence in the room. To everyone's surprise, somebody came rushing in while yelling, "I am back!" It was the healer, Zhang Kexen. Any news from the Master Chen? Jotai asked the healer. None, he replied. He told everyone that all the information about the necromancer, Master Chen, was disappeared from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. This means only two things. First, that someone deliberately erased the information, or he was dead. This revelation shocked everyone, and a chill ran down their spine. Jotai started wondering that how can the Black Dragon ignore the level protection mechanism and erased Master Chen? He wondered what kind of monster that Black Dragon is. With shaking body and a weak voice, he told everyone that this is no longer a problem that they can solve on their own. He decided to compensate Lishan's guild for their losses and leave the rest to the headquarters for decision-making. He wondered that only the geezer necromancer was killed, so there might be a special mechanism. Or did the boss dragon kill him intentionally and let the rest of them go? The scene then changes to our boy Su Yang. He was sitting on the sofa exhausted. He was drinking some cola to relax himself. He exclaimed that he was so tired because the level in the exploration group was beyond the spirit hunter. It took him so much effort just to defeat them. But it was worth it because the hard work paid off in the form of high-level loot. All the weapons he received were really rare, which shows that these guild are incredibly rich. The loot included some scrolls, potions, and some Diamond and Star Blessing tier equipment. The most valuable thing according to the Su Yang was the Starforge tier dagger that the crappy thug dropped. Its name was Shadow's Bloodthirst. He read the description, which explained that it was the pinnacle of assassination from the Abyss of Shadows. It claimed the lives of countless beings. It doesn't have any level restrictions, and it provided plus 180 agility and full 400 strength to the user. It has two abilities. The first one was named Shadow's Body. It consumed mana to achieve a short-term invisibility effect and gain 50% speed boost to the user. The second was Compassion Mark. It consumes mana to mark the target, launch an attack without being noticed, and deal 300% increased damage to the target. The next item was Legendary Skill Scroll. It had 5 charges, which can be activated unconditionally, a 5-stage skill known as Storm Snow 4000 Blades. Su Yang was super happy at his luck, because last time he got a Diamond tier weapon, and this time he got a Starlight tier weapon that he can wield without any problem. And the scroll is also super powerful as it can kill a 4-stage transformation in an instant on top of it. It doesn't have any usage restrictions. Due to the experience he got from his recent massacre, his level is now 40, and he is now eligible for second transformation. He wondered if the geezer necromancer was truly dead and won't resurrect again. The system responded saying yes, that the geezer mega was completely eradicated by him. The system further informed that his decision was correct, and according to the system analysis, the necromancer had a high probability of killing Su Yang after obtaining the dragon heart. The system further warned Su Yang that if he was killed by others transformators while in the dragon boss form, he will die immediately. After hearing this, Su Yang thought it was a right decision to kill the geezer. He further thought that if he was not smart, he might have been died by now. But with this event, the adventurers will not dare to challenge him recklessly now. Su Yang then remembered that Starlight tier bosses were called true spirit creatures who has their own consciousness. He wondered what happens to the Bok Dragon's conscience when he uses its body. The system instantly answered, saying that the chosen boss will have its consciousness wiped when Lu Fan is in the body, regardless of the level of the boss. And when Su Yang is not connected, the boss will act normally according to rules set by the system. Moreover, if Lu Fan kills the dragon boss, the system will then find a new higher level boss, which will have event stronger capabilities than the previous boss. Su Yang then took out the heart of the dragon, which was required to kill the dragon boss successfully. He was happy that if he wants to kill the black dragon, he has the essential item, and everything is falling into right places. The notification window then informed that the layered dragon's heart was from unknown tier. It has many effects like 50% spirit boost and 100% strength boost. The other feature include Radiance of the Dragon Slayer, which ignores the giant dragon's racial talents and increases the damage done to the dragon by 500%. It also had the ability to summon the blood soul of Ancient Hero, which can aid the player during the battle with the black dragon. The unlocking condition for this equipment was to kill the giant dragon alone. Currently, the amulet does not have any charges, as no dragon was killed by our boy Su Yang. Reading the information, Su Yang wondered that the blood soul of the heroic spirit skill most likely referred to the hero who slayed the dragon. He thought that someone who can be given the title of a dragon-slaying hero is definitely a person with super strong combat power. This hero will definitely be much more powerful than a 5th level professional. He chuckled, saying that with this super little brother, who is he afraid of? As his next goal, he declared that he will kill the black dragon and change part-time job title to unlock all the summons. This will be his goal for the next stage. He then opened the apartment door and went out, saying that it's time to go and accept the second transformation mission. The scene then changes to a new location, where our half-naked MILF priestess, where our beautiful waifu priestess was waiting for someone. People around her were wondering, that is she the temple priestess, and is she waiting for someone? They were questioning who has the status to make the temple priestess date at the door. Of course, they don't know about our Giga Chad boy Su Yang. If they knew, they would not be talking this trash. They were feeling envious, and they wanted a beauty like her to wait for them also. The priestess then opened her eyes and said, blessing of the statue. Excuse me, brave sir, how can I assist you? To these words, Su Yang was speechless and dumbfounded. He questioned, brave sir? And how do you know I was coming? The head priestess explained that just now, the transformation statue emitted a guiding light, which was the signal that a VIP of the temple was about to arrive, and in the entire East Spirit City, there was only one VIP, which was Su Yang, and for the address, it was temple requirement. She urged him to don't mind. Su Yang smiled awkwardly and thought it was so edgy. Our well-rounded bai for Priestess was also feeling awkward by following these weird specific rituals set by the temple. I want to find out what other weird rituals they have, and you know what I'm talking about. I promise that she won't feel this weird following all the other hidden rituals. Maybe they are all performed in the private area, somewhere hidden from regular people. Inside the temple, Su Yang then accepted the 5-star transformation task. The requirements to clear this task were to solo clear 2 silver tier instances and killing the final boss within 3 minutes of encountering it. To this requirement, Su Yang thought the same level instances usually required teaming up, but this task required a solar run is putting obstacles in plain sight. But for Su Yang, it was almost the same as no conditions. He had a smile on his face as he knew he can easily clear the task. Watching Su Yang accepting other 5-star mission, the priestess praised him and said that he is truly worthy of being called a brave man. Su Yang then asked the head priestess that it was nothing major, and he requested if she can provide him with the map of Silver Tier instance near East Spirit City. The priestess asked Su Yang to wait for a moment, and then she handed the map, which included all the information about Silver Tier and other information such as refresh locations and times of Bronze and Gold Tier dungeons. He thanked the priestess and got ready to leave, but before he can leave, the priestess asked him to wait for a moment. She informed him that not long ago, a terrible incident occurred in a dungeon. The difficulty of the dungeon suddenly increased, and it also resulted in a death of a professional. She continued her explanation, saying that the low-level wilderness areas have been crowded due to this accident, and now they often result in bloody conflicts due to competition for dungeons. She warned him to be extra careful. To this reminder, Su Yang thanked her and told her that he will be careful. He thought with so many low-level dungeons around the East Spirit City, he should be able to find 2 silver tier ones. Then the scene shifted to a dungeon, or somebody was already in the dungeon and he could not read it. A lot of people were standing in front of it and waiting for their turn to enter. He visited many other dungeons, and it was the same for all of them. By the end of the day, he was fully tired and exhausted due to all this running around and not being able to enter any dungeon. He said that after running 7 or 8 dungeons in a row, they were all taken by someone else. He was feeling that this was too unlucky, and he thought that it could be because he have been too lucky picking up all the equipment recently, and triggered the law of conservation of luck. In the next scene, he was looking at the map which was provided by the priestess, and he was trying to find the entrance to the Cave of Suffering. He noticed that there were a lot of people waiting in front of this dungeon as well. Upon looking closely, he recognized a familiar face. It was Gusuekian. He wondered what she was doing here. She was trying to defend herself from a douchebag, saying that she arrived first at the dungeon, and she does not want the douchebag to snatch it from her. Su Yang also recognized the useless shit Wongfay. Wongfay, being a stupid shit that he is, was trying to take the dungeon away from Gusuekian. He said that this dungeon doesn't have Phantom Cloud written on it, and if they want to enter the dungeon, they need to rely on their strength to compete with him. At this statement, Su Yang wondered, Phantom Cloud? Isn't that the sister guild of Phantom Cloud? It was a coincidence, he thought. Since they all are acquainted, it should be easy to negotiate. He then jumped down from the hill, saying that he's not planning to let go of this dungeon again. The chapter starts with 2 stupid guys bullying our pretty girl, Gu Sueqian. They mentioned that the stupid piece of shit Wongfay has got the attention of their biggest shitty leader of the guild. The other creepy thug tried to take advantage of her and said that she should stay and play with them. At this remark, Gu Sueqian took a step back and suddenly a red sword appeared in front of the creepy guy who was trying to grab her. The owner of the red sword was a cool-looking beauty, and her name was Helan. She was a level 61 class 3rd Transformation Ranger sportsman, and she was part of Reigning Guild. She warned the douchebag to watch his mouth or she don't mind cutting his head. To this threat, the crappy guy hid behind their crappy thug boss and yelled, "What is there to be afraid of?" They had a 3rd Transformation class guy also. The guy he was trying to hide behind was Li Zhen. He was a typical-looking, big, crappy thug guy with the big build, who just eats, go to gym, and doesn't have a single bit of common sense of what and when to speak or how to behave in certain situations. He warned the woman to not be presumptuous here. The status window showed that he was also level 60 3rd Transformation martial artist. He was a part of Green Mountain Pavilion Guild. Helan mocked him saying that, "Are you an uncivilized monkey? Or is your brain all muscles not understanding the basic rule of manners?" To this response, the creepy thug clenched his fist and replied, "I only know that those with big fists are the one with the reason." He continued his threat saying, "Do you want to fight?" He stated if they start fighting, then his teammates won't hesitate or spare the little girl she was trying to defend earlier. Helan thought that they are all low-level newcomers, and if they really start messing with those hooligans, they are bound to lose. But if she back down here now, then these guys will not hesitate to take advantage of them later on. She reached to grab her sword and questioned that should she be the first one to strike. In the middle of this commotion, somebody walked toward them and announced that since this place is where the biggest fist rules, he might have some say in it. It was our boy Su Yang announcing his arrival. To this declaration, all the tugs questioned him saying who he is, and Gu Zueqian realized that it was Su Yang. She wondered that she last saw him at the teleportation center, and it's great that he's safe. She further questioned that why is he provoking the big shots from both the sides right now? The good-for-nothing, creepy thug whose name I don't even remember at this point questioned, "How come it is Su Yang again standing in front of him looking for trouble?" Su Yang replied saying, "That's my line. Why are you everywhere, you little fly?" The crappy ice mage was feeling powerful standing beside his crappy guild leader. "Do you have the guts to provoke me like this in front of the 3rd Transformation powerhouse with just a flick of finger he could wipe you out?" The crappy douchebag smirked while making this remark. Li Zhen, the stupid muscle-head guild leader, asked Su Yang to be smart and kneel down to beg for mercy. He continued saying maybe he will spare him and leave him as a full corpse. But Su Yang, being the Giga Chad he is, totally ignored the musclehead and asked Gu Kexen that it's been a long time they saw each other. She was a bit stunned, but she responded saying that it has been a long time. This interaction pissed off the crappy ice mage and he yelled saying that how dare Su Yang ignore him. "Do you know each other?" Helan asked Gu Zueqian. She replied saying that, yes, they were both classmates before. "Classmates? Then you guys should have transformed together. How dare he come here to provoke us? This is a silver level instance. Are you sure you are not lost?" Helan questioned Lu Fan. "The transformation task for the 2nd transformation requires clearing a silver level instance?" Lu Fan replied in an annoying tone. At this response, Helan was shocked. "2nd transformation? Wait a minute, if this guy really transformed with Gu Zueqian, how come he's level 14 just a few days? How is this even possible? Do you think you are so cool? Acting like a big shot every day, you are just a garbage warrior. If you don't act, you will die, right?" The crappy ice mage prepared his spell in his hand. He continued saying, "If you are so capable, why don't you open your personal information for everyone to see your level?" He asked Su Yang to stop pretending someone he's not. He said his little trick are nothing here, and he is just here to kneel and worship their boss. The status window then revealed that the Ice Mage Wongfay was level 10 Ice Mage and a member of Green Mountain Pavilion Guild. Looking at the status window, Su Yang had an evil smile on his face and said, "Only level 10? If you were below level 2, I wouldn't even bother, but now." He prepared his spell. The spell he was casting was a dangerous one, and the system window informed that it has death penalty for players. Below level 10, players will drop 2 levels. If the player is below level 2, they will be unable to resurrect. In an instant, he casted his spell, which went straight through the crappy ice mage. Su Yang announced, "Go back to the city and soak in the spring water." The attack was so big that it pierced right through the mage and knocked his HP 0% in an instant. The status window informed that he has successfully defeated a level 10 ice mage, and he gained 100 experience points in return. The other members of the guild ran toward the defeated crappy ice mage while calling his name, and the crappy muscle-head guild leader launched an attack towards Su Yang, which he dodged without any effort. The crappy muscle-head guild leader then mocked Su Yang, saying, "Ambush! How dishonorable." He announced that Su Yang will not be able to get away unscratched after killing his team member. Su Yang took out his sword and said that, "Depend upon the ability of the guild leader." He also pointed toward Helan, saying that if she wants to join in, she can, and that way he will not have to go through the same process later on. This comment pissed Helan. She replied saying that who gave him the courage to challenge 2/3 transformation professionals at the same time. She questioned, that is he too arrogant, even if he is friends with Gu Suixian, she can't let him go off lightly. She then suggested to Musclehead that they should put aside their issues and teach Su Yang a lesson. The Musclehead leader agreed with her and jumped toward Su Yang for a left punch. He launched multiple punches toward our boy Su Yang, but he dodged all of them with no effort. How can this kid be so fast? I don't believe it. Thunder Tiger Fist. He launched another attack towards Su Yang, but to his surprise, Su Yang blocked his final attack with the sword, and with the swift motion of his sword, he threw him away into the edge of the valley mountain. While he was dealing with the crappy thug guild leader, Helan sneaked up on him and launched the attack, but to her surprise, her attack was blocked by the shield. You are ambushing too? The morality of this batch of third transformation professionals is lacking. Su Yang mocked Helan with this remark. The notification informed that he was using a one-time scroll that generated a shield barrier which was capable of withstanding a total of 80,000 points of damage. Helan was wondering that the sword strike just now barely even scratched half of the shield value. The shield is definitely an advanced shield scroll, and the weapon Su Yang is using does not look like a silver tier, it may be a gold or even a platinum tier weapon. She wondered that the way he killed the ice mage earlier in an instant was so fast that she could barely see it. She kept her guard up. She wondered how could Su Yang fight like this and who exactly is he? The crappy thug guild leader was pissed that he got beaten by a kid's attack. You are not getting away. I won't rest until I have killed you, he replied in an angry tone. But before he could finish his sentence, Su Yang already had his next attack ready. He replied saying, I have already said I am in a hurry, so disappear, and he launched a big fire attack toward the musclehead thug. A huge fire appeared as the aftermath of the attack. You have defeated level 16 martial artist Li Zhen, the status window informed. He also gained 3125 experience points. With the cool pose and sword on his right shoulder, he asked Helan if she still wants to fight. Helan instantly put her sword away and replied, How can we even fight now? That's good then. After all, we are sister guilds. I don't want things to get too ugly. Su Yang replied while walking toward the portal. Helan was confused at this statement. Apologize to your guild leader for me? I will take down this dungeon first, Su Yang replied while walking into the dungeon portal. The notification window then appeared showing Su Yang's information. He was level 40 magic warrior, and he was a member of Phantom Cloud Guild. Another notification informed that he has entered the Cabin of Pain dungeon, and his transformation task has now began. The level required to clear this dungeon was 20 to 40, and the party limit was 1 to 8 people. Su Yang was inside the dungeon, walking in a cave with big crystals popping out of all the walls. He thought aside from the Black Dragon Fortress, this was the first dungeon that he has ever entered officially. He also remembered that this dungeon is supposed to be the lair of goblins. While he was thinking this, someone aimed an arrow at him. Only one monster? Su Yang questioned. It was a level 35 evil goblin who was about to fire his arrow at Su Yang. He took out his sword and deflected the arrow easily. He thought that as a first dungeon mob of his life, it felt pretty pathetic. As he was underestimating the goblin, another goblin jumped from behind him while trying to stab him. Su Yang detected the goblin in a nick of time. He grabbed it from the neck and then threw it toward the other goblin. Before both the goblins can recover from this, Su Yang launched a sword slash toward them, killing them in an instant. He was rewarded +549 and +537 experience for both the goblins. Su Yang thought that there was a sneak attack by a straggler goblin, and this dungeon was a bit sinister. If he was not fast enough, he might have been in a trouble. He reflected that previously he relied on mostly his attributes to overpower the enemy. But if he encountered stronger opponents in the future, he will have to use skill to determine the outcome of the battle. He summoned his Demon Blade skill, saying that he will practice it during this dungeon raid. While he was walking, 2 more goblins launched an attack at him from behind. He transformed his Demon Blade skill into a shield and deflects their attack. Then he transformed the skill into a hammer and crushed both the goblins in an instant. He dealt with a couple more goblins by using his skill as a bow and arrow. Then he got tired of killing all the goblins one by one and defending himself. He started running through the dungeon, and all the monsters came out of their hiding spot and started chasing him. He was about to reach the boss room, so he thought it would be best to take care of the monsters before encountering the boss. Su Yang then transformed his skill into a longsword and launched it at the monsters. He was happy that this skill was so versatile that it can be used as both long and short-range attacks and defense. He was looking forward to the new 5-star Transcendence skill he will get after completing this mission. All the monsters were killed in a single attack by Su Yang, and he gained a bunch of experience. The boss monster then appeared in front of Su Yang. It was a Ice Frost giant tiger. It was a level 40 boss monster of this dungeon. Su Yang was not impressed by this monster, but he found the design of this monster quite funny. He figured that the dialogues of this boss monster were also fixed. The reason was that because it was a boss below Starlight level, and these bosses does not have their own consciousness and act on predefined patterns. He then launched his new attack and killed the boss monster without any effort. The system notification then informed that he has defeated the silver tier dungeon boss, Ice Frost Giant Tiger. He gained 6321 experience points. Another system notification informed that he has successfully cleared the silver tier dungeon solo twice. After encountering the boss, he killed it within 3 minutes, 1 of 2. Su Yang boasted, saying it was an instant kill, no need for 3 minutes. He then started walking toward the dungeon exit to start his next raid in New Dungeon. When he exited the dungeon, Helene and Gu Suekian were hiding behind the rocks. "Why are you hiding so far away?" "I am not going to eat you," Su Yang questioned. "Don't mind us, just go your way," Helene replied. He said bye to both of them and left. Helene thought that he only took 5 minutes to clear the dungeon known as the Underworld. She wondered what kind of monster Su Yang is. Gu Zuexian wondered that not long ago they went to school together, but now it feels like they no longer in the same world. Multiple system notifications popped. You have defeated the silver tier dungeon boss Blood Boil Orc. Another system notification informed. He also gained plus 187 experience. Another system notification informed him that he has successfully cleared the silver tier dungeon solo twice. After encountering the boss, he killed it within 3 minutes. 2 of 2. 5-star Transcendence mission completed. With this, Su Yang completed his mission. But to his surprise, another interesting notification appeared. Detected perfect completion of 5-star Transcendence mission series. Hidden Transcendence mission unlocked. Hidden mission, he wondered. He confirmed the mission, and the system informed him that he has to travel to a marked location, and there is a terrifying beast lurking. It seems like it is guarding something. An addition reward to clear this mission is 5% increase in all attributes and a special class, Battle Mage Legendary Skill Book. Su Yang was happy because just the 5% increase in all attributes was a very tempting reward. He was getting a Legendary Skill Book on top of it. Based on the task description, there will be a second phase to this mission. He wondered about the incredible value of the 5-star Transcendence mission. He confirmed the mission instantly. The target area of the mission was an advanced wilderness area of Tianling City, where the average level of monsters were over 40. According to his calculations, the terrifying beast that system mentioned must be over level 50. To defeat this monster, Su Yang decided to unlock Starlight Grade weapon. But to use a diamond, grade or higher weapon required a Grandmaster Blacksmith, which can socket a boundless gem into it. There is no one like that in the Tianling City. Then he remembered that a branch of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion is in Tianling City. They also sell various kind of information. He decided to visit them as they are also a part of the X Alliance. He wondered how they will react to his X Alliance Black Gold membership card. The scene changes to the city of Tianling, where Su Yang was standing, and wondering that it was incredible that so many people gather in the city to purchase the strategies. He thought it was truly a testament to the leading strategy group. He admitted that he was feeling a bit nervous while walking into the building. He joked, saying that he just sold their items and officially ascended to the rank of a new rich person. He was feeling embarrassed due to this. Upon entering the building, there was a long line at the reception desk, and people were arguing with each other, and receptionists were trying to keep people calm and wait their turn according to the number they have been provided. Lu Fan amazed by such a huge crowd in reception desk. While looking around, his gaze fell upon someone familiar. It was Zhou Tai and Liu Qi. He was a bit shocked that he ran into them so quickly they were walking somewhere. Liu Qi, who we know as the crappy thug, was urging to Zhou Tai about his lost weapon. He said, can the loss of his weapon be reimbursed? According to him, it was a Starshine level weapon. In response to this statement, Zhou Tai said that having caused Chen Lun's downfall, the headquarter has been lenient and had not troubled them, but more did he wanted from them? Frustrated by this situation, Liu Qi kicked the garbage bin which was nearby him while yelling that he had to grind for months again to get the weapon. By the twist of fate, the garbage bin flew straight toward our boy Su Yang. He caught the incoming garbage with his left hand and said, "Who's the uncultured one throwing things around?" in an annoying tone. Hearing this, Liu Qi got angry and questioned our boy that if he had a problem with that. In response, our Giga Chad boy said that, of course he has a problem. He questioned that being high level mean that the thug could do whatever he want. He grabbed Su Yang from the shirt and yelled that, how can a mere 40-level newbie dares to talk back to him? He was super pissed and said that he can do whatever he wants here. He argued that whether Su Yang believe it or not, he can kick him out of here anytime. Hearing all this, Su Yang had a smile on his face which pissed the guy even more. He questioned Su Yang why was he laughing. To all this, Su Yang thought of getting his revenge next time this crappy guy entered the Black Dragon Sanctuary. He thought he will wipe him out. Zhou Tai, being the mature guy, stopped Liu Qi immediately and told him to mind their image a bit. He said it was a trivial matter and urged both of them to not hold on to it. But by this time, Su Yang was already annoyed and questioned, what kind of treatment was this? He questioned, was this how the esteemed Tiangi Pavilion treats their guests? He affirmed that he was disappointed. Hearing this, Zhou Tai got annoyed and said that they are high-end strategy group here, and they don't sell strategies for dungeons at his level. Liu Qi added, saying that Zhou Tai should not waste his words on this kid and watch him kicking this kid out with one foot. Su Yang instantly took his black card out and held it with 2 fingers, while both of them were staring at him with killing intent. Being a dumb idiot, Liu Qi slapped the card out of Su Yang's and questioned him. Was that trashy card supposed to scare him? Su Yang was amazed at the level of stupidity of this guy. He wondered, that doesn't this idiot even recognize the value of the card? The flicked card, that landed at somebody's feet. It was Grand Steward. Zhou Tai questioned that why the Grand Steward was here, and the idiot Liu Qi said that he was looking forward to the arrival of the Grand Steward. The notification window then informed that the guy's name was Jia Yue, he was level 120, and the Grand Steward of First City, Yongfeng City. He was annoyed by the current scene. He picked up the card from the ground and walked toward the idiot, Liu Qi. Without saying anything in the next moment, he delivered a super extra special Giga slap on left cheek of the idiot Liu Qi. The idiot fell on the floor due to the slap and questioned, what is he doing? He reminded him that he was his brother-in-law. The Grand Steward totally ignored him and walked toward our boy, Su Yang. While handing him the card back, he welcomed him as esteemed VIP and introduced himself as the Grand Steward of Yongfeng City. He further apologized for the trouble subordinates have caused him. At the statement, our boy brushed it off, saying that it was no issue. He also wondered why such an important figure was welcoming him. The Grand Steward then looked at Su Yang and asked him, at such a young age, he already possesses the Black Gold membership card of the X Alliance. Could it be that he has completed the 5-star class transfer mission and obtained the VIP privileges of the class transfer temple? Su Yang responded in agreement. Then he ordered Zhou Tai and the idiot Liu Qi to treat this distinguished guest properly. Zhou Tai responded saying, "Yes, Grand Steward." The idiot responded in, "Huh?" The Grand Steward then announced that he will be taking his leave now. He grabbed the idiot Liu Qi from his cape and started dragging him behind while saying that he wanted to talk with him about the next dungeon. The idiot Liu Qi was screaming like a little child, saying that he can walk on his own and he does not have to drag him like that. He pointed towards Su Yang and said that he will get back at him. Su Yang just waved bye to him. Hearing about the next dungeon, he thought the next dungeon already. Does the Tianji Pavilion have a new move? While he was lost in thought, Zhou Tai asked, what can he do for him? In response, Su Yang asked that he would like to know the whereabouts of the master-level blacksmith in the city, and if they have unbound gems here. He mentioned that the treasure pavilion ran out, and he would like to buy a few more. Zhou Tai responded, saying that information is not a problem, and they have the unbounded gems, but they are expensive. Stopping him. Midway his statement, Su Yang flicked his fingers, saying anything that can be solved with money was not an issue for him, and instantly a bag full of gold landed in front of him. Seeing the big chunky bag of gold, Zhou Tai said that he would have someone to assist him, or rather, he will personally retrieve all the stuff he has requested. He asked our boy Su Yang to wait for a moment. At this response, Su Yang thought that Zhou Tai was quick to change his face. Truly a salesman. While waiting for his stuff, Su Yang thought that Yongfang City was the capital of this region, and even the Grand Steward was so respectful. He was now even more curious about the background of the temple. After getting the information and his goods, Su Yang was checking the mini-map and wondering that Old Wolf Forge was a master-level blacksmith, and he was hiding in such an inconspicuous place. He said it was all right decision to entrust Taijin Pavilion. Then he got distracted by some other people who were talking around. You are saying the exploration team is preparing to go to the Black Dragon Sanctuary again? Is that true? People have died in there, and they still dare to go? The other person responded, saying I have only heard about it, but everyone is too scared now, there's hardly any response. The first person then responded, saying that he thought as much. Not even for $100 billion would he go. Hearing this conversation, Su Yang thought that, as expected, Chen Lun's death has dealt a huge blow to the morale of the exploration team, and they probably want to come again for a while. He thought that it's better to subdue the Black Dragon sooner rather than later, to avoid any complications. The scene then changes to the shop, where Su Yang asked that he was looking for Mr. Guyong while entering the shop. There were two beauties and a bald man working in the background. The beauties instantly looked towards Su Yang. Both the beauties were from Yuyun Guild. One had white hairs and pink eyes, and the other had pink hair and shades. According to the system notification window, the name of the pink eyes girl was Murong Shui, and she was level 95. The other girl who was wearing shades, her name was An Yu. She was level 92. Su Yang greeted them saying, "Hello, sisters. Are you here to get your equipment done too?" The pink-haired girl. An Yu instantly rushed at Su Yang, which scared him a little. She loudly asked him, "That was he the new brother who joined? How old is he? Does he have a girlfriend? Does he like older sister?" Wow. Look at this speedy lady asking all the right questions. Maybe she's going to be the next in the line to be a waifu. I hope she becomes one because she is pretty well-rounded. You know what I mean. The white-haired girl grabbed her face and pushed her back while saying, "Su Yang, right? This is a master-level forge. You don't need to come here at your level. Just go to the blacksmith shop on Commercial Street." Hearing this, Su Yang sighed. This is the second time today I have heard something like this. Sometimes I really don't feel like explaining. Then he waved his hand saying, "Is my weapon qualified to be here?" It was the dagger and gem. Both of the ladies were stunned after looking at the items. This couldn't be. A Starshine level weapon? The pink-haired girl added saying, and a complete unbounded gem. Each one is worth several hundred million. Looking at the items, the blacksmith was intrigued. It's been a long time since I have seen such a fine weapon, he said while looking at the dagger. Su Yang then passed both the items to the master, saying that he entrust it to him. Holding the dagger in his left hand, the blacksmith turned into Super Saiyan, which caused his shirt to be ripped apart. He affirmed Su Yang saying that he can rest assured and he will pour his life work into strengthen this weapon, and he will not disappoint him. The blacksmith started hammering the dagger, and sparks began to fill the room. He continued his hammering process without paying any attention to his surrounding environment. But the two ladies were amazed by the beautiful sparks flying around. The white-haired girl was looking at the sparks with puppy dog eyes. She speculated that the stars were the result of the enhancing process of Starshine tier weapon. She said that it was her first time witnessing such a marvelous scene. The girl with pink hairs and shades also added, saying that the scene was splendid. But to their dismay, when they looked toward our boy Su-yang, he was sitting at the bench with blank, unimpressed face. Both the girls thought that he is unimpressed because he seemed familiar with these kinds of spectacles. The pink-haired girl noticed the other girl looking at So-young and questioned her teasingly, saying that she has been staring at Su-yang intently. She questioned, that was she starting to like him? And this question, the white-haired girl got surprised and rejected the acquisition, saying that she was just lost in the thought. Countering this argument, the pink-haired girl said that it was pretty rare to see her distracted. The white hair shouted at her, saying that this was enough. Su-yang was overhearing the conversation, and he was contemplating his decision of choosing this guild. A few hours later, the process was done, and the blacksmith announced that he has successfully finished the weapon, and it was looking amazing. Looking at the weapon, Su-yang was amazed and thought that this was truly a work of a master, and he also completed it in one go. He thought that last time he tried, he wasted so many materials. He asked the blacksmith master that how much does he owe him for the work. In response, the blacksmith said that he had to put a lot of effort in the weapon, and normally he would charge 1 billion in the fee. But today he felt particularly invigorated, and he will make an exception and do it for free. Hearing this, the pink-hair girl questioned that a grandmaster level forging for free? She was amazed by this event. Su-yang, in response to the blacksmith master, said that he wouldn't dream of taking advantage of an elder. And he mentioned that the money is easy to come by, but a master like him is hard to find. He urged him to accept the 1 billion in fees. He said he will be visiting him often. At this gesture of goodwill, the blacksmith gave thumb up to our boy and said that he got guts, and he will accept the payment and look forward to his next visit. Looking at this interaction, the pink-haired girl was starting to fall in love with our boy Su-yang. He mentioned that he not only passed up every opportunity, but also spent 1 billion and he's still smiling. She questioned, that was this the composure of a tycoon? Her face was getting all red. The white-hair girl questioned that could he truly be the young master of an S-tier guild. The scene then changes to the outskirts of Tianling City, the Wild Spirit mountain range. The level recommended to visit this area was 40 and above. Su-yang was standing on a tree branch while scouting the area and looking at a volcano. He mentioned that this area was indeed for those above the second transformation. He started distributing start points to face the challenges ahead. The Shadow Bloodlust scale required 300 points in speed and spirit, so he added all those points and then distributed all the remaining points to other stats. With this, he was all prepared to face any challenges ahead. He mentioned that with his current strength, he can easily drive away 4th transformation powerhouse. He consumed 1 meditative elixir, which permanently increased his spirit attribute by 50 points. 2 swift elixirs, which permanently increased speed attribute by 50 points. Elixir of celestial speed, which permanently increased speed attribute by 100 points. After preparing the best he can, he jumped from the branch into the darkness and started falling down. During his fall, 2 monsters attacked him. One was a level 45 Wrathbat, and another was a level 44 Resentful Soldier. To deal with these monsters, Su-yang activated his Shadow Form skill, which consumed mana for a short period of invisibility, and provided him with 60% increase in the speed. With this increased speed, he took care of both the monsters, without even breaking a sweat. He was amazed that the most basic warrior skill Double Slash, empowered by a Starshine tier weapon, exhibits such strength to kill high-level monsters in one attack. He landed on the ground, and as he stood up, he was surrounded by a lot of beasts. Looking at the situation, he said that he's not planning to push through the map, honestly. He was going to use the old method and blast through it in one go. After saying this, he simultaneously used a lot of scrolls, which caused a major blast in the area. The blast was visible from very far away. Su-yang then walked into the cave, saying that this was the cave of Terrifying Beast. Given the mission's design, He assumed that the monster will be level 50 or higher. He wondered how many hits the monster would be able to take from him. He went into the cave and there were no lesser monsters on the way, and finally he reached his destination. There was a lot of light coming from a section of the cave which led him to the area of the boss monster. Upon entering, Su-Yang saw that the monster was sleeping in the middle of Big Cave. It was a hideous-looking beast. The system window informed that it was a mutated beast that devoured an unknown chunk of flesh. It was level 55 and belonged to the Undead race. Su-Yang was confused because, apart from the level and name, there was no information visible about the monster. He thought that he needed to buy a higher-tier skill book for clairvoyance. He prepared himself, saying that one must never underestimate a boss with unknown information. He prepared for a tough battle and launched an attack on the monster by using the Shadow Form skill. The attack dealt 522281 damage to the beast. Su-Yang successfully used Wraithmark skill, and his dealt damage was increased by 300%. Experiencing Su-Yang's attack, the beast roared in pain. Looking at the beast in pain, Su-Yang muttered, "As expected, it can't be taken down in one hit." After noticing Su-Yang, the beast instantly launched an attack toward him, which Su-Yang dodged effortlessly by jumping into the air. He also launched a counterattack in the form of multiple slashes. He didn't want the beast to recover, so he took out his sword and launched a sword slash at the beast. To his surprise, the notification window informed that he had successfully slain the mutated beast that devoured an unknown chunk of flesh. He also gained 4,321 experience. Su-Yang was dumbfounded by the sudden death of the beast. I think he was hoping for a tougher fight, but at this point, he is too OP. As a reward of killing the mutated beast, he obtained an aged key and an unknown rotting chunk of flesh. The system informed that the aged key seems to be very old with mottled marks, will be used to open a certain door in the future. The unknown rotting chunk of flesh was very powerful once, and now its power has been dissipated. It's a symbol of decay, and its origin is unknown. Su-Yang thought that the key was mentioned in the mission, but he was confused about the rotten flesh. The description hinted that its owner was immensely powerful, even with its might have gone. The flash was powerful enough to mutate the beast. He grabbed both items, saying that he will put these aside for now and return to submit the class change mission. The scene changes to inside the temple. Multiple system notifications informed that the inspection was complete in the class change mission was successfully completed. His base attributes increased by 25%. He also obtained the exclusive passive skill for magic warriors, named Dual Spirit Enhancement. It was a skill that increases the spirit attribute by 10% of the strength and increases strength attribute by 10% of spirit. As the hidden mission was also complete, Su-Yang received additional rewards. 5% increase in all attributes, a special class magic warrior, 1 legendary skill book. Due to his successful completion, the level cap was unlocked and the reserve experience was used, and his level goes from 40 to 58. He also gained 360 attribute points. He instantly distributed all those points evenly between strength and spirit. His strength attributes rose to 539. His speed attribute rose to 407. His spirit rose to 591. Su-Yang was amazed by his terrifying base attributes. He mentioned that his base attributes have already completely crashed those of the third transformation professionals. If he includes equipment attributes, he is fully capable of facing against the spirit hunters. He was excited, thinking of defeating a fourth transformation while being a second transformation warrior. Su-Yang thought that with the double attributes, mixed damage combined with that mark, his strike could likely be too much to handle, even for a platinum deer dungeon boss. He was truly amazed by these legendary skills. The notification window then showed that he was a magic warrior with the legendary skill Dual Destruction Blade. The scale merges the magic blade with the currently equipped weapon. It consumes half of the mana to launch a powerful attack, which deals 200% strength attribute damage plus 200% spirit attribute damage. The Priestess then congratulated Su-Yang on completing the 5-star second transformation. She informed him that his VIP benefits had also been officially updated. The previous monthly 10 million was now increased to 50 million per month. The discount rate for the X-Alliance Black Gold card also increased from 20% off to 30% off. The priestess then questioned Su Yang about his next plan. Su Yang said that he's bit tired these days and he plans to rest for 2 days. He mentioned that it was important to balance work and leisure. The priestess agreed with his statement and said that it was indeed very important to rest. Su Yang then thought the rest doesn't mean doing nothing at all. He will take some time to visit Tianji Pavilion to buy some things and then prepare to kill the Black Dragon.
Continuing from where we left off last time, Zhou Tai and Lu Si appear before Jia Yu, the Grand Steward of Yongfeng City. Jia Yu addresses Zhou Tai, informing him that he will be responsible for the Secret Realm expedition and inquires if 30 members of the exploration group should be enough to clear it. Zhou Tai responds that 30 people should be sufficient, but he shares his reservations about the special mechanism that prevents resurrection. Jia Yu reassures him, explaining that the headquarters has already prepared a countermeasure. Each member of the group will be given a life jade ring to ensure their survival. Zhou Tai breathes a sigh of relief, mentally noting that it's always good to have a little backup plan when entering places with no respawn points, like going on a dangerous quest with an extra life in your pocket. Zhou Tai remarks that the life jade ring is such a precious item and expresses his gratitude to Jia Yu. Jia Yu responds, saying he will leave the task to Zhou Tai, and if not too busy, he would love to personally come and slay a dragon to stretch his muscles. Just then, a girl with a cold demeanor interrupts their conversation, stating that this black dragon is not for them to handle. Seeing the girl, Jia Yu is shocked and immediately addresses her as young mistress, asking why she is there. He then tells the others that the young mistress is present, urging them to hurry and greet her formally. This young girl is Lu Linger, the daughter of the head of the Tianji Pavilion. Her sudden appearance is like an unexpected boss fight in the middle of a tutorial. Everyone's caught off guard, and they know it's time to level up their game. Jia Yu bows before her, apologizing for not knowing of the young mistress's visit and failing to greet her properly, pleading for her forgiveness. Both Zhou Tai and Lu Si are equally shocked at the sudden appearance of the young mistress. Lu Linger reassures Jia Yu, telling him that there is no need for formalities since she did not inform anyone of her visit. She instructs him to ensure that no one leaks this information. She then declares that from now on, no one is allowed to enter the Black Dragon Fortress without her permission, and that she will personally tame the Black Dragon. Zhou Tai and Lu Si can only exchange stunned glances, thinking they've just gone from level 1 to a boss raid with a single sentence. Jia Yu asks if this is the Pavilion Master's wish. Lu Linger counters by questioning if he would dare defy her if it is not her father's wish. Jia Yu humbly assures her that he would never dare to do so and promptly agrees to give the necessary orders. As Lu Linger prepares to leave, she instructs Jia Yu to prepare information on the Black Dragon for her and to arrange a room for her rest. Once she departs, Jia Yu visibly relaxes, expressing his surprise at the young mistress's sudden visit and admitting it was his miscalculation. It's like watching a chess player realizing they've been checkmated in one move. Jia Yu and the others are swiftly adjusting to the unexpected power play by Lu Linger, the young mistress who clearly holds more sway than they anticipated. Still in shock, Lucy asks if Lu Linger is indeed the daughter of the Pavilion Master and the youngest genius of the Global Beast Master Association. Jia Yu confirms this, explaining that the Global Beast Master Association is a super organization on par with the X-Alliance, dedicated to collecting rare and exotic beasts from around the world. Whether dungeon bosses or wild elites, they're all fair game for their hunts. He continues, praising Lu Linger's extraordinary talent. She joined the Global Beast Master Association at a young age, and there are very few people in Longxia who can match her prowess. This time, the young mistress came secretly, likely aiming to tame the Black Dragon before any other Beastmasters. If she succeeds, Lu Linger will undoubtedly ascend to become the top Beastmaster on the continent, and the prestige of the Tianji Pavilion will soar to unprecedented heights. Jia Yu further cautions everyone not to entertain any funny ideas. He emphasizes that when they enter the dungeon with Lu Linger, they must follow her commands without question. Specifically, when the Black Dragon is weakened, they are to let Lu Linger take the lead in taming it and not to steal the kill. Zhou Tai acknowledges the task, stating that he will retrieve the basic guide to dragons for Lu Linger immediately. Lu Si chimes in, questioning how they could ever defy the Pavilion Master's daughter. Just then, Zhou Tai checks for the guide and is shocked to discover it was sold yesterday to none other than Su Yang. Lu Si wonders aloud why Su Yang keeps popping up on the radar. Is he intentionally stirring up trouble? Jia Yu dismisses it as a coincidence, noting that Su Yang couldn't possibly have known about Lu Linger's visit. However, he ponders why someone like Su Yang, seemingly at a lower level, would be interested in dragons. Zhou asks what they should do. Should they ask him to return the book? Jia Yu shakes his head, saying no. Though it's concerning, they shouldn't offend a VIP of the temple so easily. There must be other versions of the dragon information out there, and they should go look for them. Later, at Su Yang's home, he's scrolling through the basic guide to dragons, pondering the hefty cost of 5.1 million gold coins for the book. He chuckles to himself, remarking that the Tianling Pavilion really knows how to do business. He hopes this book proves to be worth its weight in gold, or rather, in gold coins. He reads through information about red dragons, white dragons, and finally finds details on black dragons. It strikes him as odd that there's no mention of the black dragon boss's 80% double damage reduction trait. Su Yang reflects that with the Tianling Pavilion's level of professionalism, they shouldn't have missed such a crucial detail. He wonders if it's because the exploration team can't access detailed information on black flame wings, similar to when he encountered the monster that devoured the unknown rotten flesh in the desolate Spirit Mountain range. All details hidden behind question marks. It's like diving into a game where the key boss mechanics are a mystery until you're face to face with them, hoping your sword is sharper than their secrets. From the exploration records, Su Yang discovers that throughout Longxia, only 3 black dragons have been discovered. 2 of them have already been cleared, leaving only the black dragon boss that he's targeting yet to be defeated. As he delves deeper into the records, he realizes that the information about the defeated black dragons doesn't quite add up. He wonders why the early growth stage, supposed to correspond to the stellar tier, is listed as Radiant Moon tier. As he sifts through the detailed information, he finds that the dragon in the Vain Desolate Mountain was initially identified as a higher tier. However, after its defeat and the analysis of its dragon heart, its growth stage was determined to be early growth stage. After subsequent research, it is concluded that this black dragon had inadvertently swallowed unknown rotten flesh, leading to its power increase. Su Yang also comes across a special note mentioning that the Tianling Pavilion is willing to purchase unknown rotten flesh for a high price. From this, he deduces that this meat truly has this effect. Excitedly reflecting, Su Yang feels like he's hit the jackpot this time. He considers that with the Tianling Pavilion making such a high-profile announcement to purchase it at a high price, the meat's value must be significant enough for the pavilion to ignore the possibility of people demanding exorbitant prices. He ponders the game-changing potential of letting the Black Dragon absorb this thing. With its power, he could skyrocket to Radiant Moon-tier strength in an instant. And then even if dozens of 5th-rank professionals come his way, they will be left scratching their heads, wondering what hit them, because they sure won't be scratching Su Yang. And once he cashes in on these newfound benefits, his level might just blast straight up to the 4th rank. It's like finding a cheat code in real life, but instead of invincibility, it's a dragon-sized power boost. Lying on his bed, Su Yang contemplates his unstoppable ascent through the ranks. Yet a nagging thought creeps in. He shouldn't overdo it. The Tianling Pavilion isn't dumb. They won't keep sending reinforcements after so many beatdowns. Eventually, they'll wise up. At that point, Su Yang acknowledges that it will eventually be necessary to eliminate the Black Dragon and move on to the next boss. Even with all the benefits, he admits to himself that he's a bit reluctant to do it. After all, it's not every day you have a level 99 Black Dragon boss as a part of your entourage. Just then, a screen pops up in front of him announcing that if he kills a boss he's previously tamed, it will automatically become his 100% loyal subordinate. Su Yang, almost dropping his snack in shock, wonders if this means he can have a pet Black Dragon. The system, in its usual no-nonsense manner, confirms this is standard procedure and advises him not to get too excited. Su Yang can't help but exclaim in disbelief. How could he not be excited? It's a dragon, the epitome of majesty, power, and dominance. Even the SSS tier Super Guild, the Global Beastmaster Association, doesn't have many members who can claim a dragon as a pet. It's like winning the lottery and being told to calm down because taxes exist. He muses about the sheer epicness of summoning a dragon pet during a guild war. The mere thought of it brings a grin to his face. It would be a scene straight out of a blockbuster movie. However, reality sets in as he reflects on his current stats. Even armed with a dragon-slaying weapon, taking down the Black Dragon would be a marathon, not a sprint. It would take forever to chip away at its health, and if someone challenges him midway, he would be toast. He acknowledges that his current strategy still relies on tackling side boss tasks. If no one challenges him within a certain time, his leveling speed will drop significantly. He sighs, realizing that while having a dragon pet would be amazing, his path to power still involves a lot of grunt work. It's like dreaming of riding a sports car, but still stuck with a bicycle. Plus, with his low level, every time he takes on a side boss, he hemorrhages experience points. Facing the next exploration team, especially if there's an overflow, would be a massive loss for him. He needs to level up quickly, so he ponders grinding in a high-level wild area or dungeon. Just then, a message from the guild pops up. Checking it, he discovers the leader has summoned everyone to the Giant Forest at 3:00 p.m. for a dungeon raid. He recalls that the Giant Forest is a diamond-tiered dungeon, and this raid is exactly what he needs. It's a rare opportunity, so he decides to join them, hoping it's his ticket out of the beginner's group and into the big leagues. He chuckles to himself, thinking it is time to trade his training wheels for a jet engine. He instantly replies to the group, confirming he has received the information. The group erupts in excitement, buzzing over Su Yang's first-ever response in the chat. Moments later, the guild leader Lin Yuan messages him privately, expressing concern about his decision to join the raid on the diamond-tier dungeon, warning him of the dangers lurking inside. Su Yang reassures her, stating he's absolutely sure and will head there first. He adds with a grin that they can take their time catching up. Meanwhile, at the job transfer temple, Lei Shan emerges with a sour expression. Zhao Ming, noticing his friend's mood, asks why he looks so unhappy. Lei Shan sighs, explaining that reaching level 99 again has been a monumental struggle. He just received the level 5 job change quest, and unfortunately, the required materials are located in the giant forest. He adds that the difficulty of the giant forest is on par with the Black Dragon Fortress, and at their current levels, it's a no-go. Zhao Ming, always the bearer of bad news, mentions hearing that Yuan's team is gearing up to raid the giant forest. He suggests that it looks like they'll have to forfeit this year's trial dungeon ticket to Yuan's team, which will only widen the gap between their two guilds even further. Lei Shan, with a sinister glint in his eye, responds that it's not necessarily over. There's still one way to stop Yuan from taking the ticket. Zhao Ming, puzzled, asks what he means. With a wicked smile, Lei Shan reveals his plan. Since they have no other options left, they have nothing to lose. He proposes they kill Yuan's team, making them experience the same despair they feel. Giant Forest, a diamond-tier dungeon, is shrouded in darkness as towering ancient trees block out the sunlight in the canyon. Deep within the forest, the frequent roars of giant beasts warn outsiders that they are not welcome. A countdown indicates that the gate to Giant Forest will open in 35 minutes. Meanwhile, Su Yang is already there surveying the scene. He notes that quite a few people have gathered. He muses that the Giant Forest, being a high-tier dungeon comparable to the Black Dragon Fortress, must present a similar level of difficulty. He figures that Yuan probably chose this specific time to challenge it for that very reason. The so-called Trial Dungeon is a special event hosted by the Transfer Temple in Yongfeng City, opening once a year. Only A-grade or higher guilds with 5th-tier professionals are eligible to enter, and each city has only one admission ticket. Participants who rank in the top 3 in performance during a trial period receive incredibly lavish rewards, including a star-tier weapon, 3 diamond-tier weapons, and an additional guild buff. It's the kind of loot that makes even seasoned adventurers drool with anticipation. This trial dungeon is a massive draw for any guild. As one of the only 2 A-grade guilds in Tianling City, both Yumian and Lingxiu are eager to outshine each other. Their ambition to reach the 5th tier and compete for the trial dungeon entry is palpable. Reflecting on their history, Su Yang considers that Lingxiu was initially stronger. However, they suffered a devastating wipeout in the Black Dragon Fortress, losing levels and equipment, which now puts them at a significant disadvantage in the upcoming competition. Naturally, it's become Yumian's turn to take the lead. Most of the people gathered here belong to B-grade guilds and pose no real threat to Yuan and Lingxiu. Just then, Lei Shan arrives with his guild members and loudly addresses the crowd. He commands all the low-level professionals to listen up, declaring that this dungeon is claimed by Lingxiu. He warns that if they don't want to meet their end, they should leave immediately. The B-grade guild members, easily intimidated by Lei Shan's bold proclamation, scatter and retreat, giving up their claim to the dungeon without a fight. However, Su Yang remains unfazed, calmly sitting on a large stone near the gate, patiently waiting for his own guild members to arrive. Su Yang reflects on Lingxiu's current predicament, noting their lack of high-level members capable of tackling a diamond-tier dungeon. They barely have any players at level 90, which suggests they're ill-prepared for a serious dungeon dive. Observing their stance near the dungeon gate, it appears they're more interested in waiting for someone rather than gearing up to enter. He can't help but speculate if Lingxiu's strategy involves blocking Yumian's team from entering the dungeon altogether. The idea of simply occupying the spot without intending to engage in the challenge strikes him as underhanded and dishonorable. Just then, Lai Dan approaches Su Yang. He throws a playful jab, asking if Su Yang's ears are just for decoration or if he missed the guild leader's speech. Su Yang, with a nonchalant grin, retorts that he's just here exploring the area and couldn't care less about their guild affairs, essentially telling them to carry on without him. Lei Dan, seething with rage, attempts to grab Su Yang's shoulder, accusing him of disrespect. Unfazed, Su Yang swiftly grabs Lei Dan's hand, effortlessly twists his arm, and sends him soaring into the forest like a catapulted acrobat. With a smirk, Su Yang warns Lei Dan never to cross his path again. Lei Shan rushes over to Su Yang, bewildered by the spectacle. demanding to know who he is and why he's taken down Lai Dan so dramatically. Su Yang shrugs casually, explaining that Lai Dan seemed eager to pick a fight, so he simply defended himself. Zhou Ming cuts in with a mix of disbelief and humor, questioning Su Yang's version of self-defense when he practically left Li Dan on life support. He quips about Su Yang's ongoing display of arrogance. Lei Shen intervenes, trying to calm the escalating tension. He reminds Zhou Ming that it was Li Dan who started the trouble, admitting that perhaps Su Yang's lesson was well-deserved. He suggests they leave it at that to avoid further chaos. Su Yang nods in agreement, showing he has no objections to Lei Shen's suggestion. Zhou Ming, still skeptical, turns to Lei Shen, questioning whether they're truly letting Su Yang off so easily. Lei Shen rationalizes, pointing out that being able to knock out a third-tier rogue in one shot suggests Su Yang is at least a seasoned fourth-tier professional. He emphasizes their main goal, confronting Yumian without unnecessary complications. Zhou Ming concedes the point but speculates aloud, wondering if Su Yang could be hired by Yumian. He muses that why else would he be here alone? Lei Shen considers this, responding that it's unlikely, noting that Yuan's associates are typically female and not known to keep company with men. Just then, Lin Yuan swoops in with her guild members, clearly less than thrilled to find Lei Shan and his crew loitering in their forest hangout. She shoots Lei Shan a pointed look, demanding to know what on earth he's up to. Lei Shan, always ready with a quip, raises his hands innocently and replies with a half-smile, nothing much, mentioning that they have just got here first and occupied the Gaint Forest. Lei Shan, with a sly grin, suggests to Lin Yuan that perhaps they should consider exploring a different dungeon. Lin Yuan responds sharply, dismissing Lei Shan's suggestion as absurd. She points out that her Lingshu guild has just suffered a devastating defeat. How could Lei Shan possibly have the strength to tackle a diamond-tier dungeon? She quickly pieces it together, realizing Lei Shan's group is here to pick a fight. Given their guild's recent wipeout, Lin Yuan questions their motive, asking pointedly how blocking them out of spite benefits them. With a raised eyebrow, she challenges Lei Shan and his crew, questioning if they still have any pride left or if they're itching to kickstart a guild war right then and there. Lei Shan, with a straight face and no hint of shame, calmly states their objective, to drag Lin Yuan's guild down with them by blocking access to the trial dungeon. He asserts firmly that no one will be entering the giant forest today. Just as the tension mounts, Murong Su swiftly assumes a fighting stance. Lei Shan, somewhat surprised, remarks to her that her guild leader has not even said anything about fighting and she is already making a move. Murong Su shows her resolve, ready to throw down. If they want to fight, she's all in. Lai Dan echoes her sentiment, eager to settle things decisively. As tensions reach a boiling point and everyone gears up for action, Su Yang intervenes, aiming to clear things up with Lei Shan. He questions Lei Shan's bold declaration that no one will enter the giant forest today, throwing in a playful jab seriously who crown him king of the forest. Witnessing Su Yang provoking Lei Shan, the girls of Yuan's guild are a mix of excitement and shock, their reactions a lively swirl of anticipation and disbelief. Chimuzi declares this a historic moment, the first male member of their guild finally making his debut, surely a tale worth recording for future generations. Lin Yuan, caught between awe and amusement, finally sees Su Yang in the flesh. She nods appreciatively, her expression a blend of curiosity and approval. Su Yang, ever the smooth talker, or at least he tries to be, apologizes that he has not reported to the guild, but he thought it might be easier for them all this way. After all, who needs formalities when you can just shake things up a bit? Lin Yuan's gaze flickers with intrigue as she considers Su Yang's impressive resume. A 5-star profession, VIP status at the temple, and owner of a Star Glory tier weapon. Rumored to be a potential heir to an S-tier guild, Su Yang seems to harbor more secrets than a treasure vault. She ponders silently whether she should pry into his mysterious background or let the enigma be. Meanwhile, Lai Dan curses Su Yang, saying that he has pursued and used several times and she never even looked at him, and now she's flirting with that kid. He vows that he's going to kill him. Zhou Ming leans into Lei Shan, noting that it seems this kid is genuinely affiliated with Yuan. Not just an outsider, but bona fide member. Lei Shan's expression darkens with fury as he confronts Su Yang, demanding to know if he had been toying with him earlier. Su Yang's response is as audacious as ever. What if I was? He goads Lei Shan further, daring him to strike back if he dares. Suddenly, Zhou Ming launches a surprise attack with his arrows aimed at Su Yang. But Su Yang is quicker than anticipated. With lightning reflexes, he snatches the arrows from midair and swiftly hurls them back at Zhou Ming. An eye for an eye. Su Yang quips with a smirk that he believes in returning favors. The arrows find their mark and Zhou Ming collapses, defeated. Lei Shan, fueled by fury, readies himself to strike at Su Yang with all his might. Meanwhile, Su Yang maintains an unruffled demeanor, observing the chaos unfold with a serene calmness. He astutely notes the disruptive nature of Lei Shan and his cohorts, who seem intent on causing trouble by blocking the dungeon. He subtly questions their grasp of time management, implying that their dungeon antics might be squandering valuable opportunities. Su-yang playfully suggests that if he misses out on slaying some fat sheep, they should be prepared to shoulder the responsibility. Enraged, Lei Shan demands an explanation from Su-yang, questioning his reference to fat sheep and dismissing his talk as nonsense, especially considering their dire situation. Su-yang, undeterred by Lei Shan's threat, resolves to take action. He announces his intention to teach him the lesson, swiftly activating his skill scroll. As Su-yang unleashes his skill, Lei Shan reacts quickly, ordering his team to erect a defensive barrier and activate all available team damage reduction skills. Lei Shan challenges Su-yang, mocking his audacity and facing them alone and boasting about their impenetrable defense barrier. Su-yang, unfazed by Lei Shan's bravado, simply retorts with a confident "really?" Then take this, and launches his skill scroll towards them without hesitation. His guild members watch in awe as Su-yang's attack unfolds. The sheer power and intensity of the elemental wave leave them stunned. Murong Su, wide-eyed at the spectacle, compares it to a cataclysm from ancient times, a testament to the devastating force Su-yang wields. Lei Shan's eyes widen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend this seemingly legendary attack. Su-yang commands with a smirk, his voice laced with confidence, and unleashes the Storm Thunder Thousand Blades technique. In a blink, Lei Shan and his men vanish without a trace. Then, turning to Lin Yuyan with a raised eyebrow, Su-yang casually suggests that with the obstacles cleared, they might as well kick off a dungeon raid. Meanwhile, his guild members, jaws practically scraping the floor, are frozen in shock at the spectacle. Lin Yuyan's eyes widen in disbelief, her mind racing with questions about how it's even possible for the spirit hunters to be obliterated in an instant. Murong Su chimes in, her voice tinged with skepticism, noting that even a legendary skill scroll shouldn't have the power to wipe out an A-rank guild so effortlessly. Jumuzi interrupts with a hint of excitement, revealing her drawing of the scene. She urges everyone to examine it closely. As they peer at the intricate lines of her illustration, a realization dawns. There, unmistakably depicted, is Su-yang wielding a blade crafted from condensed magic. Lin Yuyan nods thoughtfully, piecing together Su-yang's strategy. She concludes that he likely employed the legendary skill to dismantle defensive magic, followed by unleashing a barrage of epic skills to sow chaos and finally wielding the magic blade to swiftly dispatch their weakened adversaries. Quite the strategic masterpiece, she remarks, impressed by the sequence of events. Murong Su adds her perspective, noting how at level 58 skills shouldn't pose a threat to Lei Shan, yet Su-yang's prowess, coupled with his opulent gear, marks him unmistakably as the scion of a top-tier guild. Just as the discussion settles, Su-yang interrupts with a casual inquiry about proceeding into the dungeon. Lin Yuyan responds promptly with an affirmative yes, ready to embark on their next adventure. As they step into the dungeon surrounded by towering trees, Su-yang remarks on the environment, noting its resemblance to the territory of giants. Lin Yuyan concurs, cautioning about the complex terrain. She advises everyone to stick together and remain vigilant. Amidst the murmurs of preparation, Yu approaches Su-yang, voicing her concerns about their chances of clearing the dungeon smoothly. Su-yang reassures her confidently, stating that it shouldn't pose a problem. Yu persists, her worry evident as she brings up the possibility of unexpected situations, drawing parallels to past challenges like the Black Dragon Fortress. She half-jokingly instructs Su-yang to protect his big sister if such a situation arises. Su-yang chuckles warmly at Yu's protective tone, nodding in agreement. Not to worry, he replies with a grin that he'll keep his magic wand at the ready. As they venture forward, the bushes nearby begin to rustle, causing both Yu and Stubbian to jump in fear, imagining a lurking monster. To their relief, it turns out to be just a harmless rabbit. They continue cautiously, but their respite is short-lived as a level 89 two-headed raptor suddenly emerges, launching an attack. Shu Yan's panic rises again, but Lin Yuyan swiftly takes charge, urging everyone to stay calm and stand their ground against what she dismisses as a minor threat. With decisive speed, she darts towards the raptor and dispatches it effortlessly within seconds, demonstrating her formidable combat prowess. Just as they recover from the encounter with the raptor, a formidable level 95 giant rock bear emerges and charges at them. Yu, feeling the threat, calls out to Su-yang for assistance. Without hesitation, Su-yang swiftly moves to her side and swiftly dispatches the bear with practiced ease. While dealing with the bears, Su-yang casually inquires why they don't have a secondary tank. Yu explains that high-level female tanks are rare, which prompts Su-yang to volunteer himself for the role. He asserts confidently that he'll handle tanking duties, directing the healers to keep a close watch on his health points. Acknowledging his instructions, the healers focus their efforts entirely on supporting Su Yang, ensuring he remains resilient in the face of further challenges within the dungeon. More raptors and bears suddenly swarm in, launching attacks at them. Su Yang, bolstered by the healer's support, continues to fend off the monsters with relentless determination. He recognizes that these battles are leveraging his fourth-turn support skills, instantly doubling his strength. With coordinated effort, they eventually overcome the onslaught. Lin Yuyan expresses her gratitude to Su Yang, acknowledging that his presence has significantly boosted their chances of success in the dungeon. Su Yang humbly deflects the praise, commenting that it's his first time teaming up for a dungeon and he'll rely on her guidance for effective team coordination. Lin Yuyan reassures Su Yang, remarking that his first-time team experience suggests he's likely been soloing dungeons until now. She marvels inwardly at his mysterious background, pondering his identity further. As they continue clearing out the remaining monsters, they finally approach the final boss. Lin Yuyan turns to Su Yang with a question, asking if he's nervous about the upcoming battle. She mentions and uses confidence in the strategy borrowed from Tianling Pavilion, expressing hope that it will guide them to victory. However, she admits lingering concerns due to Ling Xiao's previous mishap in the Black Dragon dungeon. Su Yang responds with unwavering confidence, assuring them that his intuition guarantees success in this dungeon. Lin Yuyan is intrigued by his inexplicable assurance, finding herself surprisingly convinced by his words. Acknowledging his confidence, Lin Yuyan decides to place her trust in Su Yang's intuition. Together, they launch their coordinated assault on the final boss, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead with determination and teamwork. Meanwhile, at Tianling Pavilion's headquarters, Zhu Tai updates Jia Yu about a recent clash between Ling Xiao and Yu Yan near the giant forest. Jia Yu listens attentively, asking about the outcome. Zhu Tai grimly informs him that Ling Xiu was wiped out. Jia Yu nods thoughtfully, reflecting on the nature of desperation and its tendency to lead to irrational behavior. He laments that while he once held them in high regard, it appears this year's qualification for the Trial Secret Realm in Tianling City now rests squarely with Yu Yan. Maybe they should start betting on their victory early. Zhou Tai brings up another matter regarding the Black Secret Realm, catching Jia Yu off guard with a mention of such a secretive place. Meanwhile, Su Yang and Lin Yuyan continue their intense battle against the boss. Lin Yuyan moves with grace and precision, delivering the decisive blow that brings the boss down. A screen promptly appears, confirming the completion of the Secret Realm challenge by the Yuyan Guild. The message instructs them to allocate the rewards, leaving it to the guild leader's discretion. Lin Yuyan playfully approaches Su Yang, teasing him that he had a chance to deliver the final blow but graciously let her take the glory instead. Su Yang chuckles in response, modestly suggesting that she could probably use the extra benefits from the kill more than he could. Gratefully acknowledging his gesture, Lin Yuyan thanks him and mentions she owes him one. Soon, the other guild members gather around Su Yang, showering him with praise and gratitude, acknowledging his crucial role in their successful dungeon run. One of the girls, in a lighthearted tone, compliments him, noting that upon closer inspection, he's actually kind of cute. She cheekily asks if he'd like to add her as a friend to stay in touch. Witnessing the girls fawning over Su Yang, Mrong Su jokingly chides them as embarrassing fools, prompting Su Yan to divert her attention to the loot. Excitedly, Su Yan announces their impressive finds, 2 platinum-tier items and 1 diamond-tier item. Lin Yuyan turns to Su Yang, offering assistance with equipment distribution and asking if there's anything he needs. Su Yang graciously declines, thanking her and explaining that his warehouse is already brimming with diamond-tier equipment. Murong Su adds to the excitement, revealing they've also acquired the materials required for the 5th transfer quest. With this, she declares they've secured their ticket to the Trial's Secret Realm entry, much to everyone's delight. And Yu, bubbling with excitement, suggests to Lin Yuyan that they should all go out for a celebratory meal later. Lin Yuyan laughs warmly, agreeing wholeheartedly to the idea of the celebration. Turning to Su Yang, she asks if he plans to join them. Before Su Yang can respond, a notification interrupts him. A challenger has been detected, prompting him to consider connecting for the challenge. Surprised by this sudden development, he speculates if the exploration group acted ahead of schedule. Apologizing to the group, he explains that an urgent matter has arisen, requiring him to leave immediately and skip the celebration. With a quick farewell, Su Yang hurries towards the teleportation mark, promising to join them again soon. The next moment, Su Yang awakens to find himself transformed into the Black Dragon. Quickly activating his skills to assess the situation, he's surprised to discover that only one individual is attempting the dungeon. Judging by the appearance, a striking elf, it's clear this challenger is no ordinary adventurer. Scratching his dragon scales thoughtfully, Su Yang considers his next move. The elf, a level 140 court magician named Alcaray Lawrence, strides forward with confidence, effortlessly dispatching beasts as if they were mere annoyances. Su Yang, observing from his transformed state as the Black Dragon, marvels at Alcaray's formidable power. Deciding to test Alcaray's abilities further, Su Yang signals his elite monsters to engage. The monsters, with all the bravado they can muster, announce their intent to crush Alcaray's skull, a statement that might sound more intimidating if they weren't facing a seasoned court magician. The dragon priest among Su Yang's elite monsters boldly demands that Alcaray offer his blood as a sacrifice to Lord Eidos. In response, Alcaray scoffs at the name Eidos, dismissing the Black Dragon as a mere juvenile. A few forbidden spells can deal with such trash, he declares confidently. With a swift incantation, Alcaray unleashes his magic spells, swiftly and effortlessly dispatching all of the elite monsters. With a cocky grin, he remarks that calling them trash would be an insult to trash itself. As the blood of the elite monster splatters on his cheeks, Alcaray grimaces in disgust. He wipes it away, muttering that the blood of these lowly creatures is more distasteful than reheated leftovers. Alcaray laments that if it weren't for the princess, he wouldn't lower himself to set foot in such a filthy place. Alcaray then summons a towering mountain giant and commands it to act as his protector, warding off any filth that might mar his elegant attire as it clears his path of obstacles. Meanwhile, Su Yang observes from a distance, impressed by Alcaray's effortless dispatch of elite monsters above level 95. He speculates whether the elf might belong to a formidable 6th-tier class, potentially surpassing even their elite exploration group in strength. Su Yang reflects on the overwhelming power of a 6th-tier individual like Alcaray, realizing their group stands little chance against him in a direct confrontation. A troubling thought indeed. Suddenly, a spark of recognition ignites in Su Yang's mind as he recalls Alcaray's mention of the princess. Could he be referring to the girl elf they found imprisoned? Approaching the sleepy elf girl with curiosity and urgency, Su Yang calls out to her to wake up, teasing her gently about her prolonged nap. Startled awake, the elf girl responds groggily, asking who's calling her. Su Yang, in his black dragon form, questions the elf girl if she is indeed the princess of the Elven kingdom. Startled by the talking dragon before her, the elf girl expresses her astonishment, asking incredulously if the dragon can actually speak. The black dragon retorts humorously, pointing out that she never bothered to ask him before and suggesting she might be focusing on the wrong details. The elf girl confirms she is the princess, playfully teasing the dragon for its apparent lack of awareness, calling it dumb for always seeming clueless and suddenly becoming intelligent. With a chuckle, Su Yang wonders how anyone could possibly accept such a transformation. The elf princess, reflecting on her situation, realizes that the black dragon may have seen her body while she was asleep all this time. Her thoughts turn suspicious, wondering if the dragon might have done anything inappropriate during those moments. Feeling uneasy, she accuses the dragon of being perverted and hastily demands it to stay away from her, starting to shout for help. The black dragon, perplexed by the sudden turn of the conversation, seizes the elf girl's cage in its massive claws. With a low growl, it warns her that it's running out of patience and demands answers. If not, she might become its next meal. Planning to intimidate her into revealing her story, the dragon leans closer, his eyes gleaming with calculated menace. Startled and frightened, the elf girl stutters her name, Lilith Savraya, revealing herself as the 6th daughter of the Honorable Queen Savraya. The black dragon ponders Queen Savraya and recalls from its knowledge that the Elven Kingdom, along with the Dragon Kingdom and the Giant Kingdom, are part of the SSS Ultra-Ultimate Subspace Nations, remarkably powerful entities. Among them, only the Elven Kingdom maintains friendly relations with humans, and it's governed by Queen Savraya, the supreme ruler. Reflecting on this information, the Black Dragon is surprised by the significance of Lilith's background. It hadn't anticipated that the seemingly ordinary elf girl would hail from such a prestigious lineage. The Black Dragon informs Lilith that her people have arrived to rescue her. Lilith expresses relief and gratitude upon hearing the news. However, the mood shifts abruptly when the Black Dragon shows her real-time footage of Alcaray effortlessly defeating all his elite monsters. Lilith's face twists into a mix of shock, puzzlement, and horror as she gazes at Alcaray on the screen. She blurts out in disbelief, questioning why it had to be him. The Black Dragon inquires if Lilith knows Alcaray, noticing her unhappy reaction. Lilith responds vehemently, expressing her disdain for Alcaray and his family, labeling them as despicable scum and trash. She declares that she would prefer to remain locked up for life than be rescued by him. Curious and concerned, the Black Dragon presses further, asking what Alcaray did to her. Lilith reveals bitterly that he is a wolf in sheep's clothing, recounting how he attempted to deceive and assault her. Fortunately, she managed to realize his intentions in time and escape from his grasp. The Black Dragon questions Lilith about her status as a princess and how Alcaray dared to treat royalty in such a manner. Lilith explains with a sigh that the Lorne's family holds unparalleled power in the Elven kingdom, making them nearly untouchable even by her own mother, let alone someone like herself who is not favored. Reflecting on the situation, the Black Dragon realizes there is more complexity to the story than meets the eye. It decides to leverage their shared conflict to its advantage. With a mischievous glint in its eye, the dragon tells Lilith about its plan to hand her over to Alcaray. Frightened and shocked, Lilith pleads desperately, exclaiming that she would rather face certain doom than fall into Alcaray's hands. Her distress is palpable as she implores the dragon not to go through with its plan. The Black Dragon responds firmly, making it clear that it isn't seeking her opinion. It explains that Alcaray is a formidable 6th-tier powerhouse, and she likely knows better than the dragon itself how powerful he is. The dragon warns her that refusing to hand her over could endanger its own life. However, it offers a potential lifeline. The dragon proposes that unless she begs for its assistance and reveals Alcaray's weaknesses, it won't proceed with its plan to hand her over. The elf girl begs the Black Dragon, offering to disclose Alcaray's weakness in exchange for her safety. Her eyes plead desperately like a kitten trying to negotiate with a tiger, though in this case, a very scaly, fire-breathing tiger. The Black Dragon, gazing at her, realizes it might have gone a tad too far in intimidating her. Reluctantly agreeing, the Black Dragon grumbles and instructs her to spill the beans on Alcaray's Achilles' heel. With hesitant voice, the elf girl reveals that the Lawrence family boasts unparalleled spiritual power and magical prowess. But there's a catch, like owning a sports car with tissue paper doors. Their bodies are as fragile as a porcelain teacup. Even if their magical prowess soars to the celestial heights of the 5th or 6th tier, their physical strength remains stuck at the kindergarten level. The Black Dragon chuckles softly, amused by the elf girl's description of the Lawrence family as a pure glass cannon. An incredibly unbalanced build indeed. Listening intently, it nods as the elf girl explains further, detailing how the family compensates for their physical fragility with a formidable magical barrier. Her voice quivers with concern as she admits that, given the dragon's current strength, breaking through that barrier might prove to be a Sisyphean task. Her words weigh heavily on her as she sinks to her knees, reflecting that nothing has changed after all, and she really is going to be taken away by that scum and become his sex slave. The Black Dragon reassures the elf girl to trust in its abilities, yet inwardly acknowledges the truth in her words. As it sees it, the only feasible path forward involves consuming this less-than-appetizing morsel to advance to the Radiant Moose stage. It's like deciding to eat a moldy sandwich to level up, unpleasant but necessary for growth. However, the dragon grimly reflects on the consequences. Beefing up itself would beef up the dungeon's difficulty, prompting the explorers' guilds to tighten security, directly impacting their next slaughter, the Fat Sheep plan. The dragon ponders whether there might be a way to have its cake and eat it too. It contemplates how its body transformed upon reaching the Starlight stage, gaining a flashy new look, lacking substantial functional upgrades. Its armor, though impressive to look at, offers little in terms of real attribute boosts. Suddenly, the word equipment triggers an idea in its cunning mind. Recalling how the heart of the dragon's slayer morphed into equipment in its own claws, the dragon muses aloud. If that could happen, couldn't it similarly transmute the equipment from its human form into something truly useful? The elf girl, her eyes pleading desperately, implores the Black Dragon to let her go, emphasizing her fear of falling into Alcaray's clutches. However, to her surprise, the Black Dragon vanishes into thin air right before her eyes. She looks around bewildered, wondering where it could have gone in such a sudden disappearance. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon breathes a sigh of relief as it successfully transitions into its shadow form. It marvels at the effectiveness of its newfound technique, basking in the thrill of evading detection. For the dragon, it's akin to pulling off a disappearing act worthy of a magician's encore. Back with the elf girl, uncertainty lingers in her mind as she ponders whether the Black Dragon managed to escape, or if there's more to this vanishing act than meets the eye. Subjugating, still merged with the Black Dragon, marvels at the effectiveness of equipping Shadow's Bloodlust onto the creature. Activating the weapon's special ability effortlessly transitions the Black Dragon into its shadow form, a swift and seamless transformation. But that's not all. Subjugating discovers that the equipment's attributes, his own capabilities, and even his talents are all seamlessly shared with the Black Dragon. Of particular note is the dual spirit amplification effect, which he had applied to the dragon. Checking the creature's updated stats, Subjugating's eyes widen in surprise as he sees a significant boost in both strength and spirit, numbers jumping by several hundred points in an instant. Reflecting on this newfound synergy, Subjugating realizes that this method effectively bridges the gap in basic attributes between them. With a grin, he acknowledges that it's now time to properly entertain their uninvited guest. Meanwhile, approaching deep into the lair of the Black Dragon, Alcaray's voice echoes ominously. He shouts, demanding the black dragon to surrender the princess immediately, promising to consider leaving it with the body still in one piece. His threats ring through the cavern, a stark contrast to the dragon's hidden presence. Alcaray's taunts grow louder as he challenges the dragon to show itself, questioning if it's trembling in fear. He mocks it as a cowardly soft dragon, scoffing at the effort he's had to put in to reach this point. Alcaray's taunts escalate as he considers using a forbidden spell to obliterate the lair along with the black dragon. His voice drips with malice as he calculates the potential collateral damage, casually mentioning that while the princess might perish, memory manipulation spells could still make her compliant upon resurrection, pure and unblemished as he ominously puts it. His grin twists into a malevolent sneer as he revels in the thought of possessing such a princess, his excitement palpable. Alcaray then says that's it, and is about to cast his forbidden spell, but before Alcaray can unleash it, a clawed hand materializes out of nowhere, striking him with incredible force. He is sent hurtling through the air, his health plummeting dangerously to a mere 6%. The sudden attack leaves him dazed and vulnerable. The black dragon's voice cuts through the chaos, dripping with disdain as it calls Alcaray a scum, a truly depraved one at that. It mocks him for shattering any lingering stereotypes about elves, especially in the most despicable of ways. With barely any life left in his battered body, Alcaray wonders in disbelief when the black dragon appeared and how it managed to evade his senses completely. He questions how it could shatter his formidable magic barrier with a single devastating blow, deeming it utterly impossible. Meanwhile, without hesitation or risk, the black dragon swiftly delivers its final decisive strike upon the now defenseless Alcaray. Standing over him, it asserts confidently that common sense holds no sway when dealing with someone as exceptional as itself. The black dragon's word spirit cleansing inferno reduces Alcaray to a crisp. A notification pops up informing Su Yang of his triumph over Alcaray Lawrence, the 140th level court magician, rewarding him with a whopping 12.1 million experience points. Su Yang eagerly checks out the spoils left behind by this unfortunate soul, only to be pleasantly surprised by the discovery of legendary items and banishment spells amidst the wreckage. Looks like even in defeat, Alcaray managed to drop some serious loot. Upon inspecting the treasures, Su Yang discovers the banishment spell, Thunder of the Infinite World. This spell promises cataclysmic damage, summoning endless thunder that shakes heavens and earth, ready to blast any enemies within range into next week. Talk about shocking surprises. Next up, he uncovers the first legendary item, the soul-summoning stone lunar wolf spirit. Activating this stone summons 2 ethereal 6th-tier lunar wolf spirits to the fray. These spirits, revered as messengers of the nature goddess and guardians of the elves, are like having supernatural furry friends on speed dial, perfect for a wild party in battle. As if that weren't enough, Su Yang lays eyes on the second legendary item, the Scroll of Nature's Guardian. This scroll boasts impressive resilience, capable of enduring up to 7 attacks from 6th-tier skills without so much as a scratch. It's like the indestructible shield of plot armor, ensuring Su Yang can take on even the fiercest foes with a grin and a shrug. Reflecting on the banishment spell's potency, Su Yang realizes these punishment spells are the pinnacle of magic, rumored to level cities with their sheer power. However, most mages lack the mana to cast such spells regularly, relegating them to scroll form for safekeeping, a bit like storing dynamite in a piggy bank. Despite Alcaray's departure from the mortal coil, he did leave behind quite the parting gift. Yet, upon further pondering, Su Yang can't help but feel a tad miffed. Alcaray's staff, robe, and accessories were all top-tier Starlight quality or better, yet not a single one dropped for him. Killing Alcaray might have seemed like striking gold, but in reality, Su Yang is feeling more like he's lost a bet on a horse race. Where will he find another plunk sheep like that to fleece again? Meanwhile, the elf girl ponders the sudden disappearance of the evil dragon. Did it go off to face Alcaray alone? She can't help but worry about the outcome. If the dragon loses, what then? The thought of being tainted by someone as despicable as Alcaray sends shivers down her spine. Just as she's lost in her thoughts, the black dragon reappears before her. Immediately, she demands answers. Where did he vanish to just now, and where is Alcaray? The black dragon coolly responds, admitting to using invisibility to launch a surprise attack. With a grim finality, he informs her that Alcaray has been reduced to nothing but ash. The elf girl breathes a sigh of relief, grateful to be rid of such a vile presence, though the method of departure leaves much to be desired in terms of closure. The elf girl's mind whirls with disbelief at the notion that the black dragon could have single-handedly dispatched Alcaray. After all, invisibility magic is a trademark of rainbow dragons. How could this black dragon possess such an ability? The mysteries only deepen. Turning her attention to the dragon, she questions its intent gaze. Why is it staring at her so intently? In response, the Black Dragon recalls the renowned magical prowess of the royal elf family, puzzled by her apparent lack of strength. The elf girl explains solemnly that she bears a curse inflicted by the ancient giant king upon the elves, a curse that not only seals their magical talents but also drastically shortens their lifespans. She reveals that in each generation of the elven royal family, one individual must bear the brunt of this curse as a sacrificial lamb. This time around, it's her turn, and as a result, she is disregarded and undervalued within her own family. Su-yang reflects on the elf girl's plight, finding it surprising to consider her circumstances. Without the chi he acquired, he might have led a similarly futile existence. The Black Dragon, too, faces an uncertain future, vulnerable to being vanquished by another, leaving her at the mercy of Alcaray or other unsavory characters. In this light, it's clear that he has altered her destiny significantly. Responding to his musings, the elf girl presses the Black Dragon for its plans now that she has aided in defeating Alcaray. She reminds it that it cannot backtrack on its promises. The Black Dragon declares that within this secret realm, the elf girl, Lilith, is now free from any constraints. Perplexed, Lilith questions the dragon's sudden benevolence. In response, the dragon asserts that true goodness should endure till the very end, assuring her that she can live in peace here. He hints that soon she will find the proof of her newfound freedom. Addressing his loyal servants, the dragon commands them to obey his decree. None are to harm Lilith. The monstrous servants kneel before him in obedience, swearing allegiance to Ato's commands. Seeking clarity, Lilith asks why the dragon has suddenly shown such kindness towards her and what his true intentions are, particularly regarding her true freedom. However, before she can receive answers, the connection between them fades and Su-yang finds himself back in the human realm. Lilith is left wondering why the Black Dragon abruptly fell asleep, leaving their conversation unfinished. Back at his home, Su-yang reflects on the fruitful adventure he just had, feeling more confident about facing the expedition team next time. Just as he settles in, he notices a message notification and wonders if it's from Lin Yuan. To his surprise, he finds over 99 messages waiting for him from his guild members. It seems he's been infected with the notorious Vanishing Act virus. Curious and slightly overwhelmed, he begins reading through the flood of messages. The first one expresses concern about his whereabouts and why he hasn't responded, highlighting their worry for his well-being. The second message politely suggests that next time he give them a heads-up before disappearing, hoping for better communication in the future. Interestingly, Jamusic has messaged him if she can sketch him naked, but then she says that nothing abnormal one is fine. Meanwhile, and Yu asks if Su-yang is available tomorrow to accompany her to the commercial street. Sorting through these messages, Su-yang chuckles at the enthusiasm of these women. However, he decides to respond only to Lin Yuan, trusting her to handle the others. In his message to Lin Yuan, he apologizes for his sudden departure and any inconvenience caused. Lin Yuan reads Su-yang's message and responds understandingly, reassuring him that she knows he's busy too. She suggests they plan to meet up next time they have a chance and expresses gratitude for his help earlier. Along with her message, she shares a picture from their celebration party. Looking at the picture, Su-yang remarks on the lively atmosphere, noting that this is what a guild should ideally be, a place of camaraderie and fun. He reflects on Lin Yuan's amiable nature, contrasting it humorously with Ling Xiao and the expedition team, whom he dubs utilitarianists, implying they might not be as socially adept or friendly. At the job transfer temple the next day, Su-yang runs into Gu Xiaoqian. Curious, Gu Xiaoqian asks Su-yang if he's there to change jobs as well. Su-yang confirms, returning the question about her purpose at the temple. Gu Xiaoqian nods affirmatively, sharing that she's here for her first job change after reaching level 20 with the help of senior players. Intrigued, she inquires if Su-yang indeed ventured into the Diamond Tier's secret realm with Lin Yuan and the others yesterday. Su-yang confirms with a grin, mentioning that he hit level 60 during their adventure and has returned today to pick up his third job change mission. Gu Xiaoqian congratulates him, noting his incredible achievements. She thinks about how they seem to be in different worlds now, and if this continues, she'll be left far behind. Su-yang reassures her, saying she has great potential as a hidden class, and maybe one day she will surpass him. Gu Xiaoqian wonders if that's true, thinking he might just be trying to keep her spirits up. Su-yang confidently says it is, urging her to keep going because he looks forward to fighting alongside her one day. Maybe they'll even have matching battle scars to compare. Gu Xiaoqian promises to do her best, imagining herself as a powerful warrior and not just a sidekick. She reflects on how, despite his strength, Su-yang still gently encourages her. He remains the same Su-yang after all, even if he now comes with extra sparkles and heroic poses. Later, Su-yang's 5-star third job change mission turns out to be the Perilous Demon Warrior Occupation mission, a double test of magic and strength. He has to devour the spirit ghost of the ruined mansion single-handedly and defeat the rocky abyss earth dragon of the wilderness mountains. Su Yang reflects that this new mission has really upped its intensity by giving him 2 tasks at once and with so many restrictions. Just as he's processing this, the priestess warns him to be careful, especially since there might be a red moon phenomenon soon. Looks like the universe decided to throw in a creepy red moon for added drama. Su Yang inquires about the red moon, and the priestess explains that it's a special phenomenon where monsters in the wild and in dungeons become more ferocious and bloodthirsty. She mentions that dungeons like the ruined mansion, filled with various spiritual creatures, are most affected by the red moon. She adds that the appearance of the red moon has no fixed pattern, but there are early signs on the day it appears. At that time, the staff of the Adventurers Association will announce it, so he should pay attention. Su Yang nods, thinking that as if his mission wasn't tough enough, now he has to worry about moody monsters too. Su Yang tells her that he understands. However, he reflects that no matter how dangerous it is, with his actual 4th-level strength, it should be a walk in the park. Unfortunately, he can't tell her this, so he can only let her worry in vain. The Ruined Mansion is a Platinum-tier secret realm, and the recommended level to clear it is 60 or above. This place used to be the mansion of a high-ranking official. Legend has it that the nobleman was cursed and went mad, killing everyone in the mansion overnight. He then turned into a terrifying, devouring ghost, haunting the deepest part of the mansion. Any creature that attempts to enter will become his next prey. So basically, it's a haunted house, but on nightmare mode. Meanwhile, the guard of the mansion, who had dozed off, wakes up to see the red moon in the sky. Realizing this is ominous, he wonders why the red moon couldn't have chosen another day to appear. Of all days, it had to be the one when he got drunk. However, he thinks logically that since no one usually comes to the ruined mansion, there shouldn't be a big problem. He decides to set up a warning and then go back for another drink, figuring that a little more alcohol might make the red moon look less scary. However, just as he's about to do it, the guard is shocked to see someone already in the mansion. He wonders who could be so reckless as to enter the dungeon during the red moon. A little while earlier, Su Yang enters the mansion and swiftly dispatches level 56 ghost child monsters, moving forward confidently. He tells himself that this red moon dungeon is not a big deal for him. Suddenly, the ghost children transform into monstrous, level 70 mad creatures. He wonders if they have mutated and if this is the true effect of the red moon. Looks like the red moon decided to turn things up to 11, just to keep him on his toes. Su Yang realizes that their speed has increased significantly, and they have become more ruthless. The mad ghost children attack Su Yang more ferociously than before, clearly more terrifying and deadly. Su Yang tells them to stay away and employs his demon blade technique, cutting them into pieces. Just then, the system notifies him that his sanity value has been deducted by 10 points. His current sanity value is now 91 hundredths. If the sanity value reaches 0, he will fall into irreversible madness, so he needs to be cautious. Su Yang thinks that dealing with crazed monsters and a ticking sanity clock really adds a special kind of thrill to his day. Su Yang wonders why it suddenly feels like a Lovecraftian nightmare. He realizes he underestimated the effects of the red moon. The monsters have significantly increased in both attack and defense and sneakily added a sanity system. As more monsters attack him, he continues to use his demon blade and sword rain techniques to dispatch them. He understands that he has to be more careful from now on, thinking that whoever designed this dungeon must have moonlighted as a horror movie director, because this setup is scarier than a haunted house on roller skates. The battle intensifies as Su Yang encounters more monsters. After a relentless hour of battle, his sanity level drops to 60, and he has only 20% mana left. He reflects on how frustrating it is to rely solely on magic attacks. It's like waiting for a slow internet connection to load a cat video. Mana recovery is slow, and the decreasing sanity value is starting to affect his focus. He wonders how much longer until he reaches the final boss. It feels like waiting in line at a theme park, except the roller coaster might actually eat him. Just then, a level 82 zombie giant appears out of nowhere. Seeing the zombie giant, Su Yang mutters that he wanted to clear the dungeon on his own strength, but it seems they're forcing his hand. He decides to use the legendary summoning stone and summons the lunar wolf spirit. 2 enormous lunar wolf spirits, each level 125, appear before him and swiftly dispatch the zombie giant. Su Yang grins, thinking that sometimes even heroes need a supernatural backup, like calling an Uber when the bus breaks down. Su Yang reflects on the instant kill, acknowledging the expected power gap of a legendary summon in a platinum-tier dungeon. He rubs the chin of the lunar wolf spirit, grateful that summoned beasts don't have loyalty issues. With these 2 high-level fighters by his side, he feels confident that he wouldn't be afraid to go head-to-head with an expedition group in real life. He chuckles, admitting that while it might disrupt the game's balance a bit, he's ready to streamroll everything now. Sometimes you just gotta enjoy being the overpowered hero, right? Saying so, Su Yang instructs his lunar wolf spirits to handle the remaining beasts, and in a matter of seconds, they swiftly dispatch them. Soon after, Su Yang reaches the room of the final boss, although it took him a while to locate it. He kicks the door open, ready to face whatever challenges await him inside. Inside the room, an undead kneels, praying to his ancestors for forgiveness, confessing to numerous murders and promising more today. He laughs madly. He reveals himself as a level 90 undead. However, before the undead can reach Su Yang, his lunar wolf spirits squash the undead as swiftly as slicing a cake. Su Yang hastily intervenes, telling his spirits not to kill the undead outright, but to leave some health so he can finish the job himself. He approaches cautiously, preparing for the final showdown. He looks at the undead, scratching his head and muttering that at this level, it's practically auditioning for a role as a diamond-tier dungeon boss. The red moon boost really cranked up the scare factor. Without his trusty lunar wolf spirits, he might have ended up coasted by now. Su Yang delivers the final blow with a flourish, quipping that it still wasn't strong enough to secure his perfect 5-star job advancement. He adds with a half-smile that he'll need to hit the training mats a bit harder, maybe throw in a few more boss battles to spice things up. A system notification appears announcing that Su Yang has defeated the level 90 boss, Red Moon Corruption Devouring Spirit Ghost Undead, and gained 98,322 experience points. It also mentions that the undead drop a platinum-tier ghost dagger, a ghost fire ring, as well as a devouring spirit ghost soul core and devouring spirit ghost resentment. Su Yang's loot is like winning the lottery, but with extra ghostly perks. Su Yang reflects that platinum-tier equipment no longer holds much interest for him, but the devouring spirit ghost soul core catches his eye. He muses that this item might just come in handy. Despite the 80-point spirit boost not being much for him now, Su Yang considers it might be more valuable as an ingredient for potions. He casually strolls towards the exit, muttering all right, gearing up to head to the next mission site like he's heading to a buffet. Except the only thing getting devoured here is monsters, not his lunch. Outside the mansion, young Mistress Lu lingers, surveys the scene with her men, loudly wondering if those bumbling intruders are still making a mess inside. Liu Si, scratching his head, chimes in with a grin, suggesting maybe they stumbled upon a secret stash of snacks and got cozy. He hastens to add, though, that there might still be sneaky stragglers lurking about, trying to slip away unnoticed. He starts to say that only someone like Miss Lu Linger could handle such situations effortlessly. After all, navigating this spooky mansion under the eerie red moon isn't exactly a picnic for the faint-hearted. Before he can continue, she interrupts, dismissing his remark as nonsense with a playful eye roll. She presses for details, which guild the intruders belong to, how many there are, and how long they've been inside. Liu Si, looking like a deer caught in headlights, attempts a joke about them being so stealthy they might have joined a ghost guild, but it falls as flat as a pancake. He stammers, unable to provide any real information, much to Lu Linger's amusement. Jia Yu interjects confidently, claiming he's been monitoring the situation for half an hour. He jokes that he's interrogated every A-level and B-level guild in Tianling City, but they all plead innocence, leaving the mystery unsolved. Lu Linger, pondering the situation, remarks that the ruined mansion under the red moon is tougher than cracking a diamond-tier dungeon. She quips that even she needs to tread carefully in such a place, lest she end up as Monster Chow herself, a fate she's not particularly eager to experience firsthand. She wonders aloud why no one has emerged yet, musing that the monsters inside should have turned the intruders into takeout by now. Just then, a portal begins to shimmer, indicating someone's about to emerge. Everyone's attention snaps to the portal. Su Yang steps out, scratching his head wearily, reflecting on how mentally and physically draining the ordeal was. He's taken aback to find a group waiting outside, looking at him as if he's the surprise dessert they didn't order. Seeing Su Yang, Jia Yu's eyes widen in surprise. Su Yang, suspicious of their presence, wonders if the expedition group has uncovered his true identity and set a trap for him. Meanwhile, Jia Yu reflects aloud that there's only one person coming out, Su Yang. Liu Si, equally shocked to see Su Yang again, can only stare in disbelief as if he's just seen a ghost, albeit one that's a lot less transparent and a lot more bewildering. Emerging from the portal, Su Yang wonders aloud why so many big shots are gathered here at such a late hour. He mentions that it is just a small, platinum-level secret realm, not exactly an event for a grand assembly, questioning the need for so many big shots. A guard steps forward, raising an eyebrow at Su Yang's obliviousness, and wonders aloud if Su Yang is aware that it's the red moon tonight. The guard is baffled by Su Yang's decision to venture into the dungeon alone as if he has a death wish. Su Yang shrugs, acknowledging the dungeon's grim nature but questioning if it's really that serious. The guard responds with a fervent nod, emphasizing the dire consequences. He shudders at the thought of the punishment he'd face if Su Yang had perished inside. Lu Linger steps up, telling the guard to be quiet and step back. She then asks Su Yang if he cleared the dungeon alone. Su Yang confirms, wondering if there's a problem. Lu Linger, impressed, comments on his strength, noting that clearing the Red Moon's ruined mansion solo is no small feat. She then requests the crystal core that dropped from the boss he killed, asking him to name his price. Su Yang, puzzled, asks who she is and why he should hand over the core just because she asked. His question leaves everyone stunned. Lu Linger's manager approaches Su Yang, looking like someone who just heard a cat bark and wonders if he knows who he's talking to. Su Yang replies with a shrug, saying he doesn't know and asking if he should. The manager calls him insolent and tells him to open his eyes wide. Standing before him, she announces, is the youngest genius of the Global Beastmaster Association, the precious daughter of the master of Tianji Pavilion, and the stunning beauty who captivates countless talents, Miss Lu Linger. The manager, furious, brandishes her weapon and declares that Su Yang must be punished for ignoring the Miss's generous request. Lu Linger, frustrated, taps her manager on the head and tells her to stop this madness. Su Yang takes a moment to reflect, thinking that if she is indeed the daughter of the master of Tianji Pavilion, she certainly has a lot to be proud of. However, it doesn't seem like she's here to target him specifically. He wonders if all this drama is just part of her daily routine. He then addresses Lu Linger, asking what Ms. Lu has to say. Lu Linger explains that she originally sought some top-grade food for her spirit horse and didn't expect him to get it first. She admits it's been years since anyone dared talk to her like that and commends his courage. With a sly grin, she adds that if he can withstand her soul-hunting falcon for 3 minutes, she'll pretend nothing happened. She then summons her level 90 soul-hunting falcon to attack Su Yang. Su Yang, seeing the formidable falcon, chuckles nervously and mutters that this seems a bit unreasonable. Witnessing all this, Liu Si, with a mischievous grin, comments that daring to offend the young lady means Su Yang is doomed. Jiutai, however, reflects that it's not necessarily true. If Su Yang can clear the Red Moon dungeon alone, his strength must be at least 4th tier. As the falcon uses its blade storm attack, Su Yang keeps dodging. He quickly realizes that the summoned beast isn't just fast, it can also attack from a distance. Simply defending isn't going to work. Reluctant to reveal his true strength but left with no choice, Su Yang summons his sword, the Shadow's Bloodlust. As the falcon attacks again, he thrusts his sword into it, using the soul mark. In an instant, the falcon is done and dusted. Proud Su Yang remarks that it hasn't even been 3 minutes yet. Furious, Lu Linger seethes, fuming over how he dared to kill her spirit beast. Su Yang calmly responds, pointing out that she told him to last 3 minutes and never said he couldn't kill it. He wonders aloud if she's so used to throwing her weight around that she can't grasp this basic principle. Reflecting to himself, Su Yang thinks that even if it comes to a fight, he's not afraid of her even with her forbidden spells. Lu Linger, now furious as hell, releases her purple aura. Witnessing this, Su Yang realizes that this woman is indeed very strong. Just as Lu Linger is about to attack Su Yang, Jiutai jumps in, reminding the young miss that this man's identity is special and she can't just start a brawl. Lu Linger, looking puzzled, asks what identity Su Yang holds. Jiutai explains that Su Yang is a VIP at the temple and a golden member of the X-Alliance. The Grand Court has explicitly instructed them to handle his matters with care, like he's some kind of high-maintenance celebrity. Lu Linger, narrowing her eyes, inquires if Su Yang, having both identities, has also completed the 5-star job transfer quest. Su Yang, catching the word also, wonders aloud if she's a VIP at the temple too. Lu Linger replies that she was up until the 4th tier. She recalls how she barely completed the first 3 tiers with the entire help of Tianji Pavilion, practically needing a cheerleading squad to get through it. She marvels at how Su Yang completed it alone, looking so relaxed as if he was on a casual stroll in the park. She can't help but wonder if he's secretly a superhero in disguise. Su Yang tells Lu Linger that she should understand the special nature of this identity, and if there's nothing else, he'll be on his way. Lu Linger steps onto her horse and instructs the others to head back. Liu Si, still puzzled, asks if that's it. Lu Linger, furious, snaps back, asking if he's planning to rob a temple VIP and oppose the temple. Liu Si quickly backs down, saying he wouldn't dare and they'll follow her lead. Meanwhile, Su Yang reflects with a smirk that being the young lady of Tianji Pavilion isn't that great. He silently vows that once he tames the Black Dragon, they'll all see who the real boss is. The screen then shows Su Yang that the first part of his quest, Devouring Spirit Ghost of the Ruined Mansion, is completed. With that, Su Yang now has to complete the second part of the quest, defeating the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon of the Wilderness Mountains. He reflects that once this is done, the hidden quest should appear. Later, At the entrance of the Wilderness Mountain Range, Lu Linger arrives with her team. She is pleased to find that the boss is still alive with 100% health. She comments that it looks like no one has come to tackle this earth dragon yet. Shutai and Liu Si, eager to please, tell her that when she instructed them beforehand to reserve the challenge slot, they took care of it immediately. Liu Si even mentions that they practically put up a do not disturb sign for the dragon. Lu Linger remarks that although the dragon's level is quite low, it's still a rare dragon-type world boss, and they should use it to get some practice. Just as they move ahead, a guard appears in front of Lu Linger, politely asking her to excuse him and not cut the line as there are others ahead of them. Surprised, Lu Linger asks what he means and then gives a cold stare to Liu Si and Zhu Tai. Liu Si, indignant, asks the guard how dare he and if he even knows who he's talking to. He mentions that they reserved their slot early and there were no other teams before them at that time. The guard explains that he's just an ordinary staff member and doesn't have the guts to mess with them. He clarifies that a temple VIP used their privilege to cut in line ahead of them. That's how the system shows it, and there's nothing he can do about it. Lu Linger, annoyed, says that if the staff is causing trouble, they should just replace them. Just then, Su Yang arrives and tells them to make way and not delay his dungeon run. Lu Linger gives him a cold stare. Seeing her, Su Yang internally groans, thinking, why is it her again? Liu Si wonders aloud why Su Yang keeps popping up everywhere like an annoying fly at a picnic. Su Yang, with a touch of suspicion, suggests that it's his line since running into them twice in a row makes him suspect they might have some grand plan against him. Lu Linger rolls her eyes, clearly unimpressed, and tells him not to flatter himself. She has no reason to target him. She warns Su Yang not to get too cocky just because he has the temple's privileges. If he ever fails in his class transfer, that would spell the end for him. Su Yang, with a grin, thanks her for the reminder but assures her she doesn't need to worry about him. He then curiously asks what brings the young lady of Tanji Pavilion to such a low-level wild boss area. Surely, he adds with a smirk, it's not because she feels like picking on weaklings. Zhou Tai steps in explaining that the young lady is here to practice taming the black flame-winged dragon, and this earth dragon is just a warm-up. He hopes Su Yang doesn't end up meddling with the young lady's grand plans. Su Yang apologizes, stating that this earth dragon is his class quest, and he has no reason to give it up. Lu Linger, not backing down, tells him to go ahead but warns that once she tames the black flame-winged dragon, even the transfer temple won't be able to protect him. Su Yang shrugs it off, suggesting she stops bragging about things that haven't happened yet. He casually advises her to wait around for the next boss respawn. With a cheerful bye-bye, he steps into the portal, leaving the tension behind. Lu Linger's manager mutters that Su Yang is such an impolite barbarian. Zhu Tai, still in shock, wonders if Su Yang really plans to go in alone and take on the boss. If Su Yang truly expects them to wait for the next respawn and questions if Su Yang is seriously planning to solo the boss. Maybe Su Yang thinks he's in a one-man action movie. Meanwhile, inside the portal, Su Yang reflects on Lu Linger's desire to tame the black dragon. He realizes that with her strength and the support of the exploration team, she might actually succeed. Considering her status, she probably has some hidden trump card. Therefore, he decides he needs to speed up his own efforts. Moments later, as Su Yang gazes at the Earth Dragon from afar, he wonders if it's the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon. It looks more like a giant lizard than a majestic dragon, definitely inferior to the black flame-winged dragon. Su Yang can't help but think it must have been hit with the ugly stick a few too many times. The Rock Abyss Earth Dragon is revealed to be a level 61 wild boss. Su Yang, determined and slightly amused at the challenge, leaps up to attack it. Even though he can't use Wolf Spirit and Demon Blade, he believes having a Starlight-level weapon should be enough. He uses the Soul Mark and strikes at the dragon's head, but to his surprise, the Earth Dragon's defense is so high that his attack barely scratches it. The Earth Dragon retaliates, attacking Su Yang with a fury that could only come from a dragon that's been rudely awakened. Su Yang fights back, delivering powerful blows with his Starlight-level weapon. Soon, he manages to knock down half of its health. Feeling confident, he decides to push forward. However, just then, the Earth Dragon enters Berserk mode. The ground rumbles ominously as the dragon prepares for its dragon charge. Su Yang braces himself, dodging the dragon charge. He quickly realizes that continuing like this leaves him no opportunity to strike back. He needs to come up with a new strategy. Reflecting on the situation, he deduces that the dragon charge must be the boss's phase transition skill at half health. There should be some mechanism to stop it, he thinks. Su Yang glances around, hoping for a hint or clue to end this oversized lizard's tantrum. Just then, Su Yang spots a granite wall and realizes it's a very clear hint. He moves towards the granite wall, with the Earth Dragon following him closely. At the last moment, he dodges and the Earth Dragon crashes headfirst into the granite wall. The impact leaves the dragon dizzy and lightheaded, clearly stunned. Suyang notices it now takes 20% more damage. Seizing the opportunity, Subjugating declares that he won't hold back and prepares for the final blow. Meanwhile, outside the portal, Liu Si, growing impatient, asks Zhu Tai if they are just going to stand around and wait, or maybe they should start taking bets on whether Suyang makes it out in one piece. Zhu Tai responds, telling Liu Si that if he has any complaints, he should take them up with the young lady himself. Lu Linger, meanwhile, is sitting on a stone chair waiting patiently for Suyang to complete his quest. Her manager approaches and suggests they should go back, questioning if she truly believes Suyang can solo the boss. Lu Linger, with a hint of amusement, replies that there's no rush. She wants to see what Suyang is capable of. Just then, a screen appears announcing that Suyang has killed the boss solo in a record time of 20 minutes and 18 seconds. Lu Linger raises an eyebrow, impressed despite herself, while her manager looks like he might need to pick his jaw up off the ground. They all stand there in shock. Liu Si exclaims that Suyang really soloed the boss and set a new kill record. He wonders aloud how that's even possible and suggests that Suyang must be cheating. Meanwhile, Suyang steps out of the portal and asks why they are still there. Suyang is clad in an odd, bulky brown armor that makes him look like an overgrown potato. The sight of him in this ridiculous getup is too much, and they can barely contain their laughter. Suyang, puzzled by their laughter, asks what is so funny. He reflects that he should have cleaned out his bag sooner since it got full without him noticing, leaving him no choice but to wear this ugly earth dragon set. He facepalms himself, realizing just how ridiculous he looks. Despite his embarrassment, Suyang challenges them, telling them that if they really have the skills, they should stop making fun of him and try setting a solo record at his level. As Suyang is about to depart, Lu Linger admits he is skilled but questions what there is to be proud of with just an earth dragon, pointing out that her target is far more challenging. Suyang, never one to back down, replies with a smirk that if that's the case, he will just tame the black dragon before she does. Lu Linger is shocked by his bold reply. Furious, she demands to know if he is kidding and who he thinks he is. With an evil grin, Suyang introduces himself, declaring that he is not only a VIP at the Transfer Temple, but also the one who will tame the black dragon. His determination is clear, even if he currently looks like a walking fashion disaster. Just then, a screen appears confirming the completion of Suyang's 5-star job change task. The screen lists the confirmed items, a rusty key and the blood of the rock abyss earth dragon. It also notifies him that a hidden job change task, Glory of Blood, has been unlocked. The task description reads, "Deep in the Sleepy Mountains lies an underground prison that no one dares to approach. It was once the secret laboratory of a great wizard who explored the power of blood, known as the Glory of Blood." Subjugating recalls that the Sleepy Mountains are on the border of Tianling City, known for monsters tougher than those in the Wild Spirit Mountains. However, he shrugs it off, thinking it shouldn't be a problem for someone as talented and modest as himself. He also reflects on the screen's specific confirmation of the task items and the task's intriguing name, Glory of Blood. He wonders if this task might involve these items. Turning to Lu Linger, he grins and informs her that he has some heroic tasks to attend to, so he'll catch her later. Suyang reflects that first he'll handle the transformation and then immediately tackle the task. As he leaves, Liu Si comments that this guy is too arrogant, possibly thinking he's the star of his own action movie. Zhu Tai asks Lu Linger what they should do next. Lu Linger instructs him and Liu Si to keep a close watch on Suyang in the near future, and as soon as he prepares to proceed with the next phase of the job change, they should report it to her immediately. Later, Suyang finally finishes the transformation. He feels a surge of new power and excitement, ready to face whatever the Sleepy Mountains have in store for him. Maybe now they'll look a bit less like a fashion disaster and more like a true hero. Suyang checks the stats of his Rock Abyss Earth Dragon set and realizes it's actually pretty good value for money, aside from being a bit of an eyesore. After the transformation, it should last him until the 4th job change. Reflecting on his current strength, he thinks it would be a bit wasteful to use his precious borderless gems on mere platinum equipment. Later, Suyang reaches the Sleepy Mountains. The system notifies him that this place is shrouded in fog all year round, and it is said that countless beings are buried here. Legend has it that an adventurer once went to explore it but was never seen again. The recommended level to clear this mountain is between 70 to 90. As Suyang moves forward, he finds the fog so thick he can barely see his own hand in front of his face. No wonder it's called the Sleepy Mountains. It feels as cold and silent as a graveyard, like it's perpetually waiting for a Halloween party that never happens. Checking his map, he's shocked to find out the underground prison is far away and will take some time to reach. Just then, he senses someone nearby and mutters to himself that he'll have to clear the mobs along the way. As if on cue, a monster appears. Before Su Yang can react, a lady emerges and cuts the monster in half in a matter of seconds. She asks Su Yang if he's okay and then adds, with a hint of amusement, what he's doing in the sleepy mountains at this level and if he's wandered into the wrong place by mistake. This lady is Zhang Yan, a level 75 Thunder Sword Master. Su Yang thanks her for the help but explains that he is here for a task. Zhang Yan, taken aback, asks what kind of mission would drag him to the sleepy mountains at level 60, wondering if he has been tricked. She jokes that these mountains aren't exactly the vacation hotspot she had in mind either. She mentions she's also here to gather materials for her 4th job change and suggests he join her team, offering to let Big Sister take care of him, adding with a wink that she makes a mean cup of mountain tea. Su Yang politely declines, explaining that his task does not allow for team play. He then bids her farewell, assuring her he will be careful on his own. As he leaves, Zhang Yan comments on the mysterious nature of his task, shaking her head in curiosity. Leaving her far behind, Su Yang grins, thinking that cheating is more his style than proper gameplay. He then summons his spirit wolves. As they appear, his spirit wolves change color from blue to blittered. Riding one of his spirit wolves, Su Yang wonders if this change in color is because the soul-summoning stone is influenced by the red moon. It seems fine for now, but he decides to check it with a job change artifact later, just in case it turns out to be a ticking time bomb. He hopes his ride doesn't explode mid-quest. With the high-speed charge of the spirit wolves, Su Yang reaches the well-hidden gate in a matter of seconds. As he enters through the gate, he is hit by a foul stench like someone decided to have a BBQ with rotting meat. Soon he arrives at another gate made of iron rods, flanked by heaps of dead human bodies. Su Yang wonders about the sheer number of bodies, noticing how it looks like they died instantly, their blood drained. He thinks this must be the so-called Lorry of Blood. No wonder there were no monsters on the way, they must have all been part of the buffet. He kicks the gate open and reaches a room where a skeleton in a black robe sits within a magic circle, one eye flashing like a rave light. As he reaches for the flashing eye, the skeleton springs to life. It's the level 75 boss, a zombie of the dead wizard's resentment. A system description appears, mentioning it was once a mad wizard who pursued the glory of blood. For some special reason, he had to die, but even in death, his resentment lingers, demanding any intruder use their blood to nourish his decayed body. Su Yang, unimpressed, tells the zombie skeleton to stop screaming because it's annoying. In the next instant, he dispatches it with ease, leaving the room eerily silent. A system notification appears announcing that Su Yang has killed the special boss, the zombie of the dead wizard's resentment, earning over 200,000 experience points and obtaining the item Mad Wizard's experimental notes. Su Yang grips the notebook in his hand and starts reading it. After skimming through the pages, Su Yang comments that this madman conducted a bunch of human experiments and still failed in the end. He chuckles to himself, wondering aloud how this helps him. He flips through the pages, hoping there's at least a how to make a wizard smoothie recipe hidden somewhere inside. As he wonders about the usefulness of the notebook, the system notifies him that he has obtained a reward, the blood blessing ritual. Su Yang grins, saying he knew there must be something good in it. The blood blessing ritual is a special rite recorded in a mysterious book, granting the power of blood, pressing back the glory of the bloodline. To perform this ritual, one must stand in the blood blessing ritual circle, consume the blood of a powerful creature, and begin the blessing. Su Yang notes that it seems like a permanent enhancement buff. However, the mad wizard who tried it ended up meeting an unfortunate and explosive end. Su Yang wonders if it's too risky. Then, a light bulb goes off in his head. The system wouldn't wake up a human customer service rep just to handle a random issue. He pieces it together. The instructions say it needs the blood of a powerful creature. The mad wizard had used ordinary human blood, which is why he failed. Su Yang realizes he has the earth dragon blood, and the hidden task also hinted at it. It all starts to click into place for him. But when it comes to powerful creatures who can compare to the black flame-winged dragon, this thought sparks a bold idea in Su Yang's mind. He imagines the incredible potential, feeling a mix of excitement and a hint of recklessness bubbling up inside him. Su Yang wonders if the system can connect to the boss when there are no intruders in the secret realm. The system informs him that as long as the connection count refreshes, the connection can be completed. However, it also assures him that he will be automatically alerted if there are any intruders. Su Yang finds this fantastic. He instructs his spirit wolves to stay put and guard against any outsiders disrupting the magic formation while he connects with the system. He commands the system to initiate the connection. A golden light appears, and the system notifies him to wait as it connects to the boss. Meanwhile, the elf princess, stuck beside the black flame-winged dragon, feels a wave of boredom so intense she could knit a sweater out of it. She muses about the dragon's broken promise of freedom. It does nothing but snooze like a lazy cat. She reflects on her long captivity, realizing that only that scumbag Lawrence tried to rescue her. It's pretty clear the royal family cares about her as much as they care about their collection of royal dust bunnies. As she's lost in these thoughts, the black dragon suddenly wakes up with a roar loud enough to wake the dead, or at least the very bored. She gets frightened and asks the black dragon why it's getting up all grumpy. The black dragon casually mentions that it roared out of habit, like a dragon version of a morning stretch. However, the black dragon realizes it should get down to business. Without wasting any time, it immediately stabs itself and golden blood starts flowing from the wound. The elf princess is utterly shocked by this unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Su Yang, now in the black dragon's body, reflects that this dragon definitely has noble blood. Using its blood for the ritual will surely yield outstanding results. The elf princess, bewildered, asks the black dragon why it is suddenly hurting itself. The dragon shrugs it off, saying it just got a bit too excited and casually let out some blood. The elf chuckles, teasing that maybe it got rejected in a dream by a little female dragon. The black dragon, with a hint of amusement, asks if she's worried about him. Embarrassed, the elf retorts that she doesn't care about him, she's just curious. She advises the dragon not to overthink things. The black dragon then carefully collects his golden blood into a bottle and stores it in the warehouse. With a yawn, he tells the elf that his business is done here and that he will continue sleeping. The elf, rolling her eyes, remarks about the dragon sleeping again, joking if he's still dreaming of his elusive female dragon. The black dragon, with a hint of exasperation, tells her not to worry about it. He warns her that the next wave of enemies will be coming soon, and she should be patient. The elf is left bewildered, unable to comprehend what the black dragon means. Before she can say anything else, the dragon is already back to his favorite activity, sleeping. Su Yang, back in his normal body, scans his surroundings and concludes that it looks like no one came to disturb him. With a sense of determination, he steps into the middle of the ritual circle. He recalls that, according to the task flow, he must stand at the center of the blood formation and then swallow the essence of a powerful creature's blood. What happens next? Well, that's completely unpredictable, a real roll of the magical dice. Su Yang takes out the black dragon's essence blood, thinking to himself that fortune favors the bold and sometimes the slightly reckless. He gulps down the blood, bracing for impact. Suddenly, his body gets covered in the blood and he feels an intense pain so hot it feels like his throat, body, and head are melting faster than ice cream in a heat wave. He realizes this blood is clinging to him like an overenthusiastic hug from a very clingy friend, trying to devour and assimilate him. His spirit wolves start growling, sensing their master's distress. Su Yang, through gritted teeth, instructs them to stay away, assuring them it's just part of the ritual. He reflects that the weaker must endure this pain to become worthy of the strong's blessing. Only equally strong beings can grow stronger through the tempering of such intense pain. Soon the chrysalis completes and the blood layers around him crack open like a badly made piñata. The ritual of the blood blessing is finally complete and he feels a complete life transformation, even greater than the boost he got from his previous job change. He reflects that now he can rival a 5-tier strong fighter. A system notification appears, stating that using the black dragon's essence blood to complete the blood blessing ritual has resulted in an increase of all attributes by 50%. Additionally, he has obtained a new skill called Primordial Black Flame. This skill has the destructive power of the black flames mastered by the black flame winged dragon, capable of incinerating an ordinary person instantly. Su Yang marvels at the violent flame, truly an embodiment of destruction and power. He realizes that merely being the boss didn't feel like much, but now, wielding this flame, he truly understands the terrifying extent of the black dragon's power. He comprehends how desperate fighters must feel when facing such a force. Power instills fear, and the weak naturally submit to the strong. Animals understand this rule best. Deciding to test the power of the black flame, he unleashes it. The explosion is so immense and powerful that the entire ruins begin to crackle and crumble. Quickly, he hops onto his spirit wolf, and they dash outside, faster than a squirrel on caffeine, escaping the collapsing ruins just in time. Once outside, Su Yang realizes that, thanks to his experiment, the secret of the blood blessing is now buried, and he can't reuse it. He considers it a pity and thinks he'll need to control his newfound strength better next time. However, he decides it's time to switch jobs. Just as he's about to proceed, he hears someone crying for help. The voice sounds familiar and he wonders if it might be the female swordsman from before. A young girl holds her sword up, trying to protect herself from 4 strong players who want to attack her. Her clothes are ripped and she has cuts all over her body, looking like she just lost a fight with a really mean cat. The players are all very strong, each around level 90 or higher, standing over her like a group of big bullies who think they are the best. The girl tries to scare them away by saying she will call the transfer association for help, But the players just laugh because they are already on the association's blacklist. They think rules are silly and just want to cause trouble. One of the players brags that they have been hunting other players for a month and now they've caught a pretty girl with nice curves. He smiles like a villain from a silly movie, telling her to serve them, and maybe they will let her go. Hearing this, she puts the sword to her neck, thinking she would rather end her life than be humiliated by such mean people. Just as she is about to hurt herself, one of the players suddenly loses his hand, and Sun Yang shows up like a hero from a cheesy action movie. Well, he is wearing clothes at least. I thought he was going to show up naked. He walks in confidently and says he came here because he heard about a group of bad players picking on others. With a funny villain-like voice, he asks the 4 players how they want to die, offering them a choice between a quick death or a slow, painful one that goes well with a nice drink. Seeing their friend hurt, the other players rush at Su Yang, not knowing how dangerous he really is. The young girl, thinking he cannot win, tells him to run away. Yang smirks, saying that he might have had a hard time fighting against 4 4th-class players in the past, but now it is different. They attack Yang, but he dodges their moves as fast as lightning, shaking them like maracas in a bad band because now Yang is not as weak as he used to be. Easily, he kicks all 3 of them, sending them flying through the air like confused birds. The 4th player sees an opening and tries to attack him from behind, but Yang slices through his attack like cutting through butter. It's so easy that even a butter knife would be jealous. Seeing that the platinum-grade dagger cuts in half with just a single touch, the enemy thinks that Yang's weapon must be at least a star-grade weapon. He shouts to his friends that Yang is more valuable than the girl, thinking they should start a treasure hunt instead of a fight. Hearing this, the other players start daydreaming and charge at Yang again, convinced they can beat a main character. Yang uses his flames to attack them because he doesn't want to show mercy to such greedy and bad players. He quickly defeats all of them, gaining a lot of experience points. As loot, he finds some strange items that make him wonder if he accidentally walked into the Eero game. After a moment, the flames fade away, and he asks if the girl is alright. But she is completely shocked by his power and asks him about it. Yang doesn't tell her anything and just says it's a secret. She feels relieved and laughs, telling him that she didn't believe Yang would be that strong and thanks him for saving her life because if he hadn't come, she would have hurt herself. Since the girl doesn't know his name, she asks him to tell her and he introduces himself. Hearing her name reminds her of something because she heard about him from Yu. She reveals that yesterday she was at a party with Yumian and the others, wherein Yu got so drunk and started bragging about Yang solo and the boss alone. She laughs and tells Yang that everyone at the party knows about him, making Yang feel like he's become the star of a reality show he never wanted to be in. Yang decides to leave and asks her if she has a scroll so he can get away. She tells him that she has a scroll and thanks him again. After he leaves, she compliments him on being an interesting man. Later, Yang goes to the location to complete his task and receives many blessings and rewards. He levels up to a new class and gets a new weapon that is perfect for fighting against mages. Because the weapon will nullify magic if the user's spirit is higher than the caster's, Yang shows off his new arcane armor. The armor consumes magic power to reduce magic damage by 30%, plus increases the magic damage he deals by 30%, truly about a cheat code. And to top it all off, he gains a legendary skill book. After obtaining it, he gets more skills and an increase in speed, strength, and spirit. This new skill is like a twin to the dual spirit enhancement, but even better with Yang's current stats. His physical damage increases by 248%, and his magic increases by 159%. Thanks to this skill, he can now easily crush the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon without even using his skills. Seeing Yang's new upgrade, Bai Ling looks sad but congratulates him because his strength has reached a whole new level. Noticing her unhappy face, Yang asks why she seems down. She replies that the transfer temple in Tianling City only offers up to 3rd-class transfers, so now Yang will need to go to Tianling City alone for transfers. Her heart feels emptier than a cookie jar after a midnight snack. Just when she says that, suddenly a statue with 4 hands and a beautiful warm glow appears before her. She wonders if that is the statue of blessing. A light flows into her, and seeing that scene makes Yang realize that it's exactly like the blood blessing ceremony, but this one feels holy and bright, while the other was creepy and dark. After completing the blessing, she transforms into a beautiful angel with big wings. She advances to a 5th-class temple priestess, and another message appears telling her to proceed to Tianling City for employment. Yang asks if she really reached the 5th class. As she comes back down, she tells him that the advancement process for temple priests is different from transfer students, but she is so glad because now she can stay by his side. After that, she clings to him, saying she is too tired and would like to rest. She asks if that's okay, but before he can answer, she immediately falls asleep with a pleased face. He replies that he feels more reassured with her by his side and tells her they should go to the city together. Well, I think our Jigga Chad was pulling some strings behind the scenes. I never knew when they grew this close to each other. I don't know what else he is hiding from us. Only time will tell, and I am here for it. Meanwhile, outside the door, the other players are growing angry and anxious. The door still hasn't opened, and they're all waiting for their turns, fidgeting nervously. It feels like being stuck in line at the DMV, but way worse because everyone's holding swords and losing patience fast. Suddenly, the door swings open and Su Yang steps out, cradling an unconscious Bai Ling in his arms. As soon as the players see her, they start shouting in surprise because they instantly recognize her. Whispers fly through the crowd like wildfire and everyone's minds race, wondering what on earth Su Yang and the Priestess are doing in there. Something spicy, they bet. Ignoring their wild guesses, Su Yang speaks calmly, telling the players that those who need a job transfer can go in now, and he asks them to step aside. But suddenly, a bald player, eyes blazing with anger, grabs Su Yang's shoulder and demands to know what he did to the Priestess. It's like the bald guy thinks he's some kind of superhero, swooping in to save the day, but really he's just acting like a grumpy sidekick in a bad comic. Su Yang turns his gaze toward the bald guy, his eyes cold and serious, and with a voice that could send shivers down anyone's spine. He tells him to move aside. The bald guy's face turns pale, and he looks like he's about to wet his pants. Trembling, he stammers, asking who Su Yang really is. The bald guy is too scared to move, frozen in place as Su Yang starts to walk away. Just then, another priestess calls out to him, breathless like she just sprinted a mile to catch up. She asks if Bai Ling is going to Tianling City with him. Su Yang nods and congratulates her on her promotion and pay raise. She smiles, but there's a hint of sadness in her eyes like she just lost her favorite toy. She tells him it makes her sad because she won't be able to see him and Bai Ling for a long time. Hearing that, Su Yang gives her a reassuring smile, promising they can have a meal and some tea together when he visits. She breathes a sigh of relief and makes him promise, wishing him safe travels. After a while, Su Yang and Bai Ling arrive at the temple, where the current priestess greets them. She gently takes Bai Ling, who is still fast asleep, and assures Su Yang that she'll take care of everything once Bai Ling wakes up. She also lets him know that his promotion benefits and other important matters will still be handled by her. After making sure everything's set, Su Yang decides to establish a base in Tianling City. He needs to buy a property and make arrangements for his grandparents. He sends them a letter, along with some money, to let them know he's doing well. After that, he heads to a real estate office to check out a penthouse. The house is stunning, but Su Yang tells the broker it might be tough to manage. The broker quickly reassures him, saying that for an extra $1 million, he can have a dedicated maid team to handle all the chores and daily tasks. All the beautiful maids greet Su Yang warmly, and with that, he decides to buy the house without hesitation. The scene shifts to Su Yang living the good life, relaxing by the pool, enjoying delicious food served by the maids, taking luxurious baths, and lying down on a huge, comfy bed. It feels amazing to have money, especially since not too long ago, Su Yang couldn't even dream of living like this. As he lies on the bed, he decides to get some sleep and check on Bai Ling's condition the next day. Meanwhile, Bai Ling finally wakes up from her deep sleep, dressed in a flashy black nightie that makes her look even more stunning. She looks around, confused, and asks where she is. The temple priest, who's already by her side, hands her some herbal soup to help her recover. She sips it happily, feeling a lot better. Did the priest exorcise our priestess inside? How dare he? Doesn't he know not to touch our Giga Chav's waifu? Getting serious again, the priest shares his curiosity about Su Yang, wondering why the statue hasn't given any revelations for a long time. She asked Bai Ling what she thinks of Su Yang, since she spent the most time with him. Bai Ling's face lights up as she speaks, saying Su Yang has incredible courage and strength, but more than that, he has a kind and resilient heart. She truly believes that Su Yang will bring new hope to their world. Hearing this, the priest gazes at the red moon and nods, trusting Bai Ling's judgment. She's happy to leave Tianling City in her capable hands. Then she mentions an event that's about to happen because the red moon has been hanging in the sky for days. The sight of the red moon triggers a memory in Bai Ling's mind. She remembers that she forgot something really important, realizing that she needs to warn Su Yang immediately. She takes off running, her heart pounding because Su Yang doesn't know about the red moon invasion, and she needs to warn him fast. As she runs, she prays for his safety. Seeing Bai Ling so worried about Su Yang makes the priest wonder if she's really fallen for him. On the other side of town, Su Yang is sleeping peacefully when a girl's voice suddenly wakes him up. He rushes outside, asking the maid what's going on. The maid's voice shakes as she shouts, "Monsters." It turns out that the rare event of a red moon invasion has triggered, and players now have to fight off the invading monsters. A terrifying demon clan boss, the Stitch Giant Axeman, suddenly appears in front of Su Yang. The monster's level is unknown. The monster's there to kill Su Yang, which makes him furious and not only disturbed his sleep, but also interrupted his luxurious life. He decides to take down the monster quickly so he can get back to bed. Littlinger arrives on the scene and quickly realizes Su Yang is the target of the Red Moon's invasion. She frowns in disgust and tells him to stand back, saying he's no match for the monster and that she'll handle it. Su Yang hears the words and immediately shouts, his voice filled with alarm as he tries to understand what a Red Moon invasion means. His concern is met with a dismissive reaction as Lu giggles, clearly amused, and tells him she has no obligation to explain. Without further delay, she directs her power toward the monster, but her efforts prove useless. The attack leaves the creature unharmed while parts of Su Yang's newly built house crumble under the force, adding to his growing frustration. Great, just what he needed. More repairs. Suddenly, Bai Ling appears, running toward him with urgency. As he notices her approach, concern flashes across his face, and he urges her to be careful. Despite his warning, she throws herself into his arms, confessing that she just woke up and realized she hadn't informed him about the Red Moon invasion. Her anxiety and rush of emotions lead her straight to him, seeking comfort and understanding. Out of nowhere, a chair slides toward them and Su Yang gently places her on it, urging her to provide more details. Settling down, she begins to explain, her voice laced with fear. She tells him that whenever the Red Moon descends, monsters from an unknown subspace emerge. These creatures, known as Scarlet Decay, target the area where each warrior resides, their sole purpose being to eliminate the warrior. Only the warrior can harm them, and this terrifying event is what they call the Red Moon invasion. With a shudder, she reveals that any player slain by these monsters cannot be resurrected, adding a sense of finality to the situation. Yikes. Talk about a game over. Bai Ling continues, explaining that the Red Moon invasion occurs after a warrior's third advancement, a fact she was supposed to share with him the day before but had fallen asleep instead. Su Yang takes in the information, his mind racing as he tries to process it all. He questions why the monster appears so powerful, a hint of doubt in his voice. Bai Ling responds, revealing that the monster's strength adjusts to match Lu's abilities due to its unique characteristics. She also discloses Lu's goal of obtaining the Red Moon Crystal Core, further complicating the situation. Determined, Su Yang resolves to face the monster himself, preparing for the inevitable battle. Time to show this monster who's the boss. On the other side, the monster's power rivals that of Lu's magic creatures, leaving her puzzled. She wonders how a mere third advancement Scarlet Decay could possess such overwhelming strength. Su Yang approaches her, his tone firm as he urges her to stop, concerned that her continued attacks will only cause more damage to his home. He insists on handling the situation himself, knowing that the monster is targeting him specifically. Lu, maintaining her usual rude demeanor, dismisses him with a warning, sarcastically suggesting that he shouldn't come crying back for help if things go wrong. With a sense of determination, Su Yang summons his sword, adopting a heroic stance. He instructs her to stay on the sidelines and observe as he takes on the fight. The purple shadow materializes within his range, and with a swift gesture, he directs it toward the monster. The creature manages to evade the initial strike, but Su Yang quickly follows up with a shadow body and soul mark attack. The impact is devastating, reducing the monster's health by 60% in a single blow. Lu watches in disbelief, her mind struggling to comprehend how such a feat is possible. Su Yang realizes that the monster's strength fluctuates based on its current target, meaning that at this moment, the creature is merely a third advancement boss. With a confident stride, Su Yang dodges the monster's attacks, closing the distance between them effortlessly. He steps on the monster's axe, feeling the power within him, the result of his extreme dual cultivation skill. Approaching the monster's midsection, he delivers a powerful punch, reminiscent of Goku's signature move, sending the creature crashing into a wall. The wall crumbles and a flicker of concern crosses Su Yang's face as he mentally calculates the additional repair costs. The monster, enraged by the attack, enters a berserk state, its eyes glowing red with fury. It charges at Su Yang, intent on retaliating. But Su Yang is ready, powering up his arm and delivering a decisive punch, declaring that the monster is unworthy of hunting warriors. That's right, you picked the wrong warrior to mess with. The force of the blow tears the monster's arm apart, and with its health depleted, the creature collapses, lifeless. In the aftermath of the battle, Su Yang gains a wealth of experience points and 3 Red Moon Crystal Cores. Bai Ling stands in awe, marveling at his strength and how effortlessly he dispatched the Scarlet Decay. Lu calls for her horse, her mind racing as she reflects on her own encounters with the Red Moon invasion. She has witnessed many battles, but never one as brutal as this. A thought crosses her mind, a hint of fear, as she wonders if there is something monstrous hidden beneath Su Yang's appearance. Still irritated by Su Yang's earlier antics, she warns him not to view this as a victory, vowing to make him pay next time. Su Yang, slightly puzzled, wonders why Lu always seems to be talking to herself. Is she okay? Maybe she needs some snacks. Shifting his focus, he turns to Bai Ling, asking for more information about the core. She is about to explain when suddenly a massive red eye appears before Su Yang. He spins around, trying to comprehend what he is seeing, but before he can react, he loses control of his body, his consciousness slipping away. Su Yang wakes up the next day, feeling the warmth and softness of Bai Ling's embrace. His eyes widen in surprise as he realizes he is half naked like a startled cat that just found itself in a bathtub. Bai Ling blushes, a soft pink hue spreading across her cheeks, and expresses relief that he is awake. He feels a mix of embarrassment and confusion, trying to maintain a stern demeanor as he demands an explanation for why they are in the same bed. I think our MC did something with the waifu without even realizing it, or the waifu performed the secret ritual on him. You know what I mean? Bai Ling quickly reassures him, sensing his unease. She explains that he was cursed last night by the Scarlet Decay, a dangerous affliction, and she had to perform a purification ritual to save him. Despite his initial alarm, she calmly details the temple regulations that require close contact during such rituals. I want to be part of this ritual also. According to her, when a hero battles the Scarlet Decay, they risk becoming infected with the Scarlet Power. If the infection accumulates too much, the hero might transform into a Scarlet Wither. She explains that the ritual requires close contact between them and she had no choice but to bring him back to the room and remove his clothes when he lost consciousness. Hearing this, he feels a wave of relief, though his embarrassment lingers. Suddenly, she coughs, and as her head shifts, it reveals a mark on her neck. He notices it immediately and, concerned, inquires about it. Bai Ling tries to brush off his concern, explaining that the mark is related to her special constitution, which allows priests to purify the scarlet contamination with the help of the deity's statue. She assures him that the contamination will fade in a few days. Moved by her words, he grabs her hands, urging her not to push herself too hard. He admits that he would feel guilty if she were injured because of him. Bai Ling's heart races, her blush deepening as she tries to change the topic. She starts explaining the benefits of his new status, now that he has reached the third advancement as a VIP of the temple. She explains that with this advancement, he gains two significant benefits. The first is an increase in his monthly subsidy, from 50 million to 1 billion. That's a raise that could make anyone do a happy dance. The second is a black gold membership shopping discount, which now offers 50% off in the Alliance, an increase from the previous 30%. Additionally, he now has the right to join any S-level guild. Hearing about the increased subsidy brings him joy, though he decides to refrain from joining any S-level guild to avoid unnecessary attention. Better to stay under the radar than to become the main character in a drama. Bai Ling continues, informing him about the opening of the Red Moon Crystal Core Exchange Shop. It's a special shop established by the temple, where players can trade their Red Moon Crystal Cores for extremely rare and precious items, equipment, and even forbidden spells and divine artifacts. She explains that all he needs to do is place his hand on the deity's statue to see the items available for exchange in the shop. The following day, driven by curiosity, he goes to the deity's statue, eager to see what the shop has to offer. Even Lu Wen eagerly anticipated this moment. He places his hand on the statue and a menu appears, filled with legendary and rare items and spells. It's astonished to see such treasures, items that cannot be bought even with a fortune in the X-Alliance. However, his excitement dims when he notices that the price of the starting item is 300 Red Moon Crystal Cores, while he only has 3. Realizing that he is far from meeting the minimum exchange standard, he decides to quickly increase his strength and level up the monsters of the Red Moon invasion so he can farm more crystal cores. Bai Ling, who has been accompanying him, informs him that she needs to return to the temple for her duties. Su Yang decides to head back home as well since he needs to repair the damaged areas. Before leaving, Bai Ling mentions the arrival of foreign dignitary in the city. At the teleportation gate of Tianling City, the princess of Sakura country, Asu Makiko, arrives with her guards. Her profession is that of a beastmaster, and she is at level 128. Her purpose for coming to the city is to tame a dragon, as there are no dragons in the realm of Sakura country, forcing them to pass through Tianling City. The city's diplomatic consul Lai welcomes them. Afterward, he taunts Wuzi, questioning her confidence in the princess's ability to tame the fiercest and most brutal black dragon. Wuzi responds with determination, stating that they have great confidence in Makiko's talent. She even boldly claims that Makiko's skill might surpass that of their country's most talented beastmaster, Luo. Tensions rise between them, but Makiko intervenes, stopping the clash with a calm and almost childish tone. Lai is surprised by her naivety, wondering how the Asui family raised Makiko to be so innocent. He points them toward the teleportation point, instructing them to proceed on their own as he has official duties to attend to. Wuzi feels insulted and angry at the lack of proper greetings, frustrated by the dismissive treatment. Another samurai-looking man comments that Longsha is so powerful that they don't bother with small countries like Sakura. Makiko, hearing this, scolds them gently, reminding them of their country's teachings. Both samurai reflect on how the king of Sakura has overprotected her. While they converse, Liu and another man observe them from a nearby building. Liu dismisses Makiko as a mere girl, not considering her a threat, but expresses more concern about Su Yang. She asks the man if the investigation yielded any useful information. He reports that they thoroughly investigated Su Yang and discovered that he recently acquired the starting profession of a warrior, that he rapidly leveled up and increased his strength in a short time. The man points out the most intriguing detail, that Su Yang has no backing, meaning he achieved everything on his own, which is truly remarkable. This revelation makes Liu more uncertain about Su Yang's true capabilities. Despite his low level, he always manages to pull off the unexpected. She wonders if Su Yang can really tame the Black Dragon. Just then, the man informs her that the foreign team is leaving. Liu shifts her attention back to Makiko, who is about to enter the teleportation point. But before she steps through, Makiko suddenly turns around and waves her hand as if saying goodbye to Liu and the man. They are both shocked, realizing that Makiko has detected them even though they were using a stealth tool. Liu, now reconsidering her earlier assessment, admits that she underestimated Makiko and acknowledges that the girl might pose a significant threat after all. Looks like she's not just a pretty face. She immediately mounts her horse, flying toward the Black Dragon Fortress, instructing the man to gather their people quickly and meet her at the fortress entrance within half an hour to prepare for the secret realm. Meanwhile, Su Yang is busy overseeing the maids as they clean the house and construction workers work on rebuilding a wall. Suddenly, a message appears notifying him of intruders challenging the secret realm and asking if he wants to connect to the boss. He confirms the connection, preparing to teleport. Before leaving, he advises the maids to take care of the house, explaining that he has urgent business to attend to. Upon arriving at the secret realm, he finds out that Liu is leading the team. Liu addresses the players, promising generous rewards if they help her tame the Black Dragon. Seeing her, Su Yang can't help but laugh, deciding that she will pay for the repair costs and all the previous troubles with interest. It's time to collect on that debt. Su Yang, in his massive and intimidating dragon form, addresses his underlings with a grave tone. However, this time the exploration team seems better prepared. Not only do they have more people than before, but they also appear to be seasoned fighters with top-notch equipment. They won't be easy to deal with, he says. One of the dragon warriors, his chest puffed with unwavering confidence, strides forward and addresses his leader with a tone of absolute command. "My king, have no fear. Leave the intruders to us," he declares, his voice echoing through the cavernous hall like a foreboding promise of doom. The walls seem to tremble slightly under the weight of his words, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Standing beside him, another warrior, equally resolute and brimming with fiery determination, adds with intense conviction, "We will drive them all out, not leaving a single one behind." This powerful display emphasizes the sheer might and formidable presence of these dragon warriors. Their stats are nothing short of imposing: level 95, elite boss, mutated dragon blood warrior. These attributes are more than mere numbers. They represent a level of strength and resilience that sets them apart as nearly invincible. Their stats reflect their vast physical prowess, magical resistance, and combat capabilities, painting them as an almost insurmountable force. They move with an effortless grace that belies their immense power, each step exuding an aura of terror and dominance. The very air seems to crackle with their formidable presence, creating an atmosphere charged with the anticipation of an imminent and devastating clash. Amidst the confident banter and the palpable tension, Su Yang's sharp eyes catch sight of two unfamiliar creatures mingling among the ranks. His brow furrows as he murmurs to himself, "Strange. I haven't seen you two before." His gaze narrows, filled with a mix of curiosity and concern as he tries to piece together the significance of these mysterious new additions to the formidable dragon army. The elf nervously begins to explain, "Remember the day you suddenly went berserk and started hating yourself? After those two licked the blood that spewed out, it turned into this." Su Yang, intrigued, observes them closely. "Oh, so directly consuming dragon blood has an effect too," he muses. The elf continues, "Only these two successfully mutated. There are others. Over there." She gestures toward two visibly anxious creatures who are desperately apologizing. They look very weak and frail. Su Yang surveys the unfolding situation, his thoughts racing. What is this? It seems like that fleeting dragon blood army won't cut it. He quickly dismisses the thought with a shrug, thinking, "No matter. These two aren't to be underestimated. Although they may not match my current strength, they could be comparable to the pre-evolved Black Flame Wing." Without hesitation, Su Yang commands, "You two go intercept the enemy." Yes, They respond in unison, their voices brimming with readiness and determination as they set off to carry out the order. Noticing a hint of unease in the elf's demeanor, Su Yang turns and asks, "What's wrong? You don't seem happy." The elf hesitates for a moment, then offers a soft, somewhat forced smile. "It's nothing," they reply, though the words are tinged with uncertainty. As Su Yang refocuses on the task at hand, the elf is left to grapple with her own thoughts. This time, the hero team is incredibly strong. She reflects inwardly. They might actually defeat the Black Dragon, but why don't I feel much joy in my heart? The elf's mind is clouded with an unsettling sense of disconnect, struggling to reconcile her emotions with the gravity of the impending battle. The scene shifts dramatically as the hero team initiates their assault. Each member moves with precise coordination and immense force, their collective power crackling through the air. The intensity of the fight reverberates through the environment, the clash of energies shaking the very ground beneath them. Jiutai, maintaining a steely focus amidst the chaos, commands, "Steady advance. Watch out for any potential threats." The battle unfolds with an electrifying energy, the air thick with tension as the team engages their formidable foes with disciplined ferocity. As they press forward through the dimly lit corridors, Liu Linger comments on Jiutai's focused demeanor, saying, "Look how tense you are." Even if the Black Dragon has evolved to the stellar tier, the smaller monsters won't change, she remarks, her tone steady and reassuring. Jiutai, ever the cautious strategist, counters with a wry smile. "Better safe than sorry," he replies, his gaze sweeping the area with a vigilance born from experience. Warning, the harsh, shrill blare of alarms cuts through the air, causing everyone to jump. "Attention! The lead boss is incoming," the system announces, its urgency unmistakable. The team springs into action with practiced precision, their readiness evident in their swift, coordinated movements. Moments later, two colossal creatures materialize before them, their immense forms casting long shadows over the floor. Just as we were talking about it, Jiutai mutters under his breath, his eyes narrowing as he sizes up the imposing figures that have appeared seemingly on cue. Liu Linger, unfazed, issues a command, "Only two elite monsters. Take them down." She quickly assesses the situation and adds, "Spread out. Prevent any combo attacks between the two bosses. One's immune to physical damage, the other to magic. Use the right damage types." The battle intensifies as the team spreads out, each member executing precise strikes with a synchronized efficiency that is both impressive and deadly. The air crackles with the energy of their attacks as they work together to dismantle their foes. Amidst the chaos, a commanding voice rings out, "Control their HP, prevent the low HP berserk mechanic." The order is clear and urgent, aimed at ensuring that the bosses don't enter a frenzied state that could turn the tide against them. In the midst of the fray, Crappy Thug steps forward and unleashes a devastating attack, Shadowhorn Instant Kill, which sends shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. The impact is immediate and dramatic. One of the bosses collapses with a thunderous roar, its last words echoing, "For the glory of Lord Athos. Kill the intruders." The fall of one boss only serves to heighten the tension. The remaining boss, now alone and enraged, surges with an explosive surge of power. Its stats, attack power, defense, magic resistance, and attack speed all skyrocket, transforming it into a far more formidable opponent. With a guttural growl, it charges back into the fight, its presence almost palpable with the newfound strength. Jiutai, eyes wide with alarm as he observes the rapid escalation, shouts over the clamor, "This is even more intense than a normal berserk mode." His voice is filled with both awe and concern as the battle reaches a new dangerous peak. Liu Linger quickly assesses the situation and shouts, "It's summoning minions. Watch out for their group buffs. Split the battlefield. Don't let them regroup." She swiftly takes command, her voice cutting through the chaos. "Don't panic. Stick to the plan and keep draining their HP. No matter how many small fries come, they're still just small fries. Off-tank, pull the minions away. The rest of you, focus on the boss. My spirit beast will join the fight as well." Her team moves like clockwork, every member executing their roles with flawless precision. The battlefield transforms into a chaotic storm of power and strategy, where each strike and maneuver is perfectly timed. Amid the frenetic action, one of the team members, his voice brimming with confidence, exclaims, "The young lady helping us? There's no way we can lose." His words ripple through the ranks, bolstering the team's morale as they continue their relentless assault on their formidable foes. The battlefield is chaotic, with powerful strikes and mystical energy flying in every direction, yet Liu Linger remains focused, orchestrating the fight with precision. Suddenly, she commands, "Wait, leave a sliver of health. Don't kill it yet." "Yes, yes." The team responds, quickly adjusting their tactics to follow her instructions. As the enemies weaken, one mutters bitterly, "Damn intruders. If you're going to kill me, just end it already. Why drag it out?" Lu Linger approaches the weakened enemy, her eyes fixed on it with steely determination. Although it's in humanoid form, it's still a dragon, she thinks to herself. Let me see if I can tame it. The dragon bellows in defiance, its voice a thunderous roar. Damn you, cursed humans. You dare try to control me? I will never. Before it can complete its defiant proclamation, Lu Linger steps forward with unwavering resolve. With a graceful yet commanding gesture, she activates her beast-taming technique and intones, "Become my power." The dragon's fierce resistance begins to waver as its mind becomes shrouded in a haze of confusion. Its roar falters and it mutters, who am I? Lu Linger, her tone both calm and authoritative, responds, "You're my loyal servant now." The dragon hesitates, its internal conflict clearly audible as it weakly intones, "I am your servant." But before it can fully submit, another dragon, observing the situation with growing alarm, shouts urgently, "Don't be fooled by her. Snap out of it, hey." The cry is charged with desperation, a final plea to resist the control that is overtaking the dragon. Seeing the unfolding danger, Su Yang's voice cuts through the clamor with icy fury. "Outrageous! You dare intrude on my territory and attempt to take my subordinates." His tone grows colder as he continues, "While capturing pets might be a routine matter from a player's perspective, I am the boss here. How can I simply allow you to have your way?" Su Yang's gaze sweeps over the battlefield, assessing the situation with a strategic eye. His thoughts churn as he considers the formidable lineup facing him. Looking at their lineup, I probably can't win, even as a stellar tier. The realization hits him hard. Do I really have to swallow this thing to try advancing? He hesitates, his eyes fixed on the strange object before him. Its expression reveals a deep internal struggle, torn between the necessity of the action and the distaste it invokes. The decision weighs heavily on him, reflecting the gravity of the moment and the stakes of the battle ahead. The elf, observing the dragon's hesitation with a mix of disbelief and revulsion, exclaims, "What is that disgusting thing? Wait, don't tell me. You're going to eat it? No way. No way." With a resigned expression and a deep sigh, Su Yang responds, "I don't have a choice. If I want to win, this is the only way." Steeling himself, Su Yang takes the plunge and swallows the object in one swift gulp. The elf, eyes wide with curiosity and a hint of dread, asks, How does it taste?" Su Yang's face contorts in a grimace of pure disgust. "Disgusting," he replies, his voice tinged with revulsion. "Slimy, and it tastes like a sewer." His reaction leaves no doubt about the unpleasantness of the experience. Before he can say more, something begins to change inside him. A sudden surge of energy courses through his body, and in an instant, a massive explosion of light erupts, blinding the entire battlefield. The ground shakes violently as a powerful golden beam shoots up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. The dragons, momentarily stunned by this sudden and extraordinary display, can only watch in awe. One of them breaks the silence, exclaiming, "A shining golden light. Could it be the Lord?" Another dragon, voice barely above a whisper, adds in disbelief, "My king." As the golden light continues to radiate, intensifying with every passing moment, Lu Linger's eyes widen in shock. She gasps, "A powerful force. It's coming from the fortress. What's happening?" Shielding her eyes from the blinding brilliance, Lu Linger is overwhelmed with a mix of surprise and realization. Something big is about to happen, she thinks, her mind racing. Her eyes widen further as recognition dawns, and she whispers, "That's." The battlefield falls silent as a massive shadow looms over the horizon. Emerging from the golden light is the fully evolved black dragon, its wings spread wide, casting an ominous darkness across the land. The sheer power radiating from its form is palpable, striking fear into all who witness it. Lu Linger gasps, her heart racing. System notifications flash. Unknown factor detected. Dungeon boss. Black Flame Wing, Black Dragon O's has undergone a mutation. The dragon, now towering and more fearsome than ever, exudes an overwhelming aura. Its evolution is complete, not just a threat, but a force of nature. More notifications appear. Boss. Black Flame Wing Athos, post-maturity stage, level 15, Radiant Moon tier. The reality of the situation sinks in as the secret realm itself ascends, matching the dragon's newfound strength. The stakes have never been higher. With cold, calculated resolve, Su Yang declares successful evolution. Next up, time to crush them. After saying this, Su Yang took flight in the sky. The entire raiding team was shocked and confused. The crappy thug started yelling, saying that it all seems like a joke. The last time Dragon advanced to Starshine rank, and now the dungeon level jumped straight up to Moonlight rank. He yelled, "What kind of prank was this?" He started yelling at the GM to come out and explain this situation. Zhutai stopped him from yelling. He said that he was shocked too, but they need to calm down first and assess the situation. The priest urged Zhu Tai that they can't handle the Moonlight rank boss right now. Lu Linger was also nervous due to this sudden development. Despite this keeping her calm, she urged everyone to stop shouting while saying that she thinks this might be a bug in the dungeon system. She questioned that how could a Moonlight rank black dragon progress so rapidly. Cutting her thoughts, our guy Su Yang questioned her then if she still thinks it's a bug. He mocked her saying that she is so naive and let him give her a lesson and started charging the skill. Looking at this, Zhu Tai assumed command over the situation and shouted everyone to activate defensive spells. In addition to this, he commanded to use all the damage reduction skills and asked everyone to not hold back and survive this situation. Su Yang was about to use his skill, but the entire reading team prepared by casting Mountain Barrier, Holy Light Defense Array, Century of the Earth Mother, and Enhanced Fire Resistance. With all these skills, the reading team was prepared to face the Black Dragon. Su Yang was ready and fired his massive incineration purifying fire pit. There was a loud boom in the area, and the whole area got covered in a massive firestorm. In the aftermath of this skill, 10 people were killed instantly and 6 were barely hanging on. Zhu Tai was also damaged a lot. He clenched his fist saying that it was a good thing that they didn't come unprepared. The notification window revealed that they have the Ring of Life Emerald. This ring revives the user at full health when they died in the dungeon. The effects of this ring instantly got triggered. All the dead members revived at their position with the full health. Looking at this, Su Yang noticed that they have used one-time revival item. He wondered that the exploration team really went all out this time. Lu Linger used her chain summon skill and summoned all of her beasts. According to her, the dragon had just used a big move and they can take advantage of this because according to her, the dragon will not be able to move for some time now. Hearing this, everybody launched their attack on the Black Dragon. The entire area shook from their relentless attacks. But to her surprise, all the attacks did almost no damage to the Black Dragon and she was shocked to this revelation. Zhu Tai responded saying that the heart of the dragon was already consumed by it and originally they planned to chip away Black Dragon's health slowly. The crappy thug added to this statement saying that was the plan to beat Starshine rank boss. Now the one they are facing is a Moonlight rank boss. According to him, the stats of this monster can crush all of them. He questioned Zhu Tai that how can they even wear this boss down. The Black Dragon raised its hand in the air while declaring, against the absolute power, all fancy tricks were meaningless. Someone from the group chapter that the dragon boss was about to use another skill. To add to their despair, somebody else mentioned that the damage reduction skill hasn't yet refreshed and the team has no time to defend also. The priest tried to use his skill to block the incoming damage, but before he can even complete the spell, Su Yang launched Dragon Impact skill. A person named Zhen got heavily damaged trying to block the Black Dragon's skill. Another person from the team advised to just prepare themselves to die. Lu Linger with a grave expression on her face. This was a totally hopeless situation for her. She realized that nearly everyone from her team was wiped out. She questioned that how can this Black Dragon be so strong? Zhu Tai started between her and Black Dragon saying that she should just run and they can try to hold the Black Dragon back so she can escape safely. She questioned saying that are you telling me to give up? According to her, she is prepared for a very long time or just this day. Zhu Tai cut her off saying that from the moment the Black Dragon advanced they lost any chance of winning. Now the best they can do is to minimize their losses. According to him, as long as Lu Linger survives, they can at least report back to the master. He begged her to consider this. Although regrettingly she realized that Zhu Tai was right, she instantly turned back and started heading toward the exit. Looking at her running away, the Black Dragon questioned her, are you trying to escape now? According to him, she's the main course of today. He had no intention of letting her go. Somebody used a taunt skill to distract the Black Dragon away from the mistress. Zhu Tai declared that the Black Dragon shouldn't even think about chasing the young miss. According to him, they were his opponent. Zhu Tai motivated his team saying that they should go all out and try to rip off a scale from the dragon. Su Yang understood their tactic, that they were planning to sacrifice themselves to save the young miss. In the next moment, a loud boom sound was heard. The entire area was covered with flame. The Black Dragon had used its flame scale and granted death to all the raid party members. Lu Linger was dashing toward the exit on her unicorn. She was contemplating that she lost very miserably and she will not be able to call herself a genius after this incident. She consoled herself saying that there is hardly anyone who can subdue a Moonlight rank Black Dragon. She smiled a little saying that if she couldn't do it, neither can Makio or Su Yang. According to her, she wasn't lost yet, as long as she get back safely and find the next dragon to subdue. While she was about to finish, this thought instantly hit a wall and crashed on the ground. Well, that was not a wall she crashed into, it was our Giga Chad boy Su Yang. Looking at the towering figure of the Black Dragon, Lu Linger realized that Zhu Tai and the others weren't even able to last 1 minute against the Black Dragon. She commanded the Blue Tiger to hold the dragon off, but in the next moment she was grabbed by the Black Dragon. She started yelling at the dragon to let her go while Su Yang held her in the hand. He smacked the blue tiger with his tail. He questioned her that she is a mere human think that she can subdue the black dragon. He was about to eat her, saying that she now has to pay for her foolishness with her life. Lu Linger started crying loudly with surprise the black dragon. While crying, she declared that she just didn't want to lose to Su Yang and Sakura Girl. According to her, she just didn't want to disappoint her dad and wanted to prove that she was the greatest beast tamer. She stated that she didn't want to be outdone and she didn't want to be eaten either. She kept crying nonstop, and Su Yang thought that she was so simple and fragile inside. He sympathized with her, saying that he got that she's just competitive, but he can't just let her go for nothing. He declared that it's fine, that he will not eat her and will give her a quick death. In the next moment, the black dragon started breathing a small amount of fire and roasted Lu Linger like a marshmallow. The system notification then confirmed her death, and Su Yang gained a lot of experience as she was a 5th transformation beastmaster. He declared that after all humans and monsters are natural enemies, and he said that she was just unlucky that she ran into him. Su Yang stood at the center of the battlefield, breathing heavily, his eyes glowing with satisfaction as a familiar sound echoed in his mind. He had done it. Level 72. Finally, the grinding had paid off, and the hard work, relentless effort, and calculated strategies were now bearing fruit. His body ached from the intensity of the battles, but nothing could drown out the sense of achievement surging through him. He surveyed the field. Scattered around him were piles of loot, glittering like treasures from ancient legends. Platinum coins, diamond-crusted relics, rare weapons, all valuable. But for Su Yang, it had become ordinary, a ho-hum part of his dungeon-clearing routine. More platinum, more diamonds, he muttered to himself, shaking his head. May have been there, done that. The wealth didn't thrill him anymore. Once you've had enough riches to swim in like a dragon, what was more gold going to add to your life? He was no Scrooge McDuck. His attention wandered to the rest of the spoils, hoping for something, anything that would actually be exciting. He wanted more than just wealth. He wanted power. He needed items that could push his stats to the next level. As he scanned the remaining loot, something caught his eye. A ring, not just any ring, but one with a soft, ethereal glow that seemed to pulse with life. Instantly, his heart quickened. This wasn't an ordinary piece of equipment. He could feel its potential just by looking at it. Su Yang reached down and picked up the ring, carefully inspecting it. It shimmered in the light, a celestial glow enveloping its surface. A relic left behind by a great spirit master after their death. Perhaps it has been soaked in spiritual resonance for so long that even after the original owner passed away, it continued to whisper in meditation. The whisper from the ring permanently increases the wearer's spirit power by 1% each day, up to a total increase of 10%. Consumes mana to render the wearer completely immune to any mental interference for the next hour. Su Yang's eyes gleamed. This wasn't just a normal accessory, it was a game changer. It was rare for an accessory to offer both a stat boost and resistance bonuses like this, and the fact that it came with such powerful traits was mind-blowing. He had seen plenty of powerful weapons and armors, but accessories like this were few and far between. What really got him excited was the passive trait. A permanent increase in spirit power by 1% per day? That was incredible. With this ring, he could exponentially boost his power in a short time. It wasn't an immediate game changer, but it was the kind of item that would make a massive difference in the long run. Combine that with the Spirit Master's Blessing active ability, which made him immune to mental attacks, and Su Yang knew he had just found something that could tip the scales in any future battle. And then, as if that wasn't enough, Su Yang's eyes widened when he noticed the gem slot. Those were legendary. Infinite stones could continuously absorb mana from the surroundings, making sure the item they were embedded in never ran out of power. The sheer rarity of infinite stones made them priceless, and the idea of combining such a gem with the Spirit Whisper Ring was almost too good to be true. Lu Linger, you really outdid yourself this time, he said aloud, though Lu Linger was nowhere around to hear him. She had dropped some incredible loot upon her defeat, but this ring, it was beyond anything he'd expected. As Su Yang slipped the ring onto his finger, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him. His spirit power instantly spiked, and the world around him seemed to slow down as his mind became sharper. This was the kind of boost he needed. But that wasn't all. As he admired his new ring, Su Yang felt another surge of energy, this one far more intense than before. His fingers tingled, and his vision blurred for a moment before a new item appeared in his inventory. What? Another one, he muttered, opening his inventory to investigate. There, glowing with an eerie light, was a forbidden scroll. The wrath of the wind god tears apart anyone who dares to provoke him. Su Yang's jaw dropped. This was no ordinary spell. This was a forbidden spell, and not just any forbidden spell, but a first-tier one at that. Forbidden spells were the stuff of legends, spells so powerful they were restricted by the world's laws. Just having one in your possession was enough to make you a target for every ambitious mage and warrior out there. With 2 forbidden spells now in his arsenal, Su Yang's grin widened. He felt invincible. With these 2 trump cards, he could decimate any opponent foolish enough to cross his path. The sheer destructive power of the Wrath of the Wind God combined with his existing forbidden spell meant that Su Yang now had options. Whether it was a one-on-one duel or a battlefield full of enemies, he had the tools to destroy them all. Well, Lu Linger, I guess I owe you a thank you after all, Su Yang thought to himself. He hadn't expected to walk away from this battle with so much power, but sometimes the world had a way of surprising even someone like him. Su Yang straightened his posture and decided it was time to head back to base. Word of the expedition team's defeat had likely already spread through the land, and it wouldn't be long before people started talking about him again. The rumors were probably circulating at that very moment, each more exaggerated than the last. But Su Yang wasn't concerned about what others thought. He had bigger plans in mind. The mission for the Black Flame Wings, Su Yang muttered to himself, clenching his fist as he teleported back to his base. It's time to bring an end to it. Meanwhile, far from the smugness of Su Yang's victory, another scene was unfolding. The remnants of the defeated expedition team were licking their wounds both physically and emotionally. They had thrown everything they had at the Black Dragon, only to be sent packing in disgrace. It was one thing to lose, but it was another to lose after bringing an entire army with you. The team huddled together in a makeshift camp, many still in shock. Some murmured to themselves, others sat in sullen silence, unable to process how things had gone so wrong. The bitterness in their voices was palpable. These were seasoned warriors, mages, and beast tamers. None of them were strangers to battle. Yet they had been utterly humiliated by the Black Dragon, a beast that seemed to defy logic. Zhou, the team's de facto leader, had been standing off to the side, listening to the complaints with a frown on his face. He had tolerated their grumbling long enough. Enough, Zhou snapped, his voice cutting through the air like a whip. We lost. Deal with it. His words silenced the group immediately. The team looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Has anyone seen the young miss? Zhou asked, scanning the group. His question hung in the air, and for a moment, no one spoke. That realization dawned on them all at once. The young miss, Lu Linger, was missing. A collective sense of dread settled over the team. They all remembered the last time when the grumpy old geezer necromancer got killed by the Black Dragon. The look on their faces was akin to that of children who knew they were about to get in trouble with their mother. Zhou cursed under his breath, his worry for the young miss outweighing his frustration. Where is she? He growled, striding off toward the edge of the camp. He had to find her, and fast. It didn't take long before he spotted her, huddled in a quiet corner, her shoulders shaking as she sobbed. She was sitting on the ground, her face buried in her hands. Her normally composed and regal demeanor had completely crumbled. Zhou heart sank. He had seen the young miss upset before, but never like this. Miss, he started, his voice softer now as he approached her. Miss Lu Linger. She didn't respond, lost in her own world of despair. She had come here with one goal in mind: to tame the Black Dragon. As one of the most gifted beast tamers in the land, Lu Linger had believed that she could accomplish what no one else could. But she had been wrong. Her preparations hadn't been enough, and she had been soundly defeated. How can I call myself a genius monster master now? She whispered through her tears, more to herself than to anyone else. The title had once filled her with pride, but now it felt like a cruel joke. She had believed taming the Black Dragon would be the pinnacle of her achievements, but the task had turned out to be far more difficult than any of her previous conquests. I thought I could do it, she sobbed, her voice breaking. I really thought this would be it. Zhou kneeled beside her, his expression softening. He wasn't always the most compassionate person, but seeing the young miss like this tugged at his heartstrings. Miss, you're one of the best beastmasters out there. Don't let this one defeat ruin everything. Lu Linger shook her head, still crying. How can I be a genius if I can't even tame a dragon? Her voice was small and filled with self-doubt. You're not just any genius, Zhou said firmly. You're the daughter of the TNG Pavilion, and besides, no one could have predicted that the Black Dragon would evolve mid-fight. There's no shame in losing to a Moonlight Tier dragon. Lu Linger sniffled, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Do you really think so? Zhou nodded. Even Su Yang couldn't defeat a Moonlight Tier Black Dragon, at least not easily. Lu Linger perked up slightly at the mention of Su Yang's name. Su Yang, the infamous dungeon conqueror, had a reputation for being nearly unbeatable. If even he would struggle against the Black Dragon, maybe her failure wasn't so catastrophic after all. Besides, Zhou continued, it's not over yet. There's still the Red Dragon and the Silver Dragon. The Red Dragon is a bit weaker, but the Silver Dragon, if you could tame it, It might be the most powerful dragon ever tamed by a beast master. A spark of hope ignited in Lu Linger's chest. Taming the silver dragon. That would be an achievement no one could dispute. The thought filled her mind, and for a brief moment her tears stopped. She was already fantasizing about what it would be like to have the silver dragon by her side, its majestic form towering over all who dared challenge her. "You're right, Zhu Tai," she said, her voice gaining strength. "I won't give up. If I can't have the black dragon, then I'll tame the silver dragon. And when I do, I'll be the most powerful beast master in the world." Zhu Tai smiled. "That's the spirit, miss." Feeling revitalized by her newfound goal, Lu Linger stood up, wiping away the last of her tears. "Report the losses to the Tianji pavilion," she ordered. "We'll cover the expenses." Zhu Tai nodded. "Understood." The rest of the team of low-lifes, who had been watching from a distance, erupted into cheers. "Long live the young miss," they chanted, their spirits lifted by her determination. They had all been worried about how she would react to the loss, but now it seemed like they were back on track. But just as they were preparing to leave, a new team appeared at the dungeon's entrance. It was Ashu Makiko, another renowned beast master, accompanied by her own team. "Could it be Miss Lu Linger?" Makiko called out, recognizing her rival from a distance. Lu Linger turned, her eyes narrowing slightly. "That's me. Are you here to tame the black dragon too?" Makiko smiled and nodded. "I am." It seems we had the same idea. The two beast masters locked eyes for a moment, a silent challenge passing between them. Makiko extended her hand for a handshake, but Lu Linger wasn't in the mood for pleasantries. Without a word, she turned away, mounted her unicorn, and rode off with her team. The members of Makiko's team were left fuming. "How rude," one of them exclaimed. "Does the bitch think she's better than us?" "The bitch is probably just upset because she couldn't tame the black dragon," another said with a smirk. Makiko, however, wasn't interested in their complaints. "Quiet," she ordered. "She's angry. Let it go." "Why are you defending her?" one of her team members asked, confused by her attitude. Makiko shook her head. "It's not about defending her. She's not our enemy. Focus on the task at hand." Her team grumbled but followed her lead, knowing better than to argue with their leader. As they approached the dungeon, they checked the status and were shocked to see that it had jumped from Starlight Tier to Moonlight Tier. "What the hell? How are we supposed to fight that?" one of the team members asked in disbelief. "It's like Longsha is playing games with us," another muttered. Makiko frowned, realizing the difficulty of the situation. Taming a Starlight Tier dragon was one thing, but a Moonlight Tier, that was an entirely different level of challenge. She quickly contacted their boss, Mr. Lai, to inform him of the situation. "Boss, the dungeon has leveled up. We're going to need more backup," she said, her tone serious. Mr. Lai, to his credit, remained calm. "I was aware of the change," he said. "Stay at an inn for now. Someone will come to assist you." Makiko sighed, but there was little else they could do for now. She and her team made their way to a nearby inn to rest and regroup. Meanwhile, the question still lingered in her mind. How had the dungeon evolved so quickly? Could it have been manipulated? The next day, a lone figure appeared at the dungeon's entrance. Su Yang had returned. He walked in as if the dungeon was his own domain, his aura radiating confidence and power. The area was quieter than it had been the day before, the remnants of the previous battle now nothing more than memories. Only one thing remained, the black dragon. "It's time," Su Yang said, his voice low and determined. "Time to put an end to this dungeon." With that, his aura flared, enveloping him in a brilliant light as he prepared for the final battle. Su Yang was standing at the edge of the fortress of the black dragon. He thought that in the past, he always connected to the black dragon boss to face the challengers who were entering the dungeon. He reminisced, saying that it is finally his turn to enter the dungeon as a challenger, and he said that he must admit the feeling was quite extraordinary, and the next moment he saw a number of wyverns heading toward his location. "Here comes the grand welcome," he talked to himself, admitted that the scene was quite familiar to his usual strategy that he used against all the challengers. But this was different strategy is not going to work on him because he is the Giga Chad. "Beasts, open your eyes wide and see who's standing for you," Su Yang yelled in a large wave of horror-aggressive tone. He emitted a large wave of aura, which pushed back all the wyverns and filled the entire area with his energy. This is the aura of Lord Ethos?" The wyverns questioned. Our Giga Chad standing heroically with both hands in the pockets and glowing red eyes. He was surrounded by a purple aura and was about to go Super Saiyan like Goku. The wyverns questioned that why does a human carry Lord Athos' aura? Then they noticed the energy and flames surrounding our Giga Chad. There's no doubt it's Lord Athos' black flame, yet lost Su Yang commanded all the dragons in angry tone. He thought that the battle with the black dragon was imminent, and he should not waste his time with these small creatures. In the next moment, he flicked his finger to summon 2 ghostly moon spirit wolves. He commanded the walls to guard this area and keep releasing the moonlight deer pressure so that all the small creatures will stay away from that area. After saying this, he started his connection to the black dragon boss. The scene changes to the black dragon, and the elf princess was sitting beside him. She commented that there was already a new challenger so soon. The black dragon took flight to the skies and headed toward this direction of the dungeon entrance. Watching the black dragon flying away, the elf princess pitted the unlucky ones who were about to become the sacrifice of the black dragon. According to her, it was always a crushing victory for the black dragon, and at this point, she had already given up on her freedom. She thought that there was no credibility in a monster's promise, hence the reason she has given up on her freedom. The black dragon then landed in front of both the wolves. Watching the black dragon landing in the area, both of the wolves were scared. The first one asked the other what should they do. There was no way that they can beat this dragon. The other wolf mentioned that this black dragon smelled like their master. Did this dragon eat him? The other was replied saying that that shouldn't be possible, because if the master was dead, they should also have been disappeared already. Ignoring their conversation, the black dragon raised his claw and thrusted it into his chest. Looking at the scene, the boat wolves thought that the black dragon was crazy. Pulling back his claw filled with golden blood, Su Yang thought that last time he noticed that when he self-harmed the black dragon, his damage reduction didn't work on itself. He thought that, however, he should not injure the black dragon below the half health. That might affect the drop rate of the items. The status bar showed that the black dragon health was at 54%. Su Yang then commanded the black dragon to follow his orders. He told him to stand still and suppress his flesh recovery to the maximum. He also told him to command all the monsters in the dungeons to stop moving. After this command, he disconnected from the system. He then appeared right in front of both the wolves. The wolves were surprised by his sudden appearance. "Look, the master is still alive after all," they cheered happily. "Thanks to you, I managed to stage the comeback from a weak class." "It's impossible not to have some feelings about that," Su Yang mentioned while walking slowly toward the black dragon. The black dragon was standing still without any emotions and with a large gaping hole in his chest. Su Yang mentioned that now a new path has opened and it was time to move forward. He commanded the dragon to die and then reborn as his servant. He promised that together they will conquer even broader lands. He yelled Black Dragon Atho's name and leaped in the air toward him. The 2 wolves were behind him, ready to attack the black dragon. The black dragon was standing still without any emotions in his eyes. They were just black holes, and he was a mere puppet without any emotions and soul. Su Yang and the wolves started attacking the black dragon relentlessly.
2 hours later.
The wolves were about to collapse, and Su Yang's hands were numb by just attacking the black dragon. "What is this? That's straight up cheating. It's not even fair. I was expecting a decent fight, but all I get is one side rampaging, another side getting slaughtered without doing anything." Imagine if the black dragon was fighting back a little. Our Giga Chad would have instantly become Giga Flat. Jokes aside, I feel really bad about the black dragon. A little sad, actually. While drinking a potion, Su Yang finally admitted that he understood the feeling of exploration teams. According to him, if it wasn't for his over-the-top stats plus 900% damage increase from the soul marker and extreme dual cultivation, he wouldn't even be able to break through the black dragon's defenses. Replenishing his energy, he headed toward the black dragon again, saying that just a little more and finish it in one last attempt. The saying changes to the elf princess, who was sleeping at the ground peacefully. A loud roar from the black dragon woke her up. "Is that the roar of the black dragon?" she questioned. The sky started clearing out and the fog that was covering the dungeon lifted slowly. All the dragon minions started to disappear. She realized that the aura of the black dragon has been vanished. The scene changes to Su Yang, where he realized that it was finally over. The body of the black dragon started to disintegrate into thin air. The system notification informed him that he has slain the Moonlight tier boss Black Flame Wing Ethos and gained 103.21 million experience points. Another notification confirmed that the master of the dungeon has been killed and all the monsters in the dungeons have automatically died. He gained additional 8.02 million experience points from this. His level rose from 79 to 80, a massive amount of experience. It was 3 times more than the total amount he got after wiping out dozens of 5th tier members in Lu Linger's group. As expected of a Moonlight tier boss, Su Yang muttered. The body of the black dragon then turned into a bright glowing yellow sword. "Is this the weapon dropped by the black dragon?" Su Yang questioned. He realized that it was definitely not an ordinary item. He walked toward the sword and lifted it. It was a huge sword made out of bones. A massive surge of power instantly flowed through Su Yang's body. He mentioned that the power was about to burst from his body. The notification window then informed the name of the sword. It was Dragonbone Great Sword, Devourer of Ethos. It was a sword made out of the bones of the Black Dragon. There were no level requirements and no special or attribute requirements to use this weapon. It provided 500 strength, spirit, and speed to its user. It provided 10% boost to the physical damage, magical damage, and spiritual resistance. The special feature of this sword was that when a dragon was killed by this sword, it will devour its corpse and add 10% of the dragon's attributes to the weapon. It will also not drop upon the death of the user. Feeling that instant urge to use this sword, Su Yang took an offensive stance and launched a slash toward the mountain in front. An instant surge of blue energy rushed toward the mountain, devastating everything in the path. Looking at the damage done by the sword, Su Yang mentioned that it was unbelievably strong. Although the primary state boosts were not top tier, but the key feature of this sword was growth potential. According to him, it was a terrifying feature, as expected of a weapon dropped by the Black Dragon. Then he noticed that the Black Dragon must have been the offspring of ancient Devourer. The dragon had strength compared to the other dragons in their mature stage, while it was still in its juvenile stage. He thought that was the reason of the system chose this dragon. As a bonus of killing the Black Dragon, he also received the Heart of the Dragon Slayer. The system informed that he has received the Dragon Slayer's heart. It provided 50% boost to the spirit and 100% boost to the strength. The key feature of this item was that it ignored dragon races' all talents and increased the damage to dragon creature by 500%. It also had a single-use charge that can summon the blood soul of slumbering hero to aid in the battle. After acquiring all these items, Su Yang thought that right now calling him a walking humanoid boss wouldn't be an exaggeration. He then noticed that it was finally the time for the last reward. The system then notified that a boss co-op kill was detected and started generating a boss minion. In the next moment, the Black Dragon Athos was resurrected in its full glory and stood in front of Su Yang, roaring loudly. The system completed its process and announced that the Black Flame Dragon Athos will serve him as a minion and fight by his side from now on. The Black Dragon bowed his head and Su Yang walked toward the dragon, while saying that we meet again, old friend. He gently touched the Black Dragon, saying that although erasing his mind was indeed a bit cruel, he mentioned that he should have fallen in the previous attempts. Was it a blessing or a curse? Su Yang then requested that the Black Dragon should not hold any hard feelings against him as they are partners now. He jumped on the head of the Black Dragon and said that there was no time for being sentimental right now. He commanded the Black Dragon to go to the fortress. The Black Dragon instantly took to the sky here in this command. The elf princess was walking alone in the fortress while wondering that there were no dragonkin left, which means that Black Dragon Ethos was finally defeated. She wondered that who could have killed the Black Dragon. While she was in the middle of her thoughts, she saw the silhouette of the Black Dragon in the sky. The Black Dragon started landing in front of her, and she wondered that how was this possible. She was sure that the Black Dragon died. Before completing her thought, she noticed that there was a young man on top of the dragon. The realization hit her like you guys hit the subscribe button. Indeed, it was our Giga Chad boy Su Yang. He stretched his hand toward the princess while mentioning that he has come to rescue her. She was even more confused and wondered why that there was a human on the back of the Black Dragon. The princess watches in disbelief, but before she can process what's happening, Su Yang reaches out to her with a casual, fearless confidence, saying that he's here to rescue her. Su Yang lifts the elf onto the dragon's back with smooth precision, wasting no words, just pure action. The elf, completely starstruck, can barely comprehend what she's seeing. She asks him if he really tamed the Black Dragon. Su Yang stands firm, offering only a simple nod. The impossible is now real. The Black Dragon, once feared and deemed untamable, now obedient under the control of a human. The elf princess is speechless. No one, not even the most powerful elves, had ever come close to such a feat. Yet here is this boy casually riding the very beast that had crushed the hopes of countless warriors. She wonders if he is the legendary dragon slayer. She's still trying to process it when Su Yang snaps her back to reality, urging her to get on quickly. A bit taken aback, the elf blinks before following his instruction. Su Yang wastes no time. Hold on tight, he commands as the Black Dragon takes to the skies. The elf grips tightly, her fear almost palpable, but Su Yang remains calm, steering the massive beast effortlessly through the air. The kind of confidence that says, I've done this 100 times and it's never gotten old. Glancing over his shoulder, he encourages her to open her eyes, and after some hesitation, she finally does. The view hits her like a shockwave. Mountains, clouds, and the endless skies stretch out before them, freedom, pure and unfiltered. Su Yang lets her soak in the moment, knowing it's not just the scenery but the feeling that matters. For the first time in a long while, she tastes real freedom. Glancing at the horizon, she whispers about how free she feels, as though every chain has finally been broken. Even the black dragon's eyes flicker as if it too understands the feeling, its gaze carrying a strange intensity. She wonders if it is yearning for the same freedom. Su-yang notices the look but doesn't comment, realizing the elf has misunderstood something. He keeps his focus on the portal ahead. Almost there, hang tight. Outside the black dragon's fortress, chaos reigns. Soldiers struggle to hold off wave after wave of monsters, their leader barking orders to keep fighting. But something catches his eye, something far beyond the usual battlefield madness. Su-yang, with his tamed legendary black dragon, makes his entrance, and chaos quickly turns to panic. Monsters they could handle, but a dragon, that's a different level of terror. One Knight freezes, his eyes wide, struggling to process what's unfolding above him. The black dragon's massive shadow looms over the battlefield, casting a blanket of fear across soldiers and monsters alike. This isn't just a battle anymore, it's a scene out of a nightmare, where the rules of what's possible just shattered. And Su-yang, calm as ever, rides that nightmare into reality. Because when you roll up with a dragon, everything else looks like child's play. As the black dragon landed with a thundering roar, the ground shook beneath their feet, sending ripples of fear through the already panicked crowd. Su-yang, completely in control, confidently steps forward and addresses the chaos. He didn't mean to cause a scene, but hey, what's a dragon without a dramatic entrance? His attempt to ease the tension doesn't quite land as gracefully as he hopes, but he's used to it. The elf behind him sighs. She tells him that the way he talks makes him sound like a villain, which, given his knack for entrances, isn't far off. Su-yang suggests heading to the Lord's mansion to figure out how to return her to the Elf Kingdom. But to his surprise, she refuses, shyly asking if she can stay with him for now. Internally, she's a mess, embarrassed by the unspoken vow she's made to herself to marry her savior, but externally, she's trying to keep it cool. Su-yang, however, reflects that he never had any intention of saving a princess. Now they'll be stuck with her, and let's face it, shaking off an elf with starry eyes isn't as easy as slaying a dragon. Deciding it's easier to just go with it, he agrees to let her stay. She playfully asks him how he managed to tame the black dragon, but Su-yang, always one to tease, keeps it a secret. He loves leaving her in confusion, it's practically his new hobby. Meanwhile, back in the city, the peaceful city skyline is shattered by a fierce roar that cuts through the air. Panic spreads quickly as the citizens scramble, fearing the worst. Lu Linger hears the roar too and immediately questions if the black dragon has somehow escaped its dungeon. How could a dungeon boss be outside its usual boundaries? She wonders, clearly rattled by the impossible. Jutai scrambles, just as confused, struggling to make sense of how this could be happening. Across the city, Asuya Makiko senses the disturbance as well, wondering if a dragon has truly descended upon Tianling City. Permission is swiftly granted by a mysterious figure, allowing them to investigate the city where the dragon's presence is felt. It's never a good day when a dragon decides to show up uninvited. Back at the entrance of the Black Dragon Fortress, Su-yang and the elf sit calmly amidst the growing chaos. The world may be falling apart, but Su-yang's as relaxed as someone who just finished their afternoon tea. The elf is eager to leave, clearly feeling the tension, but Su-yang suggests they wait a little longer, far too comfortable with the situation. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, a cloud of dust appears in the distance. Their awaited company has arrived. It turns out Weiming, the Lord of Tianling City, has stepped in to take matters into his own hands. Mr. Jia and almost 100 men are with him. Whispers ripple through the crowd, with people speculating whether a world boss has spawned or if the black dragon somehow escaped its dungeon. Then they see it, a massive black dragon towering above, sending shockwaves through the onlookers. Even Weiming, known for his calm under pressure, is left speechless. Seeing a boss out in the open is like spotting a volcano in your backyard. It shouldn't be happening. Yet here it is. Just as the group approaches the legendary black dragon, Su-yang greets Mr. Jia with a knowing smile, hinting at a long-standing connection. Weiming's jaw nearly hits the floor. It's not just the dragon that has him in disbelief, but the casual familiarity Su-yang shows. Weiming, still struggling to grasp the situation, turns to Su-yang, asking if he truly tamed the black dragon. Su-yang, ever calm and confident, responds with a simple gesture, letting the dragon's presence speak for itself. As you can see, his posture says, "I'm riding it, aren't I?" Weiming, still not fully convinced, demands proof, because when a legendary dragon is standing in front of you, apparently seeing isn't enough. Without hesitation, Su-yang commands the black dragon to roar. The resulting sound isn't just a roar, it's an earth-shattering force that rattles the very ground beneath them. Everyone around, including Weiming, is paralyzed by fear. The black dragon's terrifying display shakes even the most hardened soldiers, and Weiming finds himself panicking, desperately begging Su-yang to stop. Lesson learned: when you ask for proof, be ready for an answer that might make you regret asking. The elf princess, clinging tightly to the dragon in fright, scolds Su Yang for scaring her like that, but Su Yang, unfazed, simply grins. Who knew taming a dragon came with so much sass? Wei Ming, equally shaken, profusely apologizes for ever doubting Su Yang. He starts piecing together the puzzle. Could this dragon be the legendary secret dungeon egg, a rare find even after defeating such a beast? He is utterly baffled by Su Yang's strength. Taming a moonlight-tier black dragon is unheard of, especially for someone so young. Suspicion begins to grow in his mind. Could Su Yang secretly be a powerful deity in disguise? His thoughts spiral, racing to comprehend how anyone could possibly achieve such a feat. Even the Global Beast Taming Association, a group filled with powerful deities, has only one known dragon tamer. Yet here is Su Yang, casually strolling in with a dragon like it's no big deal. Wei Ming stumbles in disbelief, his mind overwhelmed. Just how powerful is Su Yang, and why has such an immense force come to his small Tianling City? Silence falls across the scene as Wei Ming, realizing he's way out of his league, bows in submission, utterly stunned. Su Yang, extending his hand with a casual smile, accepts the bow with an air of someone who has done this 1,000 times before. It's hard to be humble when you're riding a dragon after all. Just then, a system notification dings in Su Yang's mind. He successfully completed the first stage of his boss mission. But before he can bask in the moment, another alert catches his attention, a notification that the next stage boss has been located, much to his surprise. Because apparently, one legendary dragon just isn't enough for Su Yang's day. Wei Ming nervously apologizes to Su Yang. He assumes Su Yang must be a prominent figure from the Global Beast Tamer Association. Su Yang, however, just stares back, clearly confused by the assumption. If he's a member, no one gave him the memo. The advisor beside Wei Ming whispers that no major figures have been recorded arriving in the city recently, leaving Wei Ming wondering if Su Yang's visit was a secretive one, possibly off the books. The advisor briefly contemplates this, but dismisses the idea, thinking there's no teleportation record that could confirm such a secret arrival. Just as the situation seems tense, Asui Makiko bursts into the conversation with a wide, beaming smile, her enthusiasm catching everyone off guard. It's like someone opened a door and let a ray of sunshine into an awkward board meeting. Wei Ming and his advisor are thrown off by her sudden appearance, but Asui, completely unfazed, introduces herself as a beast tamer from Sakura country. Clearly amazed by Su Yang, she immediately starts asking him for advice on how to tame a dragon, because, nothing breaks the ice quite like asking someone to spill their most powerful secrets. Su Yang is left speechless, staring at her boundless enthusiasm. There's a level of energy here he's not entirely prepared for. Asui continues, eagerly inquiring about his dragon taming methods before quickly realizing that dragon taming secrets are probably restricted to actual beast tamers. Su Yang, however, drops a bombshell on the group. He's not a beast tamer. The air practically freezes around them as the shock sets in. Wei Ming and the others are completely stunned. How could someone who isn't even a beast tamer manage to tame a black dragon, something not even the Global Beast Tamer Association could pull off? The black dragon, feared and considered untamable, was beyond even the most skilled tamer's reach, yet here Su Yang, a guy with apparently no membership card to the association, just casually did the impossible. Remaining calm as ever, Su Yang merely states that he has his own method, though he keeps the details under wraps. Because when you're taming legendary beasts left and right, a little mystery goes a long way. He then politely asks Wei Ming to inform the citizens in advance so they don't panic when he flies into the city on his black dragon. Wei Ming, still reeling from everything, quickly agrees to handle the announcement. It's not every day you have to calm an entire city down over an unexpected dragon flavor. As Wei Ming rushes to make arrangements, he finds himself struck by Su Yang's humility. Unlike the arrogant show-offs who flaunt their strength, Su Yang possesses true power but carries it with a calm, quiet confidence. It's in sharp contrast to the usual look-at-me types who strut around pretending to be powerful. Su Yang, on the other hand, just flies in on a dragon and lets the facts do the talking. Asuhi, a bit hesitant, asks if she can report Su Yang's success to her teacher, who is a high-ranking member of the Beast Tamer Association. Wei Ming, eager to compare notes, chimes in, complimenting Asui's brilliance and noting how she rivals Lu Linger in skill. Su Yang notes that even Asui and Lu Linger are at same level. Their personalities couldn't be more different. It's like comparing a lightning bolt to a soft breeze, both powerful, but worlds apart. Su Yang's curiosity is piqued, especially when Asui reveals that her teacher is one of the 9 heads of the association. She hints that someone of such high status might even seek Su Yang's guidance on dragon taming. Su Yang, who can't fathom the idea of advising the top-tier beast tamers of the world, is momentarily speechless. The thought of teaching professionals how to tame a black dragon when he's not even in their club. Ridiculous. He quickly excuses himself, telling Asubi and Wei Ming that he has other matters to attend to, and suggests they can discuss things later. Before the awkwardness can grow, he makes his exit like a true hero, on Dragonback. With a swift farewell, he mounts the black dragon and flies off, leaving Asui and Wei Ming stunned. It's the ultimate McDrop except with wings. Wei Ming turns to Asui, informing her that the taming of the black dragon has already been reported to Elder Li. He suggests that she return to the city to rest and continue their discussions later. Asui agrees but can't help daydreaming about taming her own dragon one day. Because, let's be honest, watching Su Yang just did wonders for her goals. Meanwhile, the black dragon soars through the sky, its massive form casting a shadow over the mountains below, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying for anyone watching. Far off, Lu Linger watches from a distance, her eyes locked on the black dragon's impressive silhouette. Annoyance bubbles up inside her, partly at the dragon, but mostly at herself. The idea that Su Yang actually tamed the black dragon, something she had deemed impossible, leaves her stunned. Though impressed, envy seeps into her thoughts as she realizes how much further she needs to grow. Determined, she vows to become stronger, to tame her own dragon, and to one day challenge Su Yang head-on. Because nothing says rivalry goals like wanting to out-dragon your competition. Meanwhile, back in Tianling City, an announcement is broadcasted to calm the citizens. They're informed that the black dragon boss has been tamed, and they're advised not to panic if they happen to see it flying overhead. It's not every day that a city has to reassure its citizens about casual dragon sightings. As the black dragon descends into the city, its massive presence stirs awe among the people. Conversations break out, with onlookers buzzing about how such a powerful beast, once a moonlight tier creature, was defeated and tamed. They're left wondering what kind of superhuman could possibly pull off such a feat. Amidst the commotion, the maids in Su Yang's villa are minding their own business. One of the maids is working in the lawn with a broom in hand. Suddenly, the ground shakes as Su Yang lands the black dragon right in front of his house. The thunderous boom knocks the broom right out of her hands. Startled, the girl is about to panic when Su Yang steps forward, apologizing for the dramatic entrance. You never wanted this kind of attention, but when you've got no dragon garage, you do what you have to. The maid recognizes him immediately as her master and calms down, relieved. Su Yang reflects on the ironies, always tried to keep a low profile, but not being a beast tamer means he can't just tuck the dragon away into a neat pocket dimension. It's not showing off if you have no other choice, right? Turning to the elf princess, Su Yang offers her the freedom to choose any ruse she likes. He then leaves the elf princess in the capable hands of his staff while he handles pressing matters. The elf, now comfortably settled in, admires Su Yang's clean and spacious home. She's confident it will be a good place to stay, much better than the castles and courtly politics she's used to. Internally, Su Yang breathes a sigh of relief. Sure, she's a princess, but her down-to-earth attitude is a blessing, none of the princess syndrome he had feared. Turning his attention back to business, Su Yang sits down and summons the system. Almost immediately, the system responds, revealing the details of his next challenge. His heart skips a beat as the next boss is revealed to be from the Demon Abyss, a sovereign of original sin, ranked at the terrifying god tier. Su Yang, who has faced plenty of formidable opponents, is genuinely shocked. God tier, that's like skipping the last levels of the game and suddenly facing the final boss while still holding your starter gear. His mind races as he recalls the globally recognized ranking system issued by the Temple of Professions. From the 5th tier onward, every 50 levels constitute a new tier. The 6th tier is known as the Starlight tier, the 7th as the Moonlight tier, and the 8th as the Sunlight tier. Together, these are the legendary tiers, and above them all is God tier. And now he's about to face one. No pressure. The system lays out the rankings in full detail, explaining how the God tier sits at the pinnacle of a long and arduous journey, which includes passing through the Starlight, Moonlight, and Sunlight tiers. Only those who complete the Trial of the Gods can ascend the Godhood staircase to reach this exalted level. Su Yang can't help but think how extreme this leap feels. One moment he's taming a Starlight tier dragon, and now he's being matched against a God tier boss from the Demon Abyss. That's like skipping high school and going straight to running a multinational company. As Su Yang contemplates this next phase of his journey, he reflects on how his own transformation has progressed since taming the black flame-winged Athos. What new doors will this connection open? Curious, he summons his connection, and the process begins. Swirling energy engulfs him as his body undergoes a transformation, preparing him for what lies ahead. Suddenly, Su Yang finds himself into the body of the God tier boss from the Demon Abyss. The sheer size and overwhelming aura of the creature nearly takes his breath away. Its stats are off the charts, its strength beyond belief, its speed nearly impossible to track, and its resistances make it almost invincible. Physical damage has minimal effect on him. Fire and water barely scratch him. He has a strong hold in darkness and is untouchable. But there's one glaring weakness: light. Su Yang studies the boss's talents carefully, trying to formulate a strategy. The boss controls everything in the abyss, which would be bad enough, but then Su Yang discovers the worst part: it can revive its subordinates endlessly. And the most terrifying revelation is that the boss itself can resurrect as long as any demon in the abyss survives. It's like trying to kill a boss that comes with an endless supply of extra lives. The realization sinks in: if anyone wants to defeat this monster, they'll have to erase every single demon in the abyss. All of them. The enormity of the task feels borderline impossible. As he absorbs the system's explanation, Su Yang learns more about the demon abyss itself. Unlike typical dungeons, this place is a vast, dark rift that connects to the human world, functioning almost like a gateway. It's akin to the Elf Kingdom or Dragon Kingdom. But where those places are filled with peace, the abyss is a realm teeming with demons and unimaginable danger. Every country has its own entrance to the abyss, making it accessible but also incredibly perilous. Each level of the abyss descends deeper into chaos, and with each step, the demons grow stronger. Even the first floor is no joke, with demons starting at level 40, making it one of the most dangerous locations known to adventurers. It's like starting a marathon by running through quicksand, while being chased by monsters. Su Yang finds his mind racing as he analyzes the demon abyss. This place isn't just a dungeon, it's a whole different beast, a rift to another world, filled with endless challenges that would give even the bravest adventurer nightmares. The deeper you go, the stronger the demons become, and it's the sheer depth that turns it into a living nightmare. The furthest humanity has ever reached is the 386th floor, conquered by elite SS-ranked guilds like the Ring of the Archmage and Knights Sanctum. These guilds don't just visit the abyss, they practically rent out space there. For now, Su Yang knows those guilds are far out of his league, but one day he'll count them as rivals. First, though, he has to focus on the impossible task in front of him, facing a god-tier boss. The boss's revival abilities alone are enough to make anyone throw in the towel, but Su Yang, he's not about to back down. He scans the area, taking in the thrones meant for the 7 kings of sin, noting how only 4 of them glow with life, while the other 3 sit in darkness, their former occupants defeated by adventurers before him. Being in the body of a god-tier boss, Su Yang reflects that this is his chance to flex, quite literally, by unleashing the boss's second talent. With a casual wave of his hand, he taps into the power of sovereignty, the overwhelming authority of the Lord of Original Sin, and uses the resurrection skill. Purple energy begins to swirl around him, thick with malice, as it pulls at the runes scattered across the arena. Suddenly, one of the dark thrones ignites, flames crackle to life, and King Beelzebub, the gluttonous, is resurrected. Beelzebub's grotesque form emerges from the throne, dripping with hunger and raw power. It's the kind of monster that would make you lose your appetite and probably your lunch. The sheer presence of this creature is suffocating. Beelzebub, a Blazing Sun tier boss, boasts massive stats, 20 million HP and strength beyond normal comprehension. And with that stat sheet, you'd expect him to be ruling the kingdom, not kneeling like a disgraced henchman. Yet there he is, kneeling before the sovereign, ashamed and begging for forgiveness. It's almost sad if it weren't so gross. Su Yang's eyes glow with disappointment, clearly unimpressed with what was supposed to be a grand revival. This wasn't the revival that he had expected, as it is only a mere sunlight tier king. What kind of weakling did he bring back? Su Yang thinks, half amused by the underwhelming performance of the once feared Beelzebub. But then Su Yang finds out that Beelzebub's 2 talents are nothing to scoff at. The first talent is, the more he devours, the stronger he becomes without limit, except for the god tier itself. The second talent is even more horrifying. Anything Beelzebub consumes offers a tribute to the sovereign, permanently transferring 2% of the victim's attributes to the god tier boss. In other words, every bite Beelzebub takes makes the real monster even stronger. Su Yang quickly connects the dots. Beelzebub can funnel his kills to the sovereign. This means every victory Beelzebub achieves is essentially a win for the sovereign as well. But now, with Su Yang possessing the body of the sovereign of Original Sin, a light bulb goes off in his mind. If those tributes were funneled into the sovereign's true form, it wouldn't mean much. But if they could be transferred to Su Yang's actual self, he realizes with a spark of excitement he could ascend immediately. As Beelzebub grovels for forgiveness, Su Yang listens half-heartedly, more focused on the thrilling possibilities of this newfound connection. Suddenly, a knocking sound interrupts Beelzebub's pitiful plea, driving Su Yang's attention back to his own house. He reflects that he has to go back into his own body, but before he does so, he addresses the once feared king of gluttony, kneel before him, to go back to the abyss he guards and await his next summon. He adds that this time he must not disappoint him. Beelzebub, once feared across the realms by demons and humans alike, now looks more like a wit dog than a king. Kneeling before the sovereign of original sin, he humbly submits to his master's command. It's almost pitiful, like watching a once mighty lion reduced to a house cat. Inside, Beelzebub is overwhelmed, reflecting on how even lust and greed have fallen, yet the monarch chose to resurrect him first, without punishment. In his mind, he's singing praises, convinced the sovereign holds him in the highest regard. Talk about delusions of grandeur. He vows to make the humans pay and offer the greatest tribute to the king. The system promptly activates its omniscient monarch authority, sending Beelzebub back to the 100th layer of the demon abyss. Su Yang, still connected to the sovereign's power, reflects on this detail. The 100th layer, so Beelzebub was resurrected to guard his old stomping grounds. Of course, they resurrect the weakest of the 7 great demon kings. Luck of the draw, I guess. Su Yang shakes his head, bemused by the situation. Disconnecting from the system, Su Yang returns to his own body, sitting cross-legged on the floor of his home. Shifting from being an all-powerful demon lord back to regular life is like waking up from the wildest dream. One minute you're controlling armies, the next you're thinking about what to have for lunch. He reflects on how exhilarating it feels to take on the form of the sinful lord. That level of absolute control, the sense of ruling everything with just a flick of the hand, it's dangerously addictive. No wonder so many ancient rulers fought tooth and nail for power. Su Yang can't help but wonder when, if ever, he'll reach that same level of dominance. After all, who wouldn't want to wake up feeling like a boss every day? Before he can sink too deep into his thoughts, a persistent knock on the door snaps him back to reality. As much as he'd love to daydream about ultimate power, there's always someone meaning something typical. His maid outside calls for him, asking if he is there. Su Yang sighs, turning toward the door as he tells his maid to hold on. Opening the door, he's met with the news that City Lord Wai Ming has arrived and wishes to speak with him personally. Su Yang nods, stepping out to meet Wai Ming, who eagerly greets him. The City Lord looks like he's been waiting for this moment, practically vibrating with excitement, as if meeting Su Yang is the highlight of his week. Wai Ming exclaims how relieved he is that Su Yang has come, and with his usual calm demeanor, Su Yang asks what the City Lord needs. It's always something big when someone rushes over with that kind of enthusiasm. What is it now? A dragon tax. Wai Ming, practically bursting with excitement, informs Su Yang that the news of his feat, taming the black dragon, has spread not just across Longxia, but globally. Because of course the world can't keep quiet when someone pulls off the impossible. Su Yang listens as Wai Ming explains how his achievement has caused a huge sensation in the world of beast tamers. The symbol of the black dragon illuminates the room, glowing in the background as a constant reminder of Su Yang's monumental accomplishment. It's like the room itself is ready to throw him a parade. The announcement from the Global Beast Tamer Association is clear. Taming such a legendary creature has shattered previous assumptions about what's possible in the field. This marks a significant milestone in the history of beast taming. However, as with all groundbreaking feats, the world remains skeptical. Of course, there are always those who say, "Pix or it didn't happen." Wai Ming continues, mentioning that many experts didn't witness the event firsthand, which has led to lingering doubts. To address this skepticism, the Global Beast Tamer Association has issued an official statement, and one of its top leaders, currently in Longxia, is preparing to meet Su Yang, the so-called beast taming genius. Su Yang, feeling the weight of this sudden attention, asks when this leader will arrive. Wai Ming tells him they should arrive soon. Just what Su Yang needs, VIPs coming to inspect him like he's a museum exhibit. The sudden global spotlight makes Su Yang uneasy. Knowing the top figures in the Beast Tamer Association aren't easily impressed. These people have tamed creatures he hasn't even heard of, and now they're coming to scrutinize his work. No pressure, right? Meanwhile, at the Tianling City transport hub, Lu Linger and her subordinates try blending into the crowd. Unexpectedly, Lu Linger is avoiding the VIP passage, preferring to move discreetly with the masses. It turns out an important figure is about to arrive here. As tension builds, whispers spread like wildfire through the area. Make way, everyone, make way. The crowd stirs, excitement rippling through as all eyes turn to the new arrival. Something big is happening and everyone can feel it. Hearing the commotion, Lu Linger wonders what all the fuss is about. It's rare for a crowd to buzz like this unless something huge is about to go down. At the center of attention, the guards announce the arrival of Elder Lu Dashi, one of the great leaders of the Global Beast Tamer Association. His presence causes a stir, and the crowd parts eagerly to make way for him. Elder Lu Dashi greets the onlookers with humility, apologizing for any disturbance his arrival may have caused. As if anyone's actually bothered, half the crowd looks like they're about to ask for his autograph. His reputation as one of the most respected and mysterious figures in the beast-taming world only adds to the air of awe around him. With his calm and dignified aura, Elder Lu quickly becomes the focal point of the entire area. It's not every day you get to see a legend in the flesh after all. People whisper excitedly that it's a rare sight to see him in person, and the buzz only intensifies when he addresses Lu Linger, the young lady from the Tianling pavilion, expressing surprise at seeing her there. They exchange pleasantries, and even Elder Lu shows clear respect for her position in the world of beast tamers. Clearly, Lu Linger isn't just another face in the crowd. The young lady, however, reveals her frustration and disappointment. She admits that she wasn't strong enough to tame the black dragon, a feat that would have solidified her position as Longshia's top beast tamer. With a resigned smile, she acknowledges that her title may soon belong to someone else. Elder Lu Dashi, always composed, gently advises her not to place too much value on titles and superficial achievements. He encourages her to focus on what truly matters in the path she has chosen, because when a legendary elder gives advice, it's not the kind you roll your eyes at. Elder Lu reminds her of what is truly at stake: the dragon spirit's secret realm. This special realm, connected to the land of dragons, offers incredible rewards for those brave enough to venture inside. But there's a catch. The requirements to enter the dragon spirit's secret realm are strict. One must have a dragon companion to qualify. And of course, dragons aren't exactly something you can pick up at the local pet shop. Currently, only one person in the world has such a companion, Valeria from the Eagle United Federation. Elder Lu recounts that many, himself included, have tried to tame dragons, but none succeeded like Valeria. Lu Linger listens carefully, her mind already racing. Elder Lu continues sharing the insights from his teacher's research. According to the findings, the stronger the dragon companion, the greater the blessings and rewards one can obtain in the dragon spirit's secret realm. This is why Lu Linger had sought to tame the black dragon, believing that its unmatched strength would bring the highest benefits. Because why settle for a regular ride when you could have the Ferrari of dragons? Lu Linger, ever determined, expresses that now, because she has failed to tame the legendary black dragon, she's eyeing for the silver dragon. While not as formidable as the black dragon, it still leaves above the red dragon in terms of potential. It's a step down, sure, but still a worthy challenge, and definitely more manageable than the death wish that is taming a black dragon. Elder Lu advises her to be patient, reminding her that the Tianling pavilion has already secured the white dragon's secret realm, a significant achievement in itself. He suggests that instead of rushing into another attempt, she should join him to meet the mysterious beast-taming genius who has captured the world's attention. But just as quickly, Lu Linger suddenly remembers something urgent and rushes off, clearly uninterested in meeting Su Yang. Because when you're on a mission to prove your own strength, running into someone who just casually tamed a black dragon isn't exactly on your to-do list. Her pride keeps her focused on her own plans, and Elder Lu watches her depart with a knowing smile, amused by her strong sense of independence. Meanwhile, Wei Ming and Su Yang prepare to meet this mysterious genius, the man of the hour who, unbeknownst to them, is already in their midst. Just then, they hear a powerful roar that can only mean one thing: the arrival of the Elder. But just as he's about to land with all the grandeur he envisioned, Su Yang's legendary black dragon opens its eyes, fixing a sharp, menacing glare on the flaming beast. The reaction is instant. The flaming beast halts mid-air, frozen in shock. You could practically see its thoughts. Nope, not today. The fear of the black dragon engulfs the flaming creature, paralyzing it. Then, with the kind of authority that only a dragon of legend can command, the black dragon lets out a mighty roar, sending a shockwave that rattles the very air around them. Elder Lu, for all his grandeur, barely holds on as his mount struggles to steady itself. It's the kind of moment where you realize your fiery and majestic beast is basically a nervous cat in front of a lion. Realizing that his flaming beast is nothing more than a piece of shit, Elder Lu abandons the idea of landing on his beast entirely. Better to spare what little dignity remains. He leaps off and lands himself, trying to salvage the moment. Wei Ming introduces himself, politely greeting Elder Lu and pointing out that Su Yang is the genius tamer who mastered the black dragon, in case the glowing, legendary dragon wasn't enough of a clue. Elder Lu's eyes light up in genuine amazement. For once, even he is caught off guard. The idea that someone so young could tame a black dragon is almost too much to believe. He praises Su Yang, remarking that such a feat is nothing short of remarkable. The young are destined for greatness, he reflects, clearly impressed. Su Yang, ever humble, brushes off the praise, downplaying it as mere luck, as if taming the most dangerous creature in the world happens by accident. Elder Lu laughs heartily, telling Su Yang there's no need for modesty. You're the first to tame a black dragon, be proud. With a nod, Elder Lu makes a surprising offer, an invitation to join the Global Beast Tamer Association. But Su Yang hesitates, and Elder Lu immediately picks up on it. Concerned, the Elder asks if something is troubling him. Su Yang sighs, knowing this conversation is going to take a turn. He informs Elder Lu Dashi that he isn't actually a beast tamer and therefore can't join the association. You could almost hear a record scratch. Elder Lu, completely taken aback, blurts out in disbelief, "Wait, what? Not a beast tamer?" Subjugating, calm as ever, confirms it, showing his ID, level 80, magic spirit weapon warrior. See, I'm not joking. The look on Elder Lu's face is priceless as the realization hits. A warrior. Shock spreads through the Elder's entire demeanor as he tries to process what he's just learned. It's like finding out someone climbed Everest barefoot. Just as Su Yang turns and begins walking away, Elder Lu, still speechless, calls out for him to wait. Elder Lu Dashi decides to inform the Global Beast Taming Association about his encounter with Su Yang, sending a series of rapid messages between the association's elders. It doesn't take long before the conversation explodes with reactions. Elder Lu opens the discussion, calmly stating that he's met Su Yang, the young man who tamed the legendary Black Dragon, which in this crowd is the equivalent of saying he just met someone who discovered the Fountain of Youth. Elder Zhao Han immediately responds, questioning why there's any hesitation and whether Su Yang has agreed to join, because clearly, who wouldn't jump at the chance to join the most prestigious beast taming club in the world? Elder Trump from the Evil United Federation jumps in with his usual confidence, claiming their organization is the strongest, and of course, Su Yang has no reason to refuse. Because, if you have dragons, why wouldn't you want to be part of the cool kids club? Elder William Smith, ever the diplomat, congratulates Longxia on having another genius in their ranks, while Valeria, the only other person to have tamed a dragon before Su Yang, eagerly chimes in. She's clearly excited to no longer be the sole dragon whisperer in the room. But just as the excitement reaches its peak, Elder Lu drops a bombshell that silences the group. Su Yang is not a beast tamer, he's a warrior-class professional. Cue the record scratch. Elder Lu can practically feel the collective gasp from the other elders through the screen. It's like finding out the star of a cooking show doesn't actually know how to cook. President Heralina of the Siberia Northern Plains, quick on her feet, suggests offering Su Yang honorary membership. Because if you can't recruit him the traditional way, why not bend the rules until they fit? 9 elders immediately like the idea. In the world of beast tamers, that's as close to unanimous agreement as you get. Standing before Su Yang, Elder Lu adopts a warm but clearly calculating expression. He's trying to make this pitch sound like a friendly invitation, but it's pretty clear he's already planning out the next step. After explaining the association's decision, he offers Su Yang honorary membership, giving him access to all the benefits of the Global Beast Tamer Association. Because when you've tamed a dragon that's basically a living legend, they're willing to look past the whole, not actually a beast tamer thing. Su Yang listens, his faint smile betraying a touch of caution. He's not buying the no-strings-attached angle. Su Yang's mind races, there's no such thing as a free lunch, and he knows there's more to this offer. He asks rather bluntly what exactly they want from him. Because if they're giving out perks like this, they've got to be expecting something in return. Elder Lu, with a wave of his hand, reassures Su Yang that it's nothing too special, just a few lessons on how to tame a dragon. Only 10 people. Nothing major, right. But Su Yang's mind kicks into high gear. These aren't just any 10 people. These are the beast taming world's elite, a president included. It's not exactly a crowd you can just shrug off. The benefits of joining an SSF-ranked guild are tempting, though, and it would be a real shame to pass up that kind of opportunity. After a moment's thought, Su Yang looks at Elder Lu and agrees to give the lectures, though he's quick to point out that his experience might not be all that helpful. After all, taming a legendary black dragon wasn't exactly something you'd find in a beast tamer's guidebook. Maybe they'll just throw in some dramatic pauses for effect. Elder Lu chuckles, admitting that even Valeria, the only other dragon tamer, gave a lecture once, and it wasn't exactly groundbreaking either. It's comforting in a way. Personal experiences don't always offer replicable results, and everyone knows that. It's just an opportunity for people to hear his story and maybe learn a thing or two. No pressure at all. With a slight grin, Su Yang nods. He agrees to join the Global Beast Tamer Association. But in the back of his mind, he's already plotting his next move. If it's personal experience they're after, he might as well have a little fun with it. Beast taming leaders, get ready. His version of events might just be the most creative story they've ever heard. Since the merging of games and reality, the world was forever changed by the descent of transfer statues, marking the creation of the Transfer Temple. In an effort to manage these unprecedented events, the World United Council designated a specific area at the very center of the world, soon known as the Holy City, home to the Transfer Temple headquarters. At the heart of this temple stands the enigmatic Euphemia Vega, the divine high priestess. Her identity remains a mystery, her name surrounded by rumors and legends. Because, of course, every overpowered figure needs to be wrapped in mystery. It's practically a rule. Euphemia has never once left the Holy City, and her origins, true power, and even her level are completely unknown. For all anyone knows, she could be level 1 or 1000. It's anyone's guess, and that uncertainty is more terrifying than any stat sheet. Clad in radiant attire, she exudes an aura of authority and divinity, commanding respect and fear without even lifting a finger. Basically, she's the kind of person who walks into a room and everyone suddenly remembers they have somewhere else to be. The only documented event involving her occurred 10 years ago, during an infamous clash with Augustin, the president of the SSS rank Guild Ring of the Mage God. Augustin, after ascending to demigod status through completing the Trial of the Gods, sought to test the power of the elusive High Priestess. Because what else do you do when you hit demigod status? Challenge the most mysterious and overpowered figure around, obviously. Augustin stood at the peak of power, known as the 9-turn Element Destroyer, with his level reaching an impressive 300. His strength was unmatched, and with confidence, some might call it arrogance, he launched a barrage of multiple forbidden curse attacks, each infused with immense elemental force, flames, ice, and thunder converging in a display that would make lesser beings break out in a cold sweat. The sheer destructive energy behind his attacks was enough to obliterate entire armies. But in response, Euphemia Vega simply activated her divine shield, a barrier that effortlessly deflected everything Augustin threw at her. Not just deflected, mocked, as if squatting away the most powerful magic in existence was just another Tuesday. Despite the demigod-level force behind his attacks, Augustin couldn't even put a scratch on her defenses. The divine high priestess didn't flinch, didn't break a sweat, and certainly didn't seem impressed. The result was clear and undeniable. Augustin, one of the most powerful beings on the planet, couldn't touch her. Since that day, no one has dared to challenge the Transfer Temple's authority, and Euphemia Vega's legend has only grown. In the present, Euphemia Vega, the divine high priestess of the Transfer Temple, stands tall in her sacred chamber. Her golden mask hides her face, but not her overwhelming power. An alert has been raised, signaling a grave anomaly. The demon abyss, long dormant, has begun stirring. The news is shocking. The slain king of gluttony, Beelzebub, has somehow reappeared. Star-ranked bosses aren't supposed to return from the dead, especially not ones who've been thoroughly defeated. This violation of the fundamental laws of their world sends a chill through the temple, for these rules had never been broken until now. Euphemia's eyes narrow beneath her mask, the reality of the situation setting in. Star-ranked bosses don't just pop back into existence like they're on a holiday rotation. In silent prayer, she beseeches the holy statue for guidance, calling upon the divine light to help her witness the darkness looming below. As the chamber dims, the blessing she seeks is granted. Her eye of insight is illuminated, allowing her to see beyond the physical plane, piercing through space and time itself. Her vision zooms past the layers of the world, focusing on the darkest depths of the demon abyss. It's not exactly a vacation spot unless you enjoy towering monuments of despair and the constant threat of being devoured by ancient sins. Winged figures stand ominously before these towering structures, grim reminders of the trials ahead. Currently, the deepest raid record stands at 386 levels, but every 100 levels, a king of sin emerges. At the 100th level, the grotesque form of gluttony, Beelzebub, looms large once again. Further down the 200th level, lust as Moya waits in shadow, while the 300th level holds greed, Mammon. They were supposed to be defeated, locked away in some eternal hellhole. And yet somehow, gluttony has revived, leaving only 2 thrones dim and unclaimed. The situation just went from bad to who messed with the world's coding. Euphemia's eye of insight strains to understand the full nature of the magic flowing from the abyss. Even with all her divine power, there's something off, something deeper than what she's ever encountered. The sheer magnitude of the magic pouring forth is bottomless, causing her to mutter in disbelief. This isn't just a power surge, this is the kind of dark magic that makes you reconsider your life choices. With renewed resolve, Euphemia raises her gleaming staff, its radiant blue crystal glowing with divine energy. She commands the evil to reveal itself before the holy light, because when the divine high priestess tells you to show yourself, even the darkness better listen. With a fierce shout, she strikes her staff down, and a swirling black portal opens, revealing a figure. As the portal swirls, revealing a distorted form, Euphemia's heart skips a beat. Through the haze of dark magic, she stares at what appears to be a human figure, yet twisted and corrupted beyond recognition. This shouldn't be happening. A human. In the depths of the demon abyss, it's like finding a goldfish in a volcano. The sight of the dark figure leaves her breathless, her thoughts racing as she realizes the implications of what's before her. Whatever or whoever this is, the balance of the world has just been shaken. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts, the very air growing heavy with tension. A voice booms through the abyss, shaking the ground beneath Euphemia's feet, asking who dares spy on her king. The force of the voice is enough to make the holy chamber tremble. The air ripples violently, and from the shadows emerges Lucifer, the queen of sin, Pride herself. Because of course, when Pride shows up, she brings enough ego to fill an entire dimension. Lucifer commands Euphemia to be gone. In a heartbeat, Lucifer raises her sword. With one swift motion, she unleashes a devastating beam of energy aimed directly at Euphemia. The High Priestess reacts instantly, summoning her divine shield and shouting her command for protection. The beam collides with the shield, but the sheer force of the attack sends her reeling. It's like trying to block a freight train with an umbrella, technically possible, but not recommended. Gasping, her wings flare out as she struggles to regain control midair, but Lucifer's power is overwhelming. Lucifer looms above her, cold red eyes burning with a godlike intensity, the kind of eyes that make you reconsider whether facing her was the best decision of your day. Euphemia's eye of insight, flickering from the strain, finally fades. It's as if the universe itself decided, nope, this is above your pay grade. The High Priestess mutters, acknowledging the dispelling of her greatest tool. Her power, overwhelmed, is swept away like dust before a storm. Lucifer, unmoved, stands tall with her black wings, casting a shadow so dark it swallows the light around her. She exudes the kind of confidence that comes from knowing you're always the strongest one in the room. Glancing around, Lucifer scoffs, her voice dripping with disdain. Did her opponent flee? How predictable. Kneeling before a shadowy figure that remains hidden in the depths of the abyss, Lucifer bows her head, a rare sign of submission from the Queen of Pride. Even Lucifer has someone to answer to, a thought terrifying in itself. She speaks with reverence, apologizing to her exalted king for her failure, admitting she was careless enough to allow someone to spy on him. Her crimson eyes glow with wicked delight as she smiles, a kind of smile that signals nothing good is coming. She softly whispers to the figure, her voice filled with longing, wondering aloud when she will be able to hold his face again. Defeated, Euphemia begins to vanish. Her voice trembles and she barely managing to whisper, a god-ranked enemy. The words sound ridiculous, even to her. It's like realizing you've been playing the tutorial all along and the real game just hit New Game Plus without asking. The whole situation is so far beyond anything she's faced before. Her mind spins, trying to make sense of it all. And being served by god-ranked kings of sin, that's like finding out your neighbor not only owns a dragon, but the dragon also pays rent on time. Later, the booming sound shakes the world. A massive golden light explodes from the heavens, glowing like the universe just decided to flip on the world's biggest flashlight. Even as Euphemia fades, she stares up at the sky. She wonders if this a world announcement. Her heart races, knowing it can't mean anything good. The sky opens, and the announcement appears, World Boss. Monarch of the deadly sins has appeared in the deepest abyss of the demon abyss. Across the globe, adventurers freeze mid-quest, some spilling their healing potions, others probably regretting all those times they skipped boss raids for sleep. Carolina, president of the Global Beast Taming Association, pops up on everyone's feed with that annoyingly confident tone. She's all smiles as she explains the stakes. Defeating the monarch of the deadly sins, who commands all 7 of the Sin Kings, gives players the chance to obtain the legendary Sin Reversal series weapons, artifacts so rare and powerful that even the most hardened players perk up. The kind of weapons that make you wonder if they come with a do not use on Mondays warning. Then Augustin, the ever-serious mage god, chimes in with his usual flair for drama, explaining how critical these weapons are. You'll need them if you plan on even scratching the monarch. He mentions the higher the transfer star rank, higher is the drop rate. Finally, Tang Zhan, the loud and proud president of the Undying War Domain, crashes into the conversation like he's announcing the final boss at a wrestling match. Defeating this world-class boss, he says, will unlock the next expansion, Ascend the Divine Ladder. Because nothing says, good job defeating Hellspawn like climbing into the heavens for a rematch. Stay tuned, he adds. Oh sure, Tang Zhan, like everyone's not already sweating buckets over the prospect of fighting a god-ranked monster. Some players are practically vibrating with excitement, while others are already typing looking for group faster than they've ever moved in-game. Meanwhile, Su Yang stands in front of the Grand Cathedral, processing all this. He wonders if he has just become a world-class boss. Bai Ling, still grappling with the sheer magnitude of the unfolding events, exclaims, this is huge. Elder Lu Dashi turns to Su Yang, looking slightly awkward. He explains that he has to leave for a bit, as the president of the Global Beast Tamer Association is calling him into a meeting. Apparently, even in a crisis, there's paperwork and meetings to attend. Lu assures him that he's already completed the membership process so they can catch up later if anything comes up. Su Yang waves him off with a smile, the kind of no worries that only someone who's now a world-class boss can pull off. Just as Elder Lu leaves, Bai Ling standing beside Su Yang speaks softly, her concern evident. Brave hero, with all these anomalies happening recently, what's going on in this world? Su Yang places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, telling her not to worry because nothing says it's fine like standing next to a guy who just realized he's the boss everyone else will be hunting. She gives him a small, relieved smile, trusting in his strength. Su Yang, ever the confident strategist, smirks as he gazes ahead. His mind is already spinning faster than a player on double XP weekend. He knows the major SSS guilds are undoubtedly mobilizing by now, and it's only a matter of time before the monarch of the deadly sins becomes their target. But before the chaos erupts, he needs to make his own preparations, because if there's one thing Su Yang isn't going to do, it's wait around to be raided like some NPC. His thoughts narrow with laser-sharp focus. The Kings of Sin drop unique, limited Sin Reversal Series weapons, god-tier items that are essential for defeating the monarch of the deadly sins. And because when it comes to endgame loot, Su Yang is more determined than a loot goblin in a dungeon raid. These weapons could provide a massive boost to his already considerable power. After all, who wouldn't want an artifact that sounds like it could reverse sins? But then it hits him like a rogue spellcaster's crit. If he, as the monarch of the deadly sins, defeats the Kings of Sin, could they drop the Sin Reversal Series weapons for him too? A world-class boss farming his own minions for god-tier loot, it's like realizing you could rig the final boss fight to win the ultimate prize. The idea sparks a flicker of ambition in his eyes. Su Yang pauses for a moment, a sudden realization dawning on him. If he, as the monarch of the deadly sins, were to defeat the Kings of Sin, could they also drop the Sin Reversal Series weapons for him? His mind races, piecing together the possibilities like a gamer planning the ultimate exploit. As the ruler of the Abyss, the original Sin Monarch, it's only natural that his subordinates would dedicate themselves to him, right? After all, he can resurrect them without much burden. He contemplates further, watching the glowing orbs around him. The only hitch is that the resurrection cooldown is annoyingly long, like waiting for your mana to recharge in the middle of a boss fight. Su Yang's thoughts churn as he stands before the golden statue of the divine high priestess, mentally strategizing. If only he could shorten that cooldown, he'd have a near-perfect farming loop. As his mind whirls, another thought strikes him. The current strongest professionals are only at semi-god rank, but with the next patch, Ascension Ladder, it seems that defeating the original Sin Monarch is the key to true ascension. Su Yang's determination flares. If he can solo the original Sin Monarch, wouldn't he be the first to ascend to god rank? He smirks, the kind of grin you get when you realize you found a game-breaking strategy. Thoughts of the competitive elites who have been grinding for years flash through his mind. Being a cheat means thinking like a cheat. You can already imagine their reactions when they find out that he, someone who's only been transferred for less than a month, will surpass them all. It's the kind of revelation that makes him chuckle internally. Su Yang looks up the statue of the divine high priestess, his angelic companion standing quietly by his side. He nods to himself, determined but focused. The grand plan is in motion, but first things first. For now, he thinks, let's focus on the immediate goal. Time to take on my 4th-rank 5-star mission. Bright beams of light shoot into the sky from the grand cathedral, illuminating the towering structure. Below, 4 figures stand, each tense and alert. Augustin, Carolina, Tangzhan, and Poker. The atmosphere is heavy, but Augustin, the president of the Divine Magic Circle and 9th-rank Element Annihilator, breaks the silence with a casual tone, saying it seems they all arrive here at the same time. Carolina, smirking at his laid-back demeanor, teases him. You, of all people, actually woke up early. The subtle jab is enough to bring a small chuckle from the others. It's not every day the old drunkard shows up for something this serious before noon. Tangzhan, president of the Immortal War Domain, remains serious. This isn't just any gathering, it's about the new version and the world boss. In true stoic fashion, Tangzhan adds that they need to take it seriously, because nothing says no pressure like knowing the fate of the world is tied to a new patch. Poker, the president of the Knight's Holy Sanctuary, adds gravely that the Holy High Priest herself sent out an invitation letter. This matter is beyond unusual. Suddenly, bright beams of light burst forth from the grand cathedral, catching the attention of everyone nearby. Inside, whispers spread through the crowd as Augustin, Tangzhan, and Poker are all gathered there. Everyone seems excited. It's their first time witnessing their heroes up front, because when the heavyweights show up, you know things are about to get real. The excitement builds as the crowd realizes the SSS-ranked guild leaders are present. Whispers ripple through the room like a wave of awe. It's Augustin, the pride of the mages. Others exclaim as Lady Carolina and Tangzhan follow closely behind. The cathedral is practically buzzing with a collective fanboying of half the continent. Above them, holographic projections flicker to life, showing the high-ranking leaders of the world, hovering like a council of gods. One in the audience whispers in awe, wondering if those are the national leaders. They have only ever seen them on TV before. The sense of reverence thickens as the guild leaders enter the room. Augustin, ever the unflappable mage, casually remarks, "Guild giants and national leaders gathered together. Looks like we're in for a good show." Because when you're one of the most powerful figures in the world, even a potential world-ending threat feels like something you can comment on like it's the latest sports game. The divine high priestess, standing with a radiant aura that seems to glow even brighter as she speaks, addresses the assembly of the world's strongest leaders. Her presence is commanding, her voice carrying the weight of the message she delivers. "Thank you all for responding to the temple summons," she begins, her tone poised yet filled with urgency. She remarks that they are all aware of the purpose of this gathering. She reveals that Gluttony, the original Sin King, Beelzebub, has been resurrected. The leaders, previously calm, stiffen at the revelation. This isn't your standard respawn. This is the kind of nightmare you'd expect when world bosses start playing by their own rules. The High Priestess presses on, her tone determined. She explains that the appearance of the original Sin Monarch, a world-level boss, is likely tied to Beelzebub's resurrection. The vibe in the room shifts from curious gathering to endgame boss briefing. The Divine High Priestess stands before the round table, her presence dominating the room as she addresses the gathered guild leaders. She informs them that, according to the guidance of the divine statue, the only way to defeat the original Sin Monarch is by slaying the original Sin Kings and obtaining a reverse Sin series weapon. Because, let's face it, nothing screams ultimate boss fight like an exclusive weapon drop. She lets that sink in before turning her gaze around the room, locking eyes with each leader as they sit silently, absorbing her words. She drops another crucial detail: the final blow against each king of sins must be dealt by a high star rank transfer to increase the probability of obtaining the coveted weapon. No pressure or anything, it's only the fate of the world resting on one final blow. The responsibility rests squarely on the shoulders of those in the room. Her gaze moves across the gathered leaders, each of them fully aware that they are the best combatants the world has to offer. There is no one else. The task ahead is clear. They must work together to face this unprecedented threat. The burden of saving the world, defeating the original Sin Monarch, and acquiring the powerful weapons lies with them. A holographic projection flickers to life, illuminating the grim details of the Demon Abyss. The current record for the deepest level conquered is level 386, where the extermination team encountered 3 of the original Sin Kings: Gluttony, Lust, and Greed. The High Priestess explains that based on the pattern, they encounter a new Sin King every 100 levels. This means there are still 314 more levels before they can face the final boss, the original Sin Monarch. The room tenses as the enormity of the task looms before them. Hundreds of levels filled with unimaginable dangers await. High Priestess then turns toward Augustin and Tang Zhan, both of whom are at level 372. The question is simple but critical. How many levels can be advanced with each progression they make? Their experience is crucial in determining how fast they can push through the remaining levels of the Abyss. The room holds its breath, awaiting their response. Every leader knows the road ahead is steep and treacherous, but the prize at the end, victory over the monarch and the chance at Ascension, drives them forward. The world hangs in the balance, and the battle is about to begin. Augustin hesitates, taking a long swig from his drink before finally responding, his voice gruff but laced with a hint of reluctance. He admits that for him, handling about 3 levels at a time is the limit. Any more, and this old man won't be able to keep up with the intense grind. Because, let's face it, even legendary mages need a break now and then. Tang Zhan quickly backs him up, noting that the deeper they venture into the Demon Abyss, the greater the difference in strength between each level becomes. It's not exactly a stroll in the park, more like a death march with occasional monster ambushes. Even with their incredible power, taking on multiple levels at once would be suicide. The High Priestess listens intently, her expression serious as she contemplates the daunting task ahead. They'll need to level up at least 100 times to reach the goal, level 700. It's not a short-term mission. Her eyes reveal the heavy burden of the journey, a silent acknowledgement that this will be a grueling process. Because when you're facing world-class bosses, no one's handing out participation trophies. Poker, the Judgment Condemner, shifts in his seat. His gait is sharp as he weighs in. He cautiously suggests that the experience gained from killing an original Sin King could give the entire team a massive boost in levels. It's not just about the grind, it's about exploiting every opportunity, even if it means gaming the system a bit. He hints at if somehow they can resurrect the Sin Kings multiple times to farm experience, their chances of obtaining the coveted reverse Sin series weapons will potentially increase. His strategy is clear but risky, Arun feeling the gravity of the idea. The High Priestess shifts the discussion toward how these powerful reverse Sin series weapons dropped by the bosses should be distributed. And here's where things get really tricky, because nothing brings out the tension like talking loot distribution in a room full of legendary warriors. The armored warrior, sitting regally, cuts through the tension with a firm reminder. These weapons aren't just shiny trophies that are the key to defeating the original Sin Monarch, and ultimately, the path to Ascension. Everyone's eyes narrow at this, fully understanding that without these weapons, their chances of victory and survival drop drastically. It's not just about being the strongest in the room, but about having the right tools to finish the job. The tension in the room thickens as they discuss the future and who should lay claim to the weapons, each knowing that these reverse Sin series weapons could tip the scales in their favor, not just against the Monarch, but in their quest for ultimate power. Amidst the heated conversation, the High Priestess rises to command silence with a single powerful strike of her staff. The shockwave ripples through the gathered warriors, immediately cutting off the murmurs and bringing focus back to her. Because nothing says pay attention like a literal shockwave through the room. Her presence is undeniable, and she explains with calm authority the critical importance of the reverse Sin weapons in achieving Ascension. She urges the group to be patient, reminding them that the Transfer Temple is closely monitoring their actions. When the extermination team is set, the real decisions will be made, and there's no room for reckless behavior until then. The armored warrior, realizing the gravity of the situation, apologizes for acting rashly. The High Priestess is understanding, acknowledging the intensity of the moment. After all, it's hard to keep your cool when world-ending bosses and god-tier weapons are on the line. Tang Zhan, ever practical, suggests a strategy to organize the extermination team. He proposes that countries pool their resources and form national teams, each taking turns hunting the original Sin Kings. Weapon drops would be determined by luck, keeping the competition fierce by reducing direct conflict. It's a plan that tempers chaos while keeping the stakes high, because nothing keeps a bunch of legendary warriors in line like a fair system with a lot of randomness. The room buzzes with tension as the proposal is presented. Poker, always the tactician, sees the value in Tang Zhan's approach. He recognizes how using entire countries as units fits perfectly with Tang Zhan's strategic mindset. It's the kind of move that turns every nation into a cog in a much larger machine, one that crushes Sin Kings and collects god-tier loot. Meanwhile, the High Priestess stands as the ultimate authority, listening carefully as the discussion unfolds. She weighs the potential benefits of managing and coordinating these extermination forces, knowing that the stakes are too high for disorganization. Yet a question arises: what about the weaker countries? Would they be overshadowed and left without a real chance in this strategy? Tang Zhan, unshaken, dismisses the concern without hesitation. For him, defeating the original Sin Kings depends solely on strength, not the political or geographical power of a country. The High Priestess, sensing the urgency of the moment, announces a vote on Tang Zhan's proposal, keeping the council focused on the critical decisions at hand. The tension in the room continues to build as the votes are counted, with an overwhelming majority, 80%, in favor of the plan. The proposal passes, and the High Priestess solemnly declares the first agenda of the meeting complete. With this milestone, the path forward starts to take shape, but it's clear that more challenges lie ahead. The discussion then shifts to a delicate issue: nations lacking 9th-ranked professionals will not be allowed to participate in the upcoming challenges. Instead, their fates will be decided by lottery, the results to be announced later. It's a harsh reality, but in a game where strength is everything, some are bound to be left behind. As the room settles into this uncomfortable truth, attention turns to the second agenda item. President Carolina steps forward, clearly eager and ready to have her say. With confidence radiating off her, she begins to explain the situation. Muscles flexing, voice strong, Carolina isn't just talking, she's commanding the room's attention. She reveals that due to the emergence of the dragon spirit realm, the gates to the dragon kingdom have finally opened from the human world. Inside lies a vast, treacherous realm, filled with powerful bosses and incredible rewards. Conquering this supergiant subspace nation would drastically increase their leveling efficiency, providing them with the edge needed to take on the demon abyss. Before the room can fully process this, Augustin interjects with a note of caution, reminding the group that entry into the dragon's spirit realm is restricted. Only those who have successfully tamed a dragon can enter, because taming one of these bad boys is like holding the golden ticket to a next-level dungeon raid. He reminds them that only Valeria from the Global Beast Tamer Association is the only person known to have tamed a dragon. But with a raised eyebrow, he asks if something has changed. Carolina's lips curl into a knowing smile. Of course, she's been waiting for this moment, the dramatic reveal. She confirms the rumors that the council has been buzzing about. A genius boy from Longxia, the honorary member of the Beast Tamer Association, has done the impossible. He tamed a black dragon. because when you've got an ace up your sleeve like that, you can't help but smile. Before Carolina can continue, a voice rises from across the room, the armored one interrupting with skepticism. The question is pointed: if this kid tamed a black dragon, shouldn't he be a regular member or even a leader of the association? Why is he only an honorary member? Honorary memberships, after all, are usually reserved for non-tamers. Carolina's voice cuts through the noise, sharp and clear. She reveals the full truth. Su Yang isn't a beast tamer. He's a warrior-type professional. The council's reaction is immediate. Shock, disbelief, and confusion ripple through the room. Because who would expect a warrior, of all people, to tame the most legendary of creatures? As the weight of this revelation settles in, the room goes silent, everyone trying to wrap their heads around what they've just learned. This changes everything. The presence of a warrior in possession of such a powerful beast disrupts the very expectations the council had set, leaving them to wonder just how far Su Yang's power could go. Augustin, visibly frustrated, struggles to contain his disbelief. He shouts, stating that he's tried countless times to force dragons into submission, using every ounce of power he has. He's taken down dragons from the Starlight tier to the Sunlight tier, and every last one of them would rather die than submit. He wonders aloud how anyone could, especially a non-beast tamer, possibly tame a dragon. To him, it's like hearing someone tamed a storm with a paper fan. He sits there, seething. His frustration cleared everyone in the room. He refuses to believe what he's hearing. Carolina, unimpressed by his theatrics, reminds him coolly that just because he couldn't do it doesn't mean it's impossible for others. After all, even the head of the prestigious Ring of the Mage God might need to accept he doesn't know everything. Augustin's irritation flares and he snaps back, pointing an accusing finger her way. He's quick to challenge her, implying that if she's so capable, she should try taming a dragon herself. It's the kind of comeback you'd expect from someone cornered, clutching at straws. But the woman's expression hardens instantly, her eyes blazing with a fierce response. It's clear that calling her old was a mistake he won't be allowed to forget. Before their heated exchange can escalate, Poker interjects, attempting to defuse the situation. After all, there's a crowd watching, and this is hardly the place for a verbal showdown. Murmurs ripple through the onlookers, each person grappling with the revelation. Many recall their own attempts at taming dragons and agree slaying a dragon might be within reach, but taming one is an entirely different feat. The High Priestess observes the tension, her gaze thoughtful as she considers the possibility. She wonders aloud if it's true, if this young warrior has indeed managed to accomplish something that even the strongest 8th and 9th tier professionals couldn't achieve. Her eyes sharpen as she looks around the room, everyone sharing in the disbelief. It's like the rules of their world have suddenly bent, and no one quite knows what to do with the news. Carolina addresses the High Priestess with a steady, confident tone, explaining that information on this youth from Longsha is already in their association's member list. Before the meeting even started, the association had finalized his membership registration. The High Priestess scans through Su Yang's profile, her expression serious. It's clear he's a warrior and has only completed 3 transformations. Her gaze sharpens, questioning how someone at his level could achieve such impressive feats. Poker can barely contain his disbelief. It's one thing to hear rumors, but the idea that Su Yang defeated the Black Flame Wyvern with just 3 transformations leaves him stunned. He seems to be asking himself, baffled, who on earth is this guy? Tang Zhan joins in, filled with a mix of shock and admiration. He's amazed that Longsha has produced such a talent, and yet, somehow, he's never heard a single word about Su Yang until now. It's as if a hidden legend has suddenly walked into their lives. Carolina turns to the crowd, her voice steady with conviction. She shares that the association is planning to invite Su Yang to give a lecture, hoping he'll share his experience taming the Black Dragon. She adds with a touch of hope that unlike the last lecture with Valeria, which didn't reveal much, maybe this time they'll learn something truly groundbreaking. Her expression sharpens with determination, suggesting that taming a dragon might not be exclusive to beast tamers after all. She continues, her tone filled with optimism. Maybe, she proposes, they've simply been going about it the wrong way. If they can uncover the right method, they might be on the brink of an era where taming beasts becomes possible for everyone. Whispers spread quickly through the crowd as people exchange astonished looks. One person leans over to a friend, barely containing his excitement at the thought that even without being a beast tamer, one could actually tame a dragon. The idea of having a dragon mount of their own seems almost too good to be true. Another one, still a bit skeptical but clearly intrigued, mutters that they'd normally laugh at such a claim, but since it's coming from the president of the Global Beast Tamer Association, maybe there's actually something to it. After all, who wouldn't want a fire-breathing friend at their side if it turns out to be real? However, tension rises as Poker raises a concern. If anyone could tame dragons, the exclusive hold that the Global Beast Tamer Association has over the dragon's spirit realm might slip away. He casts a challenging look at Carolina, questioning if she's really okay with that possibility. With a resolute look, Carolina makes it clear that the chance for universal beast taming excites her more than any idea of exclusivity. In her mind, the thought of everyone taming beasts is more thrilling than holding onto any secret realm. Augustin, watching with an amused grin, can't help but jump in. He's more of a realist than a dreamer and announces his intention to go straight to Longjia to meet this talented young man himself. Never one to pass up an opportunity, he jokes about trading a forbidden curse with the young prodigy as if exchanging magical secrets, or as casual as trading game cards. He's confident that the offer will be too tempting to refuse. Tang Zhan gives Augustin a skeptical look, slightly wary of the so-called drunkard's sudden burst of enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Su Yang sneezes loudly, catching himself off guard. Apparently, even high-level professionals aren't immune to the common cold. Priestess Bailing hands him a tissue with a small smile, remarking that this is outside her knowledge base. She'd never considered viruses ignoring skill levels. Su Yang reviews his latest task, a 5-star, 4th transformation mission titled Ice Witch of the Frozen City. The task requires him to infiltrate the Frozen City, break into the palace, and take down the Ice Witch, a Fu armed with formidable ice powers. The task notes it as diamond-level difficulty, requiring solo completion. The rewards are tempting: a hopping 400 points in strength and spirit, a legendary demon spirit mystical weapon, and an active skill book. He smirks, amused by the challenge. A diamond-level dungeon, the same as the Black Dragon Fortress. Yet here he is, thinking of it like it's a warm-up. With confidence shining in his eyes, Su Yang recalls how Lu Linger failed at this level during her 5-star transformation attempt and was unable to clear it. He muses they really went all out this time, intentionally making it hard. However, he already dismisses this challenge as nothing more than a light jog for him. Without hesitation, he strides toward the blinding entrance, exuding the air of a true boss. Mounted on his black dragon, he grins, feeling unstoppable. With a powerful whoosh, he takes off, riding on his majestic black dragon. Below, Priestess Bailing waves him off, calling after him with a grin, hoping her brave hero returns in one piece, preferably without catching another cold. Meanwhile, deep within the icy dungeon, a group of rookie adventurers huddle together, shivering as they curse their luck. One grumbles, barely able to feel his fingers, wondering if they signed up for an adventure or an impromptu freezer session. Another, frustrated, complains that the Ice Witch's crystal armor dulled his sword without leaving a scratch. With a defeated sigh, one of them admits that he'll likely need to grind levels for months before tackling this dungeon again. However, their complaints are cut short as they notice a massive dragon eye opening, its fierce gaze locking onto them. Panic floods their faces, each one momentarily frozen in fear, wondering what fresh nightmare has befallen them. Before they end up terrified to death, Su Yang steps forward and with a gentle smirk, he signals that their attempt is over and that he's taking over from here. Relieved, the rookies practically stumble out of his way, grateful to be off the hook. As they retreat, one of them looks back in awe, recognizing him as the one from the citywide announcement, the very man who tamed the Black Dragon. The sight of him stepping into the dungeon alone leaves them speechless, as if they're witnessing a living legend in action. Su Yang strides forward, unbothered by the biting cold swirling around him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoes through the dungeon as a massive snow monster Bigfoot, level 92, appears with a horde of smaller snow creatures at level 89. They charge, eyes filled with fury, but Su Yang's dragon unleashes a roar even more powerful, scattering the monsters as if they've just remembered something urgent back home. Su Yang steps forward, his gaze fixed on the trembling Bigfoot snow monster that's practically shrinking under his stare. He smirks to himself, feeling that familiar thrill of a boss exerting pressure over weaker creatures. It doesn't matter which dungeon it is, he's still the big fish in this icy pond. With a casual wave, he dismisses the cowering snow monsters, deciding they aren't worth his time. His dragon, however, is far from satisfied, letting out a powerful roar, clearly itching for a bigger fight. Su Yang, matching its enthusiasm, commands it straight to the real prize, the boss. His dragon doesn't waste a second, unleashing a stream of fiery breath that erupts through the frozen landscape. Snow melts, ice shatters, and the dungeon quakes as a massive explosion tears through the terrain. Amidst the destruction, the enraged Ice Witch materializes, shouting in fury at the intruder who dared to wreck her palace. But before she can finish, Su Yang's dragon slams the ground with a forceful blow, cutting her off mid-sentence. Su Yang regards her with a cold, detached look, clearly unimpressed by her theatrics. If he had a clock, he'd probably be checking it right now. Su Yang stands victorious. The system chimes in, confirming his success in defeating the dungeon boss. Flames linger around him, remnants of the dragon's fiery onslaught, casting an intense glow over the icy ruins. He glances at the smoldering remains of the Ice Witch and sighs, mildly disappointed. This so-called challenge barely even warmed him up. Su Yang, flexing with a smirk, mutters to himself, brushing off the ease of his fourth transformation. It was never supposed to be hard after all. He wonders if maybe the legendary stage will provide a real challenge, something to actually make him break a sweat. Meanwhile, a group of girls from the Yu Yun Guild arrive outside the dungeon. The girl with the snowy hat spots the notification that the dungeon is currently being challenged, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. Next to her, the brown-haired girl suggests they wait. There might be a chance if the current challenger fails. After all, a little wishful thinking never hurt anyone. But an adventurer nearby chimes in with a knowing look, advising them not to get their hopes up. He explains that a true boss has entered the dungeon, and he's not one to leave any job unfinished. When someone like him is inside, the rest are just here to watch, he says with the resignation of someone who's seen legends in action. Curiosity piqued, the girl with the snowy hat asks who this boss could be. The answer leaves her stunned. It's the guy who tamed the black dragon. The crowd collectively sighs, realizing they're just here to catch a glimpse of a living legend as he exits the dungeon. The girl with the snowy hat mutters that they'll try their luck next time, and her eyes gleam with excitement. Noticing the spark in her eyes, her friend, the pink-haired girl, grabs her arm, insisting they stay put. After all, a single glance from the dragon tamer might be an instant ticket to the top, or so the rumor goes. The girl with the snowy hat, more grounded, nudges her friend with a playful shove, urging her to calm down. The other adventurer nearby agrees they might as well wait, pointing out a few yards away, where even two older adventurers stand with the same look of anticipation. Because legends don't come around every day, and even the oldies wouldn't want to miss a glimpse of glory in action. It turns out that two of the oldies in the crowd are none other than Augustin and Tang Zhan. Augustin, with a wistful smile on his face, stares off into the distance, daydreaming about having a beautiful companion by his side to keep him warm in this icy weather. Perhaps he's feeling a bit tipsy, but the cold seems to have sunk deeper than usual today. Beside him, Tang Zhan stands unfazed, as steady as a rock despite the freezing conditions. Suddenly, a wave of excitement ripples through the crowd as whispers spread. The boss is coming out. The pink-haired girl's eyes light up with anticipation, and she calls out eagerly, hoping for an autograph. She looks up at the imposing black dragon with admiration, sighing in awe at the creature's raw power and majesty. In her mind, the person who can tame such a beast must be a top guild's handsome elite. Hearts practically radiate from her gaze as she squeals, captivated by the sight. At that moment, Su Yang steps forward, his calm, casual demeanor instantly catching the attention of everyone gathered. The girls are stunned for a moment, slowly realizing that the legendary figure before them is, in fact, Su Yang. Yu Yun, the guild leader, gasps in disbelief. She whispers in awe, marveling that it's really him, the one who tamed the black dragon. She can't quite grasp how someone only level 80 could manage such a feat. Su Yang glances over at his guildmates, his presence radiating the quiet confidence of a true boss. He greets them with a look that says, "Long time no see." The girls standing there are momentarily stunned, struggling to process that a living legend is standing right before them. Yu Yun, still half in disbelief, studies him carefully. She asks if he's truly the one who tamed the black dragon and became famous worldwide, almost as if she needs a final confirmation that this isn't a dream. Su Yang gives her a nod, asking if they're here for leveling up. Yu Yun explains that she was planning to help Xiao Yu gather materials, but it looks like they'll have to wait until the dungeon's next cooldown. Her disappointment is hard to miss. Su Yang takes a moment to glance through his inventory, pausing as he spots something. He pulls out a glowing, frost-colored orb labeled Heart of Frost, Epic, the very material that had dropped from the boss he just defeated. Without a second thought, he offers it to the girl with the snowy hat. She hesitates, clearly torn, insisting she can't accept it. It's a rare item after all, and she's not about to take such a valuable piece from a legend. She tries to politely refuse, saying she'll wait for the next dungeon reset, but Su Yang insists, gently pressing it into her hand. He reassures her it's fine, adding the casual shrug that he doesn't need it anyway, and that it suits her perfectly. A blush spreads across the girl's cheeks as she clutches the Heart of Frost, silently wondering why he has to be such a legend. Just then, the pink-haired girl chimes in, nudging her friend. She points out that if the handsome young master himself is offering, he genuinely doesn't need it. She should just take it. Reluctantly, the girl with the snowy hat holds the Heart of Frost close, murmuring her acceptance. Su Yang addresses the group with a warm smile, easing the tension. He assures them that there's no need to be so formal. After all, they've tackled dungeons together as friends, not just allies. The pink-haired girl grins, appreciating his easygoing nature and feeling a bit more relaxed herself. Suddenly, a low, ominous rumble echoes through the icy expanse, capturing everyone's attention. Su Yang glances back at his legendary dragon Athos, sensing something's up. He calmly asks the dragon if something's wrong, and Athos responds with a deep, rumbling growl. Meanwhile, Augustin is reaching out to Athos like he's about to pet the enormous creature before him. With a sly grin, he eases his hand closer and murmurs something about how he's just giving it a friendly pat. Witnessing this, Su Yang wonders, wide-eyed, who this daring old man really is, as somehow, without a hint of hesitation or resistance, this oldie has managed to touch the black dragon Athos like he's petting a neighborhood cat. This old man in a hooded cloak then makes his way towards Su Yang and the girls. The girl with the pink hair wrinkles her nose, muttering something about a strong whiff of alcohol. Beside her, the girl with the snowy hat tilts her head, feeling a flicker of recognition. She wonders aloud if she's seen this man before, some kind of officer perhaps. Augustin, unfazed by their reactions, offers a relaxed smirk and reassures them he means no harm. Then with the faintest shift in the air, he vanishes. Before anyone can even blink, Su Yang finds himself teleported as well. The sudden change leaves him sweating and disoriented. He's baffled, spatial teleportation, and not just that, but a group teleportation too, no gestures, no spells, nothing. He can't wrap his mind around how this old man pulled it off. As he regains his composure, Su Yang addresses the man with a forced calmness, acknowledging the impressive technique. He assumes the old man has some business with him, given how they cleared the area with such ease. He respectfully asks for their names, though the air remains thick and silent, adding to his sense of unease. Finally, the two old men introduce themselves, and the weight of their titles hits like a ton of bricks. Augustin is none other than the president of the Ring of the Mage God, and his companion, Tang Zhan, leads the Undying War Domain. These aren't just any visitors, they're legends, two of the most powerful guild leaders from the top-tier SS guilds. Su Yang's mind races, piecing it all together with rising dread. Two legends in the realm have sought out him, a novice who's barely scratched through his advancement quest. His stomach sinks as a single thought echoes in his head. He's in way over his head. With dread creeping in, Su Yang manages to gather his voice, though a flicker of excitement slips through. He respectfully addresses them, his voice catching slightly as he asks if they've come to discuss dragon taming techniques. Augustin grins, nodding enthusiastically. Exactly, he says, leaning in with a spark in his eye, eager to hear Su Yang's insights on what it takes to tame a dragon. But suddenly, Augustin's aura shifts, and an immense wave of magical power radiates outward, pressing down on Su Yang like a mountain. The suffocating weight of the magic leaves him stiff, barely able to move. Tang Zhan scowls, unimpressed. He casts a stern glance at Augustin, calling him out for nearly frightening the young one from Longxia. Augustin, realizing he may have overdone it, chuckles sheepishly and apologizes, admitting he got a bit too excited. The tension lifts slightly as Augustin gives a small, embarrassed laugh, muttering something about needing a drink to steady himself. Tang Zhan, ever the composed one, reassures Su Yang that Carolina has briefed them on his situation. He explains they're simply here to exchange information and promises to keep Augustin in check. Augustin, clearly a bit annoyed, rolls his eyes and scoffs at being painted as the bad guy. With a sly grin, he reaches into his robe, pulling out two radiant scrolls. The glow of the scrolls catches Su Yang's eye, and he realizes these aren't ordinary items, they're forbidden spell scrolls. Augustin offers a deal. If Su Yang shares his dragon taming techniques, the scrolls are his. Su Yang can't help but feel the pull of the offer. Forbidden spell scrolls of this caliber are rare and powerful, and these could be the key he's been searching for. But there's something about Augustin's grin that makes him cautious. The power radiating from the scrolls feels otherworldly, and he senses there's more to this deal than meets the eye. This could be the chance he's waited for, but he wonders, what is it that Augustin truly wants in return? Tang Zhan and Augustin's fierce stares practically pin Su Yang to the spot, an unspoken warning flashing in their eyes. These two are among the best, and if they catch a whiff of his bluff, he's done for. Su Yang feels his heart hammering, knowing he's walking a thin line. But he figures if he's going to bluff, he might as well go all in. With a calm expression, Su Yang raises a finger, projecting as much confidence as he can muster. He acknowledges the value of the forbidden spell scrolls, but points out that they're single use. Boldly, he suggests that a forbidden spell skill book might be a better deal. Augustin's humor fades, his eyes narrowing as he studies Su Yang, clearly puzzled. In his mind, Su Yang's request doesn't add up. He wonders aloud why a warrior would want a spell book. Augustin questions whether Su Yang is trying to push beyond the usual boundaries of a beast tamer, aiming to cast forbidden spells like a mage as well. The suspicion is clear in his gaze, and Su Yang senses he's on thin ice. Tang Zhan steps in, observing Su Yang closely and giving a slight nod as he speaks to Augustin. He mentions that some warriors follow a path that mixes magic with their combat skills, and Su Yang might be one of them. Taking the cue, Su Yang keeps his cool, confirming that he is indeed a mystic spirit warrior, a warrior capable of wielding magic. Accepting this explanation, Augustin finally relents, pulling out a gleaming spell book and extending it towards Su Yang. This is no ordinary spell book. It contains the Tier 2 forbidden spell, Thunder Destruction Technique. Augustin hands it over as a gift, though he warns Su Yang with a serious tone. A spell of this caliber requires significant mental strength, possibly a higher rank, to wield it effectively. Forbidden scrolls may provide an instant boost in power, but Augustin advises Su Yang to think carefully about what he's risking in exchange. Su Yang nods, appearing confident as he accepts the spell book, but inside he's already calculating the potential. He recalls the power of Tier 1 spells like Lightning of the Universe and Wrath of the Wind God, both strong enough to defeat a 6th level advancement. This Tier 2 spell, however, might even be powerful enough to take on a 7th. His mind races with possibilities, but he keeps his excitement in check, knowing that he's just gained something rare and valuable. Getting serious, Su Yang formally addresses Augustin and reminds him that regarding dragon taming, there is no guarantee that they will succeed. He adds that there have been similar cases with the mighty Global Beast Taming Association, and he hopes that Augustin will understand. Augustin just waves it off with a dismissive flick of his hand, as if he's heard it all before. With a grand, sweeping gesture, he commands a sound barrier to be set up, making it clear that things are about to get serious. A few minutes later, Su Yang stands within the shimmering boundary. Tang Zhan and Augustin listen attentively, absorbing the intricate insights shared by Su Yang. Su Yang looks up and asks if they're satisfied with his understanding. Augustin, with a confident gleam, nods and casually declares his intent to head straight to a dragon's sanctuary to try out the techniques. Su Yang blinks, momentarily stunned. Augustin is actually planning to put this into practice right away. Internally, Su Yang can't help but think, geez, this old man is serious. Tang Zhan steps forward, giving Su Yang a careful, scrutinizing look. He admits that he had his doubts at first, but Su Yang's detailed understanding of the Black Dragon Fortress mechanisms has won him over. For Tang Zhan, there's no choice but to believe him. Su Yang smirks inwardly, satisfied with his success. Suddenly, Tang Zhan tosses something towards Su Yang, who instinctively catches it. He glances down, curious, as Tang Zhan explains that it's a warrior skill book containing a Tier 2 ultimate technique, the Absolute Destruction Fist. Su Yang examines the book closely, his mind racing. He realizes that this must be Tang Zhan's signature move, an ultimate technique befitting the formidable reputation of Tang Zhan, known as the 9-tier Absolute Tyrant. The generous gift leaves Su Yang feeling a bit uneasy, but he reassures himself that a fellow Longshan wouldn't deceive another from Longxia. Tang Zhan goes on, saying once he tames a dragon, he'll gain access to the Dragon Spirit's secret realm, a hidden realm reserved exclusively for Dragon Masters. Right now, only Su Yang and Valeria hold that title, though in time, others might join them. Su Yang nods, doing his best to maintain a calm exterior, though inside his mind is calculating his next steps. He remembers reading about the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. The rarer the dragon, the greater the rewards it offers. If he's to make the most of this opportunity, he'll need to hunt down more dragons. But beneath his confident facade, he knows his knowledge is an elaborate bluff. With every step, he's walking a razor-thin line, aware that one wrong move could shatter the illusion he's so carefully crafted. Tang Zhan's expression shifts, his face growing serious as he continues. He explains that after the recent world-level boss event, experience points and drop rates from the Demon Abyss have spiked. Officials are organizing a team of young, talented individuals to undergo specialized training in this abyss. He then casts a nod of respect towards Su Yang, noting that his profile speaks volumes. His advancement quests, all rated at 5-star difficulty, are a testament to his exceptional talent. Tang Zhan states plainly that Su Yang is more than qualified to join. Su Yang acknowledges this with a simple nod, but can't shake a sense of doubt, wondering why the Demon Abyss specifically for training. Surely there are other, safer options, and the boosted experience and drop rates seem like a small reason for such a choice. Sensing his hesitation, Tang Zhan raises an eyebrow, seemingly impressed by his insight. He reminds Su Yang that since he completed the 5-star third advancement, he must have encountered the Red Moon invasion at least once. Su Yang nods, recalling his encounter with it, and wonders aloud if there's a deeper connection. Tang Zhan's face grows even darker. He explains that despite this game era lasting hundreds of years, no one truly understands what the Red Moon is, not even the revered Profession Change Temple. The temple remains elusive, refusing to explain the phenomenon clearly. Tang Zhan explains they only know that the higher one's 5-star advancements, the more frequent these Red Moon invasions become. Those who fall to the Scarlet Decay face permanent death, erased entirely. His voice holds a note of resolve as he declares that it's almost as if the Red Moon exists to weed out the most gifted players. Standing firm, he concludes that they can't just stand by anymore, something must change. The monsters in the Demon Abyss, with their uncanny resemblance to the Scarlet Decay, make it an ideal training ground. It's not just about leveling up, it's about facing down a real threat. Su Chen tells Tang Zhan that now he understands. He then reflects that the Profession Change Temple seems to recognize this, even going so far as to open a store where rare items can be exchanged for Red Moon crystals and assigning temple priests to purify warriors who encounter contamination. Su Yang wonders if there's more to it, a hidden purpose, but he knows he's missing key information. For now, though, there are no additional clues. Just as they prepare to part ways, Tang Zhan gives him a nod and mentions that the Demon Abyss assembly is about to begin. Then, with a polite farewell, Tang Zhan departs, leaving Su Yang with a sense of curiosity. Standing alone, Su Yang reflects on everything that's unfolded. Tang Zhan's strength and presence made him feel utterly powerless. He thought taming the Black Dragon would set him apart, would be enough to claim some distinction. Yet, in the presence of a 9-tier expert, he realizes how far he still has to go. His gaze hardens and he clenches his fist, a new resolve igniting within him. He knows he needs to speed up his progress in the Demon Abyss. He's done playing catch-up. If he wants to stand on the same level as legends like Tang Zhan, he'll need to get stronger and fast. Back at the temple, Su Yang approaches the statue, which suddenly activates in a blaze of light, confirming his quest progress. His fourth advancement, a 5-star quest, stands at 100% complete. Su Yang braces as radiant fire energy surrounds him, surging through his body. With a resolute voice, he silently vows to get stronger, feeling a new determination solidify within him. The system quickly recognizes his achievements, blessing him with the statue's radiant approval. His life strength surges, all base attributes boosted by a hefty 25%. The system announces his fourth advancement as complete, raising his level cap to 100 and awarding him 30 base attribute points per level. With 52.3 million experience detected, he levels up from 80 to 85, gaining an impressive 150 free attribute points, along with 400 strength points, 400 mental points, and a legendary skill book for Mystic Spirit Warrior. Talk about a shopping spree, courtesy of Divine. Su Yang's stats now read like the start of a powerlifting challenge. 7,692 in strength, 2,646 in speed, and 3,970 in mental power. As he examines his new skill, he can't help but feel intrigued. This legendary skill, Mystic Spirit, allows him to summon a combat spirit with half his attributes and switch places with it instantly during battle. The spirit lasts 10 minutes, perfect for strategic maneuvers. Kingside castling in a duel, he thinks with a smirk. Now that's a move worthy of a legend. Yet despite the new power surging through him, there's a nagging feeling. After witnessing true top-tier strength, he knows it's not enough. His hunger for power has only grown. Beside him, Priestess Bai Ling notices his intense expression and offers a cheerful congratulations, but she can't help but ask why he doesn't look happy. Su Yang brushes it off with a smile, simply stating he's deep in thought. Inside, though, his mind races. To truly grow stronger, he knows he must move forward with his plan sooner than expected. Later, the system buzzes with a Boss Link complete alert. Su Yang is back in the Demon Abyss, in the body of the God-tier Demon Lord. His chilling voice echoes as he summons one of his demons, Wrathful Samuel, to come and obey him. A towering demon boss materializes from the shadows, bowing low. Addressing Su Yang as Supreme Lord, the demon awaits his command. With a deadly calm, Su Yang grants him death and orders him to return to the darkness of Abyss. Samuel's eyes widen, his expression caught between confusion and terror as he realizes the command is final. Panic overtakes Samuel. He raises a trembling question, desperate for clarity. He asks why his master, the Supreme Monarch, wishes to end him, frantically seeking to understand what he could have possibly done wrong. Su Yang, still settled in the body of the God-tier Demon Lord, regards Samuel thoughtfully. Internally, he muses over Samuel's true strength, a demigod-tier boss, radiating power that surpasses even gluttony Beelzebub's. Indeed, Samuel embodies the essence of the King of Original Sin. Bringing up Samuel's stats, Su Yang studies the impressive display on the screen. Samuel's title gleams. King of Original Sin, Samuel class, demigod tier. His health pool is an astronomical 150 million, his strength a colossal 232.271, his spirit a formidable 55.632, and his speed a staggering 124,313. Su Yang's eyes narrow as he notes Samuel's special ability, 7 Deadly Sins, Wrath. The details reveal Samuel's relentless nature as the King of Wrath, of being locked in a constant state of fury, dealing true damage to any unfortunate enough to cross his path. Additionally, his unique power, Coffer of the Wrathful King, carries a grim consequence. Any target slain by Samuel sacrifices 10% of their health as an offering to the Lord Original Sin. Su Yang considers the power in Samuel's offering skill, realizing it lets Samuel endlessly collect life energy. Imagining the potential, he knows his own health could stack up to a downright terrifying level if Samuel sticks around. It strikes him that killing off this powerhouse might just be a waste, like throwing out a treasure chest because it's a little heavy. Playing it cool, Su Yang keeps his expression icy, glancing at Samuel with a gaze that could cut stone, daring him to question his authority. Samuel, clearly committed to his role as the ultimate loyal follower, bows his head without hesitation. His loyalty shows in his lack of fear. Even as a warrior who's never tasted defeat, he stands ready to obey the command even if it leads to his end. Yet there's a stubborn pride in him, a reluctance he can't hide, as if his very essence is built to resist any quiet exit. He's a storm with nowhere to go, his fury caged, and even though he's ready to obey, it's clear his anger doesn't plan on simmering down. Sensing the powerful aura around him, Su Yang finds himself intrigued. There's no defiance in Samuel, no rebellion, yet the raw anger radiates as naturally as fire gives off heat. It's like watching a volcano agreeing not to erupt, fierce, but still. Su Yang smirks inwardly, deciding he'll keep playing his part as the untouchable boss for now. Su Yang addresses Samuel with an air of calm authority, making it clear that his decision to end Samuel's life isn't a punishment. There's reasoning behind it, something he has carefully considered, almost like a well-thought-out retirement plan with an inevitable twist. Without wasting time, he commands Samuel to return to the deepest darkness and to dedicate his power there, promising him a grand return when the time is right. Hearing this, Samuel perks up, his loyalty instantly rekindled. He understands his master's intention, and with newfound enthusiasm, he's ready to embrace his end if it means dedicating himself to darkness until Su Yang summons him again. With the eagerness of a dedicated employee given an important task, Samuel expresses his gratitude, seeing his upcoming sacrifice as a noble service. Su Yang, satisfied with Samuel's loyalty, summons the dark blade of the demon monarch. With a simple flick of his hand, the blade slices through the air and strikes Samuel in the chest. Samuel, accepting the strike without hesitation, finally grasps the immense power of his master. There's a strange sense of pride in him as he experiences the might of the supreme monarch firsthand. In a final commanding tone, Su Yang instructs him to wait in the darkness, an eternal resting place, until his eventual return. As his life fades, Samuel declares his dedication, vowing to follow Su Yang's will. Meanwhile, down in the 100th level of the demon abyss, Beelzebub is stirred from his idle routine. He senses something big has happened and wonders aloud, a bit baffled about what's going on. No one has dared to challenge him since he was revived, so he's left scratching his head, speculating. Could it be that the Supreme Monarch personally sends Samuel into the void? A notification suddenly pops up in front of Su Yang. Ding! You have killed the King of Original Sin, Samuel. Experience gained 13.4 billion. Level up to level 85. 100 level overflow experience 13 billion. 7.8 billion experience points converted to experience reserves. Su Yang takes a moment to process the numbers. 13.4 billion experience, this is no small prize. It's a testament to Samuel's demigod tier power. But then there's the overflow. A painful 40% of that total, over 5 billion, just going to waste. It stings like missing out on the last slice of cake at a feast. Still, the experience reserves left over from Samuel's defeat are enough to give Su Yang a major boost once he completes his 5th job change quest. The ease of leveling up this time almost makes him nostalgic, like that time he took down the Black Dragon. But this feels even better, a true jackpot. With excitement building, Su Yang shifts his attention to the real highlight. Samuel's item drops. He opens up the inventory and the loot practically glows with legendary potential. The first item catches his eye. Flesh of the King of Original Sin, Samuel. Consuming it grants a permanent 10 million increase in maximum health. It's a one-time use item, a rare gem of an opportunity, like finding a lifetime supply of health potions rolled into one. The second item doesn't disappoint either. Broken Heart of the King of Original Sin, Samuel. This one promises a permanent strength boost of 10,000 points. Su Yang can't help but smirk, thinking of it as a power-up in a bite, a quick and easy way to get a serious edge. Then there's the third item, Demon Horn of the King of Original Sin, Samuel. This one doesn't have a direct use for Su Yang, but he knows it's highly valuable as forging material. In the hands of a legendary blacksmith, this horn could be turned into an artifact, something that would likely be the envy of every demon lord in the abyss. And finally, he examines the fourth item, Demon source of the King of Original Sin, Samel. This treasure grants immunity to demonic power erosion for a hopping 400 layers, effectively a shield against all things chaotic and corrupt. Suyang grins, feeling like he's just hit the jackpot at a supernatural casino. Startled, Suyang blinks and rereads the stats, half convinced he's hallucinating. 10 million maximum health, 10,000 points in strength. These items seem like they belong in a fairy tale rather than his inventory. His current base strength barely scrapes past 2,127 points, and his health sits at a humble 53,175. These items would multiply his stats into the stratosphere, giving him 5 times his current strength and a health bar so massive it would make him practically unbreakable. Suyang chuckles to himself, realizing that even without linking to a boss, he's starting to look like one himself, complete with the kind of health pool that could terrify any challenger. The 10,000 points in strength is equally mind-boggling. Combined with the boost he already gets from his job changes and the effects of the Heart of the Dragon Slayer, his power is set to skyrocket. And with his passive skill enhancements stacked on top, Suyang can almost see himself swatting away 5th job changers and even 6th job changers as if they're minor inconveniences. If any poor soul shows up with wings of black flame, he imagines ripping them apart bare-handed, barely needing to break a sweat. Then he considers the other 2 items. One of them can be used as a forging material for artifacts, which means there's potential for some legendary weapon or armor in his future. Tang Jian had once mentioned that the monsters in the Demon Abyss are similar to the Crimson Withering, notorious for its infectious curse. Fighting against the Crimson Withering leads to Crimson Infection, so it's logical to think that taking on the demons in the Abyss could lead to demonic erosion, a power-draining corruption. As he thinks deeper, a new theory emerges. If the Demon Abyss resembles the Blood Moon and there's a crimson portal of invasion, could it mean there's also a supreme being, a ruler like the King of Original Sin, lurking somewhere within? In the Abyss, job changers who fall can still be resurrected, but those who meet their end at the hands of the Crimson Withering have no such luck. He wonders if, lurking in these dark depths, a supreme monarch could exist, someone even mightier than the King of Original Sin. The idea is both thrilling and daunting, but Suyang quickly shakes it off. That's a question for another day. Right now, his goal is crystal clear: secure the first kill of the King of Original Sin. Once he reaches the Divine Tier, he'll revisit these big-picture mysteries. Returning to his inventory, Suyang checks out the new equipment, and the first item that pops up is a jaw-dropper, the Demigod Artifact, Armor of the Wrathful King. The armor itself comes with some hefty requirements, restrictions set for the truly relentless. To even wear it, you'd have to slay 100,000 Diamond-tier demons, 1,000 Star-tier demons, 100 Radiant Moon-tier demons, and 10 Sun-tier demons. Suyang can practically feel the armor's aura. It's as if it seethes with the fury of its former owner, Samel, a king who lived in a state of eternal rage. Even the armor itself seems ready to destroy everything in its path. The armor's attributes are nothing short of spectacular. It adds a solid 2 million to health, boosts strength by 5,000 points, ups physical resistance by another 5,000, and even increases overall toughness by 35%. Then there's the trait Desire for Destruction. Passively, this trait raises all attributes by 1% for every 1,000 consecutive kills during battle, a feature that's like a growing snowball of power lasting until the end of the fight. And for an added kick, there's the Wrathful Berserker active ability. When rage hits its peak, this ability converts pain into raw power, sacrificing 70% of his health to give him a 200% boost in all attributes for 10 minutes. It's a trade-off that would turn Suyang into an unstoppable force, but only for a short, dangerous window. Suyang studies the attributes of the armor with a grin. The stats are absolutely insane, offering strength, health, and effects that seem almost too good to be true. And with no level or attribute restrictions, this truly lives up to its title as a demigod artifact. But then he frowns. Is this really all? Just this single piece of gear? Where are his beloved inverse sin weapons? Shrugging off the thought, he reminds himself that luck isn't always on his side, and the rewards he's received are already beyond generous. With a sigh, he instructs the system to disconnect, but just as he's about to leave, a notification pops up. There are still special dropped equipment unconfirmed. Do you wish to disconnect? Yes? No. Intrigued, Suyang pauses. Special drops. This setting wasn't part of the usual loot mechanics. Could it be something extraordinary? Curiosity getting the better of him, he selects the option to view the special drop. And there it is, the treasure he hoped for. Artifact Inverse Sin. Punishment of Wrath. His excitement grows as he reads through the description. This weapon isn't just rare, it's one of a kind. The item is unique, limited, and bound to his soul, meaning it can't be traded, gifted, or dropped. It's described as the judgment weapon for reversing sins and taking down demon kings, a fitting title for something that only appears after defeating the king of original sin. The requirements, however, are steep. Only those at the demigod tier with a strength of 50,000 or more can wield it. But the stats, they're off the charts. The weapon grants a monstrous plus 20,000 strength and reduces toughness by a hopping 60%. Then there's the first trait, Deadly Sin, which converts all damage dealt by the weapon into true damage, a game-changer for Su Yang's battles. The second trait, Inverse Sin. Punishment of Wrath applies a 10% debuff to all enemy attributes. And finally, the augmentation, Slayer of Kings, seals the deal. After defeating a king of original sin, the weapon returns to the void, leaving Su Yang with a permanent authority that's bound to elevate his status even further. Su Yang finally grasps why the Inverse Sin weapon series is essential for taking down the king of original sin. Right now, the world's strongest fighters, like Tang Zhan, a 9th job changer at the demigod tier, are impressive, but still fall short of the divine tier. Even if someone of Tang Zhan's caliber can handle other kings like Gluttony, it would be helpless against a true divine tier being like the king of original sin. The brilliance of the Inverse Sin weapons becomes clear to him. Each weapon in the series can strip the king of original sin of a portion of their authority and apply a 10% all-attribute debuff. With all 7 Inverse Sin weapons, this totals a crippling 70% debuff, leaving the king of original sin at only 30% of their original strength. Suddenly, the possibility of defeating such a seemingly invincible foe seems within reach. These artifacts are truly exclusive tools, purpose-built for slaying kings. Just then, one of his demigod demons radiates an aura of presence. Curious, Su Yang wonders who could be calling for him. A voice laced with loyalty reaches out, requesting permission to return to the depths of the abyss with news to deliver. Moments later, a striking demigod demon lady appears, bowing deeply before him. With a respectful tone, she confesses that while he was in slumber, she returned to the abyss without permission. Raising her hand, she conjures a hunter's whip out of thin air and offers it to him. She insists on accepting punishment for her offense before proceeding with her report. Su Yang takes hold of the whip, somewhat puzzled by her eagerness for discipline. Transgression, returning without permission. He wonders what she's talking about. Has something major happened here while he was away? Meanwhile, the demon lady seems to be putting her apology on full display. Su Yang is momentarily taken aback, realizing she might just be enjoying this a bit too much. He has to wonder, is this prideful demon actually a bit of a masochist? Su Yang, who is still in the body of the Demon King, takes a moment to reflect on his predicament. He doesn't know what's going on, but one thing is clear. It's time to embrace the role of the Almighty Sovereign. After all, what's the point of being supreme if you don't act the part? And for offenses like overstepping their bounds, his servants clearly need some correction. Gripping the hunter's whip with as much authority as he can muster, he lands a firm strike on the demon lady's apple bottom. She cries in pain, but Su Yang quickly notices something strange. She doesn't look upset, in fact, is that she seems to enjoy it. She shoots him a sultry look, practically begging him to continue. She wants him to be fiercer, and Su Yang, now really getting into the swing of things, decides to give her the dose she can't handle. He swings his hand down again and again, clearly enjoying his new role as the big boss. His eyes glow red, and with a dramatic flair, he gives a little speech about how he's the one who decides the punishment, not her. He announces that the punishment will double, one for her behavior and one for her attitude. He makes sure she knows who's in charge here, all while looking like he's having a bit too much fun with the whole thing. The demon lady, realizing she might have pushed her luck too far, suddenly looks nervous. She quickly backpedals, trying to save face, and begs for forgiveness for her arrogance. It's clear she didn't expect the Supreme Demon King to be this serious about his new gig. She bows and kneels before Su Yang, her posture as submissive as possible. Su Yang, getting back to business, looks at her and asks her to share the news she brings. While kneeling, she speaks, her voice steady but with a hint of urgency. She informs him that during his slumber the previous night, the humans, those pesky, nosy creatures, dared to peek into the depths of the abyss. She is convinced that only one person could be bold enough to pull off such a stunt, is that holy high priest. Su Yang reflects on the situation, connecting the dots. He realizes that this event happened right after he disconnected the connection. And at that precise moment, the Transmutation Temple had announced him as a world-class boss. The timing couldn't be worse. He thinks about how even powerful beings like Tang Zhan with his 9-turn powerhouses could only advance slowly with careful strategy. Yet this holy high priest managed to peer directly into the deepest part of the demon abyss, which could only mean one thing: the strength of this priest is formidable. The more Su Yang considers it, the more he suspects that this priest might have already reached the divine tier. Su Yang gives a nod of understanding and tells the demon lady to return to her post. She bows and leaves, but as she walks away, her mind starts to wander. She can't help but wonder if Samuel is really dead, but quickly dismisses the thought. It must be something granted by the king, she thinks. The mortals couldn't have stirred him to such fury so fast. Her mind shifts to her mighty king, and a blush creeps up her face as she walks. She gets a little lost in her thoughts, thinking that she'd do anything for him, even if it meant throwing herself into a pit of danger. She quickly snaps out of it, reminding herself to focus on her duties and not get too carried away. Sitting on the throne of the Supreme Demon King, Sun Yang reflects on the hidden powerhouses within the Transmutation Temple. He hadn't expected them to be so strong, and it's clear now why their authority has been so unshakable for so long. However, he quickly pushes those thoughts aside. Right now, the only thing that matters is increasing his own strength. The path forward is clear. Complete the 5th transmutation task and make his official advance to the legendary stage. It's a big step, and he knows he has to focus all his energy on reaching that goal. Meanwhile, at the Eagle Beauty Federation's new Silver Lake Dragon nest, Augustin stands in front of a green dragon that looks like it's barely holding on to consciousness. He's frustrated beyond words. He's followed Su Yang's so-called foolproof method step by step, but the dragon just lies there refusing to obey. He opens his system to check his progress or lack of it. 3 dragon secret realms in one day and nothing. Not a single success. Worse, he's almost out of dragon realms in the Federation. Just as he's about to throw his hands up in exasperation, a system notification pops up. It announces that the first weapon of the Reverse Sin series has been obtained and that someone has completed one of the 7 world-class boss subjugations. Augustin stares at the message, stunned. His expression shifts from disbelief to pure rage in record time. He looks like a kettle about to whistle, steam practically pouring out of him. The thought of someone defeating the king of original sin in a single day makes his head spin. It's not just annoying, it's insulting. He wonders who could have pulled off something so outrageous. Tangzhan pops into his mind, but the idea only fuels his anger. Meanwhile, the green dragon lazily opens one eye, probably wondering if Augustin plans to leave anytime soon or just stand there fuming all day. Augustin's eyes glow with a fiery rage as his anger boils over. To him, this is not just about someone breaking the rules, it's an insult to his beloved High Priest Euphemia. He clenches his fists, vowing that anyone bold enough to disrespect Euphemia, and by extension himself, will face consequences they'll regret. His fury simmers, promising retribution for this audacious act. Meanwhile, in Sakura County, Kyoto, Lord Takugawa gathers his men for an update. He turns to Asui Sonakiro, head of the Asui family, and asks about his daughter's readiness to subdue a dragon. Asui, with a composed yet determined air, shares the latest news. Word has it that the Black Dragon has already been subdued by some genius, raising the stakes for Sakura County. They simply can't afford to lag behind. Asui assures Lord Takugawa that while the Black Dragon may be off the table, their plans are far from over. Negotiations with Longjia continue, and they've arranged for his daughter to face a Red Dragon instead. Unlike the fearsome Black Dragon, the Red Dragon presents a far lesser threat. Based on his daughter's abilities, Asui confidently estimates a 70% chance of success. Lord Takugawa sits back with a satisfied nod, pleased with the preparations so far. He confidently shifts the conversation to the Demon Abyss, emphasizing how lucky they are to have the chance to challenge the King of Original Sin first. This is their moment to shine, and he wants everyone to understand the importance of grabbing this opportunity. Just as the room begins to buzz with determination, a system notification cuts through the air. The announcement is like a slap. Someone has already obtained the first weapon of the Reverse Sin series. Lord Takugawa's face changes faster than the seasons, from calm and composed to absolutely furious. His mood nosedives, and the whole room feels the shift. The murmurs start immediately. Someone in the back mutters about how they were supposed to go first. Another one laments the absurd luck of whoever managed to claim the weapon. The room quickly turns into a symphony of confusion and annoyance, with everyone trying to figure out who could have pulled off such a stunt. Lord Takugawa sits still for a moment, his mind racing. He knows there aren't many countries capable of pulling off a strategy against the King of Original Sin in a single day. His thoughts land squarely on the Eagle Beauty Federation, and just the idea makes him grind his teeth. If they're behind this, they're about to have a serious problem. With a dramatic rise from his seat, he orders action. He turns to the shogunate leaders, declaring it's time to march to the Holy City. Answers are needed, and he's not planning to leave without them. Meanwhile, in the Holy City, a flustered priest rushes to High Priest Euphemia, sharing the news that leaders, executives from various nations, and presidents of SSS-level guilds are on their way to the city. The priest looks understandably nervous. It's not every day that who's who of the world storms in after a dramatic world announcement. She anxiously asks Euphemia to make a decision. Without missing a beat, Euphemia calmly orders the barriers to be shut down and the gates opened. There's no sense in delaying the inevitable, and she'd rather meet this storm head-on. The priest hurries off to carry out the command, relieved to have her marching orders. Euphemia gazes at the sky, her expression thoughtful. Since the dawn of the game era, the Transmutation Temple has guided the world, calming the chaos of war and restoring order. Under its influence, nations stopped fighting long enough to keep the world running smoothly. An incident like today's, a betrayal of the Alliance, is not only rare but dangerously unsettling. She reflects on the consequences, realizing that if this matter escalates into renewed conflict between nations, the existing power and influence of the Transmuters could take a significant hit. At a time when the future is already shrouded in uncertainty, such an outcome could spell disaster. With a sigh, Euphemia prepares to face what promises to be a very long and tense meeting. Later, at the round table meeting, Lord Takugawa wastes no time diving into his grievances. He stands up and speaks, reminding everyone that yesterday, under the holy priest Euphemia's leadership, they had all agreed that Sakura country would be the first to challenge the king of original sin in 3 days. Yet now, thanks to some sneaky and shameless thief, that chance and their divine artifact has been stolen. He points an accusing finger at others, his voice rising as he demands justice, insisting they identify the culprit and make them return what rightfully belongs to Sakura country. The room feels like it's about to burst into flames from all the collective rage. Augustin looks ready to punch a wall, Tangjun is silently fuming, and Carolina seems like she's missed Black Friday's sale. Everyone stands there, stewing in their frustration, as if daring someone to admit guilt. Euphemia, calm as ever, finally speaks. Her voice carries authority as she acknowledges that someone has indeed broken the rules. The killing of the king of original sin and the theft of the artifact are more than just provocations to the nations. It's a direct challenge to the Transmutation Temple itself. Still, she reminds everyone of the merciful nature of their god, offering the sinner a chance for redemption. If the thief admits their mistake and returns the artifact, she solemnly promises, on behalf of the temple and all nations present, to let the matter rest without pursuing further consequences. Euphemia extends her hand with an air of finality, raising her staff as if to seal her words. A dazzling golden light shoots upward, piercing the heavens. She begins a chant, invoking the guidance of the sacred statue. She calls for the holy light to expose the deceiver among them, warning that anyone who lies will see the light above their head vanish. Her tone makes it clear there's no escaping the watchful gaze of the statue. Just as her words echo through the hall, small blobs of golden light appear above the heads of everyone present. The shimmering lights hover gently, an unmistakable reminder that honesty is the only acceptable currency in this meeting. The atmosphere grows thick with suspense as all eyes dart nervously around the room, waiting for the holy light to expose the culprit. Just as the golden lights hover above everyone's heads like divine surveillance drones, murmurs ripple through the room. A blue-haired girl leans over to the man beside her, whispering nervously, asking if he's noticed any lights disappearing. The man squints dramatically, muttering that he hasn't seen anything vanish, probably because his eyes are practically blinded by all the glowing orbs. Carolina pipes up, pointing out that it seems no one is lying. She frowns, clearly puzzled, and starts wondering aloud if the culprit is too scared to show up at all. She is annoyed that even the villains aren't playing fair. Tangjun, who has always been the one to stir the pot, breaks the moment of relative calm. He mentions that there's still one person who hasn't been subjected to the temple's glowing lie detector. The room collectively stiffens as all eyes turn toward him. Augustin, his eyebrows shooting up, immediately jumps in and asking Tangjun what exactly he's trying to say. His tone is sharp, almost daring Tangjun to cross a line. But Tangjun is not someone to back down. He casually drops the name, High Priest Euphemia. All eyes turn to Euphemia, who seems hell annoyed. Her face says it all. Things are about to take a very messy turn, and she knows it. The room falls into an uneasy silence, the kind that feels like the calm before a storm. Euphemia steps forward, and her calm demeanor barely conceals her annoyance. She acknowledges the oversight in not including herself in the lie detection process, admitting that such an omission naturally casts suspicion on her. With a deliberate motion, she raises her staff high, and a radiant golden light bursts into existence above her head. The glow is so intense it floods the room, forcing everyone to shield their eyes as if a miniature sun had just appeared indoors. The crowd collectively recoils, squinting and covering their eyes, some bumping into each other like disoriented muths drawn to a too bright flame. It's clear that this wasn't the gentle glow they were expecting. Apologies ripple through the room, with many silently pleading for the celestial light show to end. Euphemia stands firm, glowing like a divine being who's also done with everyone's nonsense. Augustin steps in, his usual air of diplomacy firmly in place. He tries to calm the room, though his expression shows he's more than a little annoyed at the situation. He emphasizes that Euphemia, with all her strength and status, would never bother with something as petty as stealing an artifact. He shifts the focus to the bigger problem. If the lie detection spell is flawless and no one here is lying, and the real question becomes far more troubling. Whoever killed the king of original sin had to be ridiculously powerful and stealthy, like some legendary assassin who can ghost past everyone without breaking a sweat. The thought leaves the room heavy with silence. The weight of the mystery presses down on them. Carolina points out that not everyone who should be here is actually present. Several demigod-level fighters didn't bother showing up, probably too busy doing whatever overpowered warriors do when they're not saving the world. Tangzhan, always ready to throw more fuel on the fire, agrees with her but grumbles about the lack of evidence. He gestures dramatically, as if willing some proof to fall out of the sky. Euphemia explains that her spell isn't just a lie detection tool. It's designed to expose not only those who commit acts but also anyone complicit, even indirectly, such as informing the killer. Yet, the results remain the same. No one in the room has betrayed their cause. Augustin, Carolina, and Tangzhan exchange uneasy glances, each trying to piece together the mystery in their own way. The thought crosses all their minds at once: if even Euphemia, with all her power and divine insight, is stumped, then who in the world could be behind this? It's the kind of situation that makes even the most confident leaders question whether they've been playing checkers while the culprit plays chess on a whole other board. Euphemia, undeterred by the lack of answers, shifts the tone of the conversation. She acknowledges the strangeness of the situation, conceding that they're facing something unprecedented. But with the matter already a reality, the only choice is to move forward and see what unfolds next. She turns the discussion to the task at hand. Originally, Sakura Country was set to launch the first attack, but with the King of Gluttony already defeated, the focus now shifts. The next King of Original Sin lies deep within the 200th layer of the Demon Abyss. Euphemia then turns to Lord Takugawa and asks him whether Sakura Country is prepared to continue with the challenge. Takugawa, his expression as rigid as someone who just realized they forgot their wallet at home, admits that Sakura Country wants to continue but simply lacks the strength to do so. Anything beyond the 100th layer of the Demon Abyss, he explains, is out of their league. His tone is steady, but there's a hint of resignation, like a student trying to explain why they couldn't finish the assignment. The room seems to collectively nod in quiet agreement. Facing the 200th layer does sound like the setup for a very bad day. Euphemia, unfazed and ever pragmatic, steps in with a solution. She announces that, as per the order of the draw, the Eagle Union will now take over Sakura Country's task of exploring the Abyss. To soften the blow, she assures Sakura Country that as victims of this incident, the temple will provide some compensation. It's a fair trade, though it does feel a bit like handing someone a participation trophy after their team gets eliminated. Augustin signals his agreement almost immediately, stepping forward with the kind of confidence that suggests he's ready for the challenge, or at least ready to look like he is. The declaration earns a few glances, but his confidence is hard to argue with. Takugawa calmly accepts the arrangement on behalf of Sakura Country. Euphemia then makes it clear that further measures are being implemented to avoid similar chaos in the future. She announces that, effective immediately, entrances to the Demon Abyss will be guarded by troops from the Holy City. This move is intended to ensure controlled access and prevent any unauthorized actions. Her tone suggests she's done playing referee and ready to enforce a zero-tolerance policy. With no further comments or protests, she brings the meeting to an official close, leaving behind a room full of leaders nodding in resigned agreement, or at least pretending to. Meanwhile, Su Yang, back in his own body, adjusts his jacket with a casual air of someone who just aced a test he didn't study for. He can't help but reflect on the success of his recent adventure. With the weapon of original sin in hand and his experience points maxed out, he feels like a gamer who's just hit the jackpot in a grind-heavy quest. A small grin tugs at his lips as he mentally tallies his achievements. The trip might have been risky, but it's paid off in spades. He's already thinking about his next move, changing his class to something stronger, flashier, and probably capable of breaking a few more rules. But just then, he receives a notification about the world announcement stating that the first original Sin series weapon has been obtained, and one out of the 7 world-class bosses has been defeated. Su Yang looks at the notification startled. He rubs the back of his head, reflecting the fanfare surrounding the artifact feels excessive, almost like the world is throwing a parade for whoever got their hands on it. He can't help but feel relieved that his name isn't mentioned. His relief, however, quickly gives way to the realization of what this announcement means. High-level figures from every corner of the world will now be on high alert, their interest in the artifact and its wielder reaching dangerous levels. The thought sobers him instantly. If he wants to avoid painting a massive target on his back, he'll need to tread carefully from here on out. He resolves that no one, under any circumstances, can know he possesses the original Sin weapon. Even in life-threatening situations, he vows to use it sparingly, if at all. The risk of exposure outweighs the benefits, and the potential consequences send a chill down his spine. He recalls the old saying about how simply possessing a treasure is enough to invite disaster. Subjugating knows better than to underestimate the truth in that. Subjugating's mind drifts into a vivid scenario, imagining the look of surprise on Priestess Bailing's face if he shows up at the temple again, ready for yet another class change. He can almost hear her internal monologue, how his leveling speed is suspiciously fast, the kind of pace that makes people whisper about hacks or cheats. He envisions other adventurers nudging each other, eyebrows raised, murmuring that there's no way this guy is playing by the rules. Something's definitely up with him, they'd speculate, probably while concocting wild theories about secret items or forbidden skills. Thinking it through, Su Yang realizes pushing forward so quickly might not be the smartest move. It's only been a day since he completed the 4th transition task, and running straight into the 5th would set off every red flag imaginable. Even the temple's neutral priesthood might start raising eyebrows, and that's not the kind of attention he wants. On top of that, his recent high-profile stunt capturing the giant dragon has already drawn more eyes than he's comfortable with. If someone connects the dots between that and the boss defeat, it wouldn't just be bad, it could blow his cover completely. Despite this, the thought of waiting around makes his skin crawl. Sitting idle feels like the opposite of progress, and Su Yang isn't one to waste time twiddling his thumbs. His mind races for a solution, something that allows him to keep moving forward without painting a bigger target on his back. The dilemma nags at him, the itch he can't quite scratch. Slowing down isn't his style, but charging ahead without caution is a recipe for disaster. He weighs his options, torn between the urge to stay under the radar and his natural drive to push boundaries. One thing is clear, he needs a plan, one that balances subtlety with progress. Su Yang strolls through his estate when he spots one of his maids bent over a basin, diligently washing clothes by hand. She looks up and greets him with a cheerful smile, and he approaches, casually asking if she's laundering. He thanks her for her hard work, his tone light but sincere. She chuckles, brushing off the praise with a smile that suggests she's used to doing her tasks without much fuss. Suddenly, Su Yang grabs her hand, his expression shifting to one of genuine concern. He asks why she's still hand-washing clothes when they have a perfectly good washing machine at home. He points out how much effort it must take and how it could hurt her hands. His words catch her off guard, and her cheeks flush as she realizes how close her master is standing. Her thoughts spiral into chaos, her emotions bubbling over like an overfilled kettle. Unable to handle the moment, she abruptly turns and hurries off, practically fleeing the scene. Just as she scurries away, she mutters something about how, despite the convenience of the washing machine, she prefers hand washing. She finds it satisfying to carefully clean stubborn stains, and the joy of seeing everyone in neat and spotless clothes gives her a deep sense of fulfillment. Her words trail off as she disappears, leaving Su Yang standing there, both puzzled and mildly amused. He tilts his head, processing her explanation, and then a spark of inspiration lights up his face. Cleaning dirt away bit by bit, that idea suddenly connects to his recent dilemma. It reminds him of scenes in movies where gangsters launder money, and he wonders if experience points could be treated the same way. Maybe black experience could be washed into white experience. The concept strikes him as both ridiculous and strangely plausible. All he would need is a spot that's perfect for grinding out points while avoiding suspicion. He claps his hands, feeling a surge of excitement. The mundane act of laundry has somehow sparked a solution to his dilemma. Now he just needs to find the perfect laundromat for his experience points, and hopefully one without too many stains to scrub out. Su Yang carefully evaluates his options, his mind already strategizing like a seasoned tactician. 2 places immediately come to mind: the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm and the Demon Abyss. Each has its own appeal, but also its complications. The Dragon Spirit Secret Realm, still undeveloped and shrouded in mystery, requires possessing a giant dragon to enter. The lack of information about what lies inside actually works to his advantage if he claims to have gained a lot of experience there. Who could argue? After all, only 2 people are currently eligible to enter: himself and that prodigy Beastmaster from the Eagle Union. It's the kind of exclusivity that practically screams believable excuse. The Demon Abyss, on the other hand, feels like a crowded marketplace by comparison. Open for ages, it's crawling with adventurers, including Tang Zhan and his plans to bring a bunch of young talents there for training. The more people around, the more unpredictable things get, and unpredictability isn't exactly Su Yang's style. He quickly dismisses it in favor of the Dragon Spirit's Secret Realm. Fewer people means fewer complications and fewer chances of being caught doing anything unconventional. Su Yang's mind races further. If he can somehow reduce the number of people who qualify to enter the Dragon Spirit's Secret Realm before it opens, his odds of keeping everything under wraps improve dramatically. His mental checklist starts populating with names of those who might capture a giant dragon before the realm becomes accessible. Lu Ling, other beastmaster geniuses from various countries. The list is intimidating, but Su Yang's confidence doesn't waver. Then an idea strikes him. It's bold, a little absurd, but undeniably effective. Why not transform himself into a self-proclaimed giant dragon hunter and eliminate all the existing giant dragons in advance? It's efficient, decisive, and most importantly, guarantees no unexpected competition. A grin spreads across his face as he pictures himself systematically hunting down the creatures, not just leveling up but securing his dominance over the secret realm. The plan feels so outrageous that it might just work. Su Yang chuckles to himself, already visualizing the chaos it will cause in the beast-taming world. With a flick of determination, he decides if the dragons have to go, then so be it. Su Yang returns to his lounge, settling into a comfortable chair as he opens his system interface. With a few quick taps, he initiates a video call to Bai Ling. Her calm and efficient demeanor greets him as he requests information on the current giant dragon's secret realms in Longxia. Bai Ling promptly responds, her fingers moving swiftly across her own interface, asking him to wait a moment. Moments later, Bai Ling delivers the information with her usual precision. She reports 2 active secret realms, the Silver Dragon's secret realm in Ju City, located in the southwest, and the Red Dragon's secret realm in Tianling City in the northern region. Both are categorized as Starry Radiance tier. Su Yang nods, focusing on the details, and instructs Bai Ling to make a reservation for the Silver Dragon's secret realm. However, Bai Ling hesitates for a brief moment before pointing out something unusual. She mentions that the top 50 reservations for the Silver Dragon's secret realm all come from the Tianji pavilion. Her tone carries just enough curiosity to suggest she finds it strange, but she doesn't press further. Su Yang leans back in his chair, reflecting with a knowing smirk. This pattern aligns perfectly with his expectations. Knowing Lu Ling's determined personality, it makes complete sense that, after failing to capture the Black Dragon, she'd aim for another giant dragon. Reserving slots exclusively through the Tianji pavilion feels like her way of stacking the odds in her favor. Yet to Su Yang, it's nothing more than an elaborate setup that places her directly in his line of fire again. He chuckles quietly to himself, shaking his head at the situation. While he admires her tenacity, he can't help but feel a pang of amusement at how often their paths seem to cross and not to her advantage. With a hint of mock sympathy, he spares a moment to silently mourn for the young lady before moving on. In the end, this is just another step in his grand plan, and Lu Ling is, unfortunately for her, simply an obstacle in his way. Su Yang tilts his head slightly, asking Bai Ling if the temple VIP status grants absolute priority for secret realms. Bai Ling nods, confirming that as long as he makes a reservation, no one, unless they're a higher-tier 5-star class changer, can take precedence over him. However, she hesitates and gently raises the question of whether this could affect relations with the Tianji pavilion. Unfazed, Su Yang waves off the concern, instructing her to proceed with the reservation. He leans back, reflecting with a quiet smirk. The Tianji pavilion is hardly a concern. His temple VIP status alone was enough to ensure that Jie Yu treated him with the utmost respect in the past. Now, with even more accolades under his belt, Tamer of the Black Dragon, honorary member of the Global Beastmaster Association, and a slew of other titles, he doubts they would dare cross him. Even if they had 100-fold more courage, the Tianji pavilion isn't in a position to act recklessly. He lets out a low chuckle, his thoughts shifting to his trump cards. Samo's flesh and shattered heart, spoils from defeating one of the kings of 7 sins, sit in his inventory like ticking bombs of overwhelming power. The absurd stats they grant, over 10 million HP and nearly 30,000 strength, make him nearly untouchable. Unless the pavilion sends the 7-star class changer, which is highly unlikely, they're in no position to threaten him. His confidence swells as he visualizes the possibilities. If anyone from the Tianji pavilion dares to interfere, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson while slaying a few dragons on the side. The thought of taking down both obstacles and beasts in one fell swoop feels more like an opportunity than a problem. His grin widens as he sets his plans in motion, the thrill of what's to come fueling his determination. Su Yang pauses for a moment, staring at the 2 items in front of him, deep in thought. Now the real question arises, how exactly is he supposed to eat these things? He can't just swallow them whole, right? That would be ridiculous. He eyes the flesh and heart, his mind wandering down the slippery slope of culinary possibilities. Maybe he could turn them into a delicious dish. The idea of cooking them flickers in his mind, but just as quickly, regret washes over him. He scoffs internally. The thought of risking his cooking skills, if you could even call them that, on such precious ingredients is laughable. Not to mention if someone else were to do it for him, the chances of them leaking information are way too high. He's already paranoid about that. Thank you very much. His mind jumps to another idea. What if he roasted them with black flames? That could work, right? But then again, what if something goes wrong? That would be disastrous, and he's not about to let a cooking disaster be the death of him. His thoughts spiral, each possibility more ridiculous than the last, and soon enough he finds himself exhausted just from thinking about it. He curses under his breath, frustrated with himself. He wonders why he is overthinking this. It's just some raw blood and guts. How complicated can it be? He shakes his head, realizing he's made a mountain out of a molehill. Su-Yang grabs both pieces of flesh and heart, casually holding them in his hands as he begins to eat. No fanfare, no hesitation, just a simple task at hand. But as soon as he takes a bite, something unexpected happens. A massive golden beam of energy erupts from the window, lighting up the entire room as if a sunburst has gone off inside. The air around him crackles with power, and it feels like the very walls are about to ignite. Down in the house garden, his loyal maid is sweeping when she notices the blinding light pouring out of the window. Her eyes widen in alarm as it seems like Su-Yang is on fire. Panic sets in instantly. Her heart races, and she rushes to the room, fearing the worst. Without even thinking, she breaks through the window, desperate to get to him. Her mind is a whirlwind of worry as she enters his room, ready to find out what's happening. Inside, Su-Yang stands, half naked, his body practically glowing from the golden energy. He tries to stay calm, but the situation is clearly out of the ordinary. His nonchalance only adds to the chaos, making the maid even more flustered. She can't help but blush, her cheeks turning bright red at the sight of him. Mortified, she mutters something about it being nothing and rushes out, disappearing down the hall in a blur. Su-Yang exhales deeply, relieved that the situation didn't escalate further. For a moment, he thought he might have been caught, and the thought makes him shudder. To regain his composure, he checks his system window, a slight frown crossing his face. His stats have reached an absurd level, tens of millions of health points and nearly 30,000 strength. He realizes just how much power he's gained. At this point, he could probably stand there and let someone attack him, and the blow wouldn't even leave a scratch. A single flick of his fingers could cause a landslide, and that's no exaggeration. He thinks about the black flame wings dragon he faced before. Even if it showed up again right now, he's confident that he could take it down easily. Su-Yang takes a moment to relax, letting the surge of power settle in his body. The explosive increase in his attributes always brings a certain addictive thrill, as though every joint in his body is humming with energy, urging him to head out and hunt monsters. But he pushes that impulse aside for the moment. Instead, he decides to check in on Lilith, the elf princess. He wonders how she's adjusting to life here, if she's settling in and finding comfort in this strange new world. He makes his way to her room and knocks on the door, calling out to announce his entrance. When there's no response, he enters, but the room is eerily empty. His brow furrows as he looks around. Where could she be? He strolls through her room, glancing at the details, the little things that make it hers when he passes by the bathroom. That's when he catches a glimpse of her inside, taking a bath. His eyes widen in surprise, and before he can look away, Lilith notices him. Her face turns bright red with embarrassment, and in an instant, she panics, grabbing a piece of cloth to cover herself. She starts shouting in a flurry, and Su-Yang, flustered, tries to explain himself. He opens his mouth to explain that he knocked and thought she wasn't inside, but before he can finish his sentence, Lilith raises her hand. He reacts instinctively, covering his face, half expecting a slap. "Please don't slap me," he mutters, stepping backward toward the door, trying to get out of the room as quickly as possible. But just as he's about to leave, Lilith sits on her bed, her face still flushed but no longer shouting. She looks at him with a curious gaze and seductively asks why is he in such a hurry. Su-Yang freezes. The question throws him off guard, and he stands there for a moment, flustered, caught between wanting to leave and not wanting to make the situation worse. He reflects for a second. This situation is a bit too stimulating for a teenager. Without missing a beat, he quickly turns around. He mutters an apology under his breath, his face turning a shade redder. With a hasty step back, he tells her he has other matters to attend to before making his swift exit, inwardly cringing at how clumsy the whole encounter had been. Lilith finds Su-Yang's behavior surprising. She chuckles softly to herself, reflecting that she hadn't expected someone so brave to come across as so innocent. A smirk forms on her lips as she watches him leave, and she peeks out of the window, her mind still on the encounter. He's nothing like the people in the royal court, she muses. The contrast is stark, and something about it amuses her. The strength and power he exudes are undeniable, but there's an almost childlike simplicity to him that catches her off guard. Meanwhile, in the level 2 main city, Jew City, the little princess is absolutely furious. She glares at one of her officials, Tang Sai, demanding that he repeat what he just said. She can't believe it. Someone actually had the audacity to cut in line ahead of her to enter the dungeon. Who could it possibly be? Her mind races as she waits for an answer. Tang Sai, visibly uncomfortable under her gaze, explains that one of his subordinates had everything arranged, but a special reservation had come up unexpectedly. It was for a VIP of the temple, and his subordinates didn't know who the VIP was. The little princess's eyebrows furrow as she hears the words temple VIP. Could it be Su Yang again? She wonders. She can't believe it. It's just too much of a coincidence. The thought of running into him again seems almost impossible. Tang Sai, trying to calm the situation, suggests they go to the Silver Dragon's secret realm and wait there. Once the temple VIP arrives, it can discuss matters and see if there's any way to exchange something with him. But the little princess is already seething, her anger flaring up like wildfire. She snaps at him, telling him to get lost. Tang Sai, unable to withstand her fury, immediately crumples to the floor, practically rolling out of her presence, swearing he'll leave right away. The princess stands still, her anger simmering, but then her thoughts shift. If it really is Su Yang, she reflects, he just tamed the black dragon. There's no way she can compete with him on my own. Her fists clench in frustration, but a new idea forms in her mind. She'll have to ask her teacher for help. It's the only way to deal with this situation. The little princess, her frustration bubbling over, opens her system screen and dials up her teacher. She inquires if he's available, her tone reflecting her impatience. Her teacher responds almost immediately, asking what's the matter and telling her to get to the point if she has something important to discuss. With a deep breath, the princess explains the situation. She had originally planned to explore the Silver Dragon's secret realm, but a temple VIP had cut in line with this special reservation. She suspects it might be Su Yang, and since her teacher knows him, she asks if he could help her out and requests that Su Yang allow her to take the Silver Dragon's secret realm instead. Her teacher reassures her with a simple promise. He will ask Su Yang on her behalf. The princess, still irritated, continues to pace around in her chambers, restless as she waits. Her subordinates stand nearby, their eyes glued to her as they follow her every move in silence, unsure of what to say or do. Time drags on, each passing minute feeling like an eternity as the princess can't help but feel a growing sense of urgency. Eventually, a message finally pops up on her screen. It's from her teacher. She opens it eagerly, only to read that Su Yang had refused his request. She immediately types a response, incredulity clear in her message. Su Yang actually refused. She presses for clarification, asking on what grounds he could possibly reject her teacher's request, given his status as a giant in the Global Beast Master Association. Her teacher's reply is simple but heavy with implication. Anyway, he did not agree. He adds that he doesn't know the reason. However, Su Yang's quite popular right now, though. He has even heard that the war god is looking favorably at him, so he advises her that it might be best not to provoke him too easily. The princess stares at the message for a long moment, her thoughts swirling. The war god, there's only one person who holds that title, and that's Tang Zhan, the strongest in Longxia, the extreme path tyrant. If even he is paying attention to Su Yang, then perhaps his abilities are far greater than she had anticipated. She wonders if his talent truly is as outrageous as the rumors suggest. Just then, one of the princess's subordinates, still unsure of what to do next, asks her for instructions. She responds with an exaggerated crying face, her frustration clear. She mutters, "What is he standing around for? They're going home." Meanwhile, in the Silver Dragon's secret realm, the scene is chaotic. Multiple dragons are sprawled across the ground, unconscious, their massive forms giving the place an almost desolate feel. The only one still standing is the dungeon boss, the Great Radiant Silver Dragon, Starry Tier, level 106. Su Yang approaches the dragon, his eyes scanning the unconscious bodies of the other dragons. He had expected to run into the people from the TNG pavilion, but it seems they've already left. They must have some sense, after all, he muses to himself. It seems that the pavilion didn't dare stick around, or maybe they had something more important to attend to. He looks at the silver dragon before him, noticing that it doesn't even have a name. How strange, he thinks. No special bloodline, no name. It's almost as if it's just another monster in the dungeon, no different from the rest. His mind is already calculating the fight ahead, sizing up the creature with a quiet confidence. Without warning, the silver dragon attacks. It's swift and powerful, but Su Yang doesn't flinch. He raises his sword, parrying the dragon's strike effortlessly, his posture calm and unyielding. He stands there, as if daring the silver dragon to come at him again. The air around them crackles with tension, but Su Yang remains steady, a smirk forming on his lips. This is the kind of fight he has been waiting for, he thinks, his eyes glowing red with anticipation. A decent punching bag. He cracks his neck, his grip on the sword tightening. He's eager to test his new strength to see just how much of a difference the recent increase in his stats will make. The silver dragon roars, and suddenly the sky darkens as it summons granite rain. Stones of all sizes start falling from above, crashing down in a storm of chaos. It's impressive, really. It looks like something out of a disaster movie, but for Su Yang, it's no problem at all. With a swift whoosh, he dashes through the rain of stones as if they're nothing more than raindrops. His speed is too much for them to even touch. As he moves, he can't help but think that the silver dragon's stance looks impressive. A big show of power, really. But Su Yang knows better. It's all just for dramatic effect. He sees right through it. The dragon's portal continues to rain granite, but Su Yang's aura is so powerful that it shatters the falling stones before they even get close. He stands in the middle of the chaos, untouched. As he feels the rush of energy, Su Yang wonders to himself if this is due to his heaven-defying resilience. His health has gone through the roof recently, and these attacks barely even scratch him. The silver dragon roars again, unleashing its dragon impact double strike, packing the force of 27,000 tons. It's a massive attack, powerful enough to flatten mountains and obliterate anything in its path. But Su Yang stops the strike with a single hand, barely even flinching. To him, it's no more challenging than holding down a chicken. Su Yang leaps into the air, rising to meet the silver dragon face to face. He raises his sword, and with a loud bang, he strikes the dragon with all his might. The silver dragon is sent crashing to the ground, its massive body hitting with a thunderous boom. No time for drama or second chances, though. Su Yang charges in again, his sword slicing the dragon clean in two. It's a quick and efficient finish. The dragon's howl fades as its body splits and hits the ground in a messy, lifeless heap. Just as the beast falls, a system notification flashes up. Devourer effect triggered. Your Dragonbone Greatsword has plundered 10% of the silver dragon's attributes. Moments later, another pops up. All attributes of his Dragonbone Greatsword have been multiplied significantly. Su Yang takes a moment to reflect. The Silver Dragon clan is known for their magical prowess, especially their spirit attribute. Too bad this one didn't even get a chance to show it off before Su Yang cut it down. He notices that his Dragonbone Greatsword now has a silver lining running through the middle. It's as if the sword has absorbed the silver dragon's essence. He wonders if this means other types of dragons will leave their own marks on the blade. What would happen if the marks fill up completely? It's an intriguing thought, and the possibilities seem endless. Turning to his great black dragon, Athos, Su Yang gestures for him to begin feasting on the remains of the silver dragon. Athos eagerly complies, devouring the dragon's carcass with gusto. Su Yang watches for a moment, then reflects on his recent experience. Leveling up no longer holds the excitement it once did. The experience gained from this kill barely registers in comparison to his past feats. After the explosive power of Wrath, this feels like a walk in the park. And as for the platinum and diamond tier equipment, they become almost useless, nothing more than a way to earn some extra gold. Su Yang considers the emptiness he feels. He wonders if this is the after effects of Ascension, reaching the peak only to find that there's nothing left to challenge him. It's a strange feeling, almost like standing at the top of the world, only to realize the view isn't quite as grand as expected. Su Yang glances at the screen and notices something interesting. After his great black dragon devours the silver dragon, its attributes have increased by about 10%. He sighs, thinking how nice it would be if he could devour attributes too. But alas, he's not quite that lucky. Then something clicks in his mind. A realization hits him like a lightning bolt. He remembers the royal offering traits of gluttony and wrath. Both of these abilities can plunder attributes and health, transferring the power directly to him. The problem is, these traits are dormant in the abyss, unable to be triggered unless a challenger appears. But what if they could leave the abyss? What if they could descend into the real world? Would they be able to actively plunder, to collect royal offerings and grow stronger? The thought excites him. If that were possible, could he keep plundering attributes endlessly, growing stronger with every victory? The idea of infinite growth is tempting, almost too good to be true. He reflects further. If he could summon the King of Original Sin into the real world, have it plunder offerings on his behalf and collect all 7 weapons of the Reverse Sin series, then he would be the key figure capable of soloing world-class bosses. Not just any bosses, but the ones that define entire expansions. It would make him unstoppable, the ultimate force to be reckoned with. If that's the case, then offering him royal attributes would be not just natural, but an honor. A sinister aura begins to swirl around Su Yang as his thoughts darken. He reflects that, in the grand scheme of things, dying in this world isn't a problem. Resurrection is easy. Killing a few people is just a matter of resource utilization, a necessary step in the grand game. He chuckles at the thought, but quickly halts himself, realizing that he's let his imagination run too far. His mind shifts back to the real problems at hand. First, how does he actually bring the King of Original Sin out of the abyss? Without solving that, everything else is just empty speculation. And second, what about the risk of top-tier experts hunting it down? If it dies before accumulating enough resources, Su Yang would suffer a massive loss. It's not just about power, it's about strategy and survival. He announced to himself, deciding that these are problems for later. For now, it's time to move forward. The next dragon's secret realm awaits. Just as he prepares to head off, a notification flashes on his screen. It's from the World Channel, announcing a shocking event. The Red Dragon Hall in the Dragon Rift secret realm has been subdued by Asui Makiko. Su Yang's eyes widen in surprise. He stares at the notification, momentarily stunned. This is no small feat. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Rift secret realm, Asui Makiko stands triumphantly, tapping the head of her newly subdued red dragon. Her companions are practically jumping for joy, more excited than she is. Everyone seems delighted with the victory. Her knight in red armor beams with pride. Sakura Nation now has a dragon of its own, and you can already picture the patriarch's reaction. Surely they will be rewarded generously for this accomplishment. The lady standing beside them turns to Elder Lei, asking what he thinks of the situation. Elder Lei, his eyes sharp, replies, "Not long ago was Su Yang who was in the spotlight. Now even Miss Makiko from the Asui family has subdued a red dragon. That's truly impressive." Elder Lei turns to Asui Makiko, who is now seated confidently on the back of the red dragon. He gives her a nod of approval, acknowledging her achievement. He tells her that their next step will be to escort her to Longqing City and then back to Sakura Nation. Asui Makiko smiles, expressing her gratitude for the support. However, her mind is preoccupied with another thought. She had hoped to meet Su Yang, the one who had tamed the black dragon. There had been something about his presence that intrigued her. But now that he's joined the association, she knows it won't be long before their paths cross again. She's certain they will have more opportunities to interact in the future. Meanwhile, from a distance, the arrogant princess Lu Linger watches Asui Makiko flying on her red dragon. A wave of disappointment washes over her. She can't understand how Asui Makiko managed to surpass her. Su Yang had already been a formidable figure, but for someone like Makiko to outpace her is a blow to her pride. Her eyes fill with tears as frustration boils inside her, and she begins to cry, unable to control the emotion. Back in the elite chat room, the news spreads quickly. Messages of congratulations flood the screen as people express their excitement over the fact that Asui Makiko is the third person to have subdued a dragon. The community buzzes with anticipation. Things are definitely changing and the power dynamics are shifting. Lu Linger, still kneeling in her private space, reads the messages flooding the chat. Her tears continue to fall and she can barely hold herself together as she struggles to come to terms with the fact that everyone is now focused on Asui Makiko. Her sense of defeat is overwhelming, and she cries bitterly, consumed by jealousy and frustration. Her tears fall freely as she questions her worth. In that moment, she feels completely overshadowed, as if her achievements are meaningless compared to the others. Her followers try to console her, offering words of encouragement, but it's no use. Her heart is too heavy, her pride too wounded. The more they speak, the less it seems to help. She is lost in her own frustration, unable to find solace in her attempts to ease her. Meanwhile, Su Yang takes a moment to reflect on the situation. He hadn't expected Asui Makiko to act so quickly, and her success has thrown a wrench into his plans. This new development changes everything. Not only has she added another competitor to the mix, but her actions have raised the stakes. Now there are even more powerful players to account for. He realizes that with only a few days left before the Dragon Spirit's secret realm reopens, time is running out. He can't afford to sit idle, not when there are so many variables at play. There's no time to dwell on what others are doing. He needs to shift his focus and prepare for what's next. The race is far from over, and every moment counts. Meanwhile, sitting on his throne, King of Gluttony, Beelzebub sighs in frustration, feeling bored. He wonders why no one has come to challenge him yet. He slumps back, eyes narrowing as his thoughts start to swirl. Maybe it's actually better this way, he thinks. A sudden flashback hits him like a blow to the gut. He remembers when he got attacked by Carolina and her wolves. It's a memory that sends a cold shiver down his spine. He recalls the fear that gripped him, the weight in his chest as the beasts lunged toward him. He had been frozen, unable to move with no chance to escape. He thinks to himself that maybe it's better no one comes to challenge him. It's safer this way. Suddenly, a deep voice booms from above like thunder cracking through the air. It is the demon lord who orders him to heed the call and come to him in the depth of darkness. The words hit him hard, making his breath catch in his throat, his heart racing. He remembers not long ago when Samuel had been summoned and granted death. He wonders if it is his turn now. His head lowers and his shoulders slump, the weight of resignation settling in. He faces a bitter truth. This life was never really his. It belongs to the Lord. It's better to face death by the Lord's will than to be defeated by those detestable humans. Moments later, Beelzebub is kneeling before the demon lord, completely still. The glowing light surrounds him, swallowing him whole. The demon lord looms over him, covered in red. The air is thick with power, and it feels heavy. Beelzebub knows he has no chance and must obey the lord. In the body of the demon lord, Subjugating speaks, ordering Beelzebub to offer his life once again. There is a moment of silence. Like a humble little servant, Beelzebub accepts his fate. He says his life was given by the Lord, and if the Lord wants to take it back, he will not argue. Subjugating sees the loyalty in Beelzebub and approves. The ground trembles, and the light around them grows sharper, almost unbearable. Beelzebub cries out one last time, but the darkness quickly surrounds him. Violet chains appear out of nowhere, crackling with energy. They wrap tightly around Beelzebub, holding him in place. His red eyes widen in panic, and his body jerks violently as he tries to break free. But it's no use. The chains are too strong. The chains tighten, draining his energy. His body shakes, and sharp streaks of energy tear through him, pulling all his strength away. He opens his mouth in a silent scream, but no sound comes out. His body trembles as the chains continue to drain him, and in a matter of seconds he dies. The screen in front of Subjugating flashes, notifying him that Beelzebub, the king of original sin, is dead. Subjugating gains 3.7 billion experience with 40% overflow. This means that 2.22 billion experience is stored for later use. Beelzebub's body collapses to the ground, lifeless. All of his power and strength are gone. His body is nothing but an empty shell now, stripped of everything that once made him so powerful. Beelzebub drops many valuable items. The first item is his flesh, which gives a permanent increase of 5 million HP and boosts all of his base attributes by 20,000. The second item is a special shell. When used on a target, it binds them and applies a powerful effect called imprisonment. This effect traps targets below the solar tier, making it so they cannot move, use skills, or use any items. It's a very strong tool for controlling enemies. The third item is Beelzebub's demonic core. This item grants immunity to demonic corruption for up to 100 layers. It protects the user from being corrupted by dark or evil forces. The fourth item is Beelzebub's demonic horns. These horns are incredibly strong and are excellent material for forging. They could be used by legendary blacksmiths to create powerful divine artifacts. Subjugating thinks to himself. He had expected that Beelzebub, who has not fully evolved yet through devouring, would drop less valuable items compared to Samil, who is ranked as a demigod. But to his surprise, there isn't much of a difference. The items are incredibly valuable. However, Subjugating realizes that these items, while strong, are not the most important thing right now. There is something else that matters much more. Subjugating can hardly believe his luck. It feels so strange that even the goddess of luck could not explain it. He jokes to himself that it's as if he has kidnapped her to be his wife, such is the fortune he's having. His eyes turn toward a glowing chest labeled Special Drops. He decides to see what treasure it holds. With a flick of his hand, he tears through the glowing light, and suddenly, a deafening boom shakes the air. Golden light bursts out, exploding around him. Subjugating stands in shock as he sees what emerges. It's a divine artifact, Sin Reversal, Beelzebub's punishment. The artifact floats in the air, its radiant glow pulsing with an overwhelming sense of divine power. Its surface shimmers with details, and Subjugating quickly scans the text, his eyes darting over the powerful traits it holds. The artifact grants 50% HP and 30% tenacity, making it much harder for anyone to harm its wielder. It also boosts all elemental resistances by 20%, adding even more protection. The first trait that Subjugating reads is Sin Gluttony. This ability allows the artifact to absorb 2% of the attributes from every enemy slain by the user. This means that with every enemy killed, the artifact makes its wielder stronger by taking a small part of their power. The next trait is called Sin Reversal, Gluttony's Punishment. This ability rips the authority of gluttony away from the sinful lords and reduces all of their attributes by 10%. This makes those enemies weaker, stripping them of some of their power. But the next revelation makes Subjugating pause in surprise. The artifact also holds the power of Judgment, King's Slayer. When the wielder defeats a sinful lord, the weapon vanishes into the void and the user gains permanent authority over gluttony. Subjugating realizes that this artifact is more powerful than he imagined. It's not just a tool, it's a source of endless strength. Subjugating reflects on the artifact's power. He understands now why it is part of the same series as Wrath's Punishment. Not only does it have similar abilities, but it also grants the authority of gluttony. This means it can devour 2% of the slain enemy's attributes, making the wielder stronger with every kill. To Subjugating, this is nothing short of divine power. However, Subjugating knows that there is a problem. The artifact requires the user to be at the demigod tier to equip it. He cannot use it yet. If he tries to level up too quickly, It would attract unwanted attention. After all, job transfers through the statues leave a record. If someone notices his rapid rise in power, it could be suspicious. Sugang thinks to himself that if only there was a way to disrupt the transfer shrine, he could avoid the records and level up without drawing attention. He wonders if such a solution exists, but for now, he knows he must be patient. Meanwhile, in the Holy City, the High Priestess reflects on the situation. Although the identity of the person who stole the first sin reversal artifact is still unknown, she is relieved that no major conflicts have happened between the nations or their associations so far. She hopes that if the next steps follow the Round Table's decisions, things will stay stable. The plan is for each nation to take turns challenging the kings of original sins. If this happens, it should keep the peace. Each nation has already sent guards to their respective Demon Abyss entrances. Only authorized expedition teams are allowed to enter. This should help prevent any incidents like the one that happened last time. The High Priestess hopes that these measures will be enough to maintain order and avoid chaos. The High Priestess then raises her hands toward the divine statue, preparing to make her plea. She begins to speak, asking for help, but before she can finish, a notification suddenly appears on her system. It informs her that the current Red Moon corruption rate has reached 14%. She reflects on this new development with concern. The corruption rate is already at 14%, and she knows that it's a dangerous sign. To make things worse, no one has managed to complete a 5-star class change beyond the 8th tier so far. If the corruption rate reaches 50% and no significant advancements are made in the temple, then when the new expansion pack arrives, the main theme of this world will remain unchanged. It will continue to suffer under this stagnation. Feeling a deep sense of despair, the High Priestess wishes for someone to break this deadlock. She believes that this world needs a true hero, someone who can bring about real change and restore balance before it's too late. Just then, another notification surprises the High Priestess. It informs her that another piece of the Reverse Sin series has been received and that Beelzebub, the King of Gluttony, has been defeated. She is shocked by this news. Quickly, she telepathically reaches out to others, ordering them to alert all squads stationed at the Demon Abyss. She wants them to report any unusual activity immediately. Several people respond, saying they have not found anything unusual in their areas. The High Priestess reflects, thinking that the Holy City's guards are all elite warriors. Even an 8th-tier assassin should not be able to slip past them unnoticed. She wonders if the problem lies within the Demon Abyss itself. She starts to worry, wondering could it be connected to that mysterious figure she saw last time. Suddenly, her chat starts flooding with messages. Takugawa asks what is going on, worried that another artifact has been stolen. He wonders if the United Federal States, led by Augustron, might have made an early move. Augustron quickly responds, denying any involvement. He says he is leaving tomorrow and has been drinking just now. Poker then asks the High Priestess what is happening. He is confused, saying that with the temple guards in place, how could there still be a problem? Carolina speaks up, voicing her suspicions. She says that while she doesn't want to challenge the High Priestess's authority, everything seems too suspicious. Finally, Tangzong comments. He says that it's not unreasonable for people to suspect some kind of collusion within the temple. He hopes the High Priestess can provide an explanation that will satisfy everyone. The High Priestess feels the pressure mounting. It seems that many people are starting to doubt what's happening, and she needs to act fast to keep control of the situation. The High Priestess responds calmly, telling everyone that while they are free to have their doubts, they should maintain basic reasoning. She reminds them that the Transfer Temple has never interfered in any competition since it was created, and that she herself has never left the Holy City. She continues, asking if the Transfer Temple really wanted to interfere, why would it do so secretly? She believes that everyone should already understand this. A few voices murmur in agreement, saying that it's true, but one person speaks up, admitting that while they trust the High Priestess, they just can't make sense of the situation. Another voice questions if, after ruling out all other possibilities, it's possible that they are missing something important. The High Priestess raises her staff, and with a serious expression, she declares that the truth can only be found by venturing into the deepest parts of the Demon Abyss. At this point, she proposes a change of plan. She suggests abandoning the initial decision made during the meeting and forming a united raid team made up of the strongest members from each guild to begin the Abyss raid immediately. She then asks if anyone objects to this new course of action. There are no objections, and everyone agrees with the High Priestess's plan. Seeing this, the High Priestess makes her decision. She declares that the team will be assembled immediately. She emphasizes that they must not allow another Reverse Sin artifact to fall into the hands of thieves. Meanwhile, deep within the shadows, Suyang watches, his crimson eyes glowing ominously through the void. His thoughts slither through his mind, cold and calculating. He knows that another world announcement will be made soon, especially after the second artifact has been stolen. This will make the Abyss Raiders take the situation even more seriously. A wicked grin appears on his face, sharp and foreboding. He anticipates that they will charge in as early as tomorrow. Su Yang reflects on the situation. The Demon Abyss has a total of 700 floors. Every 100 floors, a king of sin appears. Right now, gluttony and wrath have already been dealt with by him, but lust and greed have not yet revived. This means that the raiders can push straight to the 500th floor. But Su Yang knows that all of this follows the established system of the Abyss. His very existence, however, is the greatest disruption to that system. He wonders to himself what would happen if he were to place the strongest, Pride, Lucifer, directly in gluttony's domain. He knows that with such a powerful force, no one could possibly clear the 100th floor. Soon, inside the Abyss, Augustin steps forward with confidence, declaring that he has finally returned. He raises his staff, and a burst of crimson thunder cracks through the air. The energy strikes down hidden demons, clearing the area around him. He turns to his team and checks if they are ready for the challenge ahead. Tang Zhen, calm and prepared, says he is ready to set out any time. Poker, with a serious tone, reminds everyone that the first 200 floors have already been cleared. This time, they cannot let the third reverse sin weapon fall into the wrong hands. It turns out hundreds of raiders have gathered under the leadership of Augustin, Tang Zhen, Carolina, and Poker. Their goal is to sweep through the Abyss and collect as many reverse sin series artifacts as possible. Carolina looks around at her team and says everyone here is top tier, so she won't waste words. She asks who wants to take the lead against the floor 300 boss. Mike, a young knight ranked 8, steps forward, eager for the challenge. He says he has always been beaten to the punch by stronger members before, so now he wants a chance to fight the abyssal bosses himself. Carolina, excited to see his determination, agrees. Tang Zhen, calm and focused, tells everyone to get ready and push forward without hesitation. The group moves quickly, attacking as they go, and soon they reach the 100th floor. Poker, seeing no remaining guard bosses, suggests charging through the floor quickly. But unknown to them, Lucifer, the Queen of Pride, is already waiting for them at the 100th floor. One of the raiders reports that enemy units have been detected ahead. Carolina is shocked and asks if there are more enemies. She wonders if the King of Gluttony is still alive. Tang Zhen, also surprised, looks ahead and quickly realizes that the enemy is not the King of Gluttony, but someone else entirely. A dark aura surrounds Lucifer. Her presence is overwhelming and suffocating. Mike, feeling bold, grins defiantly. He steps forward, ready to attack, thinking Lucifer is simply a new version of the once feared King of Gluttony. Without warning, he charges forward, his sword glowing with radiant energy. But Carolina shouts at him to stop. It's too late. Mike rushes toward Lucifer. Then, in one terrifying instant, everything freezes. The lightning strike cuts through the air, and the battlefield goes silent. The system's notification flashes, announcing that Mike, their teammate, has been killed by Lucifer. The group stands frozen in shock, realizing they are facing a far more powerful enemy than they could ever imagine. Lucifer's crimson gaze sharpens, and her presence radiates malice. The remnants of her latest attack still crackle through the air, and the team stands frozen in disbelief. One strike from her has instantly killed Mike, the 8th-ranked Templar Knight. Carolina's voice trembles as she tries to comprehend what just happened. She wonders how such a powerful attack is even possible. She grits her teeth, hiding the fear that creeps into her expression. Frustration builds in the group as they realize their best efforts are ineffective. Despite using high-level insight, nothing works. Those with weaker power are fainting simply from the pressure of Lucifer's aura. The truth sinks in. They are facing a threat unlike anything they've ever encountered before. Carolina, determined, steps forward. Her eyes shine with resolve as she activates the forbidden spell Record of True Delight. A radiant burst of light surrounds her, lighting up the battlefield in blinding colors. The spell allows the user to inspect the detailed information of a target, no matter the level difference, but as a long cooldown. And as the light fades, the spell locks onto Lucifer, revealing the monstrous truth behind her power. The system's description shows that she is the queen of original sin, pride. Lucifer's power rivals that of gods, and even the other kings of original sin hold her in awe. Her level is 400, and her attributes are terrifying. Strength of 452,121, Spirit of 231,123, and Speed of 213,432. The team is left stunned by the sheer scale of her abilities. Su Yang, still in the body of the Demon Lord, reflects on what he has just discovered. He realizes that during the punishment battle earlier, he forgot to check Lucifer's information. Now, after seeing her stats, he is shocked. Her power is almost on par with his, a Sin Lord. Even in her weakened state, Lucifer is a Sin Monarch, and Su Yang can't imagine how powerful she would be if she were at full strength. Curious, he decides to look at her talents next. He remembers how broken the talents of Gluttony and Wrath were. He wonders if Pride's talents will be just as strong. However, when he sees the details, his disbelief grows. Lucifer's talents are incredibly overpowered. According to her abilities, anyone below her level is considered a weaker being. Even those with lower stats cannot harm her at all. Su Yang realizes that this makes Lucifer nearly invincible against most opponents. Su Yang is in disbelief as he thinks about what he has just seen. He can't believe it. There isn't a single divine rank professional in this world. If someone hadn't already killed a king of original sin before, Lucifer's talent would almost seem like invincibility. Su Yang is sure the designers of the Demon Abyss are insane to create something like this. He then considers the offering of the King of Pride. Lucifer's power becomes even more ridiculous when he thinks about it. If Lucifer wipes out the assault team this time, Su Yang will gain full control over them. Su Yang imagines what would happen if top-tier players like Tang Zhen and Augustin were there. He smiles, thinking about how glorious the scene would be. He can't wait for it to happen. Su Yang recalls giving Lucifer the order. He told her that he has decided that Lucifer would take Beelzebub's place and guard the 100th floor of the Abyss. He wanted those arrogant enemies to learn what true strength is. Lucifer, excited by the task, immediately accepted his command. She told him that she is his loyal servant and will always obey his orders. In present, Carolina calls forth her spirit beasts, Frost Howl, and Elemental Chimera, ordering them to protect Poker. Poker moves forward into full attack mode, raising his shield and sword, ready for battle. Tang Zhen activates his ultimate tyrant mode and commands everyone to attack with full force. Augustin, not holding back either, summons White Thunder around him and gives the same order. Tang Zhen unleashes his ultimate destruction fist, while Augustin calls down his attack, Thunderstorm of Heaven and Earth. Poker leads the charge with his sword, and Carolina's spirit beasts join the fight. Together, with hundreds of raiders, they launch a powerful combined attack on Lucifer. Fortunately, their ultimate attack hits bullseye. The raiders watch in suspense, wondering if they finally defeated Lucifer. However, they are shocked when they see Carolina and Poker falling from the sky. Lucifer emerges from the smoke, completely unharmed, her health still at 100%. She holds a demonic sword, and her right eye glows an eagle crimson. She looks at them coldly, mocking them, questioning why the weak would even bother to fight. With a deadly smile, she declares that death is their inevitable fate. The attack from Lucifer leaves the raiders in disbelief. Poker, barely standing, curses in frustration. The team had put all their strength into their attack, but it did nothing to Lucifer. Carolina, shocked, questions how such a powerful entity can exist on the 100th floor. She wonders if the boss's mechanics are somehow different from what they expected. As Lucifer prepares for her next move, Tang Zhen realizes that they are in serious danger. He orders everyone to activate all their defensive skills and hold their ground. Lucifer, with a sinister smile, declares that she is offering a glorious feast to her lord. She releases her devastating attack, the Sin of Pride. The explosion wipes out everything in its path. In a matter of seconds, the entire raid team is gone. Only Carolina, Tang Zhen, and Augustin remain barely alive. Augustin, with difficulty, speaks, acknowledging that only the three of them have survived. Carolina, still shocked, mentions how even Poker, with his incredible defense, was wiped out. Tang Zhen struggles to stand and, filled with realization, comments on the terrifying power of Lucifer's attack. He understands now that the boss's mechanics must be designed to only spare those who have defeated a king of original sin before. Everyone else was instantly killed by Lucifer's attack. Augustin, though also in disbelief, remains focused. He acknowledges that knowing the mechanic doesn't change their situation. The power gap is simply too wide for them to win. Meanwhile, Lucifer, standing tall, declares that she has completed her mission, offering her loyalty to her lord. Augustine, Carolina, and Tang Zhen are sitting on the ground, their faces full of exhaustion and disbelief. Each breath feels heavy, and every moment seems stretched by the weight of what just happened. Augustine asks if everyone is here, but his voice lacks strength, as if the words are hard to form. Carolina feels a deep frustration inside, mixed with fear. The fiery confidence that usually defines her is replaced with a quiet sense of dread. She cannot understand how such a powerful figure could exist on the 100th floor. She wonders why she was unable to react and why the entire team was wiped out so quickly. A man lying on the ground talks about how the rest of the team was instantly destroyed except those three legends. He reflects on the overwhelming difference in strength, comparing their deaths to the fate of helpless animals discarded on the side of the road. Others, still alive but in bad condition, are scattered around. It is their luck that death is not a thing in those dungeons, and they can always start again. The man cannot believe that such a strong boss would appear on the 100th floor. He calls Lucifer a god-level boss, expressing doubt that anyone could defeat her. Carolina and Tang Jin stand up and begin walking forward. The atmosphere feels heavy, filled with the weight of defeat. Carolina senses the oppressive gloom growing stronger. Tang Jin speaks, acknowledging the inevitability of their situation, especially after such an overwhelming loss. Poker, noticing them, asks if they have come back from the fight. He explains that when Lucifer swung her sword, he knew victory was impossible with their current strength. He believes they cannot win this dungeon. Carolina lowers her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. She says that without defeating Lucifer, they will never obtain the weapon of rebellion. Worse, they will never face the original Sin Lord or access the expansion pack's steps of ascension to divinity. Tang Zhen's brow furrows, frustration boiling inside him. He adds that if they fail to ascend, they will never break through to face the Queen of Arrogance. His words cut through the air, sharp and filled with meaning. The vicious cycle they are trapped in becomes clearer. Augustine slumps, his shoulders heavy with exhaustion. His voice trembles as he speaks, each word carrying the weight of despair. He says this is the first enemy aside from the High Priest, who made him feel that it is impossible to defeat. His gaze darkens, shadows forming under his tired eyes. He adds that the Queen of Arrogance is terrifying beyond measure. His fists clench, the knuckles turning pale from the pressure. His head hangs low, sweat dripping from his brow as the crushing weight of realization settles in. This is the darkest moment of their journey. Meanwhile, inside the abyss, Su Yang remains in the body of the demon lord, sitting on its thorn. His voice drips with mockery as he speaks. He acknowledges that it is the darkest moment, but he corrects one thing. The steps of ascension to divinity will come, but it will not be the others who will advance. It will be him. Su Yang goes on to mention the king's offering of Lucifer, saying it is very convenient. Through the soul imprints, he can not only issue orders, but also feel the person's position, state, words, and even their thoughts. He finds this far superior to the full map view feature. Reflecting on it, Su Yang finds something strange. Amid all the negativity, there is one emotion that stands out. Someone seems extremely joyful, and Su Yang wonders if their mind has been damaged. His gaze falls on a mysterious figure in a green robe. He wonders if this appearance belongs to the people of Shiva. He is outer Hazan, level 320, and is in 9th turn, Miracle Priest. Right now, Atar is standing on a tree branch, observing the exhausted group of Augustine, Carolina, Tang Zhen, and the others with amusement. He takes in their tired faces, a hint of pleasure in his eyes as he watches them struggle. Meanwhile, Su Yang continues to reflect on the people of Shiva. He notes that they always leave a peculiar impression, not just because of their distinct culture, but also because, in the current era of games, they still follow their traditional caste system. This system has allowed the ruling elite to control most of the exceptional resources. Su Yang realizes that because of this, the strength of Shiva's professionals is highly polarized. The number of legendary professionals in Shiva is almost the lowest among all countries. Su Yang is intrigued by Atar's high spirits after such a devastating defeat. He decides to observe him closely, curious to see what Atar is really thinking. Lurking behind a tree, Atar chuckles. He didn't expect even the best teams in the world to collapse like this. He feels it is wonderful and excellent. With the decline in strength among elite professionals and the halt in global mission progress, both Longxia and the American Union will face serious problems. This will give Shiva a chance to surpass Longxia and the American Union and become the world's superpower. Atar believes that obtaining the legacy of the ancient Devourer is the key to this chance. Hearing this, Su Yang reflects on the name Ancient Devourer. He realizes that he has heard it before. Then, he remembers, it was in the description of the Dragonbone sword. Su Yang checks his system, and the system shows him the description. Bearer of the name Athos, descendant of the ancient Devourer. In the end, he walked towards the grave of death. The sword of bones, the soul of blood. The corpses do not decay, and the devouring never ends. Su Yang reflects on the description of Dragonbone's sword that he obtained after defeating the legendary Black Dragon Athos. The system informs him that the Black Dragon Athos was indeed the descendant of the ancient Devourer. It was once thought to be a simple backstory, but it is real. The ancient Devourer lies in slumber. He was killed by an unknown herd, and dragons and spirits crown him, celebrating the end of his dreadful shadow. However, after the herd's betrayal, his body was buried in an unknown land. His soul returned here, waiting for those who would enter and seek revenge in his name and that of the ancient Devourer. Su Yang learns through his memories that it seems his brother, Yumino Hazan, had discovered this secret information on a stone tablet near the dragon spirit's secret realm. It shocked him to realize that the ancient devourer had been so powerful that even spirits and dragons, both races with divine powers, feared him. The thought of his strength is overwhelming. The last piece of the information stood out the most. Anyone entering the dragon catacombs might be able to inherit the legacy of that unknown hero and the ancient devourer. Meanwhile, Atal thinks about the opportunity they now have. He knows that only he and his brothers know the secret. With the joint army distracted, Atal sees a chance for his nephew Bijan to enter the dragon's spirit secret realm. If Bijan can reach the legacy of the ancient devourer, it will be theirs. Atal believes that with such power, even god-ranked enemies will be no match for them. He sees it as a golden opportunity, laughing to himself. He also thinks that currently someone from Wongfay and the American Eagle Union may be able to enter the dragon's spirit secret realm. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to compete with them head-on, but now the situation has changed. Atal watches Carolina, Tangzhen, and the others carefully, thinking about how everything will change after the dragon's spirit secret realm. He believes that once they obtain the legacy, Shiva will surpass both Longsha and the American Eagle Union. Atal feels confident that with this power, they will easily defeat those who consider themselves geniuses. He knows the dragon spirit's secret realm is a different dimension, where death cannot be reversed, and he is certain that killing a few more times will lead to real death for them. Meanwhile, Suyang closes the screen he was using to observe Atal. He mocks Atal for having his thoughts overheard and contemplates the information Atal shared. He wonders how to thank Atal for revealing so much. He thinks about Bijan, a 7th-ranked beast trainer, and with his current power, Suyang feels it won't be difficult to kill him. Suyang suddenly remembers Lucifer. He asks her what she is doing now. It turns out she is still kneeling before him. Suyang thinks to himself, wondering if she has been in that position for 50 long minutes and if she must be tired. But then he realizes that since she is now at the god level, maybe she no longer feels tired in the way others do. Lucifer, her cheeks slightly red, is secretly thinking. She wonders if her lord enjoys watching her act calm and silent. She laughs to herself, feeling the excitement building up inside, thinking that perhaps her lord believes she is being too modest. Suyang then calls her to come to him. Lucifer's eyes brighten with happiness, and she eagerly asks if her actions have pleased him. Suyang tells her that she has done an excellent job wiping out all the enemies. He says he has decided to reward her. Lucifer, humbled by his praise, responds that as long as she has pleased him, she is satisfied. She adds that she cannot accept his grace too easily. Suyang moves his finger in the air, saying that the gift he gives Lucifer cannot be refused. He sends a bit of his main essence to her. Lucifer feels an overwhelming out-of-this-world sensation. She finds it incredibly refreshing and feels like her body is about to overflow with the power of her lord. She is embarrassed by her words and tells herself that these are not phrases she should be using. Still, she asks for more, wanting to feel the power again. Suyang tells her to go and achieve more feats to deserve more. She vanishes, saying she will obey. Suyang thinks to himself that it is tiring to roleplay in front of a god-level boss. Lucifer is a difficult character to manage, but he is more focused on the power of the Lord of Original Sin. Just a small amount of dark power can make someone like Lucifer obsessed. He wonders how strong he will be once he is no longer in the weak state. Suddenly, a golden light appears in front of him, startling him. From the light, the High Priestess steps out. Suyang immediately recognizes her and reflects that it is Euphemia, the High Priestess of the Holy Temple. Earlier, Euphemia is startled to witness the Resistance army, made up of the strongest warriors, has been completely destroyed. She cannot understand how this happened. The situation is strange, and she knows she must act now. She stands in front of the Holy Light statue, deep in thought. She realizes that she cannot stay a bystander anymore. She needs to do something about this. Euphemia prays, calling out to the statue. She asks for its blessing and pleads for the power to see what is hidden from the world. She hopes to gain the ability to understand the darkness that has fallen over them and to guide others with the holy light. Suddenly, bright golden light pours from the holy statue. The light surrounds Euphemia, lifting her into the air. Golden and purple lights shine around her, creating a powerful glow. Her Eye of Insight changes. It transforms into the Eye of Truth. This new ability is much stronger. It is now filled with the power of the holy stars and can see everything in the world. Euphemia floats higher into the air, and in the next moment she appears before Suyang, who is still in the form of the Lord of the Abyss. Euphemia raises her staff, pointing it at Suyang. She wonders about the dark powers surrounding him and asks if he is the Lord of the Abyss. Suyang, calmly sitting on the throne, responds by asking what brings the High Priestess of the temple to this dark place. Euphemia wonders if he knows her. Suyang confirms he does. He says he knows she created a resistance force to attack the demon abyss as part of a global mission. He adds that Lucifer wiped out all of the resistance members. He asks if that is why she is here. His eyes glow red, and he questions how he should welcome her. Euphemia feels overwhelmed. She remembers using the Eye of Insight before when Su Yang seemed to be sleeping. She never expected him to awaken now. She wonders if this is the reason for the changes in the abyss. The feeling is completely different this time. It's deeper, darker. Even with the Eye of Truth, she cannot see through it. She realizes Su Yang is stronger than any god. She decides that retreating and regrouping with the resistance is her best option. She must plan carefully before confronting him again. Euphemia tries to use the space-time rift, but just before she can escape, Su Yang stops her. He warns that she cannot come and go freely. Suddenly, a hand made of dark energy reaches out from behind her and grabs her tightly. Su Yang watches calmly, wondering what equipment will drop if he defeats the strongest human high priestess. He thinks it is a shame because he will not gain experience points from this fight. But before the dark hand can do anything more, Euphemia disappears, escaping from his grasp. Su Yang smiles slightly, thinking that the strongest and most mysterious high priestess will not be caught so easily. Meanwhile, Euphemia reappears in her high temple. She kneels down, exhausted and still breathing heavily. The fear she felt during the encounter stays with her. She is grateful that the temple's power brought her back in time. Without that, the consequences could have been disastrous. Temple Priestess Rhea hurries to Euphemia, her face filled with concern. She asks if Euphemia is okay. Euphemia, still catching her breath, replies that she is fine but feeling exhausted. She then asks about the resistance force. Rhea informs her that they have all regrouped and are now on their way to the Holy City. Euphemia nods, saying she will return to her room to rest and sort herself out. She asks Rhea to stay and let her know if any visitors arrive. Rhea agrees and stays behind. At the same time, Su Yang begins to observe Euphemia from afar. He watches with interest as he realizes something unexpected. He reflects on how the energy from Euphemia seems to reverse back to its original source and wonders if this could be the Holy City. He recalls that he has only seen Euphemia in textbooks and news reports. He notes that it is said she has never left the Holy City, but now it seems that she didn't choose not to leave. She couldn't. With her power, she might have been able to rival Lucifer herself. He thinks about what might have been if Euphemia had joined the resistance force and been killed by Lucifer. He could have inscribed her soul and gained control over her. Her power would have been a great asset to him. A huge loss now that she's still free. He also finds it surprising that his dark power was able to infiltrate the real world without detection. He begins to doubt the true strength of the transformation statue, realizing it isn't as invincible as he once believed. Su Yang shifts his focus, thinking about the current state of affairs. All global profession transformations are recorded by the sacred statues. The sacred statue in question is the central hub of all such statues worldwide. He considers the possibility of using his dark power to corrupt the sacred statue and alter its data. If he succeeds, it could help him mask his rapid rise in power and make people overlook his advancements. Su Yang tries it. However, even after a few minutes and multiple tries, nothing happens. He reflects on the situation, realizing that as soon as the dark power entered, it faced an incredibly strong resistance. It completely isolates him from the outside world. Fortunately, no alarms were triggered, which saves him from further trouble. He then decides to try controlling someone else. His gaze falls on Rhea, and he thinks that she will do. Without hesitation, he unleashes his dark power. A purple aura surrounds her, slowly invading her body and mind. Rhea cries out in pain, feeling something invade her. Desperately, she pleads for it to stop. In a matter of minutes, Rhea's body undergoes a drastic change. She transforms into a level 130 demon priestess, a succubus demon. With a seductive tone, she calls out for her master, completely changed. Su Yang watches, surprised and somewhat intrigued. He reflects on what just happened. He can understand the power boost, but the fact that her race has changed completely confuses him. He ponders if his dark power truly causes people to fall and transform into demons. He wonders whether she is now considered a monster or still a profession holder, unsure of the boundaries of his power. Just then, Su Yang notices the transformation statue reacting. The beam of holy golden light shoots up from the statue, rising toward the sky. At the same time, similar beams of golden light begin to rise from holy temples around the world, all pointing toward the heavens. A global announcement follows, notifying all profession holders of a major update. The message reveals that the Lord of Sin has influenced profession holders with his original power. As a result, the first demon priestess has emerged and the demon faction has been unlocked. The announcement continues, explaining that from now on, when entering the demon abyss, profession holders who are fully affected by demonic power will not lose their minds. Instead, they will transform into members of the demon faction. Profession holders of the demon faction will be able to rank up through the demon priestess class. The maximum rank for the demon faction is now the royal rank. The announcement also clarifies that hostility between different factions, including mutual killings, will no longer be interfered with by the system. A new area, the Demon Abyss, is unlocked. Within this area lies the Demon City, a dark and ominous place. Alongside it, a new statue. The demon statue is revealed. The demon race is now unlocked, bringing with it new powers and possibilities. A new global mission, Dominion, also appears. The objective of this mission is clear: prevent humans from killing the Lord of Sin before he recovers from his weakened state. The completion of this global mission by either the human or demon faction will lead to different outcomes for the world. If the human faction succeeds, the Stairway of the Gods will be created with humans killing the Lord of Sin, the embodiment of sin, and building the stairway to the gods through their own strength. On the other hand, if the demon faction prevails, the Eternal Night Dominion will begin. The Lord of Sin will descend into the world, merging the demon abyss with reality and plunging the world into an era of eternal night. The announcement declares fully opening the pathway between the human world and the demon kingdom. It calls upon the Alliance to make its choice. People exchange nervous glances, muttering their disbelief. The announcement about the demon camp creates confusion and worry. The group starts debating what this new development could mean. Someone points toward the glowing update interface in the air. The blue light reflects on their face, making them look like they just walked out of a bad horror movie. The mention of the demon camp confuses them further. The girls from the Union Guild are locked in a discussion about the announcement. One of them points out that the quest seems cruel, clearly designed to push humans into fighting and killing each other. Another girl grimaces, visibly disgusted at the thought of anyone wanting to join the demon camp. Union, ever the realist, shares her opinion. She mentions that many people in this world, especially those at the top of their professions, would do anything for more power. Her words make it clear she's not surprised by human greed. The pink-haired girl chimes in, looking unimpressed by the idea of switching sides. She reminds the group that the strongest already hold 2 of the sin weapons. With that much firepower, the human world's quest should be manageable. She insists there's no reason to consider joining the demon camp. Another girl tries to soften the mood, suggesting that maybe the demon camp offers a way to help those fully corrupted by demonic power. She explains that it might prevent them from turning into mindless monsters. Union wraps things up by saying this update doesn't seem to impact much for now, but the new connection to the demon realm could bring unexpected changes later. She shrugs off the deeper implications, reminding the group to focus on leveling up instead of wasting energy worrying about things beyond their control. Director Jia and the young lord watch the Union Guild girls from above, their discussion carrying a serious tone. The young lord looks concerned, calling the situation unprecedented. He turns to Jia, clearly hoping for some wisdom, though Jia doesn't look too confident. Jia responds bluntly, admitting that this is far beyond anything they can control. His focus now is on calming people down until the Holy City decides what to do. It's a diplomatic answer, but not exactly reassuring. The young lord, not one to hide his worries, wonders aloud if the so-called half-gods might falter under these circumstances. He mentions an informant who claims the sin weapons have landed in different hands. The comment seems to unsettle Jia, whose expression darkens. Jia warns that if such a scenario unfolds, it would be disastrous. He stresses that it could make the update quest impossible to complete. His tone carries the weight of someone who knows exactly how bad things can get but hopes he'll never have to see it. Meanwhile, Su Yang continues observing everything through his dark eye, focusing on the Holy City. His thoughts are sharp and calculating as he analyzes the unfolding events. He didn't expect his casual adventure to spark such chaos, but now things are spiraling in ways even he couldn't predict. He considers the global quest, where no one has managed to break through the 100th layer of the abyss under Lucifer's control. Negotiating to kill the Lord of Original Sin feels impossible. The difficulty is off the charts, leaving many to believe success is out of reach. Su Yang sees how this frustration makes the demon camp an attractive option for some. The new rules allow people to join the demon camp without losing their sanity. It's a shortcut that skips the grind of the global quest and even offers a god-level profession change. Su Yang guesses that few would resist such an offer, especially under this kind of pressure. Through his soul seal, he detects that even 6 or 7 of the world's strongest warriors are tempted by Lucifer's influence. He finds the situation amusing, although he hadn't seen this twist coming. It excites him because it opens a new path for his own plans. By using the demon statue to change professions, he can bypass the watchful eyes of the career change temple and speed up his progress. This strategy aligns perfectly with his goals. His mind races with possibilities. After advancing his rank and collecting all 7 sin weapons, he can still claim the first kill of the Lord of Original Sin. He realizes that using the sin weapons will strip the Lord of Original Sin of their authority and starts to wonder if he kills the Lord of Original Sin and the system revives them, will they retain their authority? Su Yang checks the system, curious about the mechanics behind the Lord of Original Sin. The system reveals something shocking. Whoever holds the authority of Original Sin automatically becomes the new Lord. Completing the first kill wouldn't just end the challenge, it would elevate him to that position. But the twist doesn't stop there. The system warns that after such a promotion, it will assign an even more powerful boss as his next challenge. Su Yang's mind reels at the thought, a higher-level boss than the Lord of Original Sin. The idea feels almost ridiculous. He wonders what kind of terrifying existence that could be, though the prospect excites him more than it should. Meanwhile, in the Holy City, the High Priestess notices the evil eye watching from the shadows, along with the newly created Dark Priestess lurking nearby. She immediately alerts the Holy Knights, her tone sharp and commanding. She doesn't hesitate, pointing out the demon's presence and demanding her capture. Su Yang quickly realizes the situation. Their cover is blown, but he isn't concerned. Staying any longer was never part of his plan. Without missing a beat, he surrounds the Dark Priestess in his dark aura, ready to make his escape. The Dark Priestess, clearly thrilled to see him, greets him with far too much enthusiasm for someone caught in enemy territory. The High Priestess tries to intervene, unleashing a blinding attack of golden light toward the Dark Priestess. But Su Yang's aura is faster. In an instant, it envelops the Dark Priestess completely and teleports her to the demon abyss. The High Priestess realizes what has happened as the Dark Priestess vanishes from sight. One of the Holy Knights panics, shouting instructions for everyone to search the area. But the High Priestess remains calm, though visibly annoyed. She dismisses the knights, stating the obvious. The Dark Priestess is already gone, and instructs them to go back to their posts. The High Priestess stands frozen, her mind racing after the Dark Priestess's escape. She wonders if the immense power she just felt belongs to the Lord of Original Sin. The thought unsettles her. If he had tracked her energy and arrived there, she admits she underestimated him. His power and uniqueness are beyond anything she imagined, leaving her uncertain about her next move. Meanwhile, back in the body of the Demon Lord, Su Yang lounges comfortably, a smirk on his face. He dismisses the recent events as nothing more than a tactical retreat. Fleeing? Not his style. The Dark Priestess, seated on his lap, practically melts with admiration. Her fawning reaches ridiculous levels as she starts talking about bearing his demon children. Su Yang looks at her, half amused and half wondering if he should worry about her priorities. He shifts his focus to his surroundings, realizing this isn't the demon abyss. This is the demon city mentioned in the global announcement. The difference is clear. This place feels alive with an eerie yet thriving energy. Around him, former raiders who died in the demon abyss are now demons. One demon stares at his hands, horrified at his transformation. Another tries to console him, claiming it's thanks to their great lord that they were saved from being lifeless corpses. Of course, he doesn't forget to point out that the first demon's appearance has taken a severe nosedive. Clearly, death wasn't the glow-up he expected. A third demon, unfazed by the changes, seems to enjoy being part of the demon camp. He brags about how amazing it feels being a demon. Su Yang, clearly annoyed by the constant chatter of the Dark Priestess, orders her to go maintain order among the unruly new demons. She eagerly agrees and leaves to carry out the task. Watching her leave, Su Yang reflects on the situation. The demons created from former professionals who dared to invade the demon abyss might be difficult to control. He knows they possess a certain level of strength and doubts the Dark Priestess alone will be enough to keep them in check. In his mind, power is the ultimate authority. Just as the Holy High Priest dominates the human realm, the Demon Temple needs a similarly powerful figure to lead and enforce order. With this thought, Su Yang heads to the throne hall, ready to set his plan into motion. He declares his intention to meet the new king of sin and summons envy. In an instant, a demonic lady materializes and kneels before him, introducing herself as Livia, the king of envy. Livia reflects that in the past, Lucifer has been getting the favors of the Demon Lord repeatedly. Now it's finally her chance to shine. She vows to do everything in her power to prove her worth and erase any memory of Lucifer's betrayal. Su Yang, always focused on efficiency, appoints Livia as the first great demon priestess. Her new role is to oversee the demon priests and manage the demon temple. He emphasizes that this power is not for her glory, but for his benefit. Livia, thrilled by the appointment, accepts the responsibility with almost embarrassing enthusiasm. Right after giving her the task, Su Yang dismisses her without ceremony. He wastes no time basking in theatrics, already thinking about the next step in his grand plan. Livia leaves the throne room to carry out her duties. Su Yang, now seated on the throne of the great demon lord, turns his attention to the system screen observing the demon city. He notices how quickly the demons are building the foundation. Their efficiency amuses him, and he begins to imagine his future plans. He thinks about how, after defeating the Lord of Original Sin, these forces and their infrastructure will continue to serve him. To him, it feels like playing a strategy game where construction and cultivation blend perfectly. Meanwhile, Livia busies herself with maintaining order. She shouts commands at the newly converted demons, demanding that they work faster and remain focused. She reminds them that their lives are gifts from the great Lord, and that they must dedicate themselves to serving him. Her stern tone leaves no room for disobedience. The Dark Priestess watches her in awe, impressed by how quickly Livia commands respect. She praises the great demon Priestess, pointing out how Livia's presence alone brings immediate discipline. Livia, not one to miss a chance to assert her superiority, replies with a smug tone. She emphasizes the importance of proper care for the newly converted demons, adding a pointed remark that the Dark Priestess should learn from her example. While Livia carries out her tasks, she reflects on the responsibility Su Yang has given her. She feels proud, viewing her mission as proof of her importance. Her thoughts briefly drift to Lucifer, who continues guarding the gate on the 100th floor. She feels a sense of satisfaction, knowing she now has a vital role while she remains stuck in her place. Suddenly, a notification appears in front of Livia. It announces her appointment as the great demon priestess by the ruler of the demon camp. It also mentions the impending unlocking of knowledge about the Red Moon. The message warns her to resist the invasion of the Red Moon alongside her lord. Livia stares at the notifications, clearly puzzled. She wonders what this Red Moon could be and why it appeared so suddenly. It's something she has never encountered before, and the mystery irritates her. She points to the screen and asks the Dark Priestess if she can identify it. The Dark Priestess looks uneasy, admitting she sees nothing. Her lack of help only adds to Livia's growing frustration. A rookie demon overhears their conversation and awkwardly steps forward, mentioning he's heard about the Red Moon. According to rumors, it's something that might appear to those who complete the fivefold promotion quest. The rookie isn't confident about this information, but it's the best he can offer. Livia considers his words and glances toward the demon statue. She wonders if the source of this mysterious notification lies there. Deciding to seek clarity, she attempts to contact Su Yang. Closing her eyes, she clasps her hands and calls out to her great lord, requesting an audience. She waits, but there is no response. Frustrated, Livia reflects on her lord's peculiar habit of slipping into an unresponsive state. It happens often, no matter how much his followers call for him. To her, it's both puzzling and inconvenient. She begins to question how long it will take for him to regain his full strength and lead them in a decisive counterattack against the human realm. Though loyal, Livia can't help but feel a tinge of impatience. In the Holy City, the strongest individuals from around the world gather around a large round table. The meeting is led by the High Priestess of the Temple of Holy Light. The mood in the room is heavy, with most of them looking like they haven't slept in days or maybe just deeply regretting their life choices. The High Priestess begins by thanking them for attending, even though their schedules are packed with trying to save the world or whatever else they claim to be doing. She apologizes for summoning them repeatedly, but her tone makes it clear this meeting is no small matter. Augustus, the great magician, interrupts her politely. He waves off her formalities, pointing out that everyone already knows why they're there. He suggests they skip the pleasantries and get to the point, which earns a few tired nods around the table. The High Priestess agrees and dives into the issue. She mentions the recent world update, including the rise of the demon camp and the opening of the gate to the demon realm. These two developments, she explains, are the most urgent threats they face. She warns the group sternly against joining the demon camp. In her view, doing so would be an unforgivable betrayal of humanity and would lead to catastrophic consequences. Her words hang in the air like a storm cloud. One knight breaks the silence, admitting that he almost considered it. His honesty earns him a mix of surprise and understanding looks. Another knight speaks up, confessing that he, too, has doubts. He explains how Lucifer alone feels like an unbeatable force, and when they think of the Lord of Original Sin behind her, the mission seems downright impossible. Joining the enemy, he says, might feel like the only viable option. Poker, looking thoughtful, reminds the group of the scars left by their previous battle. He believes the sudden version update preys on people's weaknesses, calling it a true demonic temptation. His words seem to strike a chord as a few others shift uncomfortably in their seats. Carolina, refusing to sink into despair, counters with a more optimistic view. She suggests that forming an alliance could be their way forward. Poker agrees, pointing out that the alliance is the main reason there hasn't been widespread chaos yet. Without it, he argues, the situation would already be out of control. The High Priestess continues the discussion. She explains that the entrance to the demon realm has always been one way, preventing humans from entering without permission. However, she sees a potential breakthrough. If it can complete the Alliance quest and open a proper entrance to the demon realm, it could give humanity a significant advantage. Tang Zhen, always the realist, cuts in with a harsh truth. To complete the mission, they would have to face Lucifer, a god-level enemy. He admits their current group isn't strong enough to handle her, but suggests seeking help from the Kingdom of Elves. He points out that the elves have powerful god-level warriors who might tip the scales in their favor. Tang Zhen clenches his teeth as he continues. He declares that Lucifer, as the strongest of the kings of sin, is their biggest hurdle. Defeating her would prove they could handle the remaining kings. His determination is almost contagious, though his plan sounds as risky as it is bold. He shifts focus to the anti-sin weapons, mentioning the mysterious figure who possesses 2 of them. Tang Zhen argues that this person won't refuse to cooperate since their ultimate goal must also be the defeat of the Lord of Original Sin. Augustus, Carolina, and Poker all express their agreement with the plan. Poker adds a warning, urging them to contact the Kingdom of Elves immediately. He points out that while most people are still undecided, it's only a matter of time before someone switches to the demon camp. The High Priestess reassures the group, revealing she had already anticipated this need and arranged a meeting with the Kingdom of Elves in advance. As if on cue, a hologram appears, displaying an elf named Alan Lawrence. His title and stats flash alongside his image, level 160, 6th turn, court magician. Alan introduces himself with the confidence of someone who expects applause just for existing. He makes a point of emphasizing his noble lineage, urging the humans to remember his name. His introduction rubs at least one young warrior the wrong way. The warrior mutters about Alan's arrogance, mocking him for boasting about being level 160. A girl sitting nearby immediately hushes him, warning him not to offend Alan. She whispers about the Lawrence family's powerful status in the Kingdom of Elves, suggesting that crossing them would be a very bad idea. The High Priestess greets Alan with formality, acknowledging his noble status and thanking the elves for their swift response. She asks for the Queen's opinion on their request for help. Alan, however, takes the opportunity to switch from diplomacy to flirtation, making an overly flowery remark about the High Priestess's beauty. Her expression tightens with visible annoyance, but she holds her composure. Augustus, on the other hand, looks like he's about to explode. His eyes flash white as he prepares to unleash his lightning magic, clearly furious at Alan's behavior. Carolina and Poker quickly step in, pleading with Augustus to stay calm. Alan announces the decree from the Queen of the Kingdom of Elves, reading it with the pride of someone who clearly enjoys being the center of attention. The elves agree to assist humanity in killing the Lord of Original Sin, but attach several conditions. First, humans are prohibited from entering the dragon's spirit's secret realm. Second, they are required to find and return the missing elf princess, Lilith, to the Elf Kingdom. Third, the Job Change Temple must give 60% of the Red Moon crystal cores to the Elf Temple. The room erupts in disbelief. Murmurs and complaints ripple through the warriors gathered at the table. Many find the conditions outrageous. Some mock the idea of being banned from the dragon spirit's secret realm, questioning why the elves believe they can monopolize such a treasure. Others point out the absurdity of asking humans to find the missing elf princess, sarcastically suggesting the elves should use their own magical abilities instead. One particularly frustrated warrior threatens to join the demon camp just to spite the elves, vowing to return and make them regret their arrogance. The tension in the room escalates further when a warrior from the Shiva Kingdom stands up, slamming his hand on the table. He accuses the elves of trying to hoard the treasures of the dragon's spirit's secret realm for themselves. He reflects bitterly on how much effort it took for Viganu to subdue the dragon and declares that the inheritance of the ancient devourer cannot fall into elven hands. The High Priestess, seeing the chaos, raises her staff and commands everyone to calm down. Alan, with his usual smugness, makes a snide remark about the disappointing moral standards of humans. He directs his question to the High Priestess, clearly enjoying the opportunity to stir the pot. The High Priestess, maintaining her composure, addresses Alan. She states that the Career Change Temple has no objections to the second and third conditions, but gently asks him to reconsider the first condition. She explains that it directly affects the core interests of many guilds across nations, making it a sensitive issue. Alan, unfazed, points out that entering the dragon's spirit's secret realm requires taming dragons, and he questions how many nations are even qualified for this. His condescending tone makes it clear he doubts their capabilities. The High Priestess counters by listing several nations: Longxia, the Eagle Federation, Sakura Kingdom, and Shiva Kingdom, all of which have dragon tamers. She assures Alan that they have already provided the relevant information to the elves. Alan's expression darkens and he responds with an unsettling grin. He agrees to allow others to enter the dragon spirit's secret realm, but adds a twisted condition. The person who tamed the black dragon is forbidden from entering and must instead be brought to the Kingdom of Elves. This outrageous demand sets Tang Zhen off. He slams his fist on the table, standing up in anger. He accuses Alan of targeting Long Xia with this specific request, his voice filled with frustration. Alan, with a mockingly innocent expression, denies the accusation. He claims that the Kingdom of Elves has no reason to target any human nation, insisting that all humans are equal in his eyes. Of course, the way he says it makes it sound more like an insult than a reassurance. When pressed for a reason behind the condition, Alan smugly refuses to explain. He leaves it to the humans to decide whether to agree. The samurai warrior tries to smooth things over with Tang Zhen, suggesting that the Kingdom of Elves must have valid reasons for their demands. He adds a patronizing remark, quoting a saying from Long Xia about helping others succeed, implying that Tang should accept this small sacrifice for the greater good. The Shiva warrior chimes in, piling on the pressure. He declares that this is about the fate of all humanity and insists that Long Xia must make sacrifices for the alliance. He argues that this isn't targeting Tang Zhen specifically, but is a request from their valuable allies, the elves. His tone carries an obvious edge, as if daring Tang to disagree. Tang Zhen, visibly fed up, turns his back and begins walking away from the round table. The Shiva warrior, not knowing when to quit, points an accusing finger at him. He claims that if Tang's actions lead to failure in defeating the Lord of Original Sin and force humanity to join the demon camp, Long Xia will be blamed for betraying all of humanity. Carolina quickly calls out the Shiva warrior's dramatic tone, mocking how exaggerated it sounds. Augustus, never one to miss an opportunity to roast someone, adds that the warrior's words match the face of someone utterly despicable. He calls out to Tang Zhen, asking where he's going, clearly sensing trouble brewing. Tang Zhen ignores Augustus and approaches the samurai warrior, standing over him with a look of pure annoyance. The samurai warrior starts to stutter, nervously asking why Tang is staring at him like that and insisting there's nothing wrong with his face. Without a word, Tang Zhen punches him hard, sending the samurai warrior flying across the room. The impact leaves everyone in shock, the room falling silent as they process what just happened. The Shiva warrior stammers, trying to muster some courage while pointing at Tang Zhen. His words barely come out before Tang moves with lightning speed. In an instant, Tang punches him straight into the ground, silencing him completely. Tang Zhen, standing tall and seething with anger, declares that Long Xia doesn't need lessons from people like them. Tang Zhen approaches the High Priestess, showing respect with a warrior's gesture. He speaks with determination, acknowledging the Kingdom of Elves' decision. While he agrees that Long Xia will shoulder the loss for the sake of humanity's future, he firmly declares that they will never hand over the person who tamed the Black Dragon. His tone leaves no room for argument. Turning away from the round table, Tang Zhen announces that he has matters to attend to and takes his leave, walking out with an air of finality. The samurai warrior, still reeling from the punch, manages to stand. He groans in pain, complaining about the sheer strength of Tang Zhen's blow. Nearby, the Shiva warrior struggles back to his feet, seething with anger. He vows to avenge his humiliation and mutters a specific threat, aiming his frustration at the genius from Long Xia. Meanwhile, Su Yang watches everything unfold through his dark eye skill. As he observes the drama, he quickly connects the dots, realizing that the Kingdom of Elves, Sakura Kingdom, and Shiva Kingdom are all indirectly targeting him. Instead of being worried, he finds their audacity laughable. Su Yang has returned to his body and is standing in a towel after a bath. His excitement is palpable, but the maids nearby seem more shocked than anything, unsure whether to avert their eyes or faint. He muses about the arrogance of those who think they can challenge the king. To him, the punches by Tang Zhen weren't nearly strong enough. Su Yang vows that anyone daring to overstep their boundaries will face far harsher punishment. Su Yang stands in the room, his body wrapped in a towel, his upper half completely bare. A powerful aura surrounds him, pressing down on everything around him. The air feels heavier, as if the entire space is struggling to contain his presence. The maids, who were calmly doing their work just moments ago, suddenly freeze in place. One of them stares at him, clearly confused, her voice shaky as she tries to figure out what is happening. He glances at them, his expression as relaxed as ever. Nothing is wrong. The only thing that matters right now is the tension in his shoulders. He tells them to continue the massage without paying attention to anything else. The maid hesitates for a moment before nodding. There is no point in questioning him, and she knows it. Their hands return to his shoulders, but his mind drifts elsewhere. The sudden burst of energy was a mistake. He usually keeps his aura under control, but for some reason, he let it slip this time. If he is not careful, others might start noticing. It would be a hassle, but at the same time, most of them wouldn't survive long enough to do anything about it. He leans back against the couch, letting the maids work, but his thoughts remain unsettled. The hostility from Sakura and Shiva kingdoms makes sense. Their arrogance and constant need to prove themselves always lead them to foolish decisions. But the Kingdom of Elves, Their actions seem strange. His mind works through the possibilities. If they knew about Lilith, they wouldn't be moving like this. Maybe they're trying to avenge a care. That idea seems weak. No one should know about his connection to the Black Dragon. Holding a grudge over something they barely understand would be idiotic, though expecting intelligence from his enemies might be asking for too much. The questions pile up, but one thing becomes clear. He needs answers. Lilith is the only one who might know the truth, and he decides to ask her directly. Later, he steps into Lilith's room and brings up the matter. Lilith listens before shaking her head, completely dismissing the idea. The elves have no interest in avenging a care. In fact, his death is more of a relief to them than anything else. Suyang is sitting on the floor in front of the bed of Lilith. His curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks her for an explanation. Lilith does not hesitate. She speaks bluntly, making it clear that the elves are far from a unified force. On the surface, they act polite, almost graceful, but beneath that, they are filled with schemes and constant power struggles. Her words paint a picture of a kingdom that thrives on deception, where every smile hides a dagger. Suyang listens before making a remark about palace intrigue. Lilith reacts instantly, her face twisting in an expression that is hard to describe, somewhere between confusion, annoyance, and mild disgust. His thoughts continue racing. If this situation is not related to a care, then the only possible answer is the Black Dragon itself. No, not just any Black Dragon. They are after something much bigger, the Ancient Devourer. For centuries, the elves have lived in fear of the Ancient Devourer, a monstrous force that once cast a long, terrifying shadow over them. This deep-rooted fear has turned into an instinctive hostility. To them, any Black Dragon is a threat, something that should never exist. Everything starts to make sense. Their excessive demands, their desperate need for control, and all connects to the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. That place holds the legacy of both the Ancient Devourer and the nameless hero. The elves, paranoid as always, want to make sure no one else gets their hands on it. Letting an outsider explore the realm is the last thing they want, and as the one who tamed the Black Dragon, Suyang is the biggest obstacle in their eyes. But their actions reveal something more. At first, they refuse to let anyone else near the realm, but then they suddenly change their stance. This can only mean one thing: they are confident that they will obtain the legacy no matter what. A grin slowly spreads across his face. Let them be confident. Let them believe they have everything under control. Unfortunately for them, things will not go the way they expect. Suyang tells Lilith that the elves have decided they want to take her back. The moment she hears this, her head shakes so fast it looks like it might fly off her shoulders. There is no hesitation, no second thoughts, just pure rejection. She refuses completely, making it clear that she has no intention of ever returning to that place. Her expression shifts as her eyes turn glassy with unshed tears. She points a finger at Suyang, her voice filled with panic and desperation. She reminds him of his promise, insisting that he cannot go back on his word now. The thought of returning to the Elven royal family is a nightmare she never wants to face again. Suyang waves a hand, trying to calm her down. There is no need for all this drama. He assures her that he has no intention of sending her away, but her reaction is so exaggerated that he starts feeling like he is the villain here. He places his hand over hers, his thoughts deepening. This princess, carrying the burden of the royal curse, is not someone the Elven royal family is searching for out of kindness. They cannot have good intentions, and even if he had no personal stake in this, his conscience would never allow him to hand her over to those scheming nobles. But the situation is far from simple. When he tamed the Black Dragon, Lilith had already revealed her face in front of a crowd. If the Elven royal family decides to spread her image, someone will recognize her sooner or later. He needs to figure out a solution before that happens. Either he must find a way to settle her safely or prepare countermeasures to deal with the inevitable. Before he can think any further, a notification suddenly appears on his screen. It is a message from Tangjian asking if he wants to read it. A flicker of surprise crosses his face, but he quickly regains his composure. Before dealing with that, there is something more important. He needs to make sure his performance here is flawless. After about an hour, Suyang opens the front gate of his villa. Standing outside is Tangjian. His presence is commanding as ever. Suyang waves casually, greeting him with a grand title, acting as if they are long-lost brothers meeting after ages. Tangjian steps inside, his expression calm and serious. Without wasting any time, he delivers the news. He warns Suyang to stay composed before revealing that he might not be able to participate in this time's Dragon Spirit's secret realm. Suyang's reaction is anything but calm. His face twists into a dramatic display of shock, as if someone just announced the end of the world. He demands an explanation, questioning why he is being denied entry after successfully taming the Black Dragon. The overacting is so strong that if there were an audience, they might have thrown tomatoes by now. Tangjian does not seem amused and answers directly. The Elven Kingdom has made this demand. Not only do they want to exclude Suyang from the secret realm, but they even have the audacity to demand that he be handed over to them. Su Yang's exaggerated performance continues as he gasps in disbelief, acting like someone just accused him of a crime he did not commit. He throws the question back at Tang Zhen, asking if they actually agreed to such nonsense. Tang Zhen responds firmly, even though the Abyss conquest has reached a stalemate and compromises must be made for the greater good, there are limits to what can be accepted. Handing Su Yang over is out of the question. Neither Tang Zhen nor the homeland of Long Xia would ever allow such a thing. Even though Su Yang already expected this outcome, hearing Tang Zhen's words still tugs at his emotions. He feels touched as if he is watching the final scene of a dramatic war movie where the general declares his loyalty to the very end. To match the moment, he stands before Tang Zhen wearing an expression of pure heartbreak, as if he has been betrayed by the world. Tang Zhen, who clearly has no time for this nonsense, simply taps his shoulder and reassures him. Although we cannot enter the dragon spirit's secret realm, the country will make sure he is properly compensated. Long Xia does not abandon its geniuses. Su Yang gives a response that sounds trustworthy enough, pretending to be convinced. With that, Tang Zhen turns and begins walking away. Before disappearing, Su Yang calls out, telling him to take care. A flash of light follows, and Tang Zhen vanishes into the distance. The moment he is gone, Su Yang's act completely drops. A wide grin spreads across his face, his excitement barely contained. He counts the time in his head. Tomorrow marks the opening of the dragon spirit's secret realm. His thoughts shift toward the so-called 9th-rank powerhouses from Sakura and Shiva kingdoms. He wonders if they are prepared for the surprise he has in store for them. If they think this will go as planned, they are in for a very rude awakening. In Sakura country, inside the grand villa of the Tomorrow family, an enormous red dragon rests in the middle of the vast garden. Its massive body sprawls across the ground, completely at ease, enjoying its nap like a lazy beast with no worries. On top of the dragon, a small figure sits, her mood anything but peaceful. The little lady of Sakura country sulks, her arms crossed, clearly unhappy. She voices her frustration, complaining about how she had hoped to interact more with the boy who tamed the black dragon, only to hear that he would not be participating in the upcoming Secret Realm event. To her, this is a wasted opportunity, something she finds deeply disappointing. The red dragon, still resting, responds in its own language, though its tone carries no regret. If anything, it seems relieved. The thought of fighting that lunatic does not appeal to the creature at all. It has no interest in dealing with someone who tames black dragons like it's a casual hobby. Meanwhile, in Shiva country, a different scene unfolds. In front of a massive towering statue, a young man in a red robe sits on the ground in a meditative posture. His name is Vijanu, and standing beside him is his uncle, Atal. Atal speaks with authority, emphasizing the importance of what is about to happen. This secret realm is not just an opportunity for Vijanu, it is an opportunity for the entire Shiva country. He reminds Vijanu of their hidden weapon, the stone tablet which can suppress other people's dragons. If things do not go according to plan, there is always a simpler solution: eliminate the competition entirely. Vijanu listens, his lips curling into a slight smile. His enthusiasm is clear. The idea of fighting strong opponents excites him, but the thought of facing the boy who tamed the black dragon excites him even more. There is a certain thrill in imagining that encounter. The next day arrives and the atmosphere is electric. Every dragon tamer chosen to enter the secret realm gathers, their dragons standing tall and proud beside them. The energy in the air is thick with anticipation. The portal to the dragon spirit's secret realm is on the verge of opening, and those present know that whatever happens inside could change their futures forever. Then another group arrives, one that immediately draws attention. The elves make their entrance, the presence sending ripples through the human participants. Whispers spread through the crowd like wildfire. Some people mutter in disbelief. The elven dragon knights have actually come, and not just a few of them, there are 6 in total. Their lineup looks terrifying, a force that seems almost unfair. Despite their graceful appearances, these elves are anything but harmless. A growing sense of unease settles among the humans. Their instincts warn them that this competition is about to become far more dangerous than expected. High above the gathering, a blue dragon soars through the sky, carrying Eric, the 3rd prince of the Elven Kingdom. His level is 220, a 7th-rank fairy dragon knight. His sharp eyes scan the battlefield below, taking note of the new dragon tamers among the humans. This development is slightly beyond his expectations. The number of human dragon knights has grown faster than anticipated. Sitting on the head of a white dragon, another elf named Alan dismisses the thought. He does not care how these humans manage to tame dragons. To him, it makes no difference. Once the dragon spirit's secret realm event is over, there will be no more human dragon knights left to worry about. Eric, unlike Alan, is in no rush. He reminds Alan to be patient. Once the elves conquer the human world, the Lauren family will be rewarded with vast territories. The human race breeds rapidly, like animals, and there will be no shortage of women to use for their entertainment. The two continue flying overhead, their presence casting a shadow on those below. Standing below them, Carolina is watching with a serious expression. Next to her, the red-haired lady from Sakura Country and the young green-eyed lady on her red dragon take notice of the elves above. Eric grins widely when he sees them. His excitement grows and he makes a crude remark, his laughter filled with arrogance. The red-haired lady frowns, her previous impression of elves beginning to crumble. The young lady beside her has an uneasy look, her instincts telling her to stay as far away from these elves as possible. The samurai warrior standing behind the young lady senses her discomfort and tells her to stay calm, not to let nerves take over. Carolina, standing beside them, speaks in a steady voice, reminding them that survival is the most important thing. No matter how strong they are, they must not take unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, a mysterious dark circle appears, pulsing with energy. Vigeniu observes the growing crowd and notes that the Elven Kingdom is putting on quite a show by bringing so many people. From within the dark circle, his uncle Atal responds. The elves are not just showing off. They are being cautious. They know that Tangjian is unpredictable, and there is always a chance he might change his mind. Sitting atop his green dragon, Vigeniu prepares himself. The time has come. With a smirk, he declares that he is heading in. Atal, his voice filled with pride, tells him to do well. This is their moment. The Shiva Kingdom will show everyone their true strength. Flying atop his dragon, Alan moves closer to the young lady, his usual smugness all over his face. He throws a few words her way, likely thinking he is being charming or important. The young lady, however, is far from impressed. Her expression twists into pure annoyance as if she is regretting every decision that led her to this moment. Below, the dark magic circle still pulses with energy. From within, Atal watches everything unfold, his thoughts filled with greed and excitement. The 6 new Dragon Knights from the Elven Kingdom are an unexpected bonus, something he never planned for but will happily take advantage of. In his mind, they must believe they are invincible inside the secret realm. What they do not know is that he holds a stone tablet that forces dragons into submission. His mind races with calculations. If everything goes according to plan, eliminating them will grant them 8 dragons in total. The thought alone makes his blood rush with excitement. He can hardly contain himself. The opportunity is too perfect, too delicious. His laughter, filled with sinister glee, echoes through the space. But before he can get too lost in his fantasies, reality hits, literally. A massive electric shockwave strikes from above, tearing through him and the surrounding elven guards. Pain surges through his body, leaving him barely hanging on to life. His vision blurs as he forces himself to look upward. Standing there with his staff in hand, radiating pure magical destruction, is Augustus. Atal, still gasping for breath, shouts in disbelief. A forbidden spell has been unleashed and elven warriors have been struck down in the chaos. He demands an answer, questioning if Augustus has lost his mind. Augustus, however, does not care for words. He stands firm, his staff already glowing with another, much stronger spell. There is no hesitation, no mercy in his actions. Instead of responding, he simply raises his staff once more, unleashing an even more devastating explosion that engulfs Atal. Above all this chaos, the legendary black dragon soars through the sky, its presence casting a massive shadow over the battlefield. Sitting comfortably on its back, Su Yang watches everything unfold with amusement. His eyes remain locked onto the magical image floating in his palm, displaying Augustus wreaking havoc on Atal. He cannot help but appreciate the sight. There is a unique satisfaction in manipulating a 9th-rank powerhouse into fighting his battles. His lips curl into a grin as he acknowledges Augustus' efforts. The Archmage is performing well, just as expected. Then, turning his attention to the black dragon beneath him, he gives a simple command. He should follow his bloodline instincts, and that means one thing, devouring everything. A pillar of fire erupts into the sky, consuming everything in its path. The sheer force of the explosion shakes the battlefield, sending shockwaves that rip through the ground like an earthquake. The devastation spreads faster than anyone can react, leaving onlookers frozen in disbelief. Panic erupts. A samurai warrior shouts out in desperation, realizing that Augustus has completely lost control. If they do not stop him now, there will be nothing left but ashes. Amidst the swirling dust and embers, Atal struggles to catch his breath. His body is battered, his vision unsteady, but his instincts scream at him to act. He moves with unnatural speed, lunging forward like a shadow in chaos. His blade cuts through the air, aimed directly at the samurai warrior. The attack comes without warning, sharp and precise. Samurai warrior barely has time to react, raising his own weapon to block. The impact sends tremors up his arms, his hands shaking under the sheer force. His eyes widen in shock. Something is wrong. Atal is not just attacking wildly, he's going berserk. Then, before anyone can process what is happening, the same eerie force overtakes Samurai Warrior himself. His movements turn unnatural, no longer his own. His eyes burn with a sinister red glow, and half of his face darkens, twisted by some unknown power. Command takes hold, one that cannot be resisted. The battlefield quivers under his roar, his blade now crackling with an eerie energy. When his strike comes down, it carries the weight of divine judgment itself. But Atal does not even flinch. Above it all, watching with amusement, stands the true mastermind behind the chaos, Su Yang. His eyes gleam with satisfaction, fully aware of the mayhem unfolding below. The force command only lasts a minute, but in that short time is more than enough to turn the battlefield into complete disorder. His smirk widens as he steps back. No need to stick around, his part is done. Let them destroy each other for now. With that thought, he takes his leave, disappearing before anyone can even notice. A strange ripple spreads through the battlefield, cutting through the lingering chaos. The invisible force that had taken control lifts. Archmage Augustus blinks, his senses returning, but his hands still crackle, the fading energy of a spell he does not remember casting. His breath catches as he scans the battlefield. What he sees sends a chill down his spine. The once fierce battleground is now nothing more than smoldering ruins. The ground is littered with lifeless bodies, the air thick with smoke and the overwhelming scent of destruction. A single horrifying truth becomes clear: no one survived. His stomach tightens as he tries to comprehend what just happened. Questions flood his mind. Why did their bodies and minds suddenly fall out of their control? His confusion is mirrored in the stunned silence of those still standing. Smoke curls around them, the taste of ash heavy in the air. Nearby, a samurai warrior clenches his fists, his frustration obvious. They were definitely controlled by an external force. There is no other explanation for the madness that took place. Atal, his robes still flickering with the remnants of spiritual energy, narrows his eyes. His spiritual sense does not lie. Someone was pulling the strings from the shadows. Even Augustus, powerful as he is, must have been caught in it as well. The realization sends a chill through the samurai warrior. Whoever did this was strong, far beyond what any of them could have imagined. Controlling this many high-ranking warriors without them even noticing that level of power should not exist. Meanwhile, in a distance, a golden light suddenly bursts through the scene. Ancient doors creak open, revealing the long-awaited entrance to the dragon's spirit realm. The gateway hums with an eerie energy, standing wide as if inviting dragon riders in. All the dragon riders enter, and then in an instant the gateway closes. For now, there is no time to dwell on the chaos that just unfolded. Augustus finally breaks the silence, his voice steady but laced with suspicion. While the battle raged, he saw something high above. A black dragon flew into the realm. His words send ripples through the remaining warriors. Others quickly confirm the sighting, their voices filled with urgency. The samurai warrior's eyes narrow as a new suspicion takes root in his mind. He wonders aloud if this entire incident has been orchestrated by Long Xia. The tiny mind of Augustus races as he tries to make sense of everything. The chaos, the sudden mind control, the black dragon. There are too many coincidences, and he does not believe in coincidences. His brows furrow as he mutters his thoughts, uncertain but unwilling to dismiss the possibility. One thing is clear: this was not Tang Zhen's doing. Tang Zhen is a warrior through and through. He has never broken his word, nor would he ever resort to such underhanded methods. The others exchange uneasy glances. The situation is far worse than they initially thought. Augustus continues, his voice firm. Tang Zhen has always fought with strength, never deception. The ability to forcefully control multiple high-ranking warriors at once requires an absurdly high level of spiritual energy. Only someone with overwhelming spiritual dominance could have achieved this. Atal, still recovering from the shock, hesitates before speaking. His voice wavers slightly, betraying his unease. If this was not Tang Zhen, then who could possibly wield that kind of power? The idea is unsettling. A thought crosses the samurai warrior's mind, and after a brief hesitation, he voices it. The name he suggests makes the entire room fall silent. Atal scoffs almost immediately, though there is a flicker of doubt in his expression. The idea seems ridiculous. Su Yang is barely a fourth transition professional. The thought of him controlling ninth transition demigods is laughable, on paper, at least. The samurai warrior huffs, trying to brush it off, but there is the slightest trace of unease in his voice. He claims he was just guessing, but no one seems convinced, not even himself. The tension in the room lingers, heavy like a storm cloud. Augustus takes a deep breath, his expression dark. Ever since the crusade against the Abyss demons began, strange events have been unfolding one after another. None of it makes sense. This battle should have been straightforward, yet they ended up turning on each other, losing control of their own bodies like puppets on strings. For now, though, there are more immediate concerns. Augustus shifts his tone, focusing on the bigger problem at hand. Because they were controlled, they unintentionally killed the royal court guards of the Elven kingdom. A heavy silence follows. By now, the fallen elves should have revived inside the temple, but it will not be long before the Elven royal court hears about what happened. If that happens, the consequences could be disastrous. Relations with the elves are already fragile. This could push them over the edge. Since capturing Su Yang is out of the question, Augustus makes a decision. Instead of waiting for the elves to retaliate, they need to act first. The Elven royal court will hear about the incident soon. There is no avoiding it. Augustus makes it clear they need to act first before the situation spirals further out of control. Atal immediately agrees, his tone unusually serious for once. The samurai warrior, arms crossed, offers no objections. No one wants to be on the receiving end of the elves' wrath. Meanwhile, deep within the dragon spirit realm, far beyond anyone's reach, something stirs. The sky splits open with shimmering energy, cracks of raw power rippling across the vast floating islands. The entire realm shudders, jagged rocks hovering midair, suspended by forces unknown. A heavy silence spreads, unnatural and oppressive. Something ancient is awakening. Among the dragon riders, tension runs high. One of them hesitates before asking the other if fear has settled in. Above them, dragons circle in unease, their massive forms blocking out the sun. Even the very ground feels unstable, as if the realm itself is bracing for what is to come. Alan, sitting atop his white dragon, speaks with uncertainty. The dragons are not acting normally. It feels as if they are responding to something unseen, something primal. If even dragons are showing signs of fear, then whatever is within this realm must be beyond anything they have encountered before. Vijayanyu, exuding his usual overconfidence, speaks without hesitation. To him, there is only one explanation. The lingering presence of the ancient devourer remains strong, buried deep within the blood and souls of dragons. No matter how much time has passed, the fear has never truly left them. With a casual flick of his wrist, he guides his dragon through the turbulent winds, his arrogance unwavering. As if the moment could not get any worse, Alan shifts his attention elsewhere. His eyes land on the young lady, and with a smirk, he makes an offer. Instead of struggling with her mount, she could simply ride with him. The young lady does not hesitate. Her head shakes frantically, rejecting the offer without a second thought. Eric, unable to hold back, lets out a mocking remark, amusement dripping from his voice. He makes it painfully obvious that Alan's attempt is far from subtle. Alan, however, remains unfazed. His grin only widens, but despite the humor, the air remains thick with unease. The truth is, only the ancient artifact Dragon Fang has the power to suppress the fear within dragon bloodlines toward the ancient devourer. Humans do not possess such relics, which means that without their dragons under control, this entire situation could collapse instantly. Before any response can come, Vijayanyu steps forward. His confidence is overwhelming, his arrogance practically radiating off him. He makes it clear, celebrating now is a mistake. He has no intention of fighting fairly. Lifting his palm, a sudden surge of energy erupts from his hand, crackling like lightning. The battlefield trembles under the sheer force. The stone tablet is ready to be used. His plan is simple: control their dragons and capture them all in one move. Just then, a deep, thunderous roar rolls across the battlefield, shaking the very air. The sound is not just loud, it carries a weight that presses down on everyone who hears it, sinking into their bones. The young lady stiffens, instinctively bracing herself. Her face pales as realization sets in. This roar is different. It is not just any dragon, it is him. A massive shadow looms over them, growing larger by the second. Then, descending from the sky, Su Yang appears, sitting lazily atop the legendary black dragon. Its wings stretch wide, casting an overwhelming darkness over the battlefield, its presence suffocating. Su Yang takes his time, casually counting with his fingers. There are 6 of them. His voice carries amusement, but there is no mistaking the intent behind his words. This will be a grand feast. Below, panic spreads like wildfire. Vijayanyu watches in horror, confusion filling his mind. His green dragon is shaking again. Even worse, the stone tablet, his so-called ultimate weapon, is doing nothing. The artifact that should have ensured victory is completely useless. The black dragon defies all logic. Eric, face twisted with rage, clenches his fists. This was not supposed to happen. The agreement was clear: black dragons were forbidden from entering the realm. His anger burns even hotter as he watches Su Yang descend like a king surveying his soon-to-be-conquered land. Alan, standing beside him, lets out a frustrated sneer. In his eyes, humans are disgusting creatures breaking every agreement without a second thought. His words drip with disdain, but deep inside, fear starts creeping in. Alan rushes to Eric's side, his voice filled with urgency. The dragons are panicking. They refuse to fight. The battlefield is slipping out of their control. Eric, barely able to contain his irritation, snaps in frustration. His pride refuses to accept the idea that a mere fourth transition weakling is the cause of this disaster. To him, Su Yang is nothing but an ant that needs to be crushed. The Black Dragon, that is his problem to handle. Without hesitation, the order is given, kill the boy riding the Black Dragon. A storm of elven warriors launches into action. Their dragons charge forward, their weapons gleaming under the fractured light of the realm. Spells ignite the sky, turning it into a battlefield of blazing magic and sharp steel. By all logic, this should be an overwhelming attack and unavoidable doom. But Su Yang simply chuckles. If it is death they want, then so be it. Dark energy coils around his fingers, pulsating with an ominous glow. But the ones dying today will not be him. A vortex of destruction erupts outward, consuming everything in its path. Instantly, notifications flood his vision. You killed level 152 Elven Holy Knight Agus. You killed level 197 Elven Magic Warrior Karen. You killed level 198 Elven Magic Master Behaim. You killed level 150 Elven Divine Archer. Havok experience gained 52.1 million. Eric's face twists in disbelief. His mind refuses to accept what just happened. 4 of their elites wiped out in an instant. This should have been impossible. Panic spreads among the elves. Su Yang's attacks are completely invisible to them. No one can even see how he is striking, yet bodies are dropping like flies. Alan's voice turns grim. There's no more time to waste. They must use their trump card. But before they can act, darkness surges through the battlefield. A monstrous force clamps down on Eric, pinning him in place. His eyes widen in terror. He struggles, his body refusing to obey. The sheer power suffocates him. Desperation sets in. His mind races for an answer, but there is none. If even he cannot resist this power, the others have no hope. They need to run. A flicker of movement flashes in the corner of his vision, a blur too fast to react to. Then a devastating kick slams into him, sending him crashing into the ground below. Dust explodes upon impact. Eric barely has time to process the pain before a heavy boot presses against his throat. The pressure tightens, cutting off his breath. Above him, Su Yang stands completely unfazed. His expression carries nothing but amusement, as if this entire battle is nothing more than a trivial game to him. Eric tries to speak, but his words come out as choked gasps. His status, his power, none of it matters right now. Su Yang's eyes glint with menace. He makes it clear anyone who wrongs him will pay 100-fold. It does not matter who they are. Even if they were a god, the result would be the same, death. Eric falls, his life ends in an instant. But before Su Yang can even take a breath, another swarm of dragons charges toward him. The elves are already back on their feet, revive as if nothing happened. One of them, clearly still holding a grudge, yells at Su Yang, throwing out empty threats about how they were just careless before and that this time they will definitely take his life. Su Yang barely reacts, unimpressed by their sudden confidence. He mocks them, pointing out how they have just returned from the dead yet are already in a hurry to die again. An elf, seated atop a brown dragon, loses his temper completely. He screeches for Su Yang to perish and commands his dragon to unleash its dragon's breath on both Su Yang and his legendary black dragon. The dragon opens its jaws and unleashes a torrent of scorching flames. The elf laughs maniacally, already celebrating as if victory is guaranteed. Fire erupts in all directions, consuming everything in its path. He roars in triumph, convinced that Su Yang has been reduced to nothing but ashes. From a distance, the red-haired lady and the green-eyed princess watch the chaos unfold. The red-haired lady raises an eyebrow, noting how these elves' dragons suddenly seem full of energy when they were practically lifeless just moments ago. The green-eyed princess urges her to take a closer look. Realization dawns on the red-haired lady as she observes the dragon's eyes. The color has changed. A spell must have been used to forcibly control their minds. Spells like these always come with severe and often irreversible consequences. To resort to something so reckless, these elves must be truly desperate to kill Su Yang. Meanwhile, Alan also revives, riding his dragon straight toward the battlefield. He takes in the sight before him and grins, clearly pleased with what is happening. He cheers for his revived allies, praising their efforts before turning his attention to Su Yang. Gloating, he taunts him, eager to see if he can still act tough while staring down a dragon's fiery breath. In mere seconds, a massive explosion rips through the battlefield. The elf who had been arrogantly commanding his dragon to burn Su Yang disappears, completely erased, along with his beast. Nothing remains. Dust and ash are all that is left of him. The other elves freeze in sheer disbelief. Their confidence shatters in an instant. Their minds struggle to process what just happened. Panic grips them. Fear takes over. Some try to speak, but their voices crack under terror. They beg for mercy, realizing too late that there is none. Another explosion erupts, followed by yet another. Su Yang's legendary Black Dragon unleashes a counterattack with devastating force. Boom. Boo-woo-oh. In an instant, the battlefield turns into a wasteland. The remaining elves, including Alan, are reduced to nothing. Their so-called revival means nothing against true power. Not a single one of them is left standing. Far above, Su Yang ascends into the sky, his black dragon soaring with him. In his grasp, he holds a twisted mass of monster flesh. Inside, Eric, the once proud elven prince, squirms helplessly. Trapped in this grotesque prison, he demands to know where Su Yang is taking him. Su Yang makes his intention clear. This so-called revival cycle ends today. No more second chances. No more games. He plans to eliminate the threat completely, wiping out whatever foolish trick allows these elves to keep coming back. From a distance, the green-eyed princess watches him disappear into the sky. Her voice is barely above a whisper as she acknowledges his departure. The red-haired lady, on the other hand, smirks. Not only did Su Yang emerge completely unharmed from that massive attack, but he counter-killed his enemies without breaking a sweat. Those elves never stood a chance. They walked into a battle they could never win. The green-eyed princess mutters his name under her breath, still shaken. Su Yang's sheer power had left her breathless. The way he wiped out his enemies so effortlessly made her heart race. He truly scared her. Meanwhile, Vijayanu crouches behind a rock, his green dragon pressed close beside him. Sweat beads on his forehead. Fear grips his chest. Watching the elves get obliterated in an instant makes him question everything. He wonders if Su Yang is even human. Winning against him in a direct fight is impossible. There is only one way, an ambush. He must find the perfect moment to strike. Back at the revival spot, Alan grits his teeth, seething with frustration. Rage burns in his eyes as the realization sinks in he has died again. The humiliation stings almost as much as the defeat itself. Su Yang is practically inhuman. 2 deaths in a row have cost them too many levels. Fighting back is no longer an option. Desperation kicks in. He pulls out a scroll, his last resort. The dungeon entrance is already sealed, so there is no choice left. He orders his remaining allies to use the town portal scroll. Before he can even activate it, a sharp sound slices through the air. A whoosh, then nothing. The scroll is torn apart in an instant. His breath catches in his throat. His mind refuses to process what just happened. Su Yang stands before him as calm as ever. Escape, that was never an option. Alan never even asked for permission. Without another word, Su Yang hurls a mass of twisted monster flesh onto the ground. The grotesque form writhes before the remaining elves. A familiar voice cries out from inside, Eric, trapped and helpless. He screams at them, ordering them to get him out immediately. None of them move. Fear paralyzes them. Before the thought of rescuing Eric even crosses their minds, Su Yang makes it clear if so-called 7th tier like Eric cannot break free, then what hope do they have? Their efforts would be nothing but a waste of energy. Alan stumbles back, his confidence shattered. His voice wavers as he demands to know what Su Yang wants. Desperation bleeds into his words. He tries to negotiate, promising to offer anything in exchange for their lives. Su Yang barely reacts. Anything interesting. What if the only thing he wants is his life? Without waiting for an answer, he swings his hand. A flash of destruction follows. The elf's dragon drops lifelessly before them, his body hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Alan's face drains of color. Fear twists his features. Su Yang tilts his head, his tone dripping with amusement. Scared? But just moments ago, Alan and his pathetic army were so confident, demanding Longjia to hand him over. Where did all that arrogance go? Why the sudden change of heart? Alan's pride crumbles instantly. He falls to his knees, voice shaking. Blind, that is what they were. They were blind before, but now they see. The mistake has been admitted. The begging begins. He pleads for mercy, calling Su Yang sir, hoping that a little humility will save him. But the problem is, Su Yang does not forgive. His expression remains cold. Too late. He's already seen the true nature of these elves through Ekare. Letting them go back alive was never an option. Alan's eyes widen in shock. The pieces finally click in his head. Disbelief washes over him as he stammers for confirmation. Su Yang was the one who killed Akare. Su Yang does not even bother to acknowledge his reaction. The plan is simple. Keep killing them over and over until their levels hit 0. No more revivals. No more second chances. Without hesitation, he dashes forward. Enough time has been wasted. This endless cycle of revival ends now. One by one, the elves fall. Panic spreads among them, but there is nowhere to run. Death follows them like a shadow, and no amount of pleading will stop it. Alan, barely able to process the massacre happening before him, screams in desperation. Humans and elves were supposed to be allies. Was Su Yang truly this insane? He tries to use logic, spitting out warnings about world-level bosses, divine-tier classes, and how humanity will be doomed without an alliance. His voice cracks with fear. Subjugating does not even blink. None of that matters to him. He swings his black sword, cutting through the air. A wave of energy crackles forward, swallowing everything in its path. The elves stand no chance. Their bodies vanish in an instant, erased along with their dragons. Alan is no exception. In the blink of an eye, they are all gone. The battlefield falls silent. Only one remains. Eric lies on the ground, barely conscious. The explosion has finally freed him from the monster flesh, but it does not matter anymore. His body trembles as he struggles to get up. Subjugating steps toward him, eyes cold and unreadable. One last enemy left. Eric, despite his pathetic state, has the audacity to scream at him. Coward, that's what he calls Subjugating. Underhanded tricks, that's what he accuses him of. If Subjugating really has any honor, he should let him go and fight fair and square. Subjugating raises an eyebrow. Sure. Eric, stunned that Subjugating actually agreed, attempts to rise. His limbs shake as he crawls across the ground. Subjugating watches completely unfazed. With a simple gesture of his hand, he motions for Eric to come closer. If Eric wants clarity before he dies, then Subjugating is more than happy to give it to him. Eric forces himself to his feet, determination burning in his eyes. He glares at Subjugating, full of false confidence, and taunts him. This is what Subjugating asked for, and now he is going to regret it. Without wasting another second, Eric activates Weapon Enchant, Storm. Power surges through his blade as he lunges forward, declaring Subjugating's doom. Gale slashes fly through the air, cutting towards Subjugating with terrifying speed. Yet Subjugating does not move. The attacks slice past him, but not a single one leaves a mark. He remains completely unharmed. Frustration bubbles up inside Eric. Holding nothing back, he takes a deep breath and roars with everything he has. His voice echoes across the battlefield as he unleashes Storm Convergence, a devastating force meant to rip through anything in its path. He does not stop there. This is it, his strongest move. Storm Annihilation Slash. A monstrous storm of raw energy erupts from his blade, slicing towards Subjugating with enough force to wipe out an army. Eric grins in triumph, convinced that this is the end. The attack crashes down. The battlefield trembles. Dust and debris explode into the air. Eric smirks, his chest rising and falling with exhaustion. This is what Subjugating deserves. But his victory shatters in the next instant. From within the destruction, a figure steps forward untouched. Subjugating emerges completely unfazed, his expression as calm as ever. Eric's stomach drops. His face twists in horror. This should not be possible. He demands an explanation, his voice rising in panic. Subjugating should be dead. He wonders, why is he still standing? Subjugating glances at his status. A small scratch, barely noticeable. His HP bar remains at 90%. He actually acknowledges the attack, admitting that a 7th tier technique is indeed impressive. Stronger than the Silver Dragon Econ. Eric stares in disbelief. His hands tremble around his sword. That was his full power strike, his ultimate move, and only chipped away 10%. His voice cracks as he stutters in denial. No, this cannot be real. Subjugating is not a 4th tier class. No, he is not even human. He is a walking nightmare, a boss in human skin. Subjugating does not give him time to process his failure. In a flash, he moves at light speed. Eric barely has a second to react before Subjugating's blade slices through him, ending him instantly. And as his body fades into nothingness, Subjugating casually congratulates him. You got it right. A notification appears confirming the kill, level 220. Fairy Dragon Knight. Eric, the battle is over. Vijaynu crouches behind a rock, trembling in disbelief. His heart races as he watches the aftermath of the battle. Subjugating has annihilated everyone in his path. The thought of ambushing him seems laughable now. No trick, no sneak attack could even touch this monster. Panic sets in. He knows he has to warn his uncle and father. They are the only ones who can handle this terror. His mind races with a plan to escape. But before he can make a move, a shadow looms before him. Subjugating stands right in front of him, a chilling smirk on his face. Vijaynu freezes, unable to react in time. Before he can even utter a word, the mighty blade of Subjugating flashes and he's gone in an instant. The green-eyed princess and the red-haired lady rush towards Subjugating, concern etched across their faces. The green-eyed princess speaks first, the reality of the situation sinking in. The dungeon notification was real. Everyone is dead. The red-haired lady narrows her eyes, clearly confused. She asks Subjugating why he killed Vijaynu too, after the elf scum had already been dealt with. Subjugating responds casually, almost dismissively. The Shiva Kingdom had already plotted to kill them all here, and he simply preempted their move. pure self-defense in his words. Then, without missing a beat, he turns his back to the girls, a serious tone creeping into his voice. He warns them of the dragon spirit dungeon's dangers. It's not some paradise to level up in, there are threats beyond their imagination. He tells them they better stay put and not wander around if they want to live. The girls, stunned by his words, watch as Su Yang takes flight with his legendary black dragon, vanishing into the sky. He calls over his shoulder, leaving them in the dust. See you later. Su Yang thinks about his recent battle. He has just defeated 6 elves, 1 at the Starlight tier, 1 at the Moonlight tier, and 4 at the 9 tier. Including the Moonlight tier Baham and the 7 dragons, he has earned over 30 million experience points. In the past, this amount would have excited him. However, compared to his current experience pool, it feels insignificant. The items, tools, and equipment that drop from the fight have some value, but he has no use for them right now. He decides to store them away. He holds his dragon remains greatsword and examines its growth. The weapon has become stronger, but something feels strange. The numerical values appear to meet. Devouring 7 dragons should have provided a much greater boost. A sudden notification appears, revealing that evolution requires slaying a Sunlight tier dragon. Completing this task will unlock the attribute Devouring cap, allowing it to increase up to 20,000. Understanding this new requirement, Su Yang realizes that he has reached the 1st tier Devouring limit. The upcoming mission will not be easy, but there is no need to rush. His thoughts drift toward a mystery. He wonders if the nameless warrior buried in this place was once the original owner of his Dragon Slayer's heart. He takes out a locket containing the Dragon Slayer's heart. A golden light radiates from it, and suddenly a golden beam appears in the distance. This confirms his suspicions. The direction of the guiding light might lead to the location of the ancient devourer. The thick fog ahead makes it impossible to see anything, but he remains unfazed. The Dragon Slayer's heart will show him the way. Determined to move forward, he commands his legendary black dragon, Atal, to charge ahead. Su Yang continues flying atop his dragon, moving toward the golden light. As he gets closer, something massive begins to take shape. A colossal skeleton of a dragon emerges from the thick mist ahead. A realization strikes him. This could be the true form of the ancient devourer. The sheer size of the remains is beyond anything he has ever seen. Even his mighty black dragon of Atal appears tiny in comparison. The sight is overwhelming. The creature's size alone is enough to shake anyone's resolve. His thoughts drift to the past. The nameless warrior who once defeated such a terrifying beast must have been unimaginably strong, a being at the divine tier, or perhaps something beyond even that. The idea leaves him in awe. He glances at Atal and senses the dragon's excitement. Even a legendary creature like Atal can feel the weight of this moment. Together, they are about to witness the continuation of an ancient legend. Suddenly, something unexpected happens. A mysterious force prevents him from flying any further. It seems as if there is a rule that restricts flight in this airspace. The mist thickens once again, swirling around him. A strange path reveals itself. It is the massive arm of the ancient devourer, stretching upward like a staircase leading to the peak. It looks like a ritual, a test of some kind. The only way forward is to Su Yang begins his climb, finding the situation both strange and intriguing. As he moves forward, something unexpected happens. The dragons he previously killed start appearing once again. Every single one has returned, standing before him as if they had never fallen. A thought crosses his mind. This might not be a simple resurrection. A necromancer could be nearby, controlling them. However, another possibility exists. This could be part of the ancient devourer's and the nameless warrior's trial. If so, he must overcome it to proceed. He remains unfazed. These undead dragons may have returned, but it makes no difference. He has slain bone dragons before, and no matter how many times they revive, he'll cut them down again. One by one, he defeats them, reducing them to nothing but piles of bones. The last one falls, and towering heaps of dragon remains surround him. The battle required considerable effort, but he still does not fully understand the meaning behind this trial. At least it has finally ended. Without hesitation, he sets his sights on the peak, ready to reach it in a single decisive move. Su Yang rushes toward the peak, determined to reach his goal. However, the ground suddenly shakes beneath him, and a thick white fog appears in his path. Confusion sets in for a moment, but before he can react, the fog begins swirling violently. It transforms into a powerful whirlwind and slams into him. The force nearly throws him off the mountain. He barely manages to grab onto the edge with one hand. That was close. Before he can regain his footing, something even more alarming catches his attention. His dragon Atal is glowing white. A mysterious force is affecting the legendary black dragon, causing it to howl in pain. He cannot understand what is happening. Just as he begins to process the situation, an unfamiliar presence appears before him. A mysterious figure, shrouded in shadow and holding a sword, stands at the cliff's edge. The surprises are endless. Before he can react, a shadowy figure launches an attack. Su Yang barely dodges in time, grabbing onto another part of the cliff to keep himself from falling. The enemy does not stop. Strike after strike, the figure targets every part of the cliff, clearly trying to knock him off. Despite the dangerous situation, Su Yang dodges with ease. He moves swiftly, spinning and leaping to avoid the relentless attacks. Instead of feeling pressure, he finds himself enjoying the rhythm of his movements as if this has turned into some kind of game. Finally, an opening appears. Without hesitation, he seizes the opportunity and launches his counterattack. A thought crosses his mind. Could this be the work of the ancient devourer? The overwhelming force of the blast, the restriction on flight, and now an assassin appearing at the perfect moment, it all feels like a cruelly designed death trap. The situation reminds him of something familiar. It feels just like the work of a certain legendary game designer from Sakura Country, known for creating impossibly difficult challenges. Su Yang raises his sword high, frustration boiling inside him. After everything he went through to tame the legendary Black Dragon, losing it like this feels unbearable. The anger surges through him. He does not care if the ancient devourer or the nameless warrior is behind this. He will not leave empty-handed. If nothing else, he will take some of their bones as a souvenir. The shadowy man finally speaks. He points toward Atal, who remains trapped within the blazing flames. His words reveal that this is not just ordinary fire, it is a qualification appraisal. Atal is undergoing a test. Su Yang turns his attention to his dragon. Something strange is happening. Atal's body is slowly regenerating. This does not seem like an attack, but rather a bloodline assessment. A realization dawns on him. If Atal cannot endure this process, he might perish completely. He tightens his grip on his sword. His dragon must survive. There is no other option. The shadowy man then shifts his focus to Su Yang and asks a strange question. He wants to know if Su Yang is the nameless warrior. Su Yang responds by stating his name and origin. He is Su Yang from Wongfay. However, the shadowy man does not seem satisfied. He repeats the question as if the first answer was not enough. Something feels off. 2 consecutive questions about his identity. This cannot be a coincidence. A sense of unease creeps into the mind of Su Yang. Could it be that this figure has seen through his true nature? Has he somehow sensed his role as the sovereign of original sin? That should be impossible. Before he can think any further, the shadowy man makes his move. He attacks without warning, his sword slicing through the air at an unbelievable speed. Su Yang barely has time to react. The blade moves so fast that his instincts scream in alarm. This is dangerous. The attack lands and Su Yang crashes to the ground. Something feels off. This should be painful, yet there is no pain at all. His health points remain untouched. None of this makes any sense. This is not how a normal attack works. The shadowy figure remains standing, his sword still aimed at Su Yang. His voice carries an unusual hesitation. It seems like he expected a different outcome, one that did not happen. Confusion flickers across his face as if something in his calculations has gone terribly wrong. Su Yang does not waste a second. Without waiting for answers, he grabs his sword and launches a counterattack. Understanding the situation can come later. Right now, taking down this mysterious opponent is the priority. However, the shadowy man effortlessly parries the strike, barely needing to move. It is almost insulting how easy it is for him. Both fighters continue clashing, their swords colliding in rapid succession. Sparks fly, metal rings through the air, and neither of them backs down. The battle intensifies with every strike. The shadowy man suddenly leaps high into the air, gathering his strength for a powerful finishing move. His sword cuts through the air like a falling comet, carrying enough force to shatter mountains. But Su Yang does the impossible. Instead of dodging, blocking, or even countering with his sword, he does something no sane warrior would ever think of. He catches the incoming blade with his teeth. The sheer absurdity of it stuns the shadowy man. For a moment, the battlefield falls silent, as if even the universe is trying to process what just happened. A smirk spreads across Su Yang's face as he retaliates, striking back with his own sword. The shadowy man, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, finds himself completely unarmed. His weapon is now in Su Yang's grasp. The once mighty warrior now stands empty-handed, his legendary status looking a lot less impressive without a blade to back it up. Su Yang glances at the stolen sword, analyzing its weight and craftsmanship. A legendary hero without a weapon is nothing more than a guy with fancy armor and a reputation. Victory is now just a matter of time. The fight is far from over, but the odds have shifted. Now it is only a question of how long this so-called hero can hold out before he falls. The battle takes an unexpected turn when the shadowy man suddenly sits down in a meditative posture. Instead of looking frustrated or desperate, He wears a calm smile. A strange pink flame-like aura emerges from his chest, slowly drifting toward the sword that is now in Su Yang's hand. This is not the reaction of someone who just lost their weapon. This is something else entirely. The shadowy man speaks in a cryptic manner, as if he has come to some great realization. He acknowledges Su Yang and, to his surprise, entrusts the sword to him willingly. There is no attempt to reclaim it, no last-ditch effort to continue the fight. Instead, he issues a command. He orders Su Yang to go and eliminate someone named Chloris. Confusion sets in. The name Chloris is unfamiliar. Who could this be? If the person is linked to the legend of the Nameless Warrior, then this might be a bigger deal than it seems. Before Su Yang can process everything, a notification suddenly appears before him. The system detects a new user for the sword and immediately begins an assessment. Strange messages flash one after another. Resistance check, detection errors, unknown identifiers. Nothing about this seems normal. But then success. The weapon officially binds itself to him. The screen reveals more details. The sword's name is Transcendence, Crimson Sword. But its status is strange, marked, damaged, and honorless. That alone raises questions. Looking at the blade, Su Yang feels a sense of unease. He wonders why almost all of the information is unreadable. What does Transcendence even mean? Could it be a level beyond divine artifacts? And what exactly is this correction resistance test that he apparently passed? Another notification follows. It explains the sword's ability. Correction attacks require something called a red moon crystal core as fuel. Checking the charge level, Su Yang sees that there are already 152 stored. This raises even more questions. Deciding to test it out, he activates the charging function. The sword immediately absorbs one of the red moon crystal cores. The process is instant, confirming his theory. One core equals one charge point. This sword is not just powerful, it is something beyond his understanding. And if it was left behind by that shadowy man, then this mission to eliminate Chloris might be far more dangerous than he expected. Just then, a mighty roar echoes across the battlefield. Su Yang's lips curl into a knowing smile. There is only one being who could produce such a powerful sound. His gaze shifts upward, and there it is, Atal, the legendary black dragon, returning in all his glory. The enormous beast materializes before him, his presence alone exuding overwhelming strength. Su Yang observes him closely. Atal has completed his inheritance. The transformation is undeniable. The power radiating from him is far beyond what it was before. A flicker of curiosity sparks in Su Yang's mind. The pale flames from before, what happened to them? Before he can even finish his thought, Atal's crimson eyes burn with intensity. With another deafening roar, his breath releases flames, but these are no ordinary flames. A system notification appears, revealing the truth. Atal has devoured the necroflame. Any creature burned to death by these flames will not simply perish. Instead, they will be reborn as undead beings, bound to Atal's power. And unless Atal runs out of energy, these creatures will remain immortal. Su Yang's eyes narrow as realization dawns on him. This ability, this is no ordinary transformation. It reminds him of necromancers, those who control the dead. But Atal is not just a necromancer. No, this goes beyond simple reanimation. This is domination over death itself. A more fitting title comes to Su Yang's mind, Deathlord Dragon. His gaze sweeps across the battlefield, and he quickly notices something even more shocking. The bone dragons that had previously fallen are now back on their feet, or rather, back in the air. Their lifeless eyes now burn with eerie energy, completely under Atal's control. The implications of this are staggering. Atal is no longer just a powerful dragon. He now commands an army of undead creatures. Su Yang mounts his dragon, feeling the sheer might beneath him. And as they take off, the bone dragons follow like loyal subordinates. A new idea forms in his mind. If Atal devours elite monsters and bosses, then this undead army will only grow stronger. This is no simple necromancer's power. This is the power of a Lich King. This inheritance is not just powerful, it is on the verge of becoming unstoppable. Then something unusual catches his eye. Each of the bone dragons now has a number marked on them. That was definitely not there before. This change is too sudden. He wonders if it has something to do with the Crimson Sword. Deciding there is only one way to find out, he activates the sword's correction ability. The moment he does, the bone dragon in front of him vanishes, completely erased from existence. Not shattered, not burned, not turned to dust, just gone. Two system notifications appear immediately. The first message confirms that the correction ability has increased something called the Crimson Infection level. The second message is identical but shows an increase of 0%. That detail stands out. A realization strikes him. This correction ability does not just kill, it eliminates things at the fundamental level, bypassing all revival mechanisms. Even undead creatures which should be immortal under Atal's control are erased instantly. This level of power is absurd. It does not just destroy, it rewrites reality itself. However, the second notification is a mystery. He wonders why one shows an increase, while the other remains at 0. Does this mean there was no energy cost for the correction? If so, that would make this ability even more broken than he thought. His mind drifts back to his battle with the nameless warrior. That man had attempted to use correction on him, yet it failed. There must be something unique about him, something that allows him to resist a power that can erase even undead beings. He wonders if it could be tied to the system itself. Su-Yang calls out to the system, hoping for answers, but as expected, there is no response. It looks like this mystery is not going to be solved so easily. No matter. There is plenty of time to figure it out later. For now, he focuses on the bigger picture. Atal has completed his inheritance and he has gained a weapon with ridiculous power. The Dragon Spirit's secret realm may not have given him direct experience points, but the rewards he obtained here far surpass anything he could have imagined. However, there is one issue. The Red Moon crystal cores are far too rare. Right now, the only known source is the Red Moon invasion event. If he wants to fully utilize this weapon's potential, he needs a steady supply. The Job Change Temple might have more information on where to find them. With that thought in mind, he makes his decision. It is time to leave this place and move on to the next step. Meanwhile, the two ladies are in the same spot where Su-Yang left them, their red and white dragons standing close by. Nothing has changed since his departure, and they continue waiting, uncertain about what comes next. Out of nowhere, a shimmering portal appears before them, its swirling light signaling an exit. The green-eyed princess's eyes widen in surprise. This exit was not supposed to open yet. Something unusual is happening. Verlia shares her confusion, questioning how the portal could have appeared so suddenly. This timing feels too convenient to be a coincidence. The green-eyed princess, after a brief moment of thought, makes a decision. She tells Verlia to go through the portal first. There is something she needs to do before leaving. Verlia hesitates for a moment before asking if she is waiting for Su-Yang. Before an answer can come, the ground trembles violently. The shaking is strong enough to make even the dragons take a step back. Verlia looks around in alarm. Something massive is approaching. The green-eyed princess, however, does not look worried at all. She knows exactly what this means. Only one person could cause such an overwhelming presence. Su-Yang is back. A powerful roar fills the air, shaking the very foundation of the land. Su-Yang appears, standing proudly atop the massive head of his legendary black dragon Atal. The beast's mighty presence alone is enough to make the earth tremble. The moment Atal arrives, both the red and white dragons begin sweating. Compared to him, they look like tiny pets. The sheer difference in size and power is overwhelming. Su-Yang gives a simple command instructing Atal to calm the area. With one final roar, Atal releases an authoritative wave of power, instantly silencing the surroundings. The red and white dragons freeze in place, looking like they have just been scolded by the king of all dragons. The green-eyed princess watches everything unfold in disbelief. Atal has grown even larger than before. This is not just a minor transformation, he has clearly gained incredible new power from the secret realm. Su-Yang dismounts from his dragon, landing smoothly on the ground. He walks for the two ladies, his expression calm but serious. They had waited patiently, and now it is time to leave. He acknowledges their effort and informs them that now that the secret realm has been unlocked, they are free to go. However, he makes one thing clear. It is in their best interest not to speak of what happened here. The weight of his words hangs in the air. The truth of what took place in the secret realm is not something that should be casually shared. Not only would it cause problems for him, but for them as well. Both ladies stand frozen for a moment, absorbing the meaning behind his words. The green-eyed princess is the first to respond. She quickly reassures him that they will keep everything a secret. There is no hesitation in her voice. A faint blush creeps onto her face as she looks at Su-Yang. She admits that from the way he carries himself, she can tell he is not a bad person. There is something about his presence that reassures her. A part of her wants to talk to him more, but it seems fate has other plans. This is not the right time. Su-Yang stands there, momentarily caught off guard. The unexpected farewell leaves him both surprised and slightly amused. Before he can fully process the situation, Verlia, along with her dragon, vanishes into the swirling portal. Her exit is swift and without hesitation. The green-eyed princess, however, lingers for a brief moment. Instead of leaving immediately, she turns back, gives him a small wave, and cheerfully promises to see him again. With that final gesture, she steps through the portal and disappears from sight. A strange thought crosses Su-Yang's mind. In her eyes, he is actually considered a good person. That is unexpected. Most people either fear him, admire his power, or want to kill him. But to be seen as a genuinely good person? Maybe she really is an interesting girl. His moment of reflection is short-lived. The situation outside is still uncertain. Walking out without a plan could lead to unnecessary trouble. Careful thinking is required before making a move. Based on his analysis of the current events, the world is now shifting. Faction missions have been introduced, and humans have found a way to turn into demons. If the transformation works one way, then logically, it should work the other way as well. If humans can become demons, there must be a way for demons to join the human faction. This theory needs to be tested. If demons can freely integrate into the human world, it will change the balance of power completely. He activates the system's multi-faction compatibility function. Almost instantly, his consciousness shifts and he finds himself inside the body of the demon lord, deep within the abyss of demons. A smirk forms on his face. The abyss is becoming more active. The once restricted world of demons is no longer locked away. A system notification confirms his suspicions. The one-way restriction on the abyss of demons has been lifted. Demons can now freely enter and leave the outside world. Everything is falling into place just as he expected. Ordinary demons leaving the abyss would be nothing more than walking experience points for human warriors. Those weaklings would be slaughtered the moment they stepped outside. But things are different when it comes to him, the sovereign of original sin. It is time to test something even greater. He speaks a name, summoning one of the strongest beings under his command. Without delay, Lady Lucifer appears before him. She kneels, her piercing gaze filled with devotion. She can already sense his power returning. In her eyes, this marks the beginning of his true resurgence. His past glory is within reach. Without wasting any time, he asks her if she can cross through the abyss gate in her current state. This will determine whether high-ranking demons can truly step into the human world without restriction. Lucifer, ever loyal, does not hesitate. She acknowledges the challenge but insists that she must at least try. Without further delay, he gives the order. She is to step forward and attempt to cross the boundary. In the icy wasteland of the Siberian northern plains, the abyss gate stands ominously against the frozen landscape. The temperature has plunged to a bone-chilling -30 degrees, where even the air itself seems to freeze. Two guards wrapped in thick layers of fur stand at their posts in front of an ancient ice castle, their breath turning into white mist. One of them groans in frustration. This place is unbearable. How much longer do they have to suffer here? Even demons wouldn't survive this level of cold. The other guard, equally miserable, agrees. If they stay here any longer, they might as well turn into frozen statues. Their complaints come to an abrupt halt. A dark presence descends upon them. A tall, imposing figure materializes before their eyes, Lady Lucifer. The very air around her seems to shudder. She examines her hand, noticing something troubling. Her power is not at full strength. The freezing atmosphere drains her abilities. The guards panic, their survival instincts kicking in. A demon, here of all places? This was supposed to be impossible. One of them immediately raises his weapon, shouting in alarm. If demons can now step into the mortal world, the consequences could be catastrophic. His partner does not hesitate. He turns on his heels, ready to alert the high priest before things spiral out of control. But they never get the chance. A flicker of annoyance crosses Lucifer's face. They are too loud. This is a sacred moment, one that does not require their voices. A dark aura explodes around her, sending waves of dread across the frozen plains. In an instant, she moves, now standing atop their heads like a shadow of death itself. A flash of red light. Laser-like beams tear through the air, slicing through the guards effortlessly. Their bodies are torn apart before they can even register what happened. Limbs scatter, weapons fall, and the ice absorbs the remnants of their existence. Lucifer steps forward without a second glance. The experiment is complete. The demons can now cross through the abyss gate. The only downside, power suppression. No matter. This is enough for now. Her mission is clear. She must return and deliver this information to her king. Back in the abyss of demons, she kneels before Su Yang, relaying the details of her successful passage. He listens carefully, processing the implications. It is now confirmed. The demons can freely enter and exit the abyss gate. However, there is a limit. Their strength is forcibly suppressed to the demigod tier. This discovery sparks a realization. The world has yet to unlock the path to godhood expansion. If that is the case, then true god tier beings cannot fully manifest in this realm. The current world is simply not ready to withstand such power. Even so, this restriction is hardly a concern. Even with her power limited, Lucifer's attributes and abilities still surpass those of any ninth-turn demigod tier warriors. Outside of the dragon spirit's secret realm, only 6 or 7 ninth-turn demigods exist. Against someone like Lucifer, they would crumble like brittle glass. Taking them down would not even be a challenge, it would be a formality. With this in mind, Su Yang gives Lucifer her next command. She must descend into the mortal world. In his name, those who dare defy him shall face the consequences. Lucifer accepts the order without hesitation. She lives to serve. No one who stands against her king will escape punishment. Before she departs, Su Yang presents an image to her. This time, her mission is not just about punishment. It requires someone to be brought to him. This person will serve as his proxy while he remains in the shadows. To see this person will be the same as seeing him. Lucifer takes a careful look at the image. For a moment, a flicker of surprise crosses her face. The one she must retrieve is human. Outside the secret realm, powerful figures from every country and empire have gathered not long ago. The air is tense and everyone looks like they are ready to rip each other apart. In the middle of it all, the great magician Augustus glares at Tang Zhan, his expression full of anger. He accuses Tang Zhan of breaking their agreement and demands an explanation for Su Yang's sudden entry into the dragon's spirit secret realm. To make things worse, ever since Su Yang appeared, chaos has erupted. Instead of working together, they ended up attacking each other, even their supposed allies from the Elven kingdom. Tang Zhan, showing his usual lack of concern, turns his back on Augustus and refuses to explain anything. He acts as if he has no idea why everything went wrong. His attitude only fuels Augustus' rage, and it looks like things are about to get ugly. The elf prince, who has been silently observing, finally speaks up. He refuses to let this matter slide and declares that Su Yang will be taken back to the Elven court for interrogation. He has no patience for nonsense. His sharp gaze lands on Tang Zhan, making it clear that he is next. Tang Zhan is ordered to come along and give a proper explanation. There is still time to come up with a convincing excuse, but the prince warns that it better be a good one. Tang Zhan, however, has no interest in being talked down to. He scoffs at the idea of being interrogated and makes it clear that he isn't going anywhere unless someone has the strength to make him. His arrogance knows no bounds, and he seems to have no fear of the consequences. The elf prince, unwilling to back down, gives one last warning. If Tang Zhan insists on being this stubborn, then he shouldn't blame them for what happens next. The situation is seconds away from turning into a full-blown fight when the tension is suddenly erupted. A portal flickers, and from it the green-eyed princess and Verlia step out. Verlia, noticing the strange atmosphere, greets everyone but quickly realizes something is off. The princess, looking around, questions why everyone appears so serious, as if someone just stole their lunch. Before they can get answers, Augustus and the samurai warrior step forward. The samurai wastes no time and demands to know why only the two of them have returned. Su Yang is nowhere to be seen, and that is a problem. Augustus, still on edge, also questions them about the others from the Elven kingdom. If they are not here, then where did they go? Verlia finds herself at a loss for words, but the green-eyed princess steps in without hesitation. She explains the situation with a completely serious face, despite the fact that she is making things up as she goes. From the moment they entered the secret realm, everyone got separated. Only she and Verlia ended up in the same place, but they quickly lost their way. Instead of finding any treasures, they barely escaped with their lives. Just moments ago, a sudden flash of light transported them back to the entrance. Upon arrival, they noticed that the entrance had already been unsealed, so they simply walked out. She confidently assumes that the others will probably return soon as well. Inside, she silently praises herself for delivering absolute nonsense with such a straight face. The samurai warrior listens and reacts with disappointment. The whole situation seems like a waste of time to him. Meanwhile, the elf prince narrows his eyes, thinking through the details. If her words are true, then someone must have successfully claimed the inheritance of the secret realm. That should mean that everyone else has also been teleported back, just like the princess and Verlia. However, the absence of the others raises a troubling question. If they should have returned, then why are they still missing? Something doesn't add up, and he can't ignore the possibility that something might have gone terribly wrong. Without hesitation, the elf prince grabs both of them by the wrists and declares that they must come with him to the Elven kingdom for questioning. Clearly, he has no plans to take no for an answer. Before he can drive them away, Augustus and the samurai warrior step in to block him. Augustus refuses to let the elf prince take them away and firmly reminds him that they belong to their side. This is not a matter for him to interfere in. The elf prince, unfazed, glares back and issues a warning. If Augustus continues to stand in his way, then he can forget about forming an alliance with the elves. The stakes are high, and if anything happens to the third prince and the heir of the Lawrence family, Augustus will have no choice but to regret it. Before the argument can escalate further, the leader of the Shiva kingdom decides to jump in, acting like the voice of reason. With a tone that drips with fake wisdom, he urges Augustus and the samurai warrior to think about the bigger picture. Compared to these so-called young talents who have yet to prove their worth, the real priority should be completing the world mission and unlocking God-tier class advancements. The future of their world depends on them, not on a few inexperienced individuals. He paints a grim scenario, reminding everyone that if they lose the Elven Kingdom as an ally, the consequences will be disastrous. When the sovereign original sin finally descends upon the world, none of them will be strong enough to face it alone. The elf prince, clearly amused by this sudden shift in tone, lets out a small cough before responding. He remarks on how surprisingly diplomatic the leader of the Shiva Kingdom sounds, almost as if he genuinely values alliances. With a smirk, he promises to report this so-called sincerity to the Elven Queen. He also makes a point to confirm the name of the leader's country, Shiva, just to make sure he doesn't forget who is suddenly trying to act like a peacemaker. The leader of Shiva Kingdom, eager to stay in the elf prince's good graces, quickly confirms it. His eagerness is almost embarrassing. Meanwhile, Augustus watches the entire exchange with barely hidden disgust. He immediately sees through the act and labels the man for what he truly is, a cunning bastard with a ridiculously thick skin. However, just then, a dark crack forms in the sky, splitting it open. A powerful presence fills the air, making everyone feel weak. Their legs shake as if the ground itself rejects them. A loud explosion echoes as a terrifying figure steps out. Augustus immediately recognizes her, the sovereign of pride, Lady Lucifer. That arrogant, overpowered demoness has returned, and judging by everyone's faces, nobody is happy about it. The green-eyed princess looks at her, horrified. That smug monster has crawled out from the abyss of demons again, bringing nothing but bad news. Lucifer, clearly unimpressed, scans the weaklings before her. A bored expression sits on her face as if she expected someone stronger but got stuck with this bunch instead. Augustus, however, notices something strange. That overwhelming aura she usually carries feels weaker. A grin spreads across his face. He quickly casts a forbidden spell, level detection. The results confirm it. Lady Lucifer is currently at demigod level, but the spell refuses to reveal her exact stats, as if even the system itself is afraid to peek into her data. Even without precise numbers, one thing is clear. Her power has dropped. This is the moment they have been waiting for. The elf prince wastes no time. Whatever petty disputes they had before, none of that matters now. Taking down this demoness is the only thing that should be on their minds. This is a rare chance, maybe even the only one they will ever get. Lucifer, of course, finds their little alliance laughable. She stands there, completely unbothered, like someone watching ants try to push a boulder. Instead of looking worried, she challenges them all at once. If they think this is their lucky day, they might want to think again. Lady Lucifer charges in without warning. Augustus stands firm and quickly tells Tang Zhan to lead the charge. His voice carries strength and clarity. The rest of the team gets clear orders to support both of them from behind. Augustus then shares a very important detail about this battle. This arrogant boss cannot be damaged unless the attacker has already beaten one of the kings of original sin. The samurai warrior hears this and doesn't waste time. He understands that the real fight is in the hands of Augustus and Tang Zhan. The shield warrior standing nearby keeps his thoughts to himself. He plans to assist for now, but in his heart he already thinks about escaping if things go badly. That kind of half-hearted bravery wouldn't impress a squirrel. The samurai activates a special skill called the Samurai's Benevolence. A soft glow spreads around him. Nearby allies feel stronger with their physical attack power boosted by 20%. Their wounds begin to close slowly thanks to a healing effect that restores a bit of health every second. Next to him, the shield warrior calls upon a different power, Spirit Beast's encouragement. The energy in the air shifts again. Magical strength and defense rise for all allies nearby. Their maximum health increases too. At least now he's being useful. Augustus lifts his staff and summons a great force of thunder and lightning with his heaven and earth thunder transformation. At the same time, Tang Zhan puts his full strength into the Extreme Annihilation Fist. Both attacks strike perfectly. The explosion is massive. Smoke and dust cover the area like a thick fog. When everything clears, Lady Lucifer stands still, and for the first time, her eyes widen. She finally realizes she's been hurt. For someone who acts like a goddess, her surprise is almost funny. Even the smallest wound on her ego hurts more than the blast itself. Augustus sees the moment and rallies the group. His voice is confident. This enemy isn't untouchable. She bleeds. That means she can fall. Lucifer, of course, doesn't take that lightly. Her pride gets poked harder than her body. She lashes out with empty insults, calling them weak and pretending like the damage didn't matter. She's the kind of villain who talks more than she fights. Now she fights back for real. Her power flares and she activates Dark Domain, an exclusive skill that traps enemies inside a giant barrier, one that covers a huge area nearly 500 meters across. Inside the barrier, everyone becomes weaker. Their strength, speed, and defense all drop by half. That's her big move. Hide inside a cheap trick and hope no one notices she's sweating. Everyone starts getting pulled into the barrier. The force is strong and there's no escape. But in that moment, Augustus looks down and notices something strange. Tang Zhan and the two ladies are not moving. They are not getting pulled inside. They stand there untouched by the dark domain. Augustus watches them, trying to understand what is happening. Something is not right about this moment. A glowing portal forms behind Tang Zhan and the two ladies. The light hums with energy, and from it steps out Su Yang. His presence changes the mood instantly. His calm expression hides something deeper. He activates soul engraving without needing to move a muscle. Power flows through the air like a silent wave. Tang Zhan reacts fast, but his soul is now engraved. He is now under the influence of Su Yang. He grabs both the ladies by the hand and leaps forward with them. His movements are sharp and focused. He rushes somewhere, clearly knowing what must be done. The barrier behind them keeps shrinking, closing in on the others still trapped inside. Su Yang looks across the battlefield. His eyes lock onto the closing barrier. He knows this moment only buys a little time. He trusts Tang Zhan to make use of it. No panic, no noise, just quiet control. Then Su Yang glances back at Lucifer. The rest of the enemies are gone, wiped out like dust in the wind. Only she remains, standing there with her pride still puffed up like it means something. Lucifer moves. She lands nearby with all her fake pride. She throws out more of her tired insults. She still believes she's above everyone else. She cannot believe this is the one her master spoke of. She looks at him with disbelief. In her shallow mind, he does not look strong enough to even stand on the same ground. Su Yang lets out a small laugh. He doesn't take her words seriously. He starts walking toward her. He carries himself with a kind of confidence that doesn't need to be loud. He looks at Lucifer and tells her to stop acting so full of herself. He gives her a task without asking. He tells her to go and retrieve someone for him. His voice is firm. He doesn't explain. He expects her to obey. Lucifer stands there, completely shocked. The words hit her harder than she expected. Her proud attitude fades, and she can only mumble a quiet answer. Her thoughts are spinning. For a second, she feels something heavy in the air around Su Yang. It reminds her of her majesty, the powerful presence she respects and fears. But then she shakes her head. That can't be true. It must be her imagination. There's no way this man, who looks so ordinary, could give off that kind of feeling. Meanwhile, back in his mansion, the elf princess is in a good mood. She is singing to herself in the garden, while giving water to the plants. Leaves sway gently in the soft breeze. Suddenly, that calm wind turns wild. The air becomes heavy, and a loud whoosh breaks the silence. A dark portal bursts open in the middle of the garden. The ground shakes slightly. The elf princess gasps and falls to her knees, frightened. The warmth in the garden is swallowed by a cold shadow. Something dark has come, and it brings fear with it. The elf princess looks up, confused and frightened. Her eyes lock onto the dark portal, and her body is frozen in fear. She wonders what's happening. Something feels very wrong. Then the figure of Lucifer steps out from the swirling shadows, cold and full of pride. Behind her stands Su Yang, silent and still, watching everything. Lucifer doesn't waste time. She speaks to the elf princess and demands her to come. There is no kindness in her voice. A massive hand made of glowing purple energy forms in the air. Without any care, she stretches it toward the elf princess and grabs her like a toy. The poor girl screams and struggles. Her voice rises, full of fear and confusion. She keeps shouting and asking why she's being taken, who they are, and to let her go. The portal begins to shrink quickly, closing like a hungry mouth. In just a moment, the swirling darkness pulls Lucifer and the elf princess inside. Then it vanishes without a trace. The garden falls silent once more, as if none of it ever happened. Far away at the resurrection point, Augustus and the others return, their bodies still aching and broken. Their faces are full of defeat. Augustus can't believe it, they lost again. Their enemy is too powerful. No matter how many times they try, they are thrown back down. The samurai warrior speaks, tired and honest. He says that the difference in strength is just too much. There is no hope in a fight like this. The battle is completely one-sided. Suddenly, a thought hits Augustus. His eyes widen. He stands up in panic and shouts a question, asking about Tang Zhan. The samurai looks around and answers that he hasn't seen him. Others are still lying around, hurt and quiet. Then the Shiva warrior Atal lifts his head and speaks. He says something strange happened. Right before they were dragged into that dark space, he saw Tang Zhan. The man was completely untouched. Lucifer acted like Tang Zhan wasn't even there. She didn't attack him. She didn't even look at him like an enemy. Augustus is confused and demands to know what Atal is trying to say. Atal hesitates, then says what he's been thinking. His theory is terrifying. He believes Tang Zhan and Long Xia might have already betrayed humanity. He thinks they could be working with the demons. Augustus refuses to accept it. His voice is firm. He says Tang Zhan would never do that. Tang Zhan has always fought for humanity. He's not the kind of person to turn against his people. Atal doesn't back down. He reminds Augustus that friendship can't blind them now. He says others might have noticed the same thing. One knight speaks up and agrees. He also saw it. Lucifer showed no aggression toward Tang Zhan. Not even a hint of hostility. That is not normal. Another injured warrior speaks with doubt in his voice. He says maybe Tang Zhan really has turned against them. The idea is hard to believe, but the silence among the group shows that doubt is growing. Atal continues speaking. He tells them to remember the time outside the dragon's spirit's secret realm. Everything had seemed normal, but then chaos began. The warriors, all trusted allies, suddenly started attacking one another. No warning, no reason. It was madness without logic. That kind of control to make powerful warriors turn on each other without even knowing why is not something a human can do. Atal believes there had to be help from a demon. No other explanation makes sense. A power that deep and hidden cannot come from a normal source. And when the smoke cleared, who gained the most? Su Yang, the one originally blocked from entering the dragon's spirit's secret realm, somehow got inside. In the end, the ones who benefited the most were Su Yang and Long Xia. The timing is too perfect. Augustus lowers his head slightly. His voice carries disbelief but also acceptance. He admits that someone controlling his actions without him realizing is not a simple trick. That kind of power is beyond the level of a 9-turn half-god, is far above anything a normal human can resist. The samurai warrior steps forward, bringing up another point. He reminds the group of the two women who were last seen with Tang Zhan and Makiko Asuka from their homeland and Verlia from the Evil Federation. He wonders if they are also working with the demons. Atal's eyes widen. He curses himself silently. He had completely forgotten about the two girls. They were so weak in battle, their presence seemed unimportant. He clenches his fists. Even now, his pride keeps him from admitting the full truth. He quickly shifts the blame back to Tang Zhan. He says Tang Zhan must have captured them. It would make sense if Tang Zhan wanted to keep the secrets of the dragon's spirit's secret realm to himself. The samurai warrior thinks about it. He nods slowly. He says that is possible. Tang Zhan taking control of the situation for his own benefit is not out of the question. Atal keeps thinking to himself. He doesn't know the full truth of what Tang Zhan did, but something is clear. Tang Zhan is ahead of everyone. He has died one time less than the rest. That alone gives him a huge lead in strength. His pride refuses to let this continue. He decides he must bring Tang Zhan down. Now only two people know the truth about what really happened inside the dragon's spirit's secret realm. Those two girls. Atal forms a plan. If he can create conflict between the girls and Tang Zhan, then maybe the balance can shift. Maybe it can still steal the secrets for themselves. He promises to himself that the rise of Shiva must not be stopped again. No matter what, he will make sure of that, even if it means using lies, fear, or betrayal. Atal, the Shiva warrior, starts twisting the truth even more. His voice is full of false concern, but his real goal is clear. He wants to control the others. He tells them to think carefully. He says Tang Zhan's actions are strange and too suspicious to ignore. He insists that Tang Zhan must be hiding something dangerous. The others begin to gather around him, their faces unsure. One of them speaks and says that even though it sounds hard to believe, there is still a chance that it could be true. Atal takes that moment to push further. He says there is no more time to sit and wait. He demands they go find Tang Zhan immediately. That plan ends fast. Behind him, Tang Zhan suddenly appears. His eyes glow red, filled with power and fury. A strong, burning aura surrounds him. His presence shuts everyone up in an instant. He does not waste words. His fist slams straight into Atal's face with brutal force. Atal's body flies through the air like a rag doll and smashes into a large rock. The rock shatters on impact, completely destroyed. That one punch says everything. Tang Zhan looks down at him with disgust. His message is clear. He warns Atal not to spread lies about him again. If he does, there will be no mercy next time. Atal lies on the ground, barely able to move. His pride is crushed harder than the rock he hit. Augustus steps forward. His hand points at Tang Zhan. His voice is serious. He says Tang Zhan must explain himself. He demands to know why Tang Zhan was not trapped in Lucifer's barrier. He wants to know where Tang Zhan disappeared to just now. Tang Zhan stands firm. His face stays calm. He says he owes no one any explanations. If they really have doubts, they can take the matter to the holy city and let the high priest confirm everything. That is his answer. He refuses to bow down to suspicion. Behind him, two figures step forward, Verlia and Makiko. Both of them look tired but determined. Verlia speaks first. She explains that Tang Jian had rushed with them all the way to the border of Longxia. His actions were fast and full of purpose. He only stopped for a brief moment before heading straight back. Makiko nods and adds more. She says that at that time, Tang Jian looked very strange. His expression and movements made him seem like someone under control, like something had taken over him for a short while. Their words fall over the crowd like heavy stones. The truth starts to form. Tang Jian is not the villain. Atal's plan begins to crack. The real story is much deeper than anyone knew. Augustus stands silent for a moment. His thoughts begin to settle. If Tang Jian really dares to suggest taking things to the holy city, then his innocence becomes more likely. Everyone knows the high priest can detect lies. No one, not even a half-god, can hide falsehoods under that sacred power. The samurai warrior reflects quietly. A different thought comes to his mind. He wonders if maybe the true enemy is not Tang Jian but someone else. Perhaps the young man from Longxia is the one connected to the abyssal demons. Augustus has the same idea running through his head, but it sounds too strange. Su Yang has only just reached his 4th class advancement. He has no strong status, no big title, no power that should allow him to do something so large. The idea feels almost silly. Still, doubt is a dangerous thing. Augustus then makes a decision. His voice is calm but clear. Since Tang Jian is willing to face the judgment of the high priest, they must go to the holy city. There, the truth can be confirmed. At the same time, they will settle matters related to the elf kingdom. The others agree without argument. The tension in the group begins to lift slightly, and they start walking together toward the holy city. At their back on the ground, Atal still lies bruised and broken. His body hurts, but his pride burns hotter. His eyes are full of rage. He clenches his fist tightly. His heart is poisoned with revenge. He swears silently that Tang Jian will pay for this shame. He no longer cares about the truth. His goal is only to see Tang Jian fall. Later, everyone arrives at the holy temple in the center of the holy city. The temple stands tall and full of light. Inside, the high priestess stands before the great statue of light. Her presence is calm and sacred. She addresses the group with a steady tone. She asks if anyone among them has ever worked with the abyssal demons or if they were ever controlled without their knowledge. Everyone answers together with firm voices. A golden light begins to glow above each person's head. The temple reacts to the truth. This sacred glow is the proof of honesty. No tricks, no lies. Tang Jian stands among them with the same calm expression. His confidence is finally understood. He knew he was innocent. He knew the temple would show it. The golden light shining above his head proves him right. The doubt others had now looks foolish. The high priestess turns to Verlia and Makiko. Her eyes remain soft, but her words carry weight. She asks if their previous statements about the events inside the dragon spirit's secret realm are completely true. The question is meant to bring full clarity. Verlia and Makiko stay quiet, frozen in place. They hesitate. The golden light above their heads starts to dim slowly. Everyone notices it. The light that was once glowing strong now flickers and fades. That sacred glow only fades when the heart holds something back. Verlia feels panic rise inside. She never expected the high priestess to carry such a terrifying skill. Her heart beats faster. She knows the truth is slipping out whether she speaks or not. Makiko keeps her eyes low. Her thoughts go to Su Yang. She does not want to betray him. She wants to protect him. But the power of the high priestess is too much. It is not fair. The moment they hesitate, the temple itself begins to turn against them. The others in the hall start reacting. Fingers rise and point at the two girls. The mood turns sharp and accusing. Augustus raises his voice in anger. His trust feels shattered. The samurai warrior shouts next. His tone is filled with rage and threat. He speaks without care. He does not want to hear excuses. Makiko stands in silence, her lips pressed together. Verlia clenches her hands. The crowd around them becomes a wall of judgment. Tang Jian watches the scene unfold. His thoughts grow heavy. He begins to wonder if this truly connects back to Su Yang. His mind recalls all the information he had gathered before. Every report, every source, every opinion painted Su Yang the same way: talented, kind, strong, loyal. He was never described as ruthless or evil. Tang Jian had seen no signs of corruption or greed. He reminds himself that even if Su Yang had any abyssal ties, he never harmed Tang Jian or the two girls. That alone is worth something. But if the final truth reveals that Su Yang is connected to the abyss, then the path forward becomes hard. Tang Jian wonders what must be done. Should he fight Su Yang? Should he end him before the damage spreads? Or is there still something left to trust? The High Priestess speaks calmly. Her words cut through the noise. The lies have been exposed. There is no point hiding anything now. Holding back the truth any longer may bring consequences no one wants. If the two girls do not wish to speak in front of everyone, she offers them a choice. They may follow her to the confession room. There they can speak everything in private. She promises that she will make the final judgment herself. Verlia leans closer to Makiko and whispers. Her voice is low. She wonders if maybe, just maybe, there is a way for the truth they both carry to be seen clearly under the light of the High Priestess. If that is the case, then perhaps something long buried can finally come out. Makiko nods. She has been thinking the same. The burden is too heavy now. They can no longer hide. Verlia lifts her head and addresses the High Priestess. She asks for permission to go to the confession room. She promises to tell everything. The High Priestess agrees and turns to lead them. The crowd watches silently. Before stepping into the confession room, both Verlia and Makiko turn their heads. Their eyes lock onto the Shiva warrior. That look is cold. Their stare carries no fear. It is a silent warning. 10 minutes pass, and the heavy silence inside the holy temple finally breaks. The door to the confession room opens. The High Priestess steps out with a firm expression. Behind her, Verlia and Makiko walk with steady steps. Their faces hold no fear now. They have said what needed to be said. The High Priestess raises her staff and points it directly at the Shiva warrior. Her voice echoes through the temple like thunder. She demands a clear answer from Atal. She asks if he had ever worked together with his nation's shadow agent Vijanu and gave him orders to eliminate all participants inside the dragon spirit's secret realm. Her question is direct, yes or no. Atal's face twists in shock. His lips tremble. He cannot form a straight answer. His thoughts are a mess. He never expected this. He wonders how the High Priestess knows. His eyes dart toward Verlia and Makiko. In his mind, they must be the ones who ruined everything. But then he quickly shakes the thought off. That cannot be. He knows they never captured Vijanu. He was sure he had covered his tracks. The High Priestess continues speaking. She states that both Makiko Asuka and Verlia gave their full testimonies. According to them, it was Su Yang who found out about Vijanu's plot inside the secret realm. Su Yang uncovered the truth and dealt with Vijanu himself. The two girls were not involved in the actual fight. Now everything rests on this final question. If Su Yang is not guilty and the only one left is Vijanu, and if Vijanu took orders from someone, that person must be Atal. The High Priestess repeats her demand. All Atal has to do is answer truthfully, yes or no. From behind the group, Poker speaks out with disbelief. He brings up Su Yang's current level. A 4th-class advancement should never be able to defeat a 6th-class warrior like Vijanu. That part confuses him. But Carolina cuts through the noise. She says that is not the important point. The real problem is Atal. She yells in anger, calling him out for plotting behind everyone's backs. Her voice is filled with disgust. Atal tries to deny everything. He says he did not do it. Then the golden light above his head fades and disappears completely. The crowd gasps. That light only vanishes when someone lies. The truth is finally out. The High Priestess lifts her staff again. Her voice is calm but firm. She declares that by the sacred authority of the Holy Light Priesthood, she temporarily grants Tangzon the right of execution. She declares the full judgment. Atal of the Shiva nation is guilty. He is sentenced to 3 death penalties. His crimes are heavy and his lies unforgivable. He will also be imprisoned in the Holy City, and the length of his punishment will be decided in time. Atal drops to his knees. His eyes are wide with disbelief. He cannot accept this. All this planning, all his schemes, all his lies shattered in front of everyone. Now he is nothing but a disgraced traitor. Tangzon steps forward. His aura blazes like fire full of fury. His presence burns through the temple. His words hit Atal like another blow. He makes it clear. None of them, neither he nor the girls from Sakura Nation or the Eagle Federation, had anything to do with this betrayal. It was all Atal. It was Atal who wanted to frame Su Yang to cover his own tracks. It was Atal who nearly turned the entire alliance against the wrong person. All because of his greed, fear, and jealousy. Now he will pay the price. Atal begins to panic. His voice trembles and he tries to defend himself. He yells out that this is slander. He admits he may have made such a plan, but he insists that he never worked with the abyssal demons. Then he throws another accusation. He claims Su Yang is not innocent either. He brings up the elves, saying Su Yang killed many of them, even a prince. His voice grows louder and more desperate. He tries to shift the blame. He says if he is guilty, then Su Yang must be guilty too. He points fingers at Long Xia, accusing the nation of blocking the Elf Alliance. In his twisted view, their crimes are worse than his own. He calls them the real traitors. The moment he speaks too far, Tangzhen ends the nonsense. A blazing fist crashes into Atal's body with explosive force. The punch is not just strong, it releases a beam of pure energy that carries Atal with it. The impact is so powerful that Atal's entire body is disintegrated, completely erased from existence in that instant. Seconds later, his soul reforms at the resurrection point. But before he can even breathe, Tangzhen is already there again, standing above him like a storm waiting to fall. His voice cuts through the air. He makes it clear, this is not finished. Another punch lands. Another energy beam follows. Atal is shattered again, body and soul torn apart for the second time. Once more, Atal is reborn, but the fire in Tangzhen's eyes is no longer blazing. It has become cold, controlled. Tangzhen turns his back and gives his final words to Atal. He tells him to walk to the dungeon and wait there for the judgment to come. Atal spits out bitter words. His pride is already broken, but he tries to act like he still holds power. His words are empty now. The Lady Knights of the Holy Temple step forward. They surround him and take him into custody. There is no struggle. Atal has nothing left. And as they drag him away, Atal's thoughts twist into darkness. He reflects on everything. The truth is out. His lies are broken. Shiva Nation will not escape this mess. He believes retribution will fall on them too. Inside his mind, he sends a final message to his brother. A dark command. He tells him to spread the word to the Elf Kingdom about the death of their prince. He says Su Yang must be blamed. He tells him to flip the table. If the game cannot be won, then break the board. He gives his last instruction, join the abyss. Stand with the demons, seek revenge. Far away, seated on a quiet grassy land, Su Yang is watching it all unfold through a magical projection. To him, the choice of Shiva Nation is clear. They are not joining the abyss for strength or power. They are running into it out of fear and weakness. That kind of move is not a strategy. It is just walking straight into a trap. I hope that you liked today's video, and if you did, hit that like button as today's goal is 1,500 likes. Comment next part down below for the next part. Also, consider subscribing with the notification bell on to get notified as soon as a new video drops onto the channel. You can also join the channel to support me financially and watch videos before public release. I'll meet you in the next video. Until then, thanks for watching.